discovered a leak. At least the scientific community is roughly aware of the true purpose of our nationwide expert mobilization team. Therefore, we need to accelerate our progress. The highest mobilization order will likely need to be issued earlier. The elder waved his hand. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about the leaks. Sometimes, getting a heads up through some unofficial channels can be beneficial. It allows you to gauge public opinion, which will be helpful for your final decisions. The expert team is made up of people too, and they can make mistakes. It's a good opportunity to use public opinion to test your correctness. If you suddenly announce that the world is coming to an end, who can handle it? Wouldn't it cause widespread panic? Having some unofficial news can greatly alleviate the public's fear. Everything needs adjustment. Nothing is set in stone. The elder pointed to the tea on the table. Just like this cup of tea. If it's too hot, you can't drink it. If it's cold, it doesn't taste good. What to do? If it's too hot, let it cool down. If it's cold, add some hot water. Adjust repeatedly until it's at the right temperature. And then you can drink it all at once. The timing for announcements is the same. There is no fixed plan. Xiao Yi felt inspired. Every meeting with the elder was beneficial. The saying having an elder at home is like having a treasure was truly correct. Yao Yao pushed the door open and found that Xiao Yi had already stood up and was preparing to leave. She had no choice but to hurriedly greet her great-grandfather before getting ready to follow Xiao Yi out. The old man smiled with satisfaction, saying, Xiao Yi, not bad. You've managed to teach this little rascal of mine to be more sensible. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Yao Yao jumped up, feeling indignant, and said, Who taught whom? Both men ignored Yao Yao's dissatisfaction. The old man turned and went back into the room, while Xiao Yi strode ahead. With a gloomy expression, Yao Yao had no choice but to quickly catch up with Xiao Yi, saying as she walked, Xiao Yi, what exactly is your relationship with Chu Xiao? Xiao Yi replied calmly, Do you believe me if I say there is nothing between us? I don't believe it. What kind of girl would bring up her purity like that? Yao Yao said. Xiao Yi did not slow his pace. Then why are you asking me? Yao Yao stopped in her tracks, pondering the meaning of Xiao Yi's words. She began to doubt Chu Xiao's claims more and more. How could someone like Xiao Yi, who has a broad view of the world, possibly be a scumbag? Chapter 87. More glorious than IG. As the evening approached, the selection process had reached its critical stage. Zhang Xiaolong's team finally advanced to the finals, and their opponent was Yi Outyin from the Xingkong team. Xiaolong, have you thought of any strategies? That Yi Outyin is too strong, and he is a professional player, with teammates who are also professionals. I'm afraid we can't win, Sun Xiang said somewhat dejectedly. Zhang Xiaolong gritted his teeth. At this point, don't mention not being able to win. Even if we can't, we have to fight. When Yi Outyin saw Zhang Xiaolong's team approaching, he raised his chin and said disdainfully, A bunch of amateur kids really think esports is that easy. Compared to professional players, your little tricks are nothing. His teammates also laughed. The gap between amateur and professional players is as deep and vast as the ocean. Today, we'll show you what a professional player is. Zhang Xiaolong glared with bloodshot eyes, defiantly saying, Isn't it just that you've played a few more days than us? Give me half a year, and I can operate just like you. Haha, half a year? Even 10 years wouldn't be enough? Yi Outyin sneered. Zhao Hongyi walked in, looked at the tense two teams, and smiled slightly. Now that we're at the finals, it's no longer a battle of mouse and keyboard, but a test of real operating skills. Zhao Hongyi led both teams into the laboratory, where rows of computers and a group of programmers working diligently revealed the intense atmosphere of work. Zhang Xiaolong asked in surprise, Is this the studio of the Quanchao group? Everyone looks so serious. Zhao Hongyi smiled slightly and said, The home game has been selected by the country as a strategic national project. If you are selected, you won't just be fighting for a team or for yourselves, but for the great nation. Your names will be recorded in history. Maybe what I'm saying now you don't quite understand, but in a month, you will. Yi Outyin excitedly said, Recorded in history, just like the IG team? When Team IG won the World Championship, it was a shining moment for the esports scene in the Great Zhou Kingdom and a proud moment for countless esports enthusiasts. If they could reach such heights, it would truly be worth it for them. Winning the championship like Team IG is the greatest dream for many, including Yi Outyin and Zhang Xiaolong. To get a signature from an IG member, they would wait in line overnight. This is the charm of idols and their esteemed position in the hearts of fans. However, Zhao Hongyi simply smiled and casually said, In 6 months, you will find that your idols will be proud of you. They will become your fans and will wait in line for 3 days just to get your signatures. Yi Outyin was taken aback, and Zhang Xiaolong was even more excited. As the leader of the Quanchao group, Zhao Hongyi would not deceive them. Zhang Xiaolong's heart began to race. He wanted to win the championship and become a man recorded in history. Entering a huge room, Zhang Xiaolong and his teammates were stunned. They realized that they would not be battling on computers anymore. They would be entering matches for real combat. Inside the room stood 10 matches, looking very similar to those in the game. These were temporary matches prepared based on game data, although they did not fully meet the requirements for realistic simulation. They could still be used since the simulation level reached 90, making it convenient for practical operation, as Zhao Hongi explained. Wow, even if it's just for practical use. I already think it's amazing. Yu Dazhuang rushed into one of the mechs, secured himself with a safety belt, and began operating it. Knowing that everyone would need some time to adapt to the simulated mechs, Zhao Hongi allowed an hour for everyone to get used to it. The finals would be a best-of-3 format. The winner would gain the qualification of a simulated operator, Zhao Hongi stated. Zhang Xiaolong took a deep breath, approached the mech, and stroked its surface. The heavy feeling of the mech was completely different. Suddenly, a scream caught everyone's attention. They turned around to see Yu Dazhuang's mech completely inverted, with its feet in the air and head down. This was a real mech simulation device, fully realistic, so everyone needed to adapt well. Zhao Hongi was not surprised. With the support of his arms, Yu Dazhuang finally righted himself. Wow, this is intense. So much fun. This is real simulation. Zhang Xiaolong quickly climbed in, eager to adapt to the feeling of this realistic simulation. An hour later, Zhao Hongi announced, "All right, I believe you are all familiar with the operation of the mechs. I declare the first battle ready to begin. Your mechs are all of the same type, and the arena is no longer the familiar one. It's an entirely new environment. The competition starts now." Although the time was short, Zhang Xiaolong had already devised several tactics. They were significantly less skilled than their opponents, but through their overall strategy, they could still hold their own against the members of the Shinkong team. However, Sun Xiang made a critical operational error and had his leg's propulsion system blown out by Yi Aoyin's grenade, rendering him incapacitated. The 5 members of the stargazing squad took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, quickly eliminating their other teammates. Zhang Xiaolong found himself alone and was ultimately ambushed by Yi Aoyin. During the 10-minute break, Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly adjusted his tactics while Zhao Hongi quietly observed from the side. Yi Aoyin also began to explain tactics and assign roles. Soon, the second match officially started. This time, the battle was quite intense, and in a skirmish, both sides lost 2 mechas. Zhang Xiaolong quickly adjusted his strategy, using 3 mechas to surround and attack a member of the stargazing squad, successfully defeating his opponent. In the final showdown, Zhang Xiaolong's 3 mechas faced off against Yi Aoyin's 2. Yi Aoyin used his teammates to distract Zhang Xiaolong's squad, seizing the chance to eliminate Zhang Xiaolong's allies. Now it was down to a one-on-one duel between Yi Aoyin and Zhang Xiaolong. After a fierce battle, Zhang Xiaolong regrettably lost due to his lack of familiarity with the controls. He took off his headset, exited the mecha simulator, and felt disheartened. However, he knew he had given it his all. In terms of mecha familiarity, he was far behind Yi Aoyin, which was an undeniable fact. He had only started playing the game home today, while Yi Aoyin had been playing for a long time. But a loss was a loss. Making excuses wouldn't change that. Perhaps this was Zhang Xiaolong's fate, always just a bit short of success, only to falter at the most critical moment. A few of them walked out dejectedly, their spirits low. Reflecting on Zhao Hongi's comments about the future made them feel regretful. Yu Dazhuang and Sun Xiang began to blame each other. Yet, failure was still failure. Whether they accepted it or not, they had to face it. Back home, Zhang Xiaolong didn't turn on the lights. He quietly took off his shoes, intending to sneak into his room without being noticed by his parents. However, as he reached the living room, the lights turned on. His father glanced at Zhang Xiaolong and immediately understood the outcome. He sighed, "It's good that you're back. You should give up on your dreams. Focus on your studies. Maybe it's just not meant for you to pursue esports." Zhang Xiaolong remained silent, feeling as if fate was mocking him. Perhaps he really had to give up his dreams. Just like his father, yielding to life's demands and becoming an ordinary person with a 9-to-5 job. But he was unwilling to accept that. "Your meal is ready. It's been warmed up. Eat, take a hot shower, and go to school tomorrow," his father added, sighing again. Zhang Xiaolong felt a pang of sadness. He knew his father had also pinned his dreams on him, and seeing them shattered must have hurt his father even more. But this was life, and it had to be accepted. His father had given him a chance, and now he needed to give his father an explanation. Holding the bowl, Zhang Xiaolong found it hard to eat, tears welling up in his eyes. However, as a man, one must accept the consequences of their bets. Since he lost, he would go to school properly tomorrow. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Father walked over and opened the door, saying a few words to the person outside. Suddenly, he called out in a strange tone, "Xiaolong, come out quickly." Zhang Xiaolong was a bit confused. His father's voice sounded odd, somewhat hoarse and choked, as if he were crying or filled with joy. Zhang Xiaolong walked out in a daze and saw Zhao Hongi standing at the door, smiling at him and saying, "With the special approval of the nationwide mobilization expert group, we sincerely invite Zhang Xiaolong to join the frenzy team." Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and looked at his father, who was already in tears. He suddenly thought of something. If his father had fulfilled his wish to play football back then, would he have been even happier and more excited than now? In the dormitory, Wang Chong put on his best clothes, shaved, and tidied his hair. Tonight was a formal date for him. As soon as Jiang Cheng entered, he noticed Wang Chong's excited demeanor and sighed, saying, "Wang Chong, we're good friends. So I'm going to speak frankly. This girl is not simple. If you get involved with her, you'll suffer for a lifetime." Lao Wang, who shared the dorm, overheard and poked his head out from his bed, saying, "Xiangzi, I advise you not to go. She looks like a rich beauty, and you're just a construction worker. Your income and social status can't compare to hers. How can you match someone like her?" Wang Chong's good mood was instantly dampened. "I believe in her." Jiang Cheng sighed again and said, "Wang Chong, as your good brother, I specifically paid attention to Manager Zhong this afternoon. Do you know how much her outfit is worth?" Wang Chong frowned. "How much can it be? It can't be more than my monthly salary, right?" "Haha, your monthly salary is just over 10,000. You can't even afford her bag. I've seen her bag. It's worth at least 50,000, which is 5 months of your salary," Jiang Cheng replied. Wang Chong was taken aback, and he started to have some doubts. "Xiangzi, this girl's monthly expenses are definitely over 50,000. Can you afford that?" Jiang Cheng urged earnestly. Wang Chong felt unsettled. "No way, she can't possibly earn over 50,000 a month. We're not in a first-tier city, in our third-tier city. She could earn a maximum of 20,000. Jiang Cheng clapped his hands. "You hit the nail on the head. Yes, she can earn a maximum of 20,000. So how can she spend 50,000 a month? Think about it carefully." Wang Chong took a deep breath. "I believe she is not a materialistic girl. I believe she is a good girl." After saying that, Wang Chong turned and walked out without looking back. Behind him, Jiang Cheng's persistent voice followed, "Wang Chong, look at yourself. Do you even have 500 on you? How can you compare with her? You're not from the same world. In the end, you'll be the one to suffer. You don't deserve her." That last sentence pierced Wang Chong's heart. He began to doubt himself. Indeed, he felt unworthy. When Zhong Qianhe smiled at him yesterday, he felt like a princess was smiling at a foolish boy. She was so perfect, while he was just a construction worker. As he wandered aimlessly to the entrance of the Grand Hotel, he looked up and immediately saw the beautiful figure eagerly waiting. Zhong Qianzhu was standing at the hotel entrance, looking around, clearly waiting for someone. Wang Chong took a closer look at Zhong Qianzhu's outfit. It was indeed elegant and obviously not cheap. The most striking thing was the bag she held, with a prominent logo indicating its extraordinary value. A bag from that brand would certainly cost no less than 50,000. Jiang Cheng seemed to be somewhat right. He and she were from entirely different worlds. As time passed, Zhong Qianzhu grew a bit anxious, but she was still patiently waiting. The agreed time had long passed by over 10 minutes. Yet Wang Chong still dared not take a step forward. He paced back and forth at the corner, engaged in a mental struggle, contemplating whether he should approach her. How could a man allow a girl to wait for him for so long? Even a toad, if it lacks the courage to pursue a swan. Isn't it's still just a toad? With this thought, Wang Chong finally decided to take the plunge. He would go meet Zhong Qianzhu, even if she looked down on him. This was a man's promise. He took a few steps outside, raised his hand, and was about to wave at Zhong Qianzhu when a luxury car drove up and stopped in front of her. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out, clearly someone of high status and wealth. The man walked up to Zhong Qianzhu and put his arm around her shoulders. Wang Chong clearly heard the sound of his own heart breaking. Indeed, he had been too sentimental. She was not waiting for him at all. Such a luxury car and such a man were what someone like Zhong Qianzhu deserved. He was merely dreaming, and she probably considered him just a diversion in her life. Just as Jiang Cheng said, after seeing so many elite professionals and mature wealthy men, she was merely looking for a change of pace with a strong man like him. The middle-aged man embraced Zhong Qianzhu and walked her to the car, then opened the door, gesturing for her to get in. Zhong Qianzhu looked up, seemingly searching for something, her gaze drifting in Wang Chong's direction. Wang Chong's heart sank, and he quickly turned away. It turned out he was just a fool. Everything was just his imagination. He bent down and hurriedly turned into an alley, disappearing from sight. "What are you looking at?" the middle-aged man asked from the driver's seat. Zhong Qianzhu shook her head and said, "I thought I saw an acquaintance, but now I can't see them." She looked around again, confirming she could not see the person she was waiting for, and reluctantly got into the car. "Waiting for someone?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Who else would I be waiting for but you?" Zhong Qianzhu teased, although her eyes continued to scan the surroundings, unwilling to give up hope. "You should dress a bit more decently instead of always wearing work clothes. The clothes in your pocket are this season's fashion. You should wear something presentable. You may not like jewelry, but you should at least wear nice clothes to look good," the man said. Zhong Qianzhu replied absent-mindedly, "I don't like flashy things. Yesterday, I heard that there are some troublemakers around here. Your mother was worried and insisted that I come to pick you up on my way back tonight. Let's go." The middle-aged man started the car and glided out. Noticing that Zhong Qianzhu remained silent, he continued, "I happen to have some free time these days, so I can come to pick you up every day. By the way, daughter, until when will your construction worker training last? You've been working overtime, and your mother is quite concerned." Zhong Qianzhu sighed softly and replied, It ends tomorrow. The man turned to look at her and said, "It's a good thing that it's ending. You won't have to work overtime anymore." Zhong Qianzhu gazed out the window with a forlorn expression. Countdown, 167 days. As Xiao Yi entered the command center, he immediately heard some significant good news. The first super oil tanker had entered the South Sea. Chapter 90. The crazy idea of naturalizing Elon Musk. Xiao Yi quickly spotted Nie Hua, who had a strong presence and outstanding demeanor. She shot him a glance and said, slightly displeased, "You're late. The oil tanker has already entered the waters of the Great Zhou." Xiao Yi didn't respond. Instead, he casually took the coffee that Yao Yao handed him and said, "Even though I wasn't here, my heart has been with you." Nie Hua rolled her eyes at him, and Yao Yao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yi then realized that his words seemed to have a flaw and could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'll go find Deputy Commander Qian." In that moment, he felt like he was back to how he was over 10 days ago, making an excuse and leaving in a hurry. The two girls watched Xiao Yi rush away and burst into laughter. However, upon hearing each other's laughter, they shot each other an angry glance. Nie Hua reached for the coffee that Yao Yao was holding, but Yao Yao skillfully dodged. Entering the office of Team Chong, Qianlin's son was discussing something with Xiao Yi. Upon seeing Xiao Yi enter, he said, "You came just in time. I have some questions for you." According to this data, the Hadron Collider has a significant limitation. Constructing such a massive collider requires an enormous amount of energy. With our current electricity supply, it can't even be activated. How did the second universe manage to start their Hadron Collider? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Actually, the Hadron Collider in the second universe is much smaller than what we are trying to build. Furthermore, they cannot maintain high-speed operation all the time. They usually run at low speed as a defensive measure against the attacks of space bugs. They rarely operate at full power, only doing so when they need to send us the 512K data before their fall." Yi Wanqing sighed. "It seems that the energy issue can only be resolved by us. However, if it's just for maintaining low-speed operation against the space beasts, our electricity supply should be sufficient." Qianlinson also sighed. "For now, that's the only option we have. By the way, Xiao Yi, have we found a target for the overall leader in mecha mass production?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "If we can't find someone like Han Xin to take on this responsibility, we'll have to split the mecha construction task among thousands of factories, but that way, quality will be hard to guarantee," said Qianlin. Senator Xiao Yi sighed. "Looking across the entire Dazhou country, neither Shuangla nor Lei Jun is the best choice. They have served as leaders in mecha construction in previous universes and have achieved decent results, but they are still far from the production goal of 1 billion mechas." Yi Wanqing stood up, resting her chin on her hand as she paced back and forth, saying, "Shouldn't we broaden our target a bit? For instance, someone who isn't so famous, like the founders of our domestic automobile industry." Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "Exactly. We can indeed broaden our target and look further. Your suggestion is excellent and timely. I just thought of someone who might be able to accomplish this daunting task." "Who?" Qianlin's son and Yi Wanqing both asked in surprise. "This person single-handedly took down the entire aerospace authority of a certain country. He's a bona fide genius," said Xiao Yi. Qianlin's son was taken aback. "Are you talking about the Iron Man from that country?" "Yes, a madman with extraordinary integration capabilities. His private aerospace company dismantled their aerospace authority. And the emerging automobile company he leads has surpassed the combined market value of several century-old traditional car companies in just over a decade. He also has an extensive Mars colonization plan that is not a fantasy, but is currently being implemented. I believe this person could help us achieve large-scale mecha mass production," said Xiao Yi. Yi Wanqing shook her head. "You must be talking about Elon Musk. But he holds triple nationality, one of which is that country. How can we let him into a secret organization like the National Mobilization Expert Group?" Qianlinson sighed. "Yes. The primary condition for being part of the National Mobilization Expert Group is to have the nationality of Dazhou country. This is also what you mentioned. A lesson learned from other universes." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "We can naturalize him." "Naturalize him? How is that possible?" Yi Wanqing exclaimed. "Becoming a citizen of Dazhou country means he must give up all other nationalities. As the most developed and advanced country globally, how could he possibly naturalize in our Dazhou country?" Xiao Yi took a deep breath. "Anything is possible. Don't forget, Elon is a madman himself. So, I need a crazy plan to impress him. What our National Mobilization Expert Group is doing is, in itself, an extremely crazy endeavor." Yi Wanqing and Qianlin's son looked at Xiao Yi as if he were crazy. The idea of naturalizing a madman who is one of the top 10 richest people in the world was something only a madman would think of. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the hall. When Xiao Yi stepped outside, he saw on the big screen that the second supertanker had entered the South China Sea, while the first supertanker had arrived at the port and started unloading. This speed had already surpassed that of all known tankers. "Xiao Yi, our Nie family has made tremendous sacrifices this time. The engines of our supertankers have at least lost 10 years of their lifespan. Nie Sihua said with a tone of dissatisfaction as soon as she saw Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi replied, I am very grateful for the contributions and grace of Elder Nie. In Elder Nie's hometown, people are already prepared to welcome him back home. Wang Xinglin walked into the hall with Sikong Bei and said to Xiao Yi, Advisor Xiao, nothing can stop our plans now. We intend to start the third phase of our financial warfare, the food war. Xiao Yi excitedly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's hold a meeting in the conference room to discuss our strategy. He turned to Nie Sihua and said, Miss Nie, you should join the meeting. It will be useful. Nie Sihua was shocked, not daring to believe it as she pointed to herself. You want me to attend? This is a high-level meeting of the National Mobilization Expert Group. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. You are already a member of our National Mobilization Expert Group, Hurricane Team. Nie Sihua still couldn't believe it. You trust me? I haven't passed the citizenship review yet. I don't even have the nationality of the Great Zhou. Without further ado, Xiao Yi grabbed Nie Sihua's arm and said, Stop hesitating. Time is limited. Our meeting must convene within 3 minutes. What Elder Nie has done no longer requires review. He can directly become a citizen of the Great Zhou. And so can you. Nie Sihua felt something different and realized that Xiao Yi was holding her arm tightly. She could feel the warmth and stability of his hand. Chapter 91. Discussion meeting on the food war. 3 minutes later, a group of excited people gathered around the conference table in the meeting room. Before everyone had entered, Wang Xinglin stood up and said, the task of purchasing iron ore and crude oil is basically on track. Our supertankers have already loaded their cargo and are passing through the Devil's Bay. The last tanker will pass through the Devil's Bay in about 3 to 5 days. With the strength of our 3 aircraft carrier fleets, as long as we don't encounter a fleet of the same specifications from a certain country, we have nothing to fear. Once we pass through the Devil's Bay, other countries will no longer be able to choke us. If that country intends to form a 3-carrier fleet, it will take at least a week. Therefore, to quickly announce the national mobilization plan and release the highest mobilization order as soon as possible. Our Hurricane team suggests starting the food purchasing 10 days in advance. Nie Sihua watched the attendees with great interest. She believed that the efficiency of Dahua shipping was high and the meetings were effective, but compared to the National Mobilization Expert Group's meetings, they seemed excessively lengthy and redundant. They didn't even engage in any polite exchanges or hierarchical honorifics. They got straight to the point, completely breaking her understanding of meetings. However, she liked this atmosphere. Sikong Bei added, in fact, our country has been quietly stockpiling food overseas in recent years, establishing mini granaries through cooperation to deal with potential food crises and counter the monopolies of the 4 major international grain merchants. The first step in our battle is to bring this food back. Nie Sihua quickly said, our supertankers are empty after unloading. I can arrange for them to be modified simply without resting, to transport food. Xiao Yi glanced at Nie Sihua appreciatively and said, very good. Having ships means we won't panic. International trade expert Fu Zixuan, name provided by a reader, tapped on the table, and once everyone's attention turned to him, he said, everyone, let me pour some cold water on this. The international grain monopoly is in the hands of 4 major Western groups, namely the ABCD grain merchants. If we rashly transfer this batch of grain for shipment, I believe that as soon as the first batch sets sail, the second batch will definitely not get out. Wang Xinglin was taken aback and began to ponder. Nie Sihua asked in confusion why? I can arrange for the ships to load continuously and set sail consecutively. Fu Zixuan replied, our recent actions in the Great Zhou Kingdom have already attracted the attention of Western countries. It's just that right now, with Sothro and their group blocking the way and attracting a lot of attention, their response to our Great Zhou Kingdom has been somewhat slow. However, if we try to procure and transport grain in the same way, it will definitely trigger a counterattack from the ABCD grain merchants. Fu Zixuan stood up and said, news about our plan to build a vast iron wall has already leaked, but they haven't seen our official statement, so they remain skeptical. However, if we make any small moves regarding grain, they will immediately understand our intentions. Yao Yao retorted, so what if they know? That grain belongs to us. We are transporting our own grain. Who can stop us? Fu Zixuan shook his head. Don't think things are too simple. Let's reason it out. As soon as the 4 major grain merchants discover our intentions, what will they do? Yao Yao fell silent. Although she was headstrong, she wasn't unreasonable. She understood that if she didn't know, it was better not to speak. Xiao Yi said, they will create a false sense of food panic. Just like during the last disaster, triggering a global food crisis and raising food prices. Wang Xinglin finally spoke up. Raising food prices isn't terrifying. After all, we have sufficient foreign exchange reserves. The most frightening part is the aftermath. After the last disaster, food prices skyrocketed, and apart from our Great Zhou Kingdom, a grain looting crisis erupted worldwide. Major grain-producing countries also closed their ports and prohibited grain exports, which intensified the panic. At that time, even with money, we couldn't buy food. Nie Sihua asked, Is there a problem with us transporting our own grain? Fu Zishuan nodded. Yes, there is a problem. Countries will prohibit grain from leaving their ports and entering other countries. Even if we have ships, we won't be able to transport it out. Xiaoyi looked at Fu Zishuan and asked, Mr. Fu, do you have any solutions? Fu Zishuan sighed. There are no good solutions. However, we can adjust the order of operations. The main grain exporting countries right now are the South Asian countries of Tianzhu, Nanyue, Siam, and South India. Among them, Tianzhu and Nanyue have trade relations with us, but also some friction. Siam and South India have closer ties with us. Fu Zishuan walked to the big screen and pulled up a map of South Asia. We can concentrate our ships to go to the grain warehouses of these two countries and transport the grain simultaneously, departing at the same time. We need to get it out to the high seas before they can react and block the coast. As for Siam, we can take action later, which will allow us to maximize the amount of grain we can transport. Sikong Bei suddenly interjected. We can also add some financial means. First, we can short the grain in the futures market of these countries to drive down the prices. Xiao Yi chuckled. Expert Sikong, your vision is too limited. If we're going to do it, let's do it bigger. Last time we used the name of Suasawa to short the currency of a certain country. This time, we can do it again, borrowing Suasawa's name to short the currency of South Asia. Remember 20 years ago, Suasawa wreaked havoc across South Asia, almost setting back the entire region's economy by a decade. This time, we will be more aggressive. There's an old saying in the Great Zhou Kingdom, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. I believe if we do this, shorting their currency will definitely throw the whole South Asia into chaos. We can take advantage of the confusion to transport the grain out, and at the same time, we need to buy in large quantities. They will be grateful even if they can't keep up. Sikong Bei scratched his head. Xiaoyi, you're even more cunning than I thought, but I like it. Ha ha. Laughter echoed in the conference room. Nie Sihua glanced at Xiaoyi, finally understanding why this young man had an aura even stronger than her own. It was because he was so confident. During lunch, Zhong Qianzhe did not find Wang Chong in his usual spot. She searched the entire restaurant but could not find him. She wanted to ask Wang Chong if something had happened to him yesterday. Halfway through the meal, still no sign of Wang Chong. She could no longer hold back and quickly walked up to Jiang Cheng and asked, Excuse me, where did Wang Chong, who was sitting here yesterday, go? Jiang Cheng looked at Zhong Qianzhe with surprise, realizing his judgment might be wrong. This girl really seemed to like Wang Chong. This morning, Wang Chong was sent to Chengdu for training due to his outstanding performance. It was urgent, and he didn't even have time to go back to collect his clothes. Zhong Qianzhe's expression clearly turned gloomy. He didn't get into any trouble last night, did he? Jiang Cheng sighed inwardly, realizing that Wang Chong had indeed followed his advice and not gone to see the girl. No, he was just tired and fell asleep when he got back. Jiang Cheng told a lie. Zhong Qianzhe turned and left, feeling uneasy. She knew that she and Wang Chong would almost certainly not meet again. Zhang Xiaolong entered the Guangzhou Group office with excitement. Today was different from yesterday. Yesterday he came in as an outsider, but today he was entering as the owner. Yi Aoyan glanced at Zhang Xiaolong, his eyes full of provocation. What are you here for? Zhang Xiaolong remained silent, and Zhao Hongyi walked in and said, You're here. Hurry up and change into your combat gear. From today, you and Yi Aoyan will become our main mecha simulation trainers. Your task is daunting, and it's likely that you won't be able to return home for several months. However, you will certainly feel proud of your work. Zhao Hongyi's gaze suddenly became extremely firm, because you are working for all humanity. Every action, every plan, and strategy you create will serve as a guide for billions of mecha warriors. Are you ready? Yi Aoyan and Zhang Xiaolong were taken aback. They vaguely realized that what Zhao Hongyi said yesterday was true. As long as they succeed, the legends of the IG team will become their fans. You are now officially members of the National Mobilization Expert Team under the Storm Group, and like the other members, you bear the hope of saving all humanity. So, for humanity, for your families, for this world, strive hard, young men. Zhao Hongyi was not skilled in giving speeches, but in the face of great responsibility, there is no need for any rhetorical skill. Expressing one's feelings directly can move everyone. Yi Aoyan and Zhang Xiaolong unconsciously straightened their backs, as if their not particularly strong bodies suddenly gained immense energy. Each of you will lead 2 team members. Yi Aoyan is in Group A, and Zhang Xiaolong is in Group B. Your respective tasks are to collaborate with programmers and mechanics to create a mecha operation guide. Zhao Hongyi said. Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand. Are we in a mecha battle? Zhao Hongyi shook his head, his gaze turning to a painting on the wall, which depicted 2 hideous and fierce mecha beasts. The targets we are studying are the sources of human catastrophe in the starry sky, set to occur in more than 100 days. In the Command Center's meeting room, the meeting continued. The food procurement plan was being refined when Yao Yao suddenly rushed to Xiao Yi's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiao Yi stood up abruptly and said, Everyone, there's something I must do. You continue the meeting, finalize the plan, and execute it immediately. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. The chaotic meeting room suddenly fell silent for a second or two, and then Qian Linson suddenly asked, "Is he back?" Xiao Yi nodded. The people in the meeting room immediately erupted in cheers, and Qian Linson said with some excitement, "Please tell him that I am proud of him." Wang Xingling quickly raised his hand. "Me too." Xikong Bei also raised his hand. "Me too." People began raising their hands. "Me too, me too." Nie Sihua was completely confused and asked Xiao Yi, "Who is back?" Xiao Yi took a deep breath, a real man. Chapter 93. Hero. Welcome home. A helicopter circled in the air and slowly landed on a grassy field. Xiao Yi sat in the cabin and said to Gao Daqiang, "I'm sorry. Due to political sensitivities and my own identity, I can no longer see you off." Yi Wanqing tidied her hair and said, "I can see you off." Gao Daqiang smiled while sitting in a wheelchair. "It's okay, I know the way." Xiao Yi grasped Gao Daqiang's hand and said, "Remember, take your time to recover. Moreover, a mech simulation software is about to be launched. You must practice well before your body fully recovers. Remember, remember." Xiao Yi's expression was strange, drawing the attention of Gao Daqiang and Yi Wanqing. However, Xiao Yi couldn't tell him how cruel the future would be if Gao Daqiang's body couldn't return to its optimal state. But this is not the second universe. They have seized the opportunity, and everything can change, with time to change it as well. Alright, it's just a game, I'll practice well. Although my movements with a gun are more familiar than with a mouse, I can learn, Gao Daqiang said with a smile. Xiao Yi also smiled. He didn't want to make the atmosphere too somber. You don't need to use a mouse. What you're handling is much cooler than a mouse. Gao Daqiang was lifted off the helicopter, and Xiao Yi finally said, "Originally, this city was prepared to welcome you back with the grandest ceremony. They even set up the venue in the square, and the mayor personally wrote a speech." Xiao Yi's tone turned serious, but for the greater good. "To avoid provoking the nerves of certain countries, we decided to quietly bring you back. Even your family doesn't know you're coming back now. You don't mind, do you?" Gao Daqiang straightened up. "I, Gao Daqiang, didn't serve my country for those superficial honors." Xiao Yi nodded and said, "This is the suburbs, however. You should know the way home. Let Professor Yi push you back." Yi Wanqing smiled. "Stop being so sentimental. It's the first time I've seen you nag like a woman." Gao Daqiang couldn't help but laugh. "That's what I wanted to say too. Advisor Xiao is surprisingly like a woman." Ha. Yi Wanqing pushed the wheelchair slowly along the suburban road, surrounded by greenery that extended to the nearby city. However, amid the green, there were some different colors, seemingly mixed in, but too far away to see clearly. "Sigh, I'm a bit scared to go back," Gao Daqiang suddenly said. "Why?" Yi Wanqing asked curiously. "I said when I left that I would divorce my wife when I returned." Gao Daqiang sighed. "But I don't want to." Yi Wanqing shook her head. "That won't happen. I've met your wife. She is not unreasonable." Gao Daqiang sighed again. "She is a good wife, but my mother-in-law, well, let us not talk about it. I haven't given her a good life. And I feel guilty. If she can find someone better, I wish her well." Yi Wanqing didn't know what to say. After all, she didn't understand them at all. "When we first started dating, I was completely clueless. On our first official date, she looked at me with empty hands and said I didn't even bring her a flower." Gao Daqiang continued. "At that moment I panicked and casually picked a morning glory by the roadside. You know, the kind of blue wildflower. I gave it to her." Yi Wanqing smiled. "You really are a bit clueless about romance. Not bringing flowers on a first date." Later, when I went back to visit family, guess what she brought to greet me at the airport? Gao Daqiang's eyes glistened with tears. He truly felt a bit reluctant. "What?" Yi Wanqing guessed, but deliberately didn't say it outright. "She held a bunch of blue morning glories. I still remember the way the people around looked at her. How Gao Daqiang pretended to touch her hair, secretly wiping away the tears that were about to fall, all treating her like a fool. A girl so beautiful, yet holding a handful of worthless wildflowers, blue morning glories." Yi Wanqing smiled. In that moment, the morning glories indeed stood out. Suddenly, Yi Wanqing was at a loss for words. Because she recognized the color mixed in that touch of green. It was blue, the blue of the morning glory. Every tree near the city was entwined with a blue morning glory. Not only on the trees, but every household also had a blue morning glory hanging under their eaves. Entering the city, everywhere was filled with blue morning glories. On the railings, on the traffic light poles, on shop signs, on every street tree. And even around the wrists of passers-by, there was a blue morning glory. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but burst into tears. Even a fool would know what this meant. This was the flower language welcoming Gao Daqiang home from his wife. The entire city's people joined in welcoming Gao Daqiang back home. They expressed their feelings of welcoming the hero in the most simple way. The country couldn't give Gao Daqiang the welcome ceremony he deserved. But the people spontaneously organized an unprecedented welcome ceremony. All the morning glories were conveying a message to Gao Daqiang. "Hero, welcome home." Chapter 94. Movement Command, Additional Update. In a certain country, two young people of a certain ethnic background were walking at an Ivy League university. One was named Yi Jusi, a name provided by a reader, and the other was Tong Tianyu, both doctoral students in nuclear physics research. Yi Jusi tentatively said, "I received a call from our homeland yesterday." Tong Tianyu turned his head and said, "I received one too. It's boring. What era is this? Still doing this? What movement plan? Isn't it just to trick us into going back?" "I'm not going back." Yi Jusi was a bit surprised and said, "Why not go back? We are all government-funded students. The country has invested a lot in us, hoping we would return after our studies to contribute to the development of our homeland." Tong Tianyu scoffed. "What do you mean by saying we were nurtured by our homeland? I got here by my own strength. My current life relies on my scholarship. Who provided that scholarship? It's not from our homeland, but from a certain country. So I should be grateful to that country, not to my homeland." Yi Jusi shook his head. "My homeland nurtured me, and I should repay my country. I've decided to take a flight back tomorrow morning." Tong Tianyu looked at Yi Jusi with disdain. "Have you watched too many patriotic movies? What kind of environment does our homeland have compared to that country? Can they be compared? For us researchers, what we need most is to achieve results. But with the current level of our homeland, it offers no benefit to our academic research." Tong Tianyu pointed to a building not far away and said, "Not to mention anything else, just look at our teacher, Yang Bu-wei, name provided by a reader. He was once a prodigy who caused a sensation in our homeland. He was also sent abroad for studies. And now, Professor Yang not only hasn't he returned, but has also taken the nationality of that country. Even if people from the Great Zhou state criticize him as a traitor, he doesn't care. The reason is simple. If he were to return to the Great Zhou state, he wouldn't have the achievements he has today. Only in such an excellent environment with numerous talented individuals working together can one achieve great accomplishments. Moreover, look at how Professor Yang counters those critics from the Great Zhou state. He states that his research is not only for the benefit of the people of the Great Zhou state, but for the betterment of the entire world, which is why he chooses to stay in the best research environment globally." Yi Jusi was left speechless because Yang Bu-wei is indeed a top nuclear physicist in the world, and his current research on advanced nuclear energy projects is at the forefront of global technology. His achievements were indeed made under such favorable conditions. To gain access to more core research projects, Yang Bu-wei even swore allegiance to his new nationality, giving up his citizenship from the Great Zhou state. Yang Bu-wei is also their doctoral advisor, and Yi Jusi respects his choice. After all, science knows no borders, and contributions to humanity should be supported. However, this time is different. This time, an emergency directive has been issued. Every student sent abroad by the Great Zhou state receives a directive known as Operation Dongyao. This is an urgent action order that signifies the time when the Great Zhou state needs you the most. Every citizen of the Great Zhou state overseas should promptly follow the instructions after receiving the order. Yet, this directive has always been a legend, never actually issued. Now that it has suddenly come out, it indicates that the situation has reached a critical moment. As citizens of the Great Zhou state, they should unconditionally obey the directive. Tong Tianyu, I think this situation is special and different. Think about it. Operation Dongyao has always been a legend. It has never been issued before. The sudden announcement must be related to the significant plans of the Great Zhou state right now. Therefore, I will definitely go back, even if I am not of use. I don't want to regret it, Yi Jusi said. Tong Tianyu scoffed. Have you heard some rumors? I think this is just a tactic by the Great Zhou state to trick us into going back. I advise you not to return. Yi Jusi shook her head. I advise you to go back. Tong Tianyu clapped his hands. Let's not argue. I think Professor Yang has also received this directive, after all. He was once a government-sponsored student abroad. Let's see what Professor Yang has to say. Yi Jusi was reluctant to agree, but found it hard to refuse. She felt that Professor Yang would definitely choose to stay, as he was no longer a citizen of the Great Zhou state, but a bona fide citizen of his new country, having even received a special medal. It is said that he has a great chance of winning the Nobel Prize this year. How could someone like him give up such generous treatment to return? Upon entering the laboratory, Yi Jusi did not see Professor Yang Bu-wei, which seemed a bit strange. Generally, as long as Professor Yang wasn't on a business trip, he would certainly be busy in the lab, often saying, "Life is short. It cannot afford a moment of waste." Seeing Yang Bu-wei reminded Yi Jusi of a widely circulated motivational saying. Those who are more talented than you are working harder than you. What right do you have to not put in the effort? Although it seemed boring, cliched, and unhelpful, Yang Bu-wei was indeed such a person. Born a prodigy, he still worked exceptionally hard. Not long after, Professor Yang Bu-wei briskly walked in. He was not very old, not yet 50, but his achievements had already drawn the world's attention. Unprecedentedly, he was not wearing his usual lab coat, but a suit. He entered, looked around at the doctoral students who were working, and said, "Everyone, put down your work and listen to me for a moment." People looked at Yang Bu-wei in surprise. Sensing that he was different today, "I am very grateful for your companionship over the years, and I appreciate your efforts. I must say I'm sorry. I am preparing to leave, Yang Buwei announced. The doctoral students were in an uproar, as the news was too sudden. Yi Jusi was taken aback. She immediately understood that Professor Yang had also received the directive to return home, deciding to leave everything behind. This stirred her emotions. This was the spirit of the people from the Great Zhou. Regardless of one's high position, power, or wealth, when the motherland calls, one should immediately abandon everything and return to its embrace. This was the essence of the Great Zhou people. Yi Jusi hurried over, along with Tong Tianyu. Professor Yang, how can you just leave like this? The research environment in Great Zhou is still far behind compared to others, Tong Tianyu questioned in confusion. Yang Buwei stopped and turned to face Tong Tianyu, saying, the directive to return is deeply ingrained as the most sacred command in the hearts of every person from Great Zhou. It is not issued lightly, but once it is, it signifies that the motherland needs us the most. We carry the blood of Great Zhou, and we must stand by our motherland at the most critical moments. Even if I currently hold another nationality. Thank you to the readers Harry, Jatian, the author of The Judgment of the Sect Leader, and the readers who provided inspiration. Your support allows this book to reach more people. Chapter 95. The contest among aircraft carriers. Tong Tianyu's face turned various shades as he tried to speak. But due to Yang Buwei's reputation, he found it hard to voice his thoughts. Go back. If you ignore the directive to return, you will have no place in Great Zhou in the future, Yi Jusi said. Tong Tianyu looked grim and retorted, Great Zhou isn't that petty. I'm just a doctoral student. Yang Buwei stopped and faced Tong Tianyu, saying, you're right, Great Zhou is not that petty. However, if you truly do not return, you will regret it. With that, a mysterious smile appeared on Yang Buwei's face as he turned to leave. I'm going back to pack. See you at the airport tomorrow. I heard Great Zhou has arranged a special flight. Yi Jusi picked up on a hint of information and quickly walked over to ask, is it true what the rumors say? Is the Great Zhou Kingdom planning an unprecedented large-scale operation? Tong Tianyu also leaned in to listen. Yang Buwei smiled and said, I don't know the specifics, but there is indeed a large-scale operation. I received a message that the Great Zhou Kingdom will close its borders in a month. By then, it will be too late to return. Tong Tianyu was still not convinced. But Professor Yang, are you really going to give up the results of your years of research? This is your hard work. According to the rules of the associated entities, this achievement cannot be brought back to the homeland. This is a lifetime of results, a lifetime of effort. Are you just going to abandon it? Yang Buwei tapped his head. It's all in my mind. In Devil's Bay, the aircraft carrier of a certain country finally couldn't hold back. A cruiser began to accelerate towards the aircraft carrier group of the Great Zhou Kingdom. In the command center, Luo Yaoyang received a report from the front lines. He glanced at the nautical chart and frowned. The intentions of this cruiser were very clear. They aimed to penetrate the third layer of defense of the Great Zhou Kingdom's aircraft carriers. The aircraft carrier has 3 layers of defense: far, medium, and near. The third layer is the innermost defense and the area that poses the greatest threat to the aircraft carrier. Once the third layer of defense is breached, the aircraft carrier is like a huge target exposed to the enemy's guns, which is extremely disadvantageous. The purpose of this cruiser is to break into the third layer of defense of the Great Zhou Kingdom's aircraft carrier group, posing a significant threat to it. This is akin to having the enemy grasping one's throat, forcing compliance. Otherwise, if a conflict arises, the safety of the aircraft carrier would be greatly endangered. This is a blatant threat from the associated entities. If the Great Zhou Kingdom's aircraft carrier group proactively withdraws for safety, it would first lose in terms of momentum, and simultaneously create a significant impact on the forces in Devil's Bay. The waters of Devil's Bay are governed by the Maple Leaf Country and the associated entities, while Western Alliance countries also have jurisdiction. Those eager forces from the Maple Leaf Country and Western Alliance ships patrolling the surrounding waters would then jump out, as if they had found a backer, complicating the escort operations in Devil's Bay. It is imperative to halt the advance of this cruiser. Luo Yaoyang called Xiao Yi and said, I'm afraid we have to take action. Xiao Yi calmly replied, Team Leader Luo, I trust your judgment. If action is required, then take it. Luo Yaoyang hung up the phone, knowing that this was a critical moment, and he was about to make a move that would shock the world, something unprecedented. This would be the first time anyone dared to challenge the authority of the only superpower. The associated entity, the world's leading military and economic power, has 11 active aircraft carriers and nearly 400 military bases overseas, spread across the globe. Such formidable strength means that even the rapidly developing Great Zhou Kingdom is far behind. Forces that dared to challenge the authority of this superpower have been crushed and scattered. Therefore, no country would easily challenge this superpower, not even the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, today was the moment to face that challenge. Cruiser No. 303 adjusted its course and faced forward. Luo Yaoyang gave the order. Captain Zhao Wanwei of the cruiser 303 felt a chill run through him. He understood what this order meant. Since joining the Navy, he had achieved numerous military accomplishments, gradually rising from a low-ranking soldier to a cruiser captain. His hair had turned gray, and he had devoted his youth to the military. The cruiser beneath him was a testament to his growth, as he had spent over 20 years on this ship before becoming its captain. However, this order from Luo Yaoyang meant that all his lifelong efforts could be severely compromised, possibly even rendered obsolete. The cruiser was already nearing retirement, and a direct confrontation with the opposing cruiser could jeopardize its remaining lifespan. But military orders are absolute, and despite his reluctance, he had to comply. All departments, stand by. Heavy ammunition to be secured. Change course, full speed ahead, Zhao Wanwei said in a deep voice. Luo Yaoyang's order meant they were to engage the opposing cruiser directly, to avoid secondary damage. Heavy weapons and ammunition needed to be stored away to prevent a potential secondary explosion during a collision. However, necessary armaments had to remain accessible in case the other side opened fire unexpectedly. The principle of confrontation was clear: no one should fire first. Whoever did would be deemed a war criminal. This was a red line that no one dared to cross. Yet they had to be wary of the other side acting out of desperation. With everything in place, the cruisers surged out of the carrier group like a wild horse breaking free, charging toward the opposing faction. From above, one could see both cruisers bursting forth from their respective camps, resembling the vanguard generals of ancient armies clashing head-on. All stations, prepare for impact. This is our moment to shine, Zhao Wanwei said, his voice filled with excitement and emotion. This cruiser was his lifeblood, the driving force behind his lifelong efforts. He had accompanied this ship on many missions, having overseen its maintenance multiple times, personally checking every detail during repairs. He knew this vessel better than he knew his own sons. Yet now, he was faced with making a significant sacrifice, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The crew was equally stirred. This ship was their home, but the time had come for it to serve the greater good of their nation. No matter how reluctant they felt, they had to let go. The two cruisers formed a straight line, charging toward each other. The captain of the opposing cruiser was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected the other side to resort to such extreme measures in response to his provocation. However, he believed this was merely a show of force. After all, no nation dared to challenge the authority of the dominant power, not even the rapidly developing nation in question. He thought the opposing cruiser was simply putting on a facade. Upon realizing this, the captain arrogantly picked up the microphone and shouted at the cruiser across from him. "Cruiser of the neighboring nation, you have obstructed the route of our cruiser. Please immediately clear the passage." Zhao Wanwei scoffed and also took the microphone, saying, "Cruiser of the neighboring nation, you have intruded into our carrier group's warning line. I command you to turn back immediately, or you will bear the consequences." Zhao Wanwei's tone was stern, and his declaration of authority made the opposing captain feel a bit uneasy. The opposing captain retorted, "This is international waters. I have the right to navigate." Zhao Wanwei coldly responded, "So do I." He added, "In a narrow encounter, the brave will prevail." The two massive warships continued to sail directly toward each other across a distance of several kilometers. The airborne early warning aircraft transmitted the scene below to the command center. The previously bustling command center suddenly fell silent. No one noticed an elderly man quietly entering and standing beside Luo Yaoyang. Everyone's attention was focused on the images on the large screen. In such a situation, if the massive destroyer needed to maneuver, it would require a buffer distance of at least several kilometers. It was akin to those scenes of street racing on television, where two cars hurtled toward each other at high speed, seeing who would flinch first, who would swerve at the last moment. The one who swerves is the weak one. This is a consensus. The neighboring nation is a group of madmen. The captain of the neighboring cruiser was furious. As the captain of the world's strongest nation, how could he possibly admit defeat? But looking at the neighboring nation's stance, they showed no signs of weakness. Instead, they were resolute and full of courage. "Captain, what should we do? The distance is closing in. If evasive action was not taken soon, a tragedy was bound to occur." "Continue. Hold your ground." "I refuse to believe they would actually collide. We are the strongest nation in the world. How dare they?" the captain roared, pumping himself up. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwei spoke solemnly. "Report to the command center. Our ship is about to collide with the opposing vessel. Please advise." Luo Yaoyang's heart raced. A collision between two such large ships would undoubtedly lead to a disaster, possibly even casualties. This was something everyone wanted to avoid. However, to defend their dignity and assert their stance, the neighboring nation could not simply endure the blows from others. More than 20 years ago, during the incident involving a collision, the people of the neighboring nation had shown their bravery. Although they lost a pilot, they gained highly classified information and demonstrated their spirit and resilience to the world. This had brought a temporary peace. This time, the neighboring nation was even less likely to back down. The neighboring nation seemed to have forgotten about that incident over 20 years ago, and it was time for them to learn a lesson. However, Luo Yaoyang bore a significant responsibility. If the consequences were severe, he, as the newly appointed leader, would have to resign. Moreover, given his age, he might never have another chance for promotion. Yet, he still had to stand firm. This was the bottom line. An aged hand patted his shoulder. It's just a futile effort, don't worry. Luo Yaoyang shuddered and immediately turned to salute. Hello, old leader. Go ahead and do it. The elder said. Luo Yaoyang stood at attention and saluted again, filled with gratitude and admiration. The elder was easing his pressure. Although the elder no longer held an official position, his words carried great weight, and he aimed to relieve Luo Yaoyang's stress. Luo Yaoyang picked up the microphone and said calmly, stick to the original plan and drive the unidentified vessels out of the defense zone. Yes, Zhao Wanwei replied firmly, showing no hint of hesitation. Maintain course, maintain speed. After issuing the command, Zhao Wanwei put down the microphone, touched the cold hull of the ship, and emotionally said, Old buddy, this time, you might really retire. Don't feel lonely, I'll retire with you. Now, let us stand our last watch together. As the two sides drew closer, they could clearly see the anxious faces of each other's captains through the binoculars. The captain of the opposing vessel started to panic and quickly reported, General, they are crazy, they haven't slowed down at all, and they're going to collide with us. What should we do? I'm delegating authority to you. You are in charge of the entire fleet's command. The leader of the opposing side irresponsibly passed the buck. The captain clenched his teeth and shouted, adjust the course by 1 degree. We won't collide directly with them. However, the news that came back filled him with despair. Captain, the other side has also adjusted their course. At the current speed, a direct collision will occur in 10 minutes. Madmen, why won't they dodge? The captain shouted in frustration. He had already ordered a 1-degree course change, hoping that if the other side turned 1 degree in the opposite direction, they would narrowly avoid each other. But the opposing vessels clearly had no such intention. Captain, they won't dodge, nor will they back down. They want to drive us out. The first mate loudly reminded, trying to avoid a collision. Unless we turn around and steer clear of their aircraft carrier. Looking at the unyielding cruiser from the opposing side, the captain finally broke down. Turn around, turn around. Hard to port, quickly turn around. We won't play with these madmen. The cruiser began to turn rapidly, causing the entire ship to tilt. The captain lost his balance and nearly fell. Captain, the cruiser has turned. What should we do? The first mate asked. Zhao Wanwei snorted. If you steal, you must pay the price. Maintain speed, maintain course, continue sailing. Seeing that the opposing cruiser showed no signs of slowing down or changing course, and was still heading straight towards them, the captain completely lost hope. Their cruiser was now in a state of extreme danger. They had turned around, and their ship was positioned sideways relative to the opposing cruiser. Meanwhile, the opposing vessel maintained its straight course. If this continued, the bow of the opposing ship would slice into their hull like a sharp knife, potentially splitting their cruiser in half. This would create a massive disaster. This collision is not just a simple damage. It will directly split the cruiser of the certain country in two, causing it to sink. Chapter 97. In a narrow encounter, the brave wins. Moreover, if the ammunition compartment is hit, it will lead to a chain explosion, and very few on board are likely to survive. Should we inform our ship to change course? Yao Yao asked nervously. Although she hoped for a collision, ideally sinking the cruiser, her rationality reminded her that actually overturning the ship would lead to significant trouble. Young and impulsive as she may be, when it comes to action, one must consider the bigger picture. This is Yao Yao's thought process. Luo Yaoyang's expression remained serious, revealing neither tension nor excitement. And he slowly said, leave everything to Captain Zhao Wanwei. Zhao Wanwei fixed his gaze on the opposing ship, which had completely turned sideways, resembling a massive target with no resistance. A collision now might damage their own cruiser, but the extent of the damage would be far less than the losses faced by the opposing vessel. The panic and hurried adjustments of the other side had placed them in a passive position. This is the essence of a narrow encounter where the brave prevail. This time, the brave are still from the great Zhou kingdom. The timid cruiser of the certain country has completely become a lamb ready for slaughter. Report, Captain, in 1 minute. A collision is imminent, the navigator announced. The entire ship fell silent as everyone prepared for the impending violent impact. The crew members tightly held on to anything they could grab to avoid being thrown off during the collision. The crew of the opposing cruiser was even more panicked. Those in the most likely collision zone had already donned life vests and started jumping overboard. More people rushed toward the bow and stern, as those areas were deemed safer. Some had even lowered the lifeboats, preparing to escape, resulting in total chaos on board. At this moment, Zhao Wanwei spoke. Turn right 15 degrees and hit their stern propeller. Let them experience the taste of fear. The massive cruiser began to turn, but still aimed at the stern of the opposing cruiser. Those running toward the stern quickly turned around and headed for the bow again, with a loud crash and a screeching sound of metal scraping. The cruiser of the certain country nearly capsized, but thanks to a thrust, it righted itself. Sailors on board fell over, and some who were too close fell directly into the sea. Fortunately, everyone was wearing life jackets and vests, so there was no danger to their lives. The cruiser of the certain country lost most of its power, and the propulsion section at the stern was completely wrecked. The Great Joe cruiser, equipped with a ram, suffered almost no damage. The crew members were well prepared for the impact, and nobody fell. Amidst the screeching of metal, the Great Joe cruiser brushed past and continued to sail forward. The captain struggled to get up from the ground, picking up the microphone to voice his protest. But the sound from the loudspeaker made him back down. Warning, evacuate the alert zone immediately, or it will be considered a military provocation. The captain was utterly shattered. Madmen. A bunch of madmen. I will definitely report this to my country, and we will impose the strictest sanctions against you. However, he dared not say these words into the microphone and could only vent his frustration quietly. After dropping a few lifeboats, the cruiser began to turn back with its remaining power. Luo Yaoyong breathed a sigh of relief. Although there had been a collision, it was much easier than sinking an entire cruiser. This confrontation was a complete victory for the Great Zhou nation. He believed that before more aircraft carriers gathered in that country, they would not dare to act recklessly again. By the time their aircraft carriers arrived, the escort mission would be nearly over, and they could let the aircraft carrier group from that country follow behind and be left in the dust. Nie Sihua, still shaken, said, I didn't expect transporting oil to be so dangerous. This is something I never considered. No wonder my great-grandfather insisted that all ships speed up. The elder looked at Nie Sihua and smiled slightly. So you are the great-granddaughter of the ship king? You really are quite pretty, even more so than my Yao Yao. Yao Yao was furious. Great-grandfather, how is she prettier than me? Isn't it just a bit pretentious? Nie Sihua was also angry. What do you mean by pretentious? This is called femininity, womanliness. Understand, tomboy? The two girls immediately became tense, and the atmosphere shifted from tense to relaxed and amusing. The elder shook his head and looked at Qian Linshan, saying, these two are hard to deal with. Qian Linshan chuckled, I can't handle them either. Only Shao Yi can make these two stop fighting for the time being. At night, a piece of news was broadcast. A cruiser from that country had suffered power failure and was on its way back to the shipyard. Other than that, there was no further news, and this thrilling standoff was thus downplayed. After all, that country was afraid of losing face. And the Great Zhou nation did not want to affect the overall situation. Countdown, 166 days. At the airport of that country, a large passenger plane from a major airline was quietly parked, almost full of people. This was a flight sent by the Great Zhou nation to welcome back students and scholars. Most people on the plane were excited and cheerful. But there were also dozens who looked uneasy and reluctant, including Tong Tianyu. Someone else boarded the plane, looking relaxed and smiling. Many people recognized him and greeted him. Professor Yang, you're returning to the country too? Professor Yang Bui nodded and said, I'm going back, just like all of you. Tong Tianyu suddenly stood up, walked over to Professor Yang, and whispered, Professor Yang, can you really bear to give up those research results? Yang Bui's expression remained unchanged. I've said it. It's all in my mind. There is no question of giving up or not. Tong Tianyu shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. With so much data, how could anyone possibly store it all? You must have secretly sent it back home, right? Yang Bui suddenly stood up. Tong Tianyu, what do you mean by that? Tong Tianyu quickly forced a smile and said, it's nothing. I'm just worried that this information won't be brought back, which would be a huge waste. Yang Bui suppressed his anger and replied, you should focus on your own matters. Tong Tianyu obediently walked to the back row, but as soon as he sat down, his expression changed to a gloomy one. He turned to a young man next to him and said, I don't want to go back. If only there were a way to avoid it. The young man beside him, named Du Zhuang, responded, I don't want to go back either. Conditions are so good here, and I even found a foreign girlfriend. If I leave, I'll have to start all over again. It's so annoying. Tong Tianyu looked around and whispered, what if the authorities suddenly grounded this plane? Wouldn't that mean we wouldn't have to go back? Du Zhuang, feeling a glimmer of hope, replied, but how could the authorities come to check? Tong Tianyu patted Du Zhuang on the shoulder and said, help me look around. I'll make a call. Maybe I can get the authorities involved. Du Zhuang felt excited and began scanning the surroundings. Tong Tianyu then dialed a number. Hello, is this the police station? This is the airport. There is a spy from a certain country named Yang Bui, and he is planning to secretly take classified information about our advanced nuclear energy to that country on a specific flight. Soon, Tong Tianyu hung up the phone. He gave Du Zhuang a thumbs up, indicating everything was going smoothly. The flight attendant closed the cabin door and smiled at the passengers. Welcome aboard Dawai Airlines. This is a special flight arranged by the state for overseas patriots returning home. We will fly directly to Chengdu, delivering you talented individuals back to your homeland. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. Du Zhuang frowned. Isn't it too late? The cabin door is already closed. Tong Tianyu shook his head. Who knows? If I get back to Chudu, I'll immediately book the next flight back. The plane began to taxi slowly, lining up and preparing for takeoff. Yang Buwei slightly closed his eyes to rest. It was a long journey, and he needed to be well rested for the important work ahead. As a leading expert in advanced nuclear energy, he was already aware of some matters regarding that country and had some information about the star beasts. He also knew that that country urgently needed to solve its energy supply issues, and his research on advanced nuclear energy was the best solution. Tong Tianyu's earlier comments surprised him because he indeed had transmitted part of the data back to that country, but not directly. It was done secretly through a third party. Tong Tianyu's words made him a bit anxious. If someone were to intervene, he worried it might affect the project development there. However, now that the plane was lining up for takeoff, he felt completely relieved. Perhaps Tong Tianyu was just asking out of curiosity and wouldn't he cause any significant impact. The plane finally reached the runway and was preparing for takeoff. Suddenly, several police cars with flashing lights rushed toward the runway, heading straight for the airplane. The captain had been waiting for the takeoff command for a long time, and only when the police cars arrived did he realize something was wrong. The officers quickly approached and found Professor Yang Buwei, and without a word, they began to escort him off the plane. The cabin erupted in chaos, with people discussing what might be happening, completely unaware of the situation. Du Zhuangxing excitedly exclaimed, "The police are really here. What should we do now?" Seeing that the police were about to leave, Tong Tianyu shouted, "To hell with it. I'm not going back. I want to stay here. This is paradise. Whoever tries to stop me, I'll call the police." He grabbed his minimal luggage and hurried toward the boarding gate. Yi Jusi stood up to block Tong Tianyu, saying, "Don't go. We are all from the same country. When our homeland needs us the most, Shun Ti we return to serve." The commotion attracted the attention of the police, who turned to look in their direction. Tong Tianyu quickly raised his hand and said, "Officer, these people want to kidnap me back to our country. Help me." The cabin was thrown into further disorder, as dozens of students who were unwilling to return stood up and shouted, "We don't want to go either. We want to get off the plane." Under the gaze of the crew and the group of fellow countrymen, these individuals crowded out of the cabin. Tong Tianyu turned back and shouted at the others, "To hell with it. Our country is a hegemonic state. I'm not going back. I want to be a local here. No one can stop me." Yi Jusi angrily retorted, "Tong Tianyu, I can't believe you're a traitor, a disgrace. The country wasted its resources on you." Du Zhuangxing yelled at Yi Jusi, "You're the fool, a brainwashed idiot. After finally getting out, you still think about going back? If it weren't for you guys pushing me, I wouldn't even be on this plane. Like Tong Tianyu, I want to settle here. This is my hometown. The air here is better than back home. And the moon is rounder here too." Another student, holding his luggage, chimed in, "Why would I give up the benefits of a developed country? I'd be crazy to go back. I'm leaving, and if anyone tries to stop me, I'll fight back." Yang Buwei, who had been escorted to the door, stopped and turned to glare at the group of ungrateful students, saying, "If you don't want to go back, let me tell you, you won't be able to return in the future either. Our country doesn't need you ungrateful people." The police didn't understand what Yang Buwei was saying, but they knew it couldn't be anything good, so they forcibly escorted him off the plane and into the police car. Following them were dozens of students who, like escaped convicts, excitedly shouted and rushed toward the airport terminal with their luggage. The cabin fell silent, with everyone feeling a bit restless. A few individuals, whose resolve was already wavering, began to stand up, hesitating about whether or not to get off the plane. At that moment, a beautiful flight attendant stepped out. She scanned the cabin and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to disembark?" A man with thinning hair timidly raised his hand. The flight attendant replied, "Then please make your way off the plane quickly. I want to say goodbye to you because we want to meet again. The great nation is about to embark on a massive nationwide construction effort, and you are destined to be absent." The man hesitated for a moment. He saw the joyful people running and finally made up his mind, dragging his suitcase out. The flight attendant scanned the cabin again. "The great nation is not begging you to return. Now, if anyone wants to get off, do so quickly. We only welcome builders who cherish their homeland, not opportunists." This statement finally solidified the resolve of those who were still hesitant, as they felt the blood of the great nation flowing in their veins. The flight attendant smiled as she closed the cabin door and turned to everyone, saying, "Congratulations. You have made the right choice. You will soon understand what your decision today means for you. Fellow compatriots, your homeland welcomes you. Now, let us embrace it." The plane gradually taxied and then took off, heading east. On the ground, Professor Yang Buwei turned and looked out the car window at the departing plane, filled with regret. He knew that it was likely his student, Tong Tianyu, who had reported him. He wasn't worried about his own safety. Instead, he was concerned about the construction of the great nation's supernuclear energy. Without his leadership, it would be difficult for the great nation to make breakthroughs in supernuclear energy. The fact that he could not contribute his research in this field to his homeland was his greatest regret. However, he believed that his homeland would not stand by idly and would find a way to rescue him. With that thought, Yang Buwei regained his spirits. It would happen. The great nation would surely come to save him, as it still needed him to tackle its energy issues. A piece of news ignited the morning headlines. Financial mogul Soros had struck again, this time targeting countries in South Asia that promised him huge returns. Overnight, the offshore currency markets of various countries plummeted, and the exchange rates opened sharply lower in the morning. Although this scene differed greatly from 20 years ago, the nervous countries in South Asia quickly responded. There was no choice. The financial crisis 2 decades ago had deeply affected them, and no country could afford to suffer another decade of economic regression. At this moment, the great nation, which had always advocated for peaceful development, extended an olive branch to other countries, willing to support South Asia with its vast foreign exchange reserves. Unlike other nations, the great nation did not impose various unreasonable demands. It required nothing more than a product exchange without even asking for political participation or involvement in the physical economy of other nations. Thank you to all the friends who sent mooncakes, likes, and invitations for hiking, even if I can't write down everyone's names. Also, thanks to those who like my posts. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 100. Special Vice Captain of the Dragon Special Operations Team. What are the biggest export products of the countries in South Asia? Of course, they are grains, rubber, agricultural products, and minerals. This is an unexpectedly positive outcome for the countries in South Asia. Not only do these countries now have ample foreign exchange reserves to cope with the surprise attacks, but they also have buyers for the large stockpiles of goods they hold. And the prices are quite favorable. This has revitalized the economy and helped counter the threats they face. It truly is a win-win situation. Each country views this trade as one of their most significant achievements in governance. This has resulted in a situation where the Great Zhou Kingdom has secured the grain war without bloodshed. The rest depends on the transportation capabilities of the Great Hua Shipping. In the command room, Sikong Bey observed the agreements being signed with utmost efficiency and waved his hand vigorously. Wow, if that guy Xiao Yi were in finance, there would be no room for these people. This strategy of defeating the enemy without fighting is truly remarkable. Wang Xinglin chuckled and said, I think it's more appropriate to call it making a show of strength while secretly planning. International trade expert Fu Zixuan stood up and said, in a few days, we will issue a national mobilization order. In these final days, we should wrap things up, spend all the remaining funds, and buy back all the materials we can. It's time to reveal the truth, and I estimate that other countries will soon find out. Wang Xinglin nodded and said, then let's divide the tasks. I will handle Asia, Senior Sikong will take care of Europe and Africa, and Fu Zixuan will be in charge of the most challenging North and South America. We need to buy all useful materials. What about Oceania? Fu Zixuan asked. Forget it. What else is there besides iron ore? Wool and milk? Not important. Whoever is free can handle it, Wang Xinglin replied. What is going on? Is there anything good? Xiao Yi entered excitedly, announcing good news from Gu Linsheng that the data on the star beasts had been completely decrypted and handed over to the Frenzy Group. The Frenzy Group is currently modeling based on the data, and it is expected that internal testing of the software will begin in 5 days, with a trial run in 10 days. The era of universal mechas is about to arrive. Haha, we're dividing the world here. Do you want to join? We can let you have Oceania. You can buy as many kangaroos and sheep as you want. If you're interested, you could even train kangaroos and sheep to box. Wang Xinglin joked. The bookish Wang Xinglin had become much more cheerful. Confidence and a strong sense of achievement had transformed him. Boys grow up through significant changes. A man raised in a greenhouse under peaceful conditions, no matter how old he is, remains a boy. This human crisis is likely to turn countless boys into men overnight. Yao Yao approached and handed Xiao Yi a cup of coffee. Biologist Wang Lin is looking for you. He says he has important news. Xiao Yi nodded, already suspecting what it might be, probably news from the Sheep Nation. Entering the biological work group, Wang Lin adjusted his glasses and hurried over. The samples from the Star Beast organization have arrived. So soon? Xiao Yi was taken aback. He only knew that the task of retrieving the biological samples had been assigned to the Special Forces team, but he didn't expect them to obtain the samples so quickly. Yes, they were delivered directly this morning, and the delivery person is still here, Wang Lin said. Xiao Yi followed Wang Lin's gesture and saw a chubby middle-aged man with a harmless and friendly smile, looking quite ordinary, as if he could be seen anywhere. After speaking, Wang Lin hurriedly left, eager to study the biological samples obtained from the origin point, as this was related to the fate of humanity. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Xiao Yi, he immediately extended his hand and said with a smile, Zhao Shi, deputy leader of the Special Forces team. Xiao Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect that the renowned leader of the Special Forces team would be such an inconspicuous middle-aged man. He could tell that Zhao Shi was clearly waiting for him here, and it was purposeful. Xiao Yi looked around and said, let's go to my office. Zhao Shi shook his head. I need absolute confidentiality and to avoid attracting attention. Let's talk here, just a word, and then I'm off. Xiaoyi glanced around, noticing only Yao Yao beside him, and nodded, indicating that Zhao Shi could speak. According to the latest information, Professor Yang Buwei has been detained. The specific circumstances are still unclear. However, we have received orders from the highest levels of the state to rescue Professor Yang Buwei, Zhao Shi said. As he spoke, his demeanor suddenly changed. He became sharp and commanding, clearly trained for such situations. Xiaoyi was somewhat surprised, as usually any matters would be handled by the National Mobilization Expert Team. The fact that a direct mission was issued to Zhao Shi indicated a special reason behind it. This operation will be fully managed by our Special Forces team. It's best not to have any connections with the National Mobilization Expert Team. So today, you did not see me. Zhao Shi handed Xiaoyi a note. This is my special code. Whenever this code appears, it means we need to seek your assistance. I hope Advisor Xiao can cooperate. Xiaoyi was puzzled. Why is it like this? Why isn't the National Mobilization Team handling this? Zhao Shi smiled slightly, but his eyes were sharp. You will understand soon. This matter has nothing to do with the expert team. Xiaoyi realized that this operation was similar to the rescue mission executed by Gao Daqiang. It was an underground operation that could not be made public. It seemed even more covert than the rescue of Yi Wanqing. To avoid any negative impact on the National Mobilization Expert Team, this rescue mission would not be linked to them at all. This was a form of protection and care from the state for the expert team. Xiaoyi nodded, preparing to shake hands with Zhao Shi, but Zhao Shi immediately changed demeanor, humbly bowing. The items have been delivered, so I'll take my leave. As he departed, he resembled an ordinary delivery person, completely shedding the sharpness he had just displayed. Xiaoyi secretly admired this. This was the true elite of the special forces. Entering the laboratory, Xiaoyi saw the biological samples placed in an isolation chamber. There are shells, muscle tissues, and blood above. This is the richest tissue sample found in a certain country known for its sheep. Unfortunately, there are no internal organs, and it is currently unclear which part of the body these tissues belong to. When Wang Lin saw Xiaoyi come in, he introduced him while carefully taking out a small sample from the isolation chamber and placing it under the microscope for observation. Chapter 101. A celebrity with foreign nationality, Xiaoyi walked around the isolation chamber. The remains of this star beast had a shell, which should correspond to a certain part of the star beast in his mind. However, after careful observation and recollection, he found no match. This puzzled Xiaoyi. Nevertheless, everything would have to wait until Wang Lin's research results came out to determine the specific body part. In a city, several luxury cars were wildly weaving through the streets, causing pedestrians and other vehicles to hurriedly evade. Many cars were forced to stop, and drivers rolled down their windows to shout angrily at these luxury vehicles. However, these luxury cars continued to speed through the traffic, their massive engine sounds drawing even more curses from the crowd. The occupants of these cars, instead of feeling ashamed, laughed excitedly. Receiving an emergency call, Yuan set up a checkpoint on the road these luxury cars frequently traveled, laying down speed bumps and waiting for this group of reckless drivers to walk into a trap. Soon, the roar of engines approached, and a red and black supercar sped toward the checkpoint, having to slow down upon seeing it. If it weren't for the good condition of the vehicle, it would have nearly collided with the intercepting cars. Seeing the situation was dire, the cars behind quickly turned around, ignoring the oncoming traffic and fleeing in the opposite direction. Get out of the car. Yuan rushed in front of the supercar, banging on the door and signaling for the occupants to exit. A young face peeked out from the window, shouting at Yuan and the police. What are you taking pictures for? Can you afford to pay for any damage? As he spoke, the young man casually got out of the car, followed by a girl dressed quite revealingly from the passenger seat. Yuan immediately recognized this was a rich heir, surely with a powerful background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. However, Yuan despised such wealthy individuals who disregarded order. He grabbed the young man's collar, swiftly subdued him, and cuffed him. You are suspected of endangering public safety in a dangerous manner. I am arresting you by law. Come on, follow me to the police station. The young man struggled desperately. Do you know who I am? I can tell you something that will shock you. Enough nonsense. Yuan pushed the young man, directly shoving him into the police vehicle. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and mask entered the police station accompanied by several people. Who is Yuan? Quickly release my son. As he walked in, he shouted loudly while taking off his hat and mask, revealing his face. Yuan was taken aback. He recognized this man, a well-known celebrity. His starring roles in television and movies had caused a sensation, particularly excelling in historical dramas, making him a household name. Under normal circumstances, Yuan might have taken out his phone to snap a photo and share it on social media. However, he was now at the police station, and he said in a low voice, Mr. Zhang Qirong, I am Yuan. Who is your son? Given the other party's prominent status, Yuan's tone softened considerably. Zhang Qirong turned to look at Yuan and scoffed. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a big hat, you think you can do whatever you want. I warn you, Release my son immediately. Zhang Xiaorong's assistant was even more arrogant. Mr. Zhang Xiaorong is a guest personally invited by the mayor of Bianjing City. We were just having dinner with the mayor. And you called us here with a single phone call. Have you thought about the consequences? Yuan frowned. This is a police station, Mr. Zhang. You are a public figure and should be more mindful of your words and actions. Do not insult others baselessly here. The assistant jumped up angrily. Oh, a mere police officer thinks he's something special. It's people like you who abuse the power given to you by the public, acting so arrogantly that you dare to arrest our young Master Zhang. I advise you to release him quickly, or else you'll be in big trouble. Zhang Xiaorong raised his hand to stop his assistant's tirade and said, Officer Yi, release my son and the car. This time, I will treat this matter as if it never happened. Otherwise, Yuan gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such an arrogant person who dared to shout like this in a police station. So what if he was a celebrity? I'm sorry, but Zhang Dongyang is suspected of a crime and has been detained. We are conducting an investigation and cannot release him. You may leave, Yuan said coldly. The assistant was about to jump up and curse again, but Zhang Xiaorong stopped him once more. He threw a passport on the police station's counter. This is my passport. I am not a citizen of the Great Zhou Kingdom. I am from the Maple Leaf Country. My son is also a citizen of the Maple Leaf Country. Detaining my son without cause is not a trivial matter. It is an international incident of very serious nature. I advise you to release him quickly, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yuan was taken aback. He picked up the passport, although he couldn't read the text on it. He recognized the emblem of the Maple Leaf Country. At that moment, another officer approached and handed Yuan another passport. That Zhang Dongyang is also a citizen of the Maple Leaf Country. Yuan felt a chill. Zhang Xiaorong was indeed a prominent figure from the Great Zhou Kingdom, known for his status and reputation. Having gained his position and fame with the support of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he never expected that this person, after becoming successful, would actually join the Maple Leaf Country and become a citizen of the Maple Leaf Country while being of Great Zhou descent. This was a common phenomenon. Some people, after achieving success, immigrated to other countries with the wealth they earned in the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, Yuan did not expect that Zhang Xiaorong, who always portrayed a brilliant and positive image, would also emigrate. Moreover, if Zhang Dongyang's identity was that of a foreign national, it would indeed complicate matters and increase the pressure on them. However, Yuan had no intention of backing down. He closed the passport and placed it on the table. On the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom, foreigners must also abide by the laws of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Your son, Zhang Dongyang, is involved in a crime and must be detained for trial. Zhang Xiaorong clearly did not expect the police officer with the surname Yi to be so tough. He snorted coldly and said, Fine, you are creating a diplomatic incident. I obtained citizenship from a certain country 10 years ago. This matter will have significant repercussions. Just one call from me, and you will have to release him immediately. Moreover, you will face severe penalties. Hurry up and release him before I make that call. Otherwise, prepare for your dismissal. Yuan's expression hardened. Mr. Zhang Xiaorong, if you continue to threaten me like this, I will detain you for obstructing justice. Zhang Xiaorong was taken aback. He looked at Yuan's determined face and realized that Yuan was not joking. He sneered, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Mayor Ji. This is Zhang Xiaorong. I have experienced your hospitality, and I am very dissatisfied with how your city has treated me. After a conversation, Zhang Xiaorong hung up the phone and turned his back to Yuan, seemingly unwilling to look at him again. Zhang Xiaorong's assistant jumped up, pointing at Yuan, and said, You're done for? Mayor Ji is coming right away. Let's see what you do then. Yuan frowned. Mayor Ji was the mayor of Bianjing City and had a good reputation. However, Mayor Ji's personal visit meant that the situation had escalated significantly. Before Mayor Ji arrived, the police chief came in. He said a few words to Yuan and then explained a few things to Zhang Xiaorong. Zhang Xiaorong remained angry, clearly feeling that the police chief did not hold enough weight in his eyes. Soon, Mayor Ji walked in. He smiled at Zhang Xiaorong, nodded, and extended his hand. Zhang Xiaorong put on a friendly smile, comment on television, and shook hands with Mayor Ji. Mayor Ji apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this incident to occur. Zhang Xiaorong replied, My son has citizenship from a certain country. This is an international issue. Mayor Ji, you need to handle it carefully. Mayor Ji glanced at the police chief and then at Yuan before the three of them entered an office. Yuan felt uneasy. It seemed this matter would likely be handled cautiously. Although Mayor Ji had a good reputation, he also had a nickname, the Mayor of Stability. This was because he often emphasized the importance of stability in his work. When he took office, his former superior imparted a crucial principle of governance, stability. The country was in a phase of rapid development, and Bianjing City, located in the central region, was also developing at full speed. At this time, the concept of stability was crucial. Only with stability could progress be made without jeopardizing years of achievements. A few years ago, a new energy vehicle project approached both Bianjing City and a nearby city, hoping to establish operations in one of them and seeking strong government support. The new energy project was a key initiative promoted by the country, receiving significant support from the government. Once the letter of intent was released, two cities began to compete fiercely. Both offered generous conditions in hopes of securing the project. The mayor of the opposing city, determined to win, presented a preferential policy that was double that of Beijing City. At this point, many urged Mayor Ji to follow suit and enhance the incentives. However, Mayor Ji chose to prioritize stability, as the incentives he offered were already at the bottom line. Any further concessions would endanger national and collective interests, violating principles and policies. As a result, the project was launched in the neighboring city. The rapid development of manufacturing vehicles there led to a significant boost in industrial output, putting the neighboring city in a position to surpass Beijing City. This situation generated considerable criticism from Mayor Ji, with many questioning his cautious approach. However, the tide turned last year when the new energy vehicle project in the neighboring city was embroiled in a scandal involving fraudulent claims for government subsidies, resulting in a large number of vehicles being scrapped before they even hit the market. Additionally, many vehicles produced remained unsold. The company soon went bankrupt, leaving behind a substantial fiscal deficit and causing the neighboring city's economy to plummet. At this juncture, people began to praise Mayor Ji's wisdom, and he truly understood the essence of stability. Maintaining stability proved to be the best strategy for ensuring economic growth. Thus, prioritizing the overall situation and seeking stability became Mayor Ji's mantra. Indeed, after listening to Yi Wen's report, he glanced at the director and stated, "There are no small matters in foreign affairs. The overall situation is paramount, and everything must prioritize stability." He then turned to Yi Wen and suggested, "I recommend focusing on penalties. After all, making a big deal out of it would have a negative impact on everyone. They are young people, and as overseas nationals, they should be given a chance to correct their mistakes." The director nodded and looked at Yi Wen. Since this matter was Yi Wen's responsibility, the director wanted to give him some face. Yi Wen felt somewhat unwilling, but upon seeing Mayor Ji's earnest gaze and the director's difficult expression, he sighed. The outcome of the penalties was primarily educational for Zhang Donyang, along with a substantial fine. Yi Wen could only issue the maximum penalty notice, but for the wealthy Zhang Qiurong, it was hardly a concern. The matter was thus resolved. As Zhang Qiurong was leaving, he glanced at Yi Wen and remarked, "Young man, some people are beyond your reach. Consider this a lesson." With that, he left with a group of assistants, making quite a scene. Yi Wen's face turned pale. Upon returning to his office, he smashed his cup in frustration. There was no way around it. The world was just this realistic. At the airport in a major city, a private jet landed, and a middle-aged white man stepped off. He was none other than the legendary Elon Musk. This time, he was visiting to inspect his gigafactory, as recent incidents had led to many workers participating in government-sponsored training, significantly impacting production schedules. His vast business empire was on the brink of bankruptcy due to insufficient production capacity. In a certain country, he was unable to increase the production of his best-selling model at all, which was fatal for his business empire. Fortunately, at this moment, a certain nation came to his rescue, providing him with numerous favorable policies, enabling him to miraculously complete the entire process from planning to mass production within a year. This advancement propelled him into the ranks of the world's top 5 richest individuals. 2 years ago, he was struggling on the brink of bankruptcy, but now he was among the elite wealthy, which inevitably made him feel a deep appreciation for this remarkable nation and its infrastructure development speed. The title of an infrastructure powerhouse was indeed well-deserved. It was the extraordinary efficiency of this nation's infrastructure that saved his life. A domestically produced flagship vehicle from this nation was parked on the tarmac, and a young man with a smile stood straight in front of the car, beaming at him. He felt a bit puzzled, as he did not recognize this young man. However, having spent considerable time in that nation, he was somewhat familiar with its affairs. Despite the flagship vehicle lacking a flashy exterior and appearing more substantial than stylish, he knew it was a national symbol with special significance. One could not simply get into this vehicle without a certain status. This young man was clearly not ordinary. Nonetheless, he regarded the young man as just an assistant to some prominent figure, as the young man looked too youthful. In this nation, without certain qualifications and experience, it was virtually impossible to hold a high position. "The mayor called for you, right?" he said, walking over and handing his luggage to the young man. To his surprise, a tall man quickly came around to take his luggage and placed it in the trunk. The young man smiled, opened the car door, and said, "Welcome to our nation. My name is Xiaoyi. I will give you a detailed introduction in the car. Time is tight. Let us go." He was a bit astonished that they hadn't even gotten in the car yet, and they were already preparing to discuss business in such a hurried manner. When did the efficiency of this nation become so terrifying? It was known that the current efficiency of this nation far exceeded that of others, provided that the matters concerned were of national interest. As the car glided away, Xiaoyi said, "I know you have a lot of questions, But first, let me speak. With a strong presence, he compelled the usually proud individual to listen. I am Xiao Yi, a special advisor for the nationwide mobilization expert group. You may not have heard of our team or me yet, but that's okay. In a few days, you will realize just how remarkable our expert group is. He continued, I am here today with one purpose, to persuade you to adopt the nationality of this nation. He smiled slightly, aware that many countries wished for him to join, but he had shown no interest in any of them. As for the Great Zhou Kingdom, he is willing to join. But there are conditions to be met. No problem. I also think it's quite inconvenient now, and many things are difficult to handle. I am willing to adopt your nationality. However, I would like to retain my original 3 nationalities. Elon knows he has posed a challenge for the other party. The Great Zhou Kingdom has always been proud and independent, never recognizing any dual or multiple nationalities. Once someone obtains the nationality of another country, it means automatically giving up the nationality of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Moreover, the nationality of the Great Zhou Kingdom is the hardest to obtain in the world. Many foreigners work hard in the Great Zhou Kingdom for their entire lives, but still cannot acquire its nationality. Joining the Great Zhou Kingdom could bring many conveniences to his factory, so Elon doesn't mind having an additional nationality. However, this does present a challenge for the other party. Either he does not join, or the Great Zhou Kingdom has to break its own rules for him. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. No, you must give up your other nationalities and only become a citizen of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Elon politely waved his hand. Then forget it. Xiao Yi said, I know your greatest aspiration is to establish colonial cities on Mars and to launch interstellar travel projects between Mars and Earth. What you are doing now is accumulating capital for that purpose. Elon glanced at Xiao Yi, knowing that the other party had done his homework. That's right. Xiao Yi continued, you have done a lot of work towards your goal. The first task is to significantly reduce aviation costs. I admire this greatly. According to the budget of a certain country's space agency, the cost of launching a heavy rocket is 400 million, and even for the economically efficient Great Zhou Kingdom, the cost is still 60 million per launch. However, this year, Elon successfully launched a heavy rocket carrying a new energy sports car to Mars for just a few million. Moreover, they expect the cost of launching a Mars travel spaceship will only be around 2 million. This is not a mere estimate, but an actual calculated figure. It is over 200 times lower than the cost of launching a heavy rocket in a certain country. This is revolutionary and the best proof of Elon's integration capabilities. Elon himself is not a scientist, just like the founder of a certain smartphone brand, who is neither an engineer nor a programmer. His greatest ability is resource integration, which is exactly the talent needed for building a billion mechs in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Your biggest dilemma right now is not funding, not technology, and not even time. Xiao Yi turned to look at Elon. Your biggest difficulty is the lack of sufficient scale. Xiao Yi took out a map, marking a circle on it, which is the location for building the Iron City walls. He pointed to the area within the circle and said, we can provide you with a factory covering an area of 2 million square kilometers with a radius of 800 kilometers to help you achieve your dream. And you will become the leader of this massive construction base. Elon was taken aback. What does 2 million square kilometers mean? The third largest economy in the world occupies less than 400,000 square kilometers. A giant factory that is more than 5 times larger than that is an unimaginable concept. If there really is such a large factory, it wouldn't just be a matter of colonizing Mars. Leaving the solar system would be a piece of cake. The car arrived at the entrance of the new energy super factory. Zhao Taizhu opened the car door, and at that moment, Xiao Yi said, the Great Zhou Kingdom is undergoing an unprecedented infrastructure construction project. You will soon learn all about it from the news. I can guarantee that everything you hear on TV is true. Xiao Yi handed over a business card. This is my phone number. I remind you to keep it safe. My invitation to you is valid for 1 month. After that, this position will belong to someone else, perhaps Cook, or maybe Bezos, who knows. Under Elon's astonished gaze, Zhao Taizhu took out a suitcase and handed it to Elon, closed the car door, and got into the passenger seat, leaving Elon at the entrance of the super factory. It wasn't until a few security guards came over, looking doubtful, to confirm whether he was their big boss that Elon snapped back to reality. Wow. Such an important position was just discussed for a few minutes. This interview is way too casual. What on earth is the Great Zhou Kingdom up to? Elon could hardly believe what Xiao Yi had said. It seemed the world hadn't gone that crazy yet. The Great Zhou Kingdom actually planned to carve out the central area to build a massive factory? That was simply impossible. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom was known for its infrastructure projects, it was still just a country, not a deity or a fairy. A factory covering 2 million square kilometers with an 800-kilometer radius was a notion only a madman would entertain. Elon thought he was crazy enough, having earned a reputation as a madman in the tech world, but he felt that Xiao Yi was even crazier. If it weren't for the flagship vehicle from Blue Planet and that intimidating bodyguard, He would have definitely thought Xiao Yi was just a patient who had escaped from a mental hospital. Seeing the management of the super factory rush out to greet him, he shook his head, trying to forget about the day's events. However, he instinctively tucked Xiao Yi's phone number into his pocket, feeling that it might be important. Chapter 104, Friends for Life Countdown, 165 Days. Several news pieces, both big and small, were broadcasted. The TV station didn't deliberately sensationalize it, but it instantly ignited discussions across the nation. Major universities and high schools adjusted their curricula, converting more than half of their courses to construction-related subjects in a crash course format. The final statement from the news anchor shocked all the students. Starting next month, students across the country will participate in practical training for engineering construction as a required course for graduation. Originally, construction workers were among the most marginalized professions, unless they were engineers, but now the situation had changed drastically. Regardless of what major students were studying, they were suddenly all shifted to focus on construction, leaving everyone bewildered and stunned. Lin Dashan watched the heated discussions online, which were overwhelmingly critical, and he cursed. "I came here to study bioengineering, not construction. What on earth is going on?" Lu Xiaofei said, "I heard that many students in our department are planning to strike. Should we join in?" "Sure, why not? We are the future pillars of the nation. How could we possibly study something like architecture, or even the most basic construction courses? Isn't that a joke?" Lin Dashan said, feeling frustrated. His thoughts represented the vast majority. "All right, I'll sign up." Lu Xiaofei wrote down both his and Lin Dashan's names on the registration list in the graduate group chat. He glanced at Wang Bing, who was looking at his phone, and asked, "Wang Bing, are you going?" Wang Bing hesitated, looking at his roommate Lu Xiaofei. "Fizi, do you think this is what Xiao Yi meant when he left? About responding to the nation's call and actively cooperating with the country's actions?" Lu Xiaofei was taken aback and quickly retracted his message. He already knew that Xiao Yi was now a consultant for a national mobilization expert team, and his words definitely had special significance. "Yeah, Xiao Yi specifically mentioned that no matter what call the nation makes, we should respond positively. Even if it's the strangest call, we should follow it. I feel like this is what Xiao Yi was talking about." Lu Xiaofei began to waver. Lin Dashan picked up the phone, saying, "I'll ask Xiao Yi." Wang Bing shook his head. "Xiao Yi is a big shot now. Do you think he will answer your call?" Lin Dashan was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head. "What kind of person is Xiao Yi? You all should know that by now. We are lifelong good brothers. He is not the kind of person to forget." However, Wang Bing still had some reservations. He was now in a high position, and people do change. Lin Dashan also hesitated, but Lu Xiaofei mustered his courage and said, "Just call. If he doesn't answer or ignores us, how bad could it get?" Only then did Lin Dashan decide to dial the number. Just as he was about to press the button, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Dashan answered the call and heard a familiar voice. "Dashan, it's me." He jumped up from his bed, hitting his head on the ceiling since he was on the top bunk. His head throbbed, but his voice was still filled with surprise. "Wow, Xiao Yi, is that you?" Wang Bing and Lu Xiaofei quickly leaned in closer as Lin Dashan put the call on speaker. "Dashan, I have limited time, so I'll be brief. You are all quick learners. You must heed this call from the nation and tackle the toughest challenges. This is a matter of great importance, and I can only say so much." Wang Bing and Lu Xiaofei asked simultaneously, "Is there a big move from the nation?" "Yes, a very significant move, beyond your imagination. Remember, responding positively to the nation's call is not only the nature of our people, but also a responsibility. Dashan, Fizi, Wang Bing, don't fall behind." After Xiao Yi finished speaking, the call ended. It was clear he was very busy. The three brothers were touched, even with his high status and busyness. Xiao Yi hadn't forgotten to check in on his old friends. That's what true friendship is. Wang Bing clapped his hands and said, "I told you. Xiao Yi won't change. Hey, why are you hitting me?" Lin Dashan and Lu Xiaofei both gave Wang Bing a playful beating. "You just said people change. I think you're the one who is changing, like a chameleon." The group analyzed their situation and concluded that learning basic architecture was too uninteresting given their foundation, while advanced architectural knowledge would take too long to grasp. Lu Xiaofei suggested that they find a specialized field in architecture that required in-depth study, but could be learned in a short time. "Let us go ask the teacher what content we should focus on for intensive study," Lin Dashan said as he stood up. Zhong Xian's hus stared blankly at the empty construction site before her. Just a few days ago, it was bustling with activity, but now it was deserted. The only sounds came from a few large trucks transporting steel and other building materials. Besides those, there was only an elderly guard. "Miss, are you looking for someone?" "Don't bother. All the construction workers have left. It seems like workers across the country have gone," the old man said, trembling. Zhong Xian's hus felt a twinge of disappointment. "Where did they go?" she asked. "They've gone to the provincial capital for concentrated training. But even after the training, they won't be coming back. They're heading straight to some major national project, a super project it seems. They won't return," the old man replied, feeling disheartened. Zhong Xian's turned and walked toward her hotel, a wave of sadness rising within her. This was an experience she had never encountered before. She had met many excellent young men and had tried dating, yet she could never find that spark of excitement. Wang Chong raised his hand 3 times to ask for chopsticks, catching Zhong Xian's attention. She noticed him studying earnestly in the conference room. It is said that men are most attractive when they are serious. She had never believed it, but seeing Wang Chong like that made her start to believe. However, Wang Chong was just a construction worker, a profession deemed lowly by ordinary people, not much better than sanitation workers or porters. Even the waitresses seemed to look down on them. Thus, she had never had much interaction with Wang Chong. But when he saved her, she mustered the courage to tell herself, why not? Let us give it a try. At the very least, he is the first person to make my heart race. Yet reality played a cruel joke on her. Just as she was ready to start a romantic relationship, she lost track of him. In the command center. Chapter 105. The issuer of the highest mobilization order. Xiao Yi hung up the phone and turned to Yao Yao, saying, notify the meeting room to convene. All group leaders present should come. Those who aren't should send someone in their place. After speaking, Xiao Yi walked into the meeting room and took his seat. Before long, Qian Linson and Feng Weijing entered and took their seats at the main table. It was an unwritten rule established since the formation of the National Mobilization Expert Team that leaders would wait for other attendees, a correct but rarely followed protocol. The fourth to enter was a highly esteemed elder. Xiao Yi and the others quickly stood to greet him, but the elder waved his hand, saying, no need. I'm just here to observe. You may continue. The people in the room quickly gathered, and as 3 minutes passed, the meeting officially began. For those who were late, they simply needed to find their seats. There was no criticism or blame here. Everyone understood that there must be reasons for being late. In the command center of the National Mobilization Expert Group, those who slack off, wait for death, or act pretentiously had only one path: expulsion. Xiao Yi stood up and said, we have already begun our preliminary work and have released some information for nationwide digestion. Construction workers have been grouped and trained in batches according to their levels, and in 3 days, they will be dispatched to various construction sites as team leaders for different projects. Universities and high schools have also started short-term training related to architecture. Our national mobilization plan was originally set to announce the highest mobilization order in 20 days. Now, we are preparing to announce it 10 days earlier. These 10 days will provide us with ample preparation time for our actions. Now, each group, please report on your preparedness and current progress regarding this plan. The efficiency of the National Mobilization Expert Group has always been high. Qiu Darren, the leader of the education group, reported, after more than 10 days of arrangements. Our education committee is ready for relocation, and the venue has basically been confirmed. Although the conditions are a bit worse and more cramped than before, it has also improved efficiency. In the remaining half-month, we will begin the relocation process to ensure the task is completed within a month. Regarding education and training, based on the materials provided by the decryption group, we have arranged for architectural experts to allocate resources and conducted emergency training for a batch of promising construction workers for various projects. We have now formed a core group of 1 million construction workers who will lead a team of newcomers in the construction efforts. As for training the newcomers, we have started architecture-related knowledge training in universities and high schools, but unfortunately, the results are not good. The students are very resistant, Qiu Darren said. Qian Linson smiled slightly and said, that's normal. Before the Great Disaster, people's impressions of doctors were filled with many negative images. Issues like the Putian system, neglecting the dying, medical disputes, overcharging, and red envelopes. What was once a glorious image of white-clad angels was heavily tarnished. However, once the Great Disaster struck and the heroic deeds of medical personnel were reported, people's attitudes changed immediately. Look at the college entrance examination enrollment. The number of students applying for medical majors has doubled compared to before. When the country is in need, everything will change. Their resistance now is merely due to their lack of understanding. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, all of this will not be a problem, Qian Linson said, highlighting the difference between the people of this nation and those of others. Qiu Darren nodded and said, then I have no further issues. Wang Xinglin from the Hurricane Group signaled Nie Sihua to stand up and report. This was Nie Sihua's first time attending such a large meeting, and she was a bit excited. She stood up and said, I bring good news. After our relentless emergency transport, the last supertanker has sailed out of the Devil's Bay, and no one can obstruct our transport route anymore. The first batch of tankers we unloaded has undergone simple modifications and is now racing at full speed to South Asia to transport food and other strategic supplies. Our shipping company will fulfill all tasks, even if it means scrapping all our ships. Xiao Yi glanced at Nie Siyu and smiled, saying, it seems Miss Nie has fully adapted to our pace. That's great. Receiving Xiao Yi's praise, Nie Siyu felt a slight blush. She found it strange that someone as proud as herself would care so much about the compliments from a man who is not much older than she is. Wang Xinglin added, "We are currently dumping a large amount of our foreign exchange reserves. The market hasn't reacted yet, but in a day or two, the global capital markets will start to decline, which will definitely disrupt the international financial order and cause a crisis comparable to that of 20 years ago. The currency will depreciate significantly, and prices will soar." Sikong Bei continued, "At that time, our nation will become the target of the world, provoking attacks from countless countries. Online, aggressive comments will explode, and foreign netizens will viciously criticize our nation. Even domestically, there will likely be much outrage and misunderstanding from netizens. Especially our national mobilization expert team will bear the brunt of it. Indeed, relocating the capital, halting all construction projects, retraining workers, and having college students switch majors will all draw confusion and criticism from the public. Many are already saying we don't understand the field and are meddling." Qian Linsen remarked. Xiao Yi sighed, "Some things must be endured. Even if people don't understand, we still have to act. Even if we must bear temporary infamy, we have to accept it." Suddenly, the elder stood up and said, "It is normal for those who achieve great things to be misunderstood. Even the Emperor Yang of Sui is still reviled as a tyrant, but the Grand Canal he built has brought prosperity to our nation. I will issue this highest mobilization order, and I will bear the blame. You all go ahead and do your work. If a 1,000-mile iron wall can allow humanity to continue to prosper, then what is 1,000 years of infamy? I don't care if history doesn't give me a fair evaluation." The meeting room suddenly fell silent. It was rare to see the elder so passionate. He had decided to gamble his lifetime reputation. Originally, this mobilization order was to be announced by Fang Weizheng, who would undoubtedly be criticized by some ignorant citizens. Fang Weizheng had also prepared himself for being vilified. Unexpectedly, the renowned elder took the initiative to assume the responsibility of announcing the mobilization order, which made everyone feel grateful. Xiao Yi stood up and said, "We will lay the groundwork to ensure that the announcement of the highest mobilization order receives support from all patriots." Chapter 106. A storm is coming in a certain country. At the presidential office, an aide presented a report to the president, saying, according to the latest information, yesterday 30,000 citizens returned to their homeland. They are not businessmen or tourists, but scholars and researchers who are studying and exchanging knowledge abroad. The president put down the document in his hand and stared at the aide, clearly displeased. The advisor continued, "According to information we received from insiders, the Great Zhou Kingdom has initiated an operation codenamed Dong Yao. Once this operation is launched, all personnel stationed abroad must return to the Great Zhou Kingdom." The president slammed the table angrily. "Is the intelligence agency incompetent? Such important intelligence, couldn't it have been discovered earlier?" The intelligence chief quickly replied, "We were already aware of this so-called Dong Yao operation. However, based on our previous assessments, we believed it was merely a symbolic action plan and would not be implemented. Who could have predicted that they would suddenly activate this plan without any warning?" The president stood up irritably. "What does the Great Zhou Kingdom want? Do they intend to provoke war? Their military power isn't that overwhelming yet." The intelligence chief responded, "According to information from within the Great Zhou Kingdom, they have initiated a large project that requires the support of these personnel." The president fumed. "Haven't you thought of ways to stop them? These little tricks are your specialty." The intelligence chief wiped the sweat from his forehead again. "We managed to prevent one person from returning, and that is Yang Buwei." The president was taken aback. Yang Buwei, the leader of the super nuclear energy research program, the one who might win a Nobel Prize this year? Seeing the intelligence chief nod, the president sighed in relief. "This person cannot be allowed to return to the Great Zhou Kingdom." The intelligence chief said, "But his nationality is from a certain country, and we don't have enough evidence to detain him. Frame him for espionage. Isn't that your forte?" The president casually remarked. "This person has too much influence. If we detain him without evidence, it will have a very negative impact on our country's scientists of other descents. If it triggers a mass exodus from the scientific community, it would be a huge loss for us," the intelligence chief explained. The president glared at the intelligence chief. "What do you plan to do?" The intelligence chief replied, "First, we will detain him. We are currently collecting evidence of his transfer activities. To minimize the impact, we will detain him in a residential area, using a loose internal and tight external confinement approach." The president frowned. "What if the Great Zhou Kingdom sends special forces to rescue him? Like that woman with the surname Yi?" The intelligence chief shook his head. "It's impossible. That certain country is not like Devil's Bay. Their special forces can't get in. We are constantly monitoring the neighborhood for any suspicious individuals. If any unfamiliar faces appear, especially those from the Great Zhou Kingdom, they will be subjected to our scrutiny first." The president then felt somewhat reassured. "Have you figured out what the Great Zhou Kingdom is really up to?" At that moment, the intelligence chief revealed a strange smile. "Report to the president. We believe that the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom are sabotaging their own future. They are undertaking a meaningless grand project, constructing a massive iron wall, preparing to isolate themselves. Therefore, no matter how much we raise tariffs, they remain completely indifferent. Why are they building an iron wall? The president asked. It is said that they believe aliens are coming. Constructing this iron wall is meant to defend against extraterrestrial threats, the intelligence chief explained. The air suddenly fell silent for a second or two, then erupted into laughter. What a ridiculous reason. People of this nation, how interesting. I had always worried that this country would replace us as a global superpower, but it seems I was overthinking it. The people of this nation are just digging their own graves. On a flight bound for a certain country, two seemingly ordinary men sat together. One was around 40, slightly overweight, and had a friendly smile. The other was younger, looking timid and inexperienced, clearly someone who had never traveled abroad before. However, no one knew that they were Zhao Shi, the deputy captain of the Dragon Special Forces, and Fang Shihong, an elite team member, names provided by a reader. Their mission was simple, to rescue Yang Buwei. This was a daunting task with very limited support. Everything depended on themselves. Boss, do we have a plan? Fang Shihong asked. Zhao Shi's expression gradually turned serious. Our plan is that we have no plan, but one thing is for sure, we must complete the mission, even if it means risking our lives. Xiao Fang, be mentally prepared. Although Fang Shihong still looked inexperienced, his tone was very serious. This is our mission. If we don't complete it, I want to come back. In a certain country, Lu Jian, name provided by a reader, quickly stirred a dish in a frying pan. He had been in this country for 20 years, and his spirit had long died. Now he was just a walking corpse. 20 years ago, Lu Jian had killed someone in a fit of rage and fled in panic, sneaking across the southern border into South Asia. With nowhere else to turn, he entered the embassy of that country in South Asia and was sent to this country under the pretext of political asylum. Initially, he was used as a propaganda figure against his homeland, but as time passed, his usefulness faded, and the intelligence agencies lost interest in him. He nearly ended up begging on the streets. Eventually, he found a job working in a restaurant run by his homeland and became a chef. Although he had only been a cook in the grassroots military, it was enough to qualify him as a head chef. Many customers came specifically to request his dishes. Yet, Lu Jian constantly longed to return to his homeland. He regretted his foolish actions from years ago and wished he had been calmer at that moment. He missed the landscapes and his aging parents. Now, in this country, he had no family, no friends, and felt like a living corpse. He had become numb to this life. However, in the dead of night, the mountains and rivers of his homeland would haunt his dreams, tormenting his nerves. He desperately wanted to return, but he knew it was just a dream, an impossible dream. He regretted that if only he had acted differently that fateful day, none of this would have happened. However, how can one remain calm in such a situation? Chapter 107. The first mech appears in the Great Zhou Kingdom. An elderly couple is watching television when a middle-aged man enters. He hands the couple 1,000 yuan and says, "This is my tribute to you. Please accept it." The couple are Lu Jian's parents, and the middle-aged man, Meng Wanli, is Lu Jian's comrade. Meng, how can we trouble you like this? Lu Jian's parents say. Meng Wanli insists, shoving the money into their hands. Lu Jian is my good brother. His parents are my parents too. Please don't refuse. Lu Jian's father sighs. Oh, don't mention that ungrateful wretch. A traitor to the country. I truly regret having this son. Meng Wanli shakes his head and sighs. There were reasons back then. I believe Lu Jian had no choice. Let us not talk about it. This money isn't much, just enough for your living expenses. Don't think it's too little. In fact, this money is from Lu Jian, who contacted Meng Wanli and asked him to take care of his parents. Although Meng Wanli disapproves of Lu Jian's actions, he feels responsible for taking care of Lu Jian's parents, as they were once blood brothers who had fought side by side. True friends are like that. Even though Meng Wanli's family is not wealthy and he has heavy burdens, he still visits them regularly. Oh, Lu Jian. Why are you so impulsive? Lu Jian's mother can't help but shed tears. Talking about the past brings them a lot of grievances. Lu Jian feels wronged. But what has happened cannot be changed. If only time could be reversed, Lu Jian would never have acted so rashly. However, killing is not what Lu Jian's parents hate the most. They resent his later actions even more. He actually crossed borders and sought asylum in a foreign embassy. And what infuriated them the most was that he became a figurehead opposing the Great Zhou Kingdom and promoted it extensively. This brought much humiliation to Lu Jian's parents, as many children would insult them as traitors. Their doors and windows were often smashed, and they couldn't go out to reason with anyone. They could only endure in silence. Fortunately, after many years, people have gradually forgotten about the incident, and they are finally living a somewhat normal life. Meng, do you have any news about Lu Jian? Lu Jian's mother can't help but ask. Despite her internal anger, she is still very concerned about her unfilial son. Oh, it seems he is working as a chef in a restaurant. I don't know the details. I wonder if there is any chance for him to return home. Meng Wanli replies. Ah, it's better if he doesn't come back. We can't afford this shame, Lu Jian's mother murmurs. Lu Jian's father then angrily says, if he dares to come back, I'll break his legs and make him kneel on the street for life, unless the country forgives him. Meng Wanli fell silent, unable to comfort the two elderly individuals. He could only silently accompany them as they sighed for a while before taking his leave. Countdown, 164 days. Command Center. Xiao Yi walked in and saw Nye Sihua standing somewhat awkwardly in the hall. Upon noticing Xiao Yi's arrival, she hurried over and said, Xiao Yi, do you have a moment? Go ahead, Xiao Yi replied. Nye Sihua hesitated for a moment and said, now that my task is nearing its end, I expect that in a few days, all the cargo ships will have completed their missions. According to my grandfather's wishes, these ships will head to the shipyard for dismantling, and the steel will be sent to the front line for construction. What should I do then? My expertise seems to be of no use anymore. Nye Sihua specialized in trade and management. Originally, her expertise was quite useful, as it assisted her great-grandfather in managing a shipping company. However, things were different now. Once the interstellar beast outbreak occurs, the entire world would be plunged into a fierce human defense war. Trade would seem utterly useless, and commercial management would hold no value either. This left Nye Sihua feeling redundant. This realization hit the proud Nye Sihua hard. She had thought of herself as a favored daughter, but her upcoming tasks might turn her into a burden. Over the past few days, she had been tormented by these thoughts. She did not want to appear useless, especially not in front of that annoying Yao Yao, as she absolutely could not become a worthless individual. Thus, Nye Sihua finally set aside her pride and sought advice from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced at her. The once proud Nye Sihua now looked like a shy young girl. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Come on, I'll be at the command center for a day today. You can accompany me to all the departments. You might discover something. Out of respect for the shipping magnate Nye Xiangqian, Xiao Yi was willing to give Nye Sihua some special attention, both professionally and personally. Do you want me to be your assistant for a day? Nye Sihua asked, slightly furrowing her brow. This version of her was much more endearing than the proud granddaughter of the shipping king. Sort of, Xiao Yi replied casually. What about that annoying Zheng Shuiyao? Will she push me aside? Nye Sihua inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head. She has an important task today. Lu Dingguan is throwing a tantrum, and only she can handle it. She probably won't be coming around for a few days. Nye Sihua clapped her hands excitedly. Great. I can definitely do better than her. With that, she turned and ran off. Xiao Yi scratched his head, thinking that Nye Sihua would be resistant to the idea of being called an assistant, but he hadn't expected her to be so enthusiastic about the role. Girls. He really couldn't understand them. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in front. Xiao Yi found it strange. The people here were all leaders in various fields, top figures from all levels of the Zhou kingdom. Logically, they should have been well exposed to the world, and ordinary matters wouldn't typically cause such a stir. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud mechanical crashes echoed as Xiao Yi realized that a teenager was maneuvering a mech and walking over. The mech production engineer Murong Tsang, name provided by reader Liang Sheng, closely followed behind. Upon seeing Xiao Yi enter, he quickly approached and said, Advisor Xiao, I have successfully completed the first mech engineering prototype. Xiao Yi was secretly astonished. From the decryption of the materials to the completion of the first mech prototype, it had been less than 10 days. Such efficiency was simply astonishing. Zhang Xiaolong maneuvered the mech to stand in front of Xiao Yi and, mimicking a soldier, saluted. Reporting to Advisor Xiao, mech warrior Zhang Xiaolong is here to report. This mech did not appear as exaggerated as those in comic books, measuring just over 2 meters tall. However, its metallic texture and heavy, cold weaponry made it seem particularly majestic. Chapter 108. Individual Auxiliary Combat System. Xiao Yi looked at Murong Tsang, who had bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and a scruffy beard, and said, You've worked hard. Transforming a mech from design blueprints to an engineering prototype requires each part to be processed individually. Every material must be inspected. Completing the prototype in less than 10 days meant that these engineers had been working tirelessly, likely with very little sleep and even less personal time. Murong Tsang waved his hand dismissively. It's not hard. Doing what you love and what is meaningful never feels difficult. However, he was still very excited, as his hard work had been acknowledged by Xiao Yi and many others. That was enough for him. This reflects the attitude many people from the Great Zhou nation have towards work, which is a significant difference between them and people from other countries. Their willingness to contribute without counting the cost for the sake of their nation is a trait of the Great Zhou people. The official name of the mech is the Individual Auxiliary Combat System. A certain country once developed and released a type of individual exoskeleton assistance device, which was a primitive form of exoskeleton mech. This mech, however, is a crystallization of countless human wisdom from numerous parallel universes, formed through layers of transmission across those universes. The entire mech resembles a suit that connects from top to bottom. The feet are equipped with foot pedals, and just above them are alloy-crafted leg support mechanisms. The upper body features mechanical arms, with one arm mounted with a domestically produced 127mm heavy machine gun, which becomes a powerful individual armor-piercing weapon when loaded with osmium alloy bullets. The left arm is equipped with an artillery grenade launcher, which is used to internally detonate after penetrating armor, aiming to destroy star beasts. The walking system in the feet utilizes a hydraulic-assisted walking mechanism, providing strong power and swift movement, allowing a person to easily carry a large amount of ammunition for extended marches. A gyroscope is installed at the lower back, which helps maintain body balance, making walking smoother and allowing the entire auxiliary system to stay balanced and upright. Additionally, the backpack area is designed to carry ammunition and supplies. The outermost part of the backpack features a standard military knife, an important weapon for close combat. There is also a reserved interface on top for additional equipment installation. Morong Tsang exclaimed excitedly, "This is a simplified version of the mech. If we equip it with a larger payload and fuel tank, the head can carry an RPG launcher, a parachute, and a flamethrower, making the total height reach 28 meters. That would be a complete mech." Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Xiaolong and asked eagerly, "How does it feel to operate?" Zhang Xiaolong grinned and said, "It's much more enjoyable than using a mouse, and the operation isn't complicated. It's easy to get the hang of." Xiao Yi continued, "Is there a big difference between this operation and what you did in the simulator?" Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand and demonstrated a sudden stop and turn with the mech, saying, "It's generally similar, but the subtle sensations are different." Xiao Yi said seriously, "Zhang Xiaolong, you have a heavy burden. You not only need to cooperate with the engineers to complete the debugging and design issues of the mech, but also assist Zhao Hongyi's team in adjusting the simulation fidelity of the mech simulator. Most importantly, you need to complete the operational strategy for the mech in a short time. Can you do it?" Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand vigorously, declaring, "Rest assured, Consultant Xiao, I, Zhang Xiaolong, vow to complete the task. This is my dream, even more glorious than representing my country in esports championships. I will not let you down." Watching the mech leave with agility and flexibility, Xiaoyi felt a surge of complex emotions. A small mech, yet it carried the hopes of humanity. Without the mech, humanity could not hold the steel walls nor launch a counterattack. This mech embodies the hopes of all humanity across countless parallel universes. "Here you go, coffee." Nie Sihua suddenly approached and handed a cup of coffee to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi lifted it and immediately smelled a rich aroma, saying, "This coffee smells great." Nie Sihua proudly tilted her head. "This is coffee from a certain country that I specially brought. I've learned hand-brewed coffee from a master. And that coffee made by Xianyao from the machine can't compare." Xiaoyi was puzzled as to why these two girls always seemed to compete with each other. They were both quite good, so why couldn't they get along? Perhaps both girls had strong personalities? Xiaoyi could only speculate. In another location, Lu Jian was cooking in the kitchen when two people in police uniforms and sunglasses entered. They scanned the room and asked, "Who is Lu Jian?" Lu Jian walked out of the kitchen, raising his hand nervously, "I am." The police looked at their documents and confirmed, "Come with us, and bring your cooking equipment." Lu Jian followed the police uneasily. Entering a nearby room, Lu Jian saw a man of a certain nationality sitting on the sofa, who ignored the police upon their arrival. Lu Jian recognized him. This was Professor Yang Buwei, a pride of his country and a child prodigy known since childhood. It was said that he had become a citizen of another country and was currently conducting a critical research project. "Hello, Professor Yang. What would you like to eat?" Lu Jian asked. On the way, Lu Jian had already figured out what he needed to do. He was to cook for an important figure who was under house arrest here, specifically preparing Chinese cuisine. This person only ate Chinese food and would rather starve than eat anything else. The guards selected Chef Lu Jian after careful consideration to prepare meals for him. The reason for choosing Lu Jian was his unique identity. He was considered a traitor to the state and would never return to it. Thus, having Lu Jian cook for the professor was the best choice. Professor Yang Buwei glanced at Lu Jian and said, "Eggplant and garlic sauce." Lu Jian nodded and began to enter the kitchen to cook. After the police left, Professor Yang stood up and walked outside the kitchen, suddenly speaking in his native language. "I feel like I've seen you before." Lu Jian shrank back a bit, feeling ashamed. His greatest fear was being recognized by someone from his former country, as he had betrayed it and felt unworthy to face his fellow countrymen. "Your name is Jian, right?" Professor Yang asked. Lu Jian paused with the spatula in his hand, surprised that Professor Yang actually recognized him. "No, you have mistaken me," he replied in a foreign language. Professor Yang's tone became somewhat stern. "What's wrong? Can't you speak your native language anymore?" Lu Jian began to tremble. The oil in the pan was already heated, yet he remained still. "That year, I had just acquired my new nationality. They held a ceremony to promote the superiority of the new system, and you seemed to be there as well. We both received our new nationality on stage together," Professor Yang continued. Lu Jian remembered that during the ceremony, several influential individuals were also invited to enhance the event's impact. Professor Yang was indeed one of them. I know a bit about your story, and I understand you have your reasons, right? Professor Yang asked. Lu Jian remained silent. I want to ask you this. Does the blood of your former country still run in your veins? This question made Lu Jian tremble all over. Looking at Lu Jian's shaking form, oblivious to the smoking oil in the pan, Professor Yang knew he had not mistaken him. This was Lu Jian, who shared the title of traitor like himself. When Professor Yang announced his new nationality, many had insulted his family, and some even desecrated their ancestral graves. However, none of this deterred him. He decided to stay and learn the most advanced technologies, aiming to conduct promising research, with the goal of returning home equipped with cutting-edge knowledge. Just like those predecessors who had returned after their studies. Therefore, he was willing to endure stigmatization to focus on his research, as the technological conditions back in his former country fell far short of his requirements. Moreover, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the bureaucratic practices of the Great Zhou during peacetime. He preferred to dedicate all his energy to scientific research rather than engage in the petty intrigues of the political arena. However, things are different now. The Great Zhou is preparing for an unprecedented major operation, gearing up for a massive battle. Their enemy is not other nations, but the common enemy of all humanity. Thus, it is time for him to return to his homeland. Yang Buwei reached out to turn off the fire and stared at Lu Jian, saying, I know you felt wronged back then, thinking it was unfair. Lu Jian suddenly looked up at Yang Buwei. Yang Buwei shrugged and added, I've read your profile. And I just want to know if you still carry the blood of the Great Zhou people? Lu Jian sighed and shook his head. I am a citizen of Great Zhou. I dream of being a citizen of Great Zhou. Of course, I have the blood of the Great Zhou people. But, Lu Jian opened the fire with a hint of melancholy. My homeland will no longer acknowledge me. I am just a traitor. Yang Buwei said. It doesn't matter what others think about you being a traitor. What matters is whether you consider yourself one. Lu Jian paused his actions. Yang Buwei continued. Back then, when I participated in the ceremony with you, I was also seen as a traitor. But I never thought of myself that way. So, when my homeland needed me, I was ready to return without hesitation. Yang Buwei walked back to the living room. That's why I am under house arrest here. Lu Jian remained silent. At that moment, the door opened, and a police officer entered to inspect the area. Finding nothing unusual, he turned and left. Lu Jian finished cooking and brought the dish to the table, saying, This is the fish-flavored eggplant you wanted. It lacks the Pixian dubon, so the taste is a bit off. Yang Buwei picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and said, Without a certain seasoning, it lacks a soul, and the taste of home is missing. As Lu Jian turned to leave, Yang Buwei asked again, Do you really have nothing to say? Lu Jian stopped, and after a long pause, said, Unfortunately, my homeland does not need me. Yang Buwei said meaningfully, in the past. Maybe they didn't need you, but since you've met me, your homeland needs you now. Lu Jian was somewhat confused by this statement as he tidied up his things and walked out. When he stepped outside, Professor Yang Buwei did not look at him again. Once outside, Lu Jian kept pondering over Professor Yang Buwei's words, feeling dazed all day. When he finally had some free time in the afternoon, he understood the meaning behind Yang Buwei's words, and his heart began to race. Indeed, he still carries the blood of the Great Zhou people. Although he had once betrayed them, he had always longed to return to his homeland. Meeting Yang Buwei was a sign that his homeland needed him. He knew what he had to do. He went out and walked to a public telephone booth several streets away from his workplace, dialing a number he had kept in mind but had never dared to call. The staff at the embassy in a certain country received a phone call. Soon, they rushed to the office to inform the ambassador about the call. After listening to the call, the ambassador immediately dialed a highly confidential internal line. A few minutes later, Zhao Shi and Feng Shihong, who were dining at a restaurant, received a phone call. After hanging up, Zhao Shi stood up and said, Let's go, we've found the target. Xiao Yi entered the office area of the origin team with Nie Sihua. The team leader, biologist Wang Lin, stood up to greet Xiao Yi and said dejectedly, According to the data, our origin team is going to be disbanded. It has been 10 days, and we haven't found any information about the origin point. We once identified 3 locations, but they have all been ruled out. This means our search efforts have become meaningless. After more than 170 days, the outbreak of the star beasts has become unavoidable. Xiao Yi replied, It's already good that we've delayed it by about 7 or 8 days. This time is crucial for our preparation. Now, you no longer need to search for the origin point. Focus on analyzing these remains. Xiao Yi looked at the remains in the glass container, still puzzled about the part of the remains. We can't always be on the defensive. One day we must strike back, and when that time comes, we will need your research results. Wang Lin collected his emotions and said, No problem. Our entire team is working hard on the analysis to establish a complete genetic sequence database. We are serious about fighting the star beasts. As they left the origin team, Nie Sihua said with concern, Where could that seed possibly be? How could it be so hard to find? Chapter 110. Lu Jian's impulse. Xiao Yi said, actually. This was expected. The first origin point we discovered was because it was too close to the residential area, which allowed us to detect the anomaly. However, if the origin point is located in a desolate area, it would be difficult for us to discover any abnormalities with our current means. The only way we can find the star beasts is by observing the loss of animals on the ground. But in many places, especially in wildlife protection zones, there are already large numbers of animals present, so it is hard to notice if some disappear. Once it gathers enough strength, it will start to lurk and hide, making it even harder to detect its presence. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and said, now, it has already gone into hiding. Its outbreak is just a matter of time. Fortunately, we have been working hard and have never slackened off. Since this battle is unavoidable, let's face it head on. Nie Sihua said with some worry. But will we really have enough time? This is such a massive project, such a daunting task. I can hardly imagine it. Xiao Yi turned to Nie Sihua and smiled gently, his expression resolute. We will make it. You were not born in this country, so your understanding of it might be somewhat one-sided. After you finish your tasks here, go to the front lines of the construction. I believe you will find your place there. You need to believe in yourself. Such an outstanding you shouldn't suddenly become timid. This is not the proud girl I have in mind. Xiao Yi finished speaking and turned to walk towards the hall. Nie Sihua was stunned. Yes. When did she become so insecure? She is a proud daughter of heaven, a well-known female hero, and she will surely find her own place. Watching Xiao Yi leave, she hurried to catch up. She was a bit puzzled about when she had unconsciously been overshadowed by Xiao Yi after being a deputy for a day. She felt so happy, which was not the attitude a proud Nie Sihua should have. No, I haven't been overshadowed by Xiao Yi. I just want to prove that I am smarter and more useful than that person. Nie Sihua thought wildly and finally found a suitable excuse for herself. In a certain country, a cheerful middle-aged man and a timid young man walked into a restaurant and ordered a dish of fish-flavored eggplant. Lu Jian was startled. Fish-flavored eggplant was a code he received from the embassy of the Great Zhou Kingdom. He cooked the dish and brought it to the two men. Glancing at the table, he noticed a pair of chopsticks crossed in a crisscross pattern, which immediately confirmed for him that these were the contacts sent by the Great Zhou Kingdom. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly, in just about 2 hours. It seemed that this operation was very urgent. As the two men left, the middle-aged man deliberately complimented the chef and handed over a banknote as a tip. Once the place was empty, Lu Jian opened the banknote and found a note tucked inside. It had an address for a nearby small inn. Half an hour later, Lu Jian walked into a room at the inn. Zhao Shi extended his hand. I am Zhao Shi. This is my assistant, Fang Shihong. Lu Jian looked at the timid young man. In the blink of an eye, Fang Shihong transformed into a spirited warrior who looked very capable. My name is Lu Jian. Lu Jian felt a bit guilty. After all, he had once been a traitor, a public enemy despised by many. Although he had taken the first step back towards his homeland, he really didn't know if he would be accepted. Zhao Shi said, Mr. Lu Jian, we know about you. Back then, you acted in anger, and you had your grievances. I have reported your case to the highest authority, and the country recognizes your performance this time. Lu Jian's eyes filled with tears, almost kneeling down. He had waited a long time for this moment, never expecting that a small gesture today would gain national attention. But I have done such things that hurt my homeland. Can my homeland forgive me? Lu Jian said, choking on his words. Zhao Shi sighed. I am aware of your specific situation. This matter is not solely your fault. The country is currently conducting a major correction and investigation, re-examining many old injustices, and has cleared quite a few cases. I believe you have seen the news. Fang Shihong said excitedly. That person back then really deserved to die. Zhao Shi waved his hand. Xiao Fang, you shouldn't say it like that. Lu Jian, the method you used back then was too extreme. 2 years after your case, the truth has come to light. Although that person has passed away, the authorities still pursued an investigation. If you hadn't fled, your case would have been retried in 2 or 3 years, and you would likely receive a lighter sentence. Lu Jian was excited. Really? His thoughts drifted back over 20 years to when he had just returned from the military to his workplace. Someone had told him that to get ahead, he needed to curry favor with the boss. However, Lu Jian was straightforward and couldn't engage in flattery. Before long, he found himself grouped with those who were overlooked by the boss. This boss had a strong backing and extensive connections, ruling over the entire county. He once boasted that there was nothing he couldn't handle in the county, and even the county head had to heed his wishes. One evening, while working late, Lu Jian rode his bike home and turned into a narrow alley, where he stumbled upon a disturbing scene. His boss was groping a female colleague who was quite attractive. The colleague only dared to struggle and didn't call for help. Lu Jian, unable to tolerate such injustice, jumped off his bike and kicked his boss in the chest, followed by a few hard slaps. The female colleague called the police. When the authorities arrived, Lu Jian's nightmare began. The boss turned the tables, claiming that Lu Jian had attempted to harass the female colleague and that he was merely intervening when Lu Jian assaulted him. What hurt Lu Jian the most was that the female colleague echoed the boss's story, leading to his immediate arrest. Later, Lu Jian understood that the female colleague was afraid of the boss's power and thus falsely accused him to avoid offending him. With the boss's manipulation, Lu Jian was released after 6 months of detention. Upon his release, he lost his job and was left with a tarnished record, making it even harder to find work. Eventually, he could only secure a position as a security guard. He had tried to confront the female colleague for an explanation, but she avoided his gaze and refused to speak with him. One day, while walking down the street, he saw his boss with the female colleague, and it was clear she had been won over. Furious, he confronted the pair, but predictably, he was arrested again and spent a few days in custody before being released. This time, however, his actions had truly enraged the boss, and real retaliation followed. Lu Jian's father was dismissed from his job under dubious circumstances, and his mother was forced to take a job as a cleaner. The boss even threatened that if Lu Jian didn't behave, his family would lose even the right to beg for food. At that moment, Lu Jian realized the immense power his boss wielded in this county. He was a local tyrant. The boss frequently boasted that there was no woman he couldn't conquer and no opponent he couldn't destroy, which gained him much recognition in the county. Lu Jian felt overwhelmed, especially when his parents knelt before him, pleading for him not to provoke this person any further. Lu Jian no longer dared to act against him. He found a job as a cook on a construction site and settled into a routine of working diligently. However, the boss clearly wouldn't let him off easily. After he met a girl who was ordinary in appearance but kind-hearted, the revenge finally came. Just before discussing marriage, the girl tearfully broke up with Lu Jian, explaining that she had been bullied by the boss. She was too afraid to continue her relationship with Lu Jian. Unable to hold back, Lu Jian didn't resort to violence this time. Instead, he went to the police station to report the incident. However, the police couldn't file a case due to the girl's refusal to admit to the bullying. Lu Jian wrote a complaint letter to the boss's superior, but the letter ended up in the boss's hands. The boss used the letter to have someone severely teach Lu Jian a lesson, and once again, he had Lu Jian's parents dismissed from their current jobs. The family fell into a difficult situation. Lu Jian finally lost patience. He lost hope in life and in justice. He decided to take action to uphold justice. One night, after drinking half a gin of liquor, he took a knife and stabbed the boss, who was hugging a girl, multiple times outside a hotel, then fled, crossing the border. Disillusioned with society, he impulsively entered a foreign embassy seeking asylum. The embassy treated his case as a political tool, urging him to attack a certain country. He complied, and from that moment on, he became a traitor. Zhao Shi turned on her phone and pulled up a news article from over a decade ago. Lu Jian scrolled through the news and discovered that a corruption case from years ago implicated the boss. Although the boss was already dead, his vast fortune had been confiscated, and all cases related to him were cleared. The only case that remained unresolved was Lu Jian's. As the saying goes, justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Zhao Shi sighed and said, "If you had a little more faith in your country, your life would be very different." Lu Jian shook his head. "But I've done so many things that go against my country. I've spread so much dirt. Will my country still forgive me?" Zhao Shi replied, "People often compare their country to a mother. Have you ever seen a child who admits their mistakes and is rejected by their mother? What you did today was right. Your actions today are enough for your country to embrace you." "Really?" Zhao Shi suddenly stood up straight and said, "Lu Jian, I officially inform you that as long as you return to your country, your citizenship will be restored immediately, because you have proven today that the blood running through your veins belongs to your homeland." Lu Jian was in tears again. After 20 years, he finally received the news he had longed for. If he returned, he would still be a citizen of his homeland. He suddenly extended his hand and said, "Mr. Zhao, I don't want to go back just like that. I want to atone for my sins. You are here to rescue Professor Yang Buwei, right? I can help you meet Professor Yang. I want to return after he goes back." Zhao Shi smiled with relief. "Actually, I also want you to assist us in the rescue operation for Professor Yang Buwei. After all, you are more familiar with this place." "That's right. I've been here for 20 years. I know people from all walks of life, and I used to be a soldier. I can help you," Lu Jian said excitedly. Countdown, 163 days. The open sea off Devil's Bay. A fleet of 3 aircraft carriers adjusted their course and began their return journey. In the distance, the aircraft carrier group from a certain country could only watch from afar, no longer daring to approach. In terms of numbers, a single carrier group could not compete with the 3 carrier group opposite them. They simply did not have enough vessels to engage with the people from the Great Zhou. Were these madmen planning to flee? The commander of the carrier group from that country muttered in anger. An aircraft carrier group urgently dispatched from other waters was on its way, expected to arrive later today. By that time, their fleet would surpass the 3 carrier group of the Great Zhou. If the Great Zhou people still dared to engage then, they would certainly think twice. The speed at which the shipyards and the Great Zhou repaired vessels was astonishing. Although the repair speed of the shipyards in that country was already world-leading, it still paled in comparison to the Great Zhou's capabilities. Commander, should we follow? A subordinate asked nervously. Yes, but keep your distance. We don't want any accidental encounters. The commander replied helplessly. The last supertanker sailed out of Devil's Bay, followed closely by the 3 carrier group from the Great Zhou, with another carrier group from that country trailing behind them. Meanwhile, 2 more carrier groups were also converging from hundreds of nautical miles away. The captain of the supertanker looked at the images transmitted by satellite and couldn't help but smile. Brothers, this time we can hold our heads high. With 6 carriers escorting us, how impressive. At the command center, Nie Sihua knocked on Xiao Yi's office door and handed him a cup of coffee, saying, "The last tanker has left Devil's Bay." Xiao Yi jumped up excitedly. Great. We've finally waited for this day. Our highest mobilization order can finally be issued ahead of schedule. Come, let's go see the elder. I want to personally inform him of this news. Nie Sihua was taken aback. You mean the elder who founded our enterprise? Xiao Yi nodded. Yes. Nie Sihua suddenly felt flustered. Xiao Yi, do you think I should touch up my makeup? Is my lipstick too bright? Oh no. Am I dressed too casually? Xiao Yi was taken aback. Wait, is that really you, Nie Sihua? I'm starting to think you might be an imposter. Come on. The elder doesn't care about these things. Besides, you're so beautiful. You look great without makeup. Don't worry. With that, Xiao Yi stepped out of the office first, while Nie Sihua's face suddenly flushed. This was the first time Xiao Yi had complimented her, and it gave her a strange feeling. She looked at Xiao Yi, only to find he had already walked quite a distance ahead. She gasped and hurried to catch up, her cheeks slightly warm. Chapter 112. The selfish people of the Great Zhou. When Xiao Yi entered the Chudu Hotel with Nie Sihua, they happened to run into Chu Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in a service uniform. Seeing Xiao Yi with a girl who had a better demeanor, more charm, and a better figure, Chu Xiaoxiao's face filled with resentment. At some point, she had transformed from a gold digger who abandoned Xiao Yi into a tragic figure cruelly cast aside by him. She felt that Xiao Yi had wronged her, thinking he had grown tired of her and discarded her for a new interest. She looked at Xiao Yi with a mix of resentment, and even her gaze towards Nie Sihua turned extremely venomous. As they brushed past each other, she muttered with bitterness, "Humph, changed again, such a fickle person." Nie Sihua was taken aback by the scene. She felt as if Xiao Yi had abandoned this girl. However, due to her status, she hesitated to ask. It wasn't until Xiao Yi knocked on the door that she collected her thoughts, preparing to meet the elder. Although she had seen the elder before, this was her first formal visit, so she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, this was a legendary figure. "Come in," a calm voice came from inside. Xiao Yi entered, bowed, and said, "This is the great-granddaughter of the ship king, Nie Sihua." The elder smiled amiably. "We've met before." Xiao Yi turned to look at Nie Sihua in surprise. "You've met? Why are you still so nervous?" Nie Sihua shot him a glance. "This is someone I've admired since childhood, and also my great-grandfather's idol. Even if I see him 100 times, I will still be nervous." "Haha, don't be nervous. Have a seat." The elder gestured to the chair across from him. "Any good news?" Xiao Yi tilted his head towards Nie Sihua, signaling her to report. Nie Sihua excitedly announced, "The last supertanker of Dahua shipping has just sailed out of Devil's Bay." The elder could not hide his joy, saying, "Very good. Very good. At this speed, only you can achieve this. This is more than 10 days ahead of our expectations." "Xiao Yi, are you ready to issue the highest mobilization order?" Xiao Yi replied, "Everything is ready on all fronts. Nothing can stop us from issuing the highest mobilization order now. We're just waiting for the right moment. Once the supertanker enters the South China Sea, completes food transport, and the iron ore for the football nation is transported, as well as the large-scale procurement of various materials and the consumption of 4 trillion foreign exchange reserves, we can officially issue the highest mobilization order." On the surface, it seemed that Xiao Yi and the others were acting selfishly. The people of Dezhou Kingdom concealed the most important information and frantically bought up world resources before issuing the highest mobilization order, which appeared to be a selfish act solely for the benefit of the Dezhou people. However, Xiao Yi knew that this was not selfishness. Rather, it was a form of dedication and sacrifice. They were willing to be scolded by the whole world to quietly complete their purchasing plans. This was precisely to save all of humanity. Given humanity's current strength, it was impossible for everyone to prepare for the defense against the starry sky beasts. Moreover, only by concentrating the world's resources could a great steel wall be constructed. Once the great steel wall was completed, the Dezhou people would make every effort to accept diverse ethnicities. Furthermore, if this news were to be announced in advance, it would not only prevent the whole world from working together to complete the defense task, but would also plunge them into endless open and covert conflicts. Not only would other countries be unable to complete their defense preparations, but even the Dezhou Kingdom would have to scale back the size of the steel wall due to resource shortages. In the end, it would not save the whole world, nor would it save the Dezhou Kingdom. This was a truth verified countless times across numerous parallel universes. The first piece of information in Xiao Yi's mind is, to save all of humanity, we can only rely on the Great Zhou Kingdom. Therefore, even at the cost of sacrificing the interests of other nations, we must gather resources from around the world to complete a task that cannot be accomplished in other universes. Using the infrastructure speed of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Once all resources are in place, I will personally issue the highest mobilization order. This will be my final legacy for all of humanity. The elder spoke calmly, yet with unwavering determination. As she stepped out, Nie Hua felt a surge of emotions. The elder was someone her great-grandfather revered deeply. She had thought she would never meet him in this lifetime. Yet now they had met several times and could engage in deep conversations. This made her feel proud and honored. However, upon stepping outside and seeing Chu Xiao's sorrowful gaze again, Nie Hua finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yi, does this girl have a connection to you? No, Xiao Yi replied lightly. Oh, Nie Hua casually responded and continued to walk alongside Xiao Yi. This surprised Xiao Yi a bit, and he asked, do you believe me? Nie Hua nodded, I do. Why? Her attitude was completely different from Yao Yao's. Yao Yao had always doubted whether Xiao Yi truly abandoned her. But Nie Hua, after a casual remark, fell silent, which made Xiao Yi somewhat suspicious. With your status, if this girl was really someone you abandoned, you would have taken care of her long ago, Nie Hua said. The reasoning was simple, yet accurate. Xiao Yi turned to look at Nie Hua and smiled slightly. You are indeed different from Yao Yao. In what way? Nie Hua asked, intrigued. Your analytical skills are stronger than hers, Xiao Yi said. Nie Hua felt a sweetness in her heart, as this was the first time Xiao Yi praised her. And it was in comparison to that annoying girl, Yao Yao. The three of them hurriedly walked into a street populated by the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. They appeared quite ordinary, a slightly plump, affable middle-aged man, a timid young man, and a weathered-looking man. These were Zhao Shi, Fang Shihong, and Lu Jian. They entered a smoke-filled loft where several fierce-looking young men were gathered. Each of them was covered in tattoos, especially on their arms, where almost everyone had a tattoo of the character for loyalty. The swirling smoke emanated from a statue of Guan Gong on the wall. We're looking for Brother Feng, Lu Jian said with a forced smile. A young man impatiently glanced at Lu Jian and the others, clearly unimpressed by their ordinary appearance. Brother Feng isn't here. Lu Jian asked, where did Brother Feng go? The young man suddenly shoved Lu Jian with impatience, saying, are you annoying? If you don't leave, I'll throw you out. As he spoke, the young man grabbed Lu Jian by the collar, preparing to drag him out. However, he soon realized that his arm was being gripped by a hand that felt stronger than iron. Chapter 113. I can be a bad person, but I will never be a traitor. The young man with tattoos stiffened at the sight of the hand before him. He cautiously looked up to see its owner, a smiling middle-aged man. This brother, we just came from a certain country and have important matters to discuss with Brother Feng, Zhao Shi said with a beaming smile. No one could tell that such a seemingly harmless middle-aged man could possess such strength. When the middle-aged man released his grip, the young man discovered a deep red fingerprint on his wrist. He covered his wrist and glared at the man, then turned and walked into the inner room. Soon, the young man came out and waved his hand, signaling for them to follow him inside. As soon as Zhao Shi stepped in, he saw a man with an ugly scar on his face. This was the notorious leader of the Green Gang, Zhang Haofeng, in this neighborhood. Lu Jian, what brings you to me this time? Zhang Haofeng, adorned with a large gold chain and a face full of excess flesh, clearly had a background in the underworld. Zhao Shi maintained his friendly smile as Lu Jian stepped forward and said, Brother Feng, this is my new friend who just arrived from a certain country and needs to discuss something with you. Zhang Haofeng scrutinized Zhao Shi once more and glanced at Fang Shihong, his eyes revealing a hint of suspicion. Speak up, but let us keep to the usual way of doing things. Lu Jian looked around, hesitating to speak. Zhao Shi stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Zhao Shi, a businessman. I want to discuss a significant business deal with you, Brother Feng. Zhang Haofeng waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave, saying, someone with such strength is certainly not a mere businessman. So what do you want? Zhao Shi lowered his voice and asked, before we talk business, I'd like to know if your blood is from a certain country or from a certain nation. Zhang Haofeng suddenly stood up. Are you here to insult me? Although I am a fugitive, I am still a citizen of my homeland and have never taken the nationality of that country. I am a disciple of Guan Yu. How could I betray him and serve foreign devils? Just as Zhao Shi was about to respond, Zhang Haofeng waved his hand. Don't say anything more. I don't want to serve those bureaucrats either. It's true I am from my homeland, but I'm not foolish. Fang Shihong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Shi. He slowly sat down and asked, then for whom would you be willing to serve? Would you be willing to serve the millions of people from your homeland? Why should I care about unrelated people? I live for myself. If you have business, let us talk. If not, get lost. Don't try to bargain with me using national righteousness. It's ineffective, Zhang Haofeng replied. Fang Shihong wanted to interject, But Zhao Shi gave him a look, so he remained silent. All right, let us talk business. I need a batch of weapons and manpower. Zhao Shi placed a list on the table, and Lu Jian mentioned he had the goods. You name the price. Zhang Haofeng glanced at the list and immediately threw it aside. I want to do this business. Looking at this list, it's either bank robbery or prison break. This is a matter of losing my head. I want to do it, no matter how much money is involved. Zhao Shi took a deep breath and said, what if I could grant you amnesty? Restore your identity as a citizen of your homeland. Zhang Haofeng scoffed dismissively. Don't try to fool me. For a wanted criminal of my level, unless that old man is involved, it's very difficult to clear my name. Zhao Shi smiled, but remained silent. Zhang Haofeng looked at Zhao Shi in surprise and straightened his posture. Can you really reach that elderly person? Zhao Shi shook his head. It's impossible. You were right earlier. Someone at your level of notoriety cannot be exonerated. However, there is someone who can grant you a pardon. Zhang Haofeng's heart raced, but after a moment, he leaned back in his seat. That's impossible. I can't even forgive myself for the crimes I've committed. There's no way anyone would grant me a pardon. The crimes Zhang Haofeng committed were indeed unforgivable. He had been a troublemaker since childhood, often fighting and becoming a local bully at a young age. He was disfigured during a brawl, leaving him with a noticeable scar. He gathered a group of wayward youths to form a gang, extorting protection money for a time. However, such activities ruffled many feathers, and his gang was soon dismantled. He fled to a big city and mingled with local thugs, learning a lot during that period. Upon returning to his hometown, he established a company and rallied his former subordinates, monopolizing the entire building materials market, amassing wealth through intimidation and kidnapping. Later, he used money and women to bribe local officials, becoming a local tyrant. He had committed numerous acts of murder, kidnapping, threats, and brawls. Locals called him Old Scar, and children would cry in fear at the mention of his name. Adults trembled at the mere mention of Old Scar. He was essentially a local bully, a bandit despised by all. Eventually, a national crackdown operation exposed the officials he had corrupted, and his crimes came to light. The night before the police were to arrest him, someone tipped him off, and he fled abroad with his money. He ended up becoming a gang leader in a foreign city. If his crimes could be pardoned, it would truly change everything. Zhao Shi calmly replied, you're right. The crimes you've committed cannot be pardoned. Unless you accomplish something that can save countless lives in the nation, I will request that person to grant you a pardon. Zhang Haofeng suddenly stood up. It's not the end of the world. How can I save so many people? I have the intention, but not the opportunity. Zhao Shi said, now, the opportunity has come. If you cooperate with us, what you will do is a great deed that can save all of humanity. This deed won't erase your crimes, but it can allow the people to see you in a new light. Are you willing to serve your country? The question struck Zhang Haofeng like thunder. He had never imagined he would have such an opportunity to serve his country. He thought he would have to live with a guilty conscience until his death. Although he was a bully, he never considered himself a traitor. He never looked kindly upon traitors like Lu Jian. It wasn't until he saw Lu Jian drunkenly crying in despair one night, cursing his treachery, that he began to reevaluate his perception of Lu Jian. Later, after learning about Lu Jian's background, he began to have some business dealings with him. His motto was, a person can be a bad person, but they must never be a traitor. The level of a bad person is higher than that of a traitor. Can you also clear this guy's name? Zhang Haofeng felt a stir in his heart. If even someone like Lu Jian could be forgiven by his country, perhaps he too might have a chance for redemption. Yes, you can too. This operation not only offers you redemption, but also a chance to leave your name in history. Zhao Shi said firmly. Every person involved in the underworld harbored a dream of heroism. The older generation grew up listening to stories of Guan Yu and Water Margin, filled with feelings of loyalty and righteousness. The younger generation, on the other hand, grew up watching tales of Chun Haonan and Shanji, also imbued with a sense of brotherhood and loyalty. However, as they walked this path, they strayed from their original intentions, turning from loyalty to tyranny, and from heroism to crime. Yet one thing remained. Their inherent heroic spirit was still alive, and the blood of the people from the Great Zhou was still bold. They had long lost the opportunity to serve their country and gradually transformed into enemies of the state and the people. If given a chance to serve their nation and save lives, they would fight to the death. Even as rogues, they still shed hot blood. What do you think? Zhang Haofeng's scarred face twitched, clearly moved by Zhao Shi's proposal. Zhao Shi continued, Professor Yang Buwei is currently under house arrest just 3 blocks from here. He holds the key to advanced nuclear energy technology, which is crucial not only for the Great Zhou, but for all humanity. This matter is urgent. Zhang Haofeng suddenly said. The Great Zhou seems to be making significant moves. Are they preparing for war? He had many channels to obtain information about the Great Zhou, and its recent actions had already raised external suspicions. Zhao Shi replied, it's not a preparation for war, but a defensive battle. This is top secret, and I don't know all the details, but I do know that the Great Zhou is conducting a nationwide mobilization for a major infrastructure project. And Professor Yang Buwei is the most critical link in this project. Zhao Shi patted Lu Jian's shoulder, saying, because of his information, the Great Zhou is ready to restore his identity. They are just waiting for this mission to be completed to officially welcome him back home. Zhang Haofeng's brows twitched. If Lu Jian's act of treason could be forgiven, then Zhao Shi's claim that he could also find redemption clearly wasn't a lie. Okay, I'll do it. I was born a person of the Great Zhou, and I will die as part of its soul. I don't have many demands. I just hope to return to the Great Zhou and live out my life, even if it means being an ordinary person. As long as I can be buried on its land, I will be satisfied, Zhang Haofeng said. Is there a specific plan? He inquired. Zhao Shi said, due to sensitive reasons, this time we can only rely on internal resources. The government will not provide us with any assistance. We need to solve everything on our own. That's why I came to seek your help. Zhao Shi took out a satellite map and spread it on the table, saying, this area is tight on the outside and loose on the inside. There is a heavy police presence on the perimeter. To enter the core area and extract the person, we need to disperse a lot of police forces. Therefore, we need to create a major incident on the outside to draw away as many nearby police forces as possible, reducing the resistance we face in extracting the person. Zhao Shi pointed at a bank's logo and said, so, we have set our target here. This bank is responsible for distributing wages for a large factory nearby, and they habitually pay in cash. The day after tomorrow is payday for this company, and the bank will prepare tens of millions in cash. Lu Jian said, we have already developed a plan to rob the bank. I need to find 3 to 5 individuals of Western descent to help plan the bank robbery and take the wage recipients hostage, escalating the situation to draw away the nearby police forces. Zhao Shi added, at that point, we will use violent means to break through the police line and directly reach the area where Professor Yang Buwei is located to extract the person. As long as we break out of this area, we can take the person and escape through secret channels back to our homeland. Zhang Haofeng slammed the table. I can provide a list of these individuals. At the same time, I will create a few traffic accidents to block important intersections. Wishing you all the best. Zhao Shi stood up and said, good. When I return, I will make a request to someone to give you a new identity, allowing you to return to your homeland and start anew as an ordinary person. Xiao Yixing walked in the night, with a large mech moving silently across the grass. He was accompanied by several guards, all in the same type of mech. Suddenly, several six-legged star beasts charged from behind. One of them broke through the guard's line and lunged directly at Xiao Yi, its sharp claws aimed at him. Xiao Yi felt a rush of heat. His nerves heightened, and his right mechanical arm drew out a standard military knife, while his left hand pulled out a plated alloy shield, executing the standard 3 moves instinctively ingrained in him. First move, he stepped forward with his left leg, arching his body, raising the shield above his head to block the attack from the six-legged star beast. The shield firmly absorbed the tremendous impact of the beast's attack, with his right leg deeply planted in the ground to prevent him from retreating. Second move, Xiao Yi lifted his right leg and took a large step forward, thrusting the military knife into the thinnest part of the star beast's shell beneath its head. A gush of green blood sprayed out, filling the air with a rusty scent. Third move, his left leg followed, and his left arm used the shield to block the frenzied attacks, while his right hand pulled the military knife horizontally, breaking off a large piece of the shell. Then, a grenade was fired into the breach, and he retreated. The massive six-legged star beast exploded right in front of him, collapsing with a thunderous roar. In just a few seconds, the starry sky beast suffered heavy casualties, but one of his guards was also lost. Xiao Yi's heart suddenly turned cold. Under the night sky, the starry sky beasts, hearing the commotion, were quickly gathering towards their location, surrounding the few of them heavily. Xiao Yi suddenly awoke. Although it was a dream, it felt extremely real. This was not a false dream, but a real event that occurred in another universe. While he did not know how his counterpart in that universe escaped, one thing excited Xiao Yi like a shot of adrenaline: the standard 3 moves. This was a set of actions deeply ingrained in the bones of mech warriors from other universes and was the best technique for battling the star beasts. In the dream, he had faced the 6-legged starry sky beast for the first time, but successfully killed one thanks to the standard 3 moves. This information had been transmitted to his mind through mysterious quantum entanglement, crossing an unknown number of parallel universes. This information was extremely precious. The standard 3 moves were the best means for ordinary mech warriors to combat the starry sky beasts, as most of these warriors were just ordinary people who had only a short time to pilot mechs and train, facing the enemy in haste. A slight mistake could lead to death. Therefore, everyone needed to ingrain these standard 3 moves into their bones to avoid failure in critical moments. In the dream, Xiao Yi relied on these standard 3 moves to eliminate that ugly creature the first time he confronted a starry sky beast. He stood up and quickly walked over to the frenzy team. After putting on the mech, Xiao Yi felt that the sensation was exactly the same as when he operated the mech in his dream. He said to Zhang Xiaolong and Zhao Hongyi, Record my movements well. This is the simplest and most effective technique against the star beasts. After saying that, he demonstrated it once. The first attempt was slightly unfamiliar, but by the second attempt, it was already very standard. Zhang Xiaolong was in awe, completely impressed. He was still exploring how to operate the mech. And now Xiao Yi's 3 moves had solved several problems that had been troubling him. Advisor Xiao, you are amazing. Have you piloted a mech before? Zhang Xiaolong asked excitedly. Xiao Yi stepped out of the mech, smiled slightly, and said, I've piloted one in another universe. He patted Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Remember, this is called the standard 3 moves. It's a beginner's set of 3 moves. It's effective against ordinary starry sky beasts. However, this is just the basic operation. More advanced techniques will require you to perfect them. That night, a piece of news once again shocked the world. The Great Zhou Kingdom announced the recall of all overseas citizens and students under the pretext of building the motherland. This was one of several shocking orders issued by the Great Zhou Kingdom, causing a stir worldwide. Historically, there had been instances of recalling overseas citizens, but these generally occurred in localized regions and had limited impact. However, this time the Great Zhou Kingdom issued a recall order to citizens all over the world, which inevitably sparked widespread controversy. At the press conference, a reporter asked, as far as I know, your country is undertaking a massive infrastructure project. Is that the reason for recalling all overseas citizens? The spokesperson replied, we are undergoing an unprecedented transformation that requires the participation and dedication of all our people. I want to solemnly remind all citizens around the world that now is the time when our homeland needs you the most. It does not matter whether you are wealthy or have a bright future. It is time to put everything down and return to your homeland. The spokesperson took a deep breath and continued, our country needs you, and you need our country as well. Hurry back home, or you will regret it. Such heartfelt words from a spokesperson are extremely rare, prompting the reporters present to whisper among themselves. The content of this press conference quickly spread around the world. In Africa, the owner of a construction team stepped forward and rapidly gathered all the management. He said, everyone, my homeland is calling me back. Although I cannot bear to leave the projects here or you all, I'm sorry, but I must go. The management team, composed mostly of local individuals, sincerely pleaded, boss, you cannot leave. We still need you. The owner shook his head. The country needs me. I must return. I leave everything here to you all. As he departed, the entire village and town came out to send him off, with local officials even granting him honorary citizenship. As he turned to get into the car, tears flowed uncontrollably. Behind him were the achievements he had worked hard for over decades, but now, with a call from his homeland, he had to forsake it all. His only hope was to return to this place one day to continue his career. Yet, with the current magnitude of the situation, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to do so. Such scenes unfolded in countless countries. The spokesperson's unexpected remarks instilled deep unease among overseas citizens. Known for their meticulousness and caution, savvy citizens abroad quickly responded to the call from their homeland and began their journey back. Of course, there were some stubborn individuals who still treated the call as mere noise. In another region, a video went viral. In the video, a reporter randomly interviewed a citizen from the homeland. Hey, your country is calling you back. What do you think? The young person from the homeland contemptuously raised a finger and said, forget about that country. I was able to come to this country thanks to my parents' money and connections. It has nothing to do with the nation. Now, with just a casual remark, they want me to go back? No way. The luxury car I drive is mine. The mansion I live in is mine, my supermodel girlfriend is mine, and I am mine, not the nation's. The young man jumped into his luxury car and made a rude gesture towards the camera. This video quickly went viral online, with opinions sharply divided. Abroad, there was a wave of praise, saying he dares to think and act. Domestically, he was heavily criticized for being unpatriotic and forgetting his roots. Unlike the many who returned to their homeland in Africa, a group of dissenters emerged in this nation, wealthy businessmen who had made their fortunes at home. This group carried their valuables and jewelry as they fled. Among them, 2 individuals stood out, the superstar Zhang Qiurong and his son Zhang Donyang. Although they were trying to conceal their identities, sharp-eyed reporters spotted them. One reporter thrust a microphone in front of Zhang Qiurong and asked, Mr. Zhang, why did you choose to leave at this time? Are you trying to avoid the nation's call? Zhang Qiurong remained silent, only lowering his head and pushing forward. Seeing the reporters chase closely, his son Zhang Donyang shouted from behind, are you guys annoying? We are from another country. Returning home now is a return to our motherland. How is that avoiding anything? Zhang Qiurong pulled Zhang Donyang along, and the two hurried into the VIP lounge. At the command center, news footage was showing Zhang Qiurong and his group rushing into the airport. A smirk appeared on Xiao Yi's face. People like him don't deserve to be from this nation. They should just leave. Niesihua was surprised. Xiao Yi, you actually curse. Xiao Yi paused. Is telling him to leave cursing? Besides, I'm human too. Why can't I express my anger? I have my limits. People like this should just get lost. Nie Sihua smiled. This version of Xiao Yi felt more genuine. Qian Linson said, after some time, I bet he'll be crying and begging to come back. Nie Sihua disdainfully replied, we don't take in trash. Laughter erupted among the group. Online, the backlash was fierce. Former fans quickly turned against Zhang Qiro, flooding his social media with comments urging him to go back to your foreign father's house. They demanded the removal of all his works and a ban on Zhang Qiro. Earning money from the people while turning to foreigners, such a person is a traitor. Zhang Qiro, there's South no place for you here anymore. In Bianjing City, Mayor Ji watched the news report and couldn't help but smash his cup. Stability, stability, my foot. This traitor should be locked up. However, after venting his anger, Mayor Ji regained his composure and continued watching the next news segment, silently repeating to himself, everything for stability. At that moment, Yi Wan, who was on duty, witnessed this scene and felt quite uncomfortable. He has been troubled by having to let go of Zhang Dongyang a few days ago. Now that he sees them escaping back to a certain country, he feels angry but helpless. These two traitors, if they fall into my hands, they will have a hard time, Yuan said resentfully. The international airport was bustling with activity, with flights taking off and landing, and excited faces emerging, scholars, students, and people from various sectors returning from different countries. In contrast, many well-fed businessmen hurried through security with their families, loaded with bags, rushing to catch flights to various destinations around the world. At the command center, Fang Wei was looking at a document, his brows furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with its content. Xiao Yi, take a look at this document. It's the personnel list for those departing. Just received from the Civil Aviation Administration, Fang Wei said, handing the document to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced at it. It was a list of individuals released after today's summons. Many familiar names were on it, including several celebrities, owners or executives of large companies, and renowned scholars. The document had undergone analysis by the command center's database, adding various annotations about these individuals' identities and positions. 90% of the people listed were successful business figures and white-collar workers, along with family members of leaders from various districts and counties. Xiao Yi also noted several prominent individuals, a famous martial arts star who had acquired citizenship in a southern region, now flying back with his family, a significant comedy star, who had also gained citizenship in a certain country, currently on a transoceanic flight, a renowned singer known as an old artist, who had obtained citizenship a decade ago in a certain country and was now heading there, and a popular actress, who escaped directly from a film set to board a flight back to a certain country. In the business sector, there were even more escapees. These wealthy individuals feared that the large-scale actions of the state would threaten their assets, so they quietly boarded flights to leave. Their exodus took away a significant amount of capital. These people owe their current success to our homeland, yet after achieving fame and fortune, they choose to immigrate abroad and now flee at the slightest hint of trouble. They are taking away a vast amount of wealth. This is a significant loss for us, Fang Wei said anxiously. And this is just the first day. Surely there will be more fleeing in the days to come. This will greatly impact our operations. Fang Wei added. Xiao Yi set the document down, and unlike Fang Wei, he smiled slightly. Old Fang, you are overthinking. These people were never truly one of us. At least, their hearts haven't belonged to our homeland for a long time. Their fleeing is not a bad thing. In fact, it's beneficial, as it will unite our citizens even more. Xiao Yi waved his hand, calling Nie Sihua in and handing him the documents. Go find the news team and let them leak this information. Remember, don't go through official channels, but rather through unofficial sources. Nie Sihua asked, somewhat puzzled. Why not use formal official channels? Wouldn't that have a bigger impact? Xiao Yi smiled. Some things, when released through official channels, actually have limited influence. In our country, with over 1 billion spectators, what kind of news are they most interested in? Of course, it's the unofficial news. Fang Weijing expressed his concerns. Could this lead to negative consequences? Xiao Yi replied to Fang Weijing. The call for overseas compatriots that we are issuing will definitely attract a lot of controversy. There will be all sorts of opinions, both supportive and oppositional. This isn't beneficial for our actions. Therefore, we need to divert attention and shift the conflict. Xiao Yi pointed to the documents. This is the best opportunity to divert attention, and it also has the added benefit of uniting the people to a greater extent. With a reference point, it will further ignite the public's patriotic sentiment. Nie Sihua rolled her eyes at Xiao Yi. I didn't expect you to have such a cunning mindset. She suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. But this scheme is quite satisfying. Xiao Yi said, is this really cunning? Not enough. I will take it further. Nie Sihua, tell your great-grandfather that we will grandly welcome the ship, King Nie Xiangqian, back to the country tomorrow. I will go find the elder and have him personally welcome him, giving a resounding slap in the face to those defectors, making sure they have no face to return. Fang Weijing still looked worried. Xiao Yi, isn't this a bit too much? After all, they are elite members of our country. Xiao Yi said sternly, Old Fang, you are mistaken. They are not elites. They are just refuse. Their escape is a good thing, a very good thing. Removing this refuse leaves behind the true elite. Our team will be purer, and our hearts will be more united. Fang Weijing wanted to say something, but heard an elderly yet spirited voice say, well said. This is like the great wave washing away sand. What is removed is sand, and what remains is gold. Those who should go, let them go. We do not cherish them. Xiaoyi stood up and nodded to the elder. The elder walked in and said, I've heard everything you said. Xiaoyi, you've even learned to arrange my affairs now. Haha, you're getting bolder. Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Nie Xihua giggled. It was the first time she had seen such an endearing expression on him. The elder said, the little girl from the Nie family, tell your great-grandfather that tomorrow, in the city where he fled, we will hold a grand welcome home ceremony. I will definitely be there to show my support. He added, oh, and we need to do a live stream. We must keep up with the times. Nie Xihua stuck out her tongue and said, understood. Fang Weijing watched this scene, seemingly moved, and he fell into silence. After Xiao Yi and Nie Xihua went out to arrange the welcoming matters, Fang Weijing said to the elder, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it. The elder waved his hand and replied, this is an extraordinary time. Although the highest mobilization order has not yet been issued, we have already begun implementing it internally. So, if you have any thoughts, just speak up without hesitation. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures. Chapter 118. The rescue operation begins. Fang Weijing then said, Xiao Yi's performance has far exceeded my expectations. I originally thought he would need a long time to grow, but now I realize he already possesses the qualities of a leader. I feel like I'm holding him back. The elder nodded. Indeed, this young man is truly a treasure. It seems that the choice of him as the recipient by the second universe has undergone countless tests. Fang Weijing continued, that's what I wanted to say. In other universes, Xiao Yi is the chief commander, the overall commander. I think I should step aside and let Xiao Yi take my position. The elder stood up and shook his head, saying, our task is not to command him, but to shelter him from the storm. He currently lacks qualifications and background, and many people will not follow him. Therefore, we must be his strong support. When the time is right, we will transfer power to him. Your task is to bear the criticism and blame from others on his behalf. Fang Weijing suddenly understood. You are absolutely right. How did I not think of that? I may be older, and my thinking, reactions, and decisiveness may not match that of the younger generation. But I still have a reputation that can help Xiao Yi maintain control. The elder patted Fang Weijing on the shoulder. Our role is to relieve pressure from Xiao Yi, allowing him to dare to think and act freely, to do whatever he wants, and to remove all obstacles in his way. Fang Weijing stood up straight and replied, yes. Countdown, 162 days. A piece of news spread across the country through various channels. The profiles of escaping stars and celebrities appeared on short video platforms, social media, and microblogs. The public sentiment was remarkably unified. Following the explosion of the Zhang Qurong incident, there had already been much criticism directed at those escaping stars. And with the news of these celebrities collectively fleeing, the anger grew even more intense. Ordinary citizens, who were initially puzzled by the call for overseas expatriates, now shifted all their attention to this matter. Moreover, the news was not released all at once, but in a sequence. First, some minor stars and lesser-known figures were exposed, followed by various big names, and finally the top-tier superstars. Subsequently, lists of officials' family members who had fled were revealed, and online discussions shifted once again to the issue of officials' families emigrating. Amidst the wave of criticism, a sensational piece of positive news emerged. The world's shipping king, Nie Xiangqian, returned to the country with all 35 members of his family, as well as all cargo ships from Dahua Shipping, and over 100 key members of Dahua Shipping, officially obtaining citizenship in the Great Zhou nation and becoming proud citizens of the Great Zhou. This homecoming event was broadcast live simultaneously on television and online. The elderly man, Nie Xiangqian, over 90 years old, received a gold-embossed nationality certificate from a similarly aged elder, tears of joy streaming down his face. He raised the certificate high, facing north, and tremblingly knelt down, kissing the familiar yet strange land. He bowed 3 times and said in a quivering voice, Great Zhou. The prodigal Nie Xiangqian has finally returned. This scene moved countless people from Great Zhou and stood in stark contrast to those who went against the country and betrayed it. Today is Friday, also the day when the bank pays the factory workers. An armored cash transport vehicle drove into the bank, and half an hour later, it left. While those who came to collect their wages began to line up, Lu Jian observed from a truck parked not far away. Seeing the cash transport leave, he turned to the few people behind him and asked, is it time? Do you all understand your tasks? A bald man with a scruffy beard grinned and said, damn it, there's really that much money in the bank. How come I never noticed before? Otherwise, I would have robbed it ages ago. My job is to swing the hammer and smash the glass. A curly-haired man with dark skin practiced drawing his gun repeatedly, saying, my job is to grab the money. The more, the better. A heavily made-up woman said. My task is simple. Create an accident to block the road, and then drive to pick you up. A serious-looking Latino man said gravely, my job is to take down the security guard as quickly as possible, then control the hostages, trying to avoid injuries and bloodshed. Lu Jian nodded and said, my task is to pressure the bank manager to open the vault with his retina scan and fingerprints. After finishing, Lu Jian looked outside the window. The queue was growing longer. He took a deep breath. Today's operation was crucial, and they needed to make a bigger commotion to attract police support. Only then could Zhao Shi and the others' actions proceed more smoothly. To ensure the plan's successful execution, Lu Jian personally led this bank robbery operation. They were all heavily armed and well-equipped with ammunition. These individuals were desperate characters recruited by Zhang Haofeng, and they were all excited at the prospect of a large sum of money. After just one day of reconnaissance and listening to Lu Jian's robbery plan, they were eager to participate. Lu Jian felt somewhat nervous but had no regrets. This was his chosen path to self-redemption. Action, Aoli, you can start now, Lu Jian said. The woman named Oli provocatively opened the door, got out of the car, and swayed her body to the roadside, getting into a small vehicle. The car drove out and stopped abruptly at an intersection. Aoli got out of the car and opened the hood, looking conflicted. The traffic flow was heavy, and soon a blockage formed. Lu Jian put on a mask and said, action. The van sped towards the bank entrance, quickly stopping right in front of the bank. 4 men jumped out of the car. A Latino man rushed forward in a quick step, pressing a gun against the security guard's head and disarming him. Lu Jian pulled down the large iron gate, shutting the bank's entrance. A curly-haired man with dark skin raised his gun and fired several shots, instantly throwing the entire bank into chaos. The people inside the bank crouched down in fear, covering their heads and not daring to look up. A bald man with a beard raised a large hammer and began smashing the glass counter. At this moment, the bank staff behind the counter had quietly pressed the alarm button. With a crash, the glass shattered, and the bald man excitedly pulled out his gun, spraying bullets at several cameras. He shot accurately, and after the gunfire, several cameras were destroyed. Chapter 119. The bank heist. Lu Jian kicked open the door to the manager's office, yanked the manager out, and shouted, open the vault door, quickly. The scene was chaotic. The workers withdrawing money crouched low on the ground, instinctively covering their heads. Several security guards had already been subdued, disarmed, and were lying on the ground with their hands on their heads, not daring to move. The bank staff were trembling, afraid to speak or look up. The alarm had been triggered, so they felt no responsibility. Their only priority was to save their lives. The bank manager was no exception. He obediently opened the vault door, revealing several large boxes of coins. The curly-haired man rushed in with a bag and began stuffing it with money, shouting excitedly as he did so. One security guard glanced at the weapon not far from him, feeling an urge to act. The bald man had already noticed. Just as the guard, kneeling on the ground, slowly moved toward the weapon, the bald man raised his gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the hall, causing everyone to scream. The guard, only half a meter away from the weapon, trembled as a bullet pierced his body. Whoever dares to move will end up like this, the bald man declared, raising his gun and surveying the crowd with an arrogant expression. The people in the room were even more terrified, each of them hugging their heads and lying flat on the ground, no longer daring to move. Lu Jian glanced at the injured guard on the floor. Although hurt, he was not dead, and the wound was not life-threatening for the time being. Outside the bank, the sound of police cars could be heard, and soon, officers began to shout, listen up, you are surrounded. The Latino man shot a fierce look at Lu Jian. Hey, what's going on? Didn't you say the police wouldn't arrive so quickly? He turned to the curly-haired man and shouted, Curly, stop pretending. The police are here. We need to leave. But the bald man nonchalantly shouted, Curly, ignore him. Finish loading the money. We have hostages. The police won't dare to rush in. Lu Jian peeked out the window and said, those are probably just 2 patrol officers nearby. It's fine. Everyone speed up, and we can escape smoothly. Lu Jian's intention was to stall the police. If they retreated now, they would not be able to hold the police back effectively. In a large RV, Zhao Shi glanced at the monitor and said in a deep voice, the operation has begun. Zhang Haofeng immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. Deploy. Block all other intersections, and keep this neighborhood clear. Suddenly, various vehicles appeared near the bank, blocking important intersections one after another. Some were due to minor collisions, with both drivers getting out to argue, even escalating to fights. Other vehicles had broken down and caught fire. One car even crashed into a utility pole, causing it to topple and block all traffic routes. The entire surrounding neighborhood was almost paralyzed. Zhao Shi gave Zhang Haofeng a thumbs up. Zhang Haofeng's influence was indeed formidable. At the police station, the chief frowned as he watched the monitor. The cameras inside the bank had been destroyed, leaving them only able to see the situation outside. It seemed that this bank robbery was quite tricky. The robbers were quick and organized. Moreover, the heavy traffic outside the bank caused significant congestion, making it difficult for other officers to arrive. He urgently needed more police support. He had already dispatched a considerable number of officers from various districts, but they were far away and it was peak hours, making it hard for them to arrive quickly. Additionally, several traffic accidents had occurred, completely blocking the roads near the bank. However, in a nearby neighborhood, a large number of police officers were occupied with other tasks and could not come to support, which left the chief feeling quite troubled. Suddenly, the bank door opened, and a hooded person emerged, dragging someone and throwing them outside before making a throat-slitting gesture at the police. The individual quickly re-entered the bank. The person lying on the ground was bleeding, clearly injured. Report, there is a hostage injured. Urgently need an ambulance. We also need reinforcements, came a distress call from the frontline officers. The chief gritted his teeth, with injuries reported. The situation had escalated significantly. If hostages were killed, the situation would worsen even further. After some thought, the chief decided to pull 4 or 5 officers from a nearby neighborhood for reinforcement. They must first control the scene to prevent the situation from deteriorating. Although the tasks of those officers were also important, the sudden incident made it necessary to draw police from adjacent areas. Zhao Shi looked at the monitor and said, "Some police are heading over for reinforcement." Fang Shihong looked out the window and saw nearby officers rushing toward the bank, only 3 vehicles. He counted and said, somewhat disappointed, "There should be at least 40 or 50 officers in this area. Just pulling 4 or 5 officers won't have much impact." Zhao Shi frowned, picked up the microphone, and said, "Lu Jian, make a bigger noise. The number of officers being deployed is too small." Lu Jian received Zhao Shi's message and frowned. It was evident that due to Professor Yang Buwei's special status, the police were reluctant to easily mobilize the forces guarding him. Lu Jian glanced at the time. 7 minutes had already passed. He looked at the curly-haired man in the vault, who had stuffed most of the cash into his pockets. According to the plan, Ollie would start the car in 3 minutes, and then drive to the police station to pick them up. This mission would end here. However, the current situation was too quiet to attract more police. They needed to create a bigger commotion. The sound of sirens echoed again, and this time 3 police cars arrived, surrounding the bank entrance. Lu Jian gritted his teeth, pulled out a grenade, and walked to the door. He assessed the situation outside and shouted, "Hurry up! Ollie's car is coming." The curly-haired man worked faster, soon emerging from the vault with 2 large bags full of cash. The bald man with a beard grabbed one of the bags, slung it over his shoulder, and hurried towards the door with his gun drawn. A Latino man shouted at those inside the bank, "Get down and close your eyes, or I'll kill you all." The people in the bank became even more frightened, lying flat on the ground and not daring to move. The bald man reached the entrance, searching for Ollie's car. Lu Jian made a decisive call. "I'll cover you. Get to the car quickly." As he spoke, Lu Jian threw the grenade. Boom. The explosion shattered a large number of nearby windows. Lu Jian shouted, "To the left. Red car, go." He raised his gun and fired a burst. The police quickly took cover behind their cars and returned fire. But Lu Jian and his team had superior firepower, keeping the police from lifting their heads. Ollie, who was pretending to fix her car, was startled by the commotion. Turning her head, she saw Lu Jian and the others charging out of the bank. She was puzzled. She had just checked her watch and had 2.5 minutes left until her pickup time. Why were they coming out now? But there was no time to think. She quickly closed the hood, jumped in the car, and sped over. After the bald man rushed out, he realized something was wrong because Ollie's car hadn't arrived. They were now standing at the bank entrance with no cover. The only option was to suppress the police with firepower. He raised his gun and unleashed a barrage at the police cars. The curly-haired man and the Latino also saw the situation clearly and pulled out their strongest weapons to fire indiscriminately. The police's firepower was far inferior to theirs, and they were completely suppressed, with 3 officers hit, one of whom was critically injured and clearly dead. In the police station, the chief slammed his hand on the table. The situation had become complicated. A routine bank robbery had escalated into an armed robbery, which was particularly severe. The police's firepower was too weak. They were no match for the robbers. Damn it. Quickly dispatch 20 officers for support, and remember to bring heavy weapons. We must not let these robbers escape. The chief said decisively. In the van, Fang Shihong excitedly said, 10 more cars and 20 officers have been dispatched. Zhao Shi sighed, still not enough. There are at least 20 more officers needed here. The risk is too high. We can take the risk, but Professor Yang cannot bear it. Zhao Shi cautiously picked up the microphone and said, "Lu Jian, it's still not enough." Lu Jian was taken aback. It was already like this, and yet it still wasn't enough. At that moment, a red car suddenly sped up to the bank entrance. Ollie pretended to panic as she jumped out of the car and screamed while running towards the police. This immediately caught the attention of the remaining officers, who, fearing for Ollie's safety, had to cease fire. "Get in the car." The bald man with a beard rushed to the vehicle, waving vigorously at Lu Jian. The curly-haired man and the Latino also ran over, quickly getting into the car during the brief pause in gunfire. Lu Jian felt a tightness in his chest. Once they got in the car, they would escape from here, and this operation would end in failure. Chapter 121. The opportunity has come. We set off. He ran towards the car, his mind still racing with thoughts on how to turn the situation around. Once in the car, Lu Jian had an idea. He started the engine and quickly drove towards the direction from which the police were coming. Where are you going? The bald man shouted. The police are coming from that way. Lu Jian replied without looking back, nervously steering the car. It's precisely because that's where the police are coming from that this road is clear. Other areas are blocked, and we can't escape. The bald man thought there was some logic to it, but remained on high alert with his gun drawn. After driving for a while, they encountered several police cars chasing after them, yet they failed to notice the vehicle that brushed past them, the very target they were looking for. The chief, seeing this on the monitor, immediately cursed and urgently notified the police to turn around and pursue. Kid, you really got us out of a jam. We left those officers in the dust. Find a place to park. We'll disperse, the bald man said. The Latino man excitedly patted his bag, saying, so much money, enough for us to splurge. Lu Jian ignored him, continuing to drive swiftly to the nearby block where Professor Yang Buwei was being held. Ahead, police had set up a roadblock, and 2 officers signaled for them to stop for inspection. Oh no, police. What do we do? The curly-haired man exclaimed in panic. But Lu Jian did not slow down. He pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it out the window. Boom. Another deafening explosion rang out as Lu Jian drove through. The police behind quickly realized what was happening and opened fire. Not far behind, numerous police cars were racing towards them. Meanwhile, in a nearby RV, Zhaoxi looked out the window, furrowing his brows, uncertain of what Lu Jian was planning. The police that had been drawn away were now returning in pursuit, making their bank heist effort seem futile. What is Lu Jian doing? Fang Shihong asked anxiously. According to the original plan, Lu Jian was supposed to flee in the opposite direction to draw the police away, allowing them to take advantage of the reduced police presence to rush in and rescue Professor Yang Buwei. But now, everything was completely different. Lu Jian unexpectedly led the police forces to this area. Zhang Haofeng slapped his thigh and exclaimed, wow, Lu Jian is unreliable. He actually turned against us at a critical moment. Zhaoxi shook his head. No, I believe in Lu Jian. Inside the car, the bald man shouted. Hurry up and drive. We need to get out of here. The curly-haired man looked back in terror. So many police are chasing us. We need to escape quickly. Lu Jian suddenly yanked the steering wheel, and the car crashed into a glass display window, as if hit by stray bullets, completely out of control. The tire burst, and they quickly got out of the car. Lu Jian pushed the door open and rushed out with his weapon in hand. They were in a shopping mall, and many customers were present. When they saw a car suddenly crash in, they were surprised. However, upon seeing someone wearing a mask and holding a weapon, they screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Curly, control the hostages. The rest, take down the police. Lu Jian shouted. The bald man raised his weapon and opened fire wildly at the approaching police, while the curly-haired man forced the customers to lie down. A Latino man pulled out 2 grenades and threw them, destroying 2 police cars. The scene was extremely chaotic. Lu Jian took a deep breath. This was his plan. He directly shifted the battlefield to the shopping mall, igniting the conflict and attracting nearby police forces. However, in the original plan, they could escape safely. But now their chances of fleeing were uncertain. Nevertheless, the best plan Lu Jian could come up with was the one they were currently executing. Police cars lined up, and officers jumped out, taking cover behind their vehicles, aiming in their direction. Due to the lack of information about the situation inside, the police were hesitant to open fire recklessly. What happened to our well-laid plan? This is all your fault. The bald man glared at Lu Jian fiercely. Lu Jian calmly replied, this is not the time for blame. We need to figure out how to escape. The Latino man turned to look at the mall behind him, his brow furrowing. There are hostages here, and there must be a back door. We can escape through another exit. At the police station, the chief was mobilizing all available forces to surround the entire mall. The situation was spiraling out of control. Compared to the current situation, the custody of the person from a certain nation seemed less important. Except for a few guards, the chief ordered everyone else to be deployed to the scene. The opportunity has come. Let us move. Zhaoxi saw dozens of police cars speeding away and felt a surge of excitement as he issued the command. Chapter 122. Successful rescue. More and more police cars arrived, surrounding the entire mall. The Latino man who went to scout came back in a panic and said, the police have surrounded this place. We can't get out. The curly-haired, dark-skinned man was anxious, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he flung open the door, raised his hands, and shouted, I'm done. I'm surrendering. The police, seeing someone with their hands raised coming out, aimed their guns at the curly-haired man and loudly ordered him to come out slowly. The bald man with a scruffy beard looked at the bag full of cash slung over his back, his face filled with conflict. It was hard-earned money. and giving it away just felt too wasteful. However, if he didn't surrender, the police bullets wouldn't discriminate. He glanced at Lu Jian and nervously asked, "What should we do?" Lu Jian heard Zhao Shi's voice through his earpiece. "Action. Get the hostages out in 5 minutes." Lu Jian took a deep breath. He needed to hold on for 5 more minutes and not let this curly-haired man's surrender affect the morale of the other two. He said, "We have hostages. We can negotiate. You control the hostages." After saying this, Lu Jian began firing wildly outside. The police, taken by surprise, immediately retaliated, hitting the curly-haired man repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere. The bald man with the scruffy beard yelled in anger, completely abandoning thoughts of surrender. He grabbed a woman and used her as a shield, pressing a gun against her head as he pushed her forward. "Stop firing. If you shoot again, I'll kill her." The bald man emerged with the woman, carefully hiding behind her. Upon seeing the hostage being brought out, the police ceased fire. A negotiator rushed over, grabbing a megaphone to communicate. Meanwhile, an RV seemed to have lost control, suddenly veering off the road towards a nearby wall. Although the wall was topped with barbed wire and high-voltage lines, it couldn't stop the massive RV. The vehicle crashed through the wall and slid for several meters before coming to a halt. Professor Yang Buwei, who had received the news, rushed towards the RV and jumped onto the door. The nearby police finally snapped back to reality and quickly raised their guns to aim. However, the modified RV was bulletproof and collision-resistant, showing no fear of gunfire. Zhao Shi accelerated, driving the vehicle through another section of the wall. With most of the police force deployed elsewhere, they couldn't intercept in time. 4 or 5 officers and several security guards desperately chased after the RV in their vehicles. What's going on here? Another incident? The chief felt a headache coming on, starting to sense that this situation was more complex than it appeared. It seemed there was a connection between the two events. "Helicopter, track that RV. Keep a close watch on it. All police units, mobilize. We must intercept the RV." The chief shouted in anger. A helicopter appeared in the sky, quickly heading toward the scene. Lu Jian finally received good news through his earpiece. The hostages have been rescued. "Retreat immediately." Lu Jian took a deep breath. He looked outside and saw the bald man negotiating terms with the negotiator. Received. A weight lifted from Lu Jian's heart. A few minutes later, the helicopter spotted the RV speeding down the highway, quickly locking onto its trail and broadcasting its movements. Police units from all directions gradually surrounded the RV, setting up roadblocks ahead. The RV ran over a patch of spikes, blowing a tire and forcing it to stop in front of the barricade. A group of police officers surrounded the RV from all directions. Several officers rushed forward, carefully brandishing their weapons, and shouted into the RV, "People inside, raise your hands and come out. Otherwise, we will open fire." Outside the mall, a bald man with a scruffy beard laid out a series of demands, then pushed a hostage back inside. As he entered the mall, he shoved the limp hostage to the ground and shouted at Lu Jian, "I want them to bring a van in exchange for the hostages. It must arrive within 10 minutes. The bald man scanned the mall, thinking to himself, "Damn it, if only there were a vehicle here. We could rush out with the hostages." Hearing this, a Latino man suddenly looked at the vehicle parked by the display window, the one they had used to escape. He circled the vehicle, his expression changing suddenly as he pressed the gun against Lu Jian's head. "What do you mean? This vehicle is perfectly fine. There are no flat tires. Why did you stop?" The bald man suspiciously glanced at Lu Jian, then ran over to check the vehicle, even going so far as to kick the tires and test the pressure. Indeed, everything seemed intact, showing no signs of damage. Chapter 123. Death is a redemption. "I've suspected you were up to something all along. You definitely have other motives," the bald man said as he rushed to open the car door, placing a bag inside, and then another one. He started the car, and it roared to life. He shouted excitedly, "Get in, take 2 hostages with you. We'll rush out, leaving this guy to die here alone." The Latino man grabbed 2 girls and shoved them into the car before squeezing in himself. The vehicle started moving and backed out from the display window. Lu Jian quietly watched them drive away, suddenly feeling a sense of calm. As long as Professor Yang Buwei could be rescued, his mission would be complete. Meanwhile, the police were preparing to force open the car door when the RV's door suddenly swung open. A small, thin white man emerged with his hands on his head, shouting in terror, "Don't shoot, don't shoot, I have no weapon." Several burly officers lunged at him, pinning him down, while others rushed into the RV. However, there was no one inside the RV. The arriving chief grabbed the white man's hair and yelled, "Where are they? Where are the people in the RV?" The white man, with a quivering voice, replied, I don't know. Someone gave me $1,000 to just keep driving. Where are they?" The chief angrily pressed the man's head down, grinding it into the ground. The white man finally said, "They rode away on motorcycles. I don't know where they went. Please spare me." The chief cursed loudly and shouted to the surrounding officers, "Quickly, seal off the entire city. We must find that person." Inside the mall, Lu Jian heard a voice in his earpiece. The people have been successfully rescued. You need to get out quickly. Lu Jian replied calmly, I can't get out. Zhao Shi felt a sinking feeling, realizing there was nothing he could do about Lu Jian's situation. This was a top-secret operation, and confidentiality was crucial. Zhao Shixin made a firm decision and spoke these words. Lu Jian remained silent for a long time before saying, with their means, I cannot keep anything secret while I'm alive. Silence, a deathly silence. Zhao Shi, Feng Shihong, and Zhang Haofeng all fell silent. Everyone understood the implication of Lu Jian's words, but no one wanted to voice it. Bring my ashes back to the homeland. I fear being alone in a foreign land. Also, I hope to be buried as a citizen of the Great Zhou. Zhao Shi, without any hesitation, simply replied, Your name will be remembered in the history of the Great Zhou. I promise. Thank you. I have no regrets in death. After saying this, Lu Jian took off his earpiece, destroyed the chip inside, and burned it. This was the only thing that could expose his identity. He raised both hands and slowly walked out. Put down your weapons and lie down. The police, on high alert, raised their guns to aim. Beside him, the red car was desperately searching for a way out, but it was completely surrounded by police cars and could not escape. Suddenly, Lu Jian pulled out a handgun from his waist, pretending to shoot. The police fired, and Lu Jian was instantly hit by dozens of bullets, collapsing to the ground lifeless. However, what puzzled the officers was that Lu Jian had a smile on his face at the moment of death, a look of relief. Seeing Lu Jian dead, the bald man and the Latino man completely broke down. They opened the car doors, raised their hands, crawled out, and lay on the ground, not daring to move. On a cargo ship at sea, Yang Buwei, Zhao Shi, and Feng Shihong were hiding in a shipping container. After breaking through the perimeter wall, they turned the RV into a narrow alley, and then the four of them got out of the vehicle. Zhang Haofeng handed the car over to a white driver found by one of his subordinates. They then rode 2 motorcycles and sped away from the city, ultimately boarding a cargo ship bound for the southern seas through underground channels. Their destination was in international waters, where a small seaplane was waiting. Professor Yang Buwei paced back and forth, sighing, Is it worth exchanging another's life for mine? Zhao Shi stood up, helped Professor Yang sit down, and said, First of all, Lu Jian did not exchange just your life, but the lives of all citizens of the Great Zhou. Secondly, Lu Jian's death is not an end, but a form of eternal life. He achieved a personal redemption. From now on, when people mention Lu Jian, he will no longer be seen as a traitor, but as a patriot, a hero. For him, this outcome might be more meaningful than living. After all, if he were to return to the homeland, he would face countless accusations and insults from those who do not understand the truth. Now, his death has silenced those criticisms. Lu Jian was a man. Professor Yang Buwei sighed. I understand what you're saying, but I still feel some guilt. After all, Lu Jian's death was caused by me. Chapter 124. The National Infrastructure Project is about to start. Additional update. In the presidential office of a certain country, an aide presented a report, saying, Yang Buwei has been rescued. The president was furious. How can such a thing happen in our world-leading nation? It must be the work of the military of that certain country. Conduct a thorough investigation and capture the mastermind behind it. Once verified, I will initiate comprehensive sanctions against that country in conjunction with allied nations. The president's chief advisor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Excellency, given the current situation, it seems that they are not afraid of any sanctions. Their activities appear to show signs of isolationism. The president laughed. The world today is diverse and multilateral. Any nation attempting unilateralism is reversing history. The chief advisor wiped his sweat again, wanting to say, Isn't our withdrawal from various international organizations a form of unilateralism? Isn't that reversing history? Inform the police that I need solid evidence by tomorrow. I will begin sanctions against that country. We cannot allow such a nation to catch up. Our position as the world's leading power must not be taken away by them. The president left angrily after dropping this remark. At the command center, Yao Yao hurriedly entered with a document and handed it to Xiao Yi, saying, Someone has kidnapped Professor Yang Buwei. Was this operation directed by you? I had no idea. Xiao Yi shook his head, as he was also unaware. He glanced through the document, which contained 2 seemingly unrelated cases. But those in the know understood that these were definitely not isolated incidents. The bank robbery was merely a setup, while the real objective was to rescue Professor Yang Buwei. A middle-aged face flashed in Xiao Yi's mind, a seemingly harmless face that felt familiar and approachable. This was a true elite special operations member. Who is this Lu Jian? Xiao Yi asked. Yao Yao quickly replied. I have already verified that Lu Jian was once a traitor. However, the day before yesterday, he informed the embassy of Professor Yang Buwei's location. He should be a true citizen of that country. What about his family situation? Xiao Yi inquired. Yao Yao said, I am arranging for someone to investigate. News should come soon. Xiao Yi turned to look at Yao Yao and said, You are too talented for an assistant role. How about I assign you to lead a separate team? Yao Yao shot him a glance. What? After a few days apart, you want to sideline me to make room for that little vixen? No way. I'm not going anywhere. With that, Yao Yao rolled her eyes and walked away. Xiao Yi touched his nose, feeling that Yao Yao's words were quite problematic. It seemed like a struggle between a main wife and a mistress over just an assistant position. Both girls were excellent, so Xiao Yi had no particular thoughts about them. Lacking experience in romance, he instinctively kept his distance from such outstanding girls, always feeling they belonged to a different world that he couldn't reach. Little did he know, Xiao Yi was now truly seen as someone high above, to the point that even exceptional girls like Yao Yao and Ye Sihua dared not easily reveal their feelings. In the construction industry, everyone began to undergo extensive mobilization. A fleet of construction vehicles is heading towards the designated areas. If someone could observe from above, they would be astonished to see that the destinations of these vehicles form a massive circle centered around a particular city, with a diameter reaching 1,600 kilometers. This encompasses the entire Central Plains, Jiangnan, and South China regions. Workers are also rushing to this area, knowing that starting tomorrow, a nationwide infrastructure project will commence. The most exciting news is that the first 1,000 independently developed tunnel boring machines of the country have just rolled off the production line and are now heading to this circle, ready to kick off this grand project. Chapter 125. The grand project. 10 years ago, tunnel boring machines were entirely controlled by certain Western nations. However, now, 1,000 machines with fully independent intellectual property rights have been produced. Moreover, under the call of a mobilized team of experts, the production line for these machines is operating at full capacity. In the days to come, more machines will be produced one after another and swiftly deployed to the front lines. This reflects the efficiency of the people of the country. Wang Chong, filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement, follows a construction vehicle to the front line. After a week of intensive training, he has gained some understanding of the upcoming grand infrastructure project. This project is different from previous ones. It primarily focuses on steel structure buildings, with reinforced concrete components utilized to form tall walls. He has learned that these walls will reach a height of 150 meters, equivalent to a 50-story building, and extend over a length of 10,000 miles, or 5,000 kilometers. This is a true iron wall spanning thousands of miles. The reason for adopting a construction method primarily based on steel structures, supplemented by reinforced concrete components, is to facilitate localized replacements. Their work involves constructing individual wall segments that are 150 meters tall and 50 meters wide. When combined, these wall segments will form a closed loop, creating a vast iron wall. However, if any section is damaged, it can be replaced with maximum efficiency without affecting the integrity of the entire wall. While Wang Chong is amazed by such a grand project, he does not understand why. In this era, a wall of this nature is necessary. It is no longer the age of cold weapons. Such an iron wall may withstand cavalry from nomadic tribes, but cannot resist attacks from artillery or missiles. Against atomic bombs, it is utterly defenseless. However, since this is a national call, there must be a reason, and it must be correct. The people of this country possess such awareness. They understand that the nation is always very cautious with significant matters, unlike certain countries where an individual can make absurd decisions on a whim. The people know that since it is a major decision made by the government, it must be based on profound reasons and ultimately benefit the public. Perhaps some leaders in certain departments are inept and make foolish decisions, but such things absolutely do not happen at the national level. Many things may seem unbelievable at first, but when the truth comes to light, people are amazed at how wise and forward-thinking the national planning is. For example, 5G, artificial intelligence, and so on. The vehicle stopped, and Wang Chong got out, immediately shocked by the scene before him. Although he had been in the construction industry for many years and had worked on many large-scale projects, the sight in front of him left him speechless. Within his line of sight, he saw the largest number of construction vehicles he had ever seen in his life, especially the excavators, with one appearing every 50 meters. Looking along a straight line, countless excavators were spread out, and no matter which direction he looked, he could not see the end. Such a grand project is enough to go down in history. Wang Chong, what are we actually doing? I'm so excited. It's even more spectacular than the dam construction by my father's generation in the collective communes. After all, in their time, they could only see people enthusiastically shoveling dirt, but not such magnificent construction machinery. A construction worker in his 40s couldn't he help but ask. Wang Chong sighed and said, "Don't ask what we're doing. Just do it. It's worth it to be part of such a grand project once in a lifetime." Wang Chong is now a trainee engineer, and his main task is to lead a large team in the construction of a steel wall. In peacetime, Wang Chong would never have become an engineer, especially not after such a short training period before starting work. However, this training was very focused and direct, specifically for the construction of the steel wall. Because the content was straightforward, it was relatively easy to train. As a worker with over 10 years of construction experience, Wang Chong diligently studied for a week and mastered the essential skills. Therefore, the construction department directly promoted this group of trainees to trainee engineers. After some time, each of them would lead hundreds of people in wall construction. Wang Chong would be the leader and engineer of these hundreds, with immense responsibility, but also great honor. However, he was somewhat puzzled about where these hundreds of workers would come from, as the only ones currently under his command were just a little over 10 construction workers. Wang Chong, you are our captain now. Impressive. Jiang Cheng got out of another vehicle and walked over with 10 people. These 10 individuals had once been Wang Chong's co-workers, but now they were all under his command. The circumstances of people are indeed miraculous. 10 days ago, Wang Chong was working with them, eating together, and discussing women. Now, due to his excellent studies, he suddenly became the captain of everyone. Wang Chong patted each of these old co-workers on the shoulder. These 10 would be his capable aides. As for the remaining 90, he had no idea who they would be. After catching up, Jiang Cheng pulled Wang Chong aside and quietly asked, Wang Chong, didn't you go to pick up Miss Zhong that night? Wang Chong felt a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. Sigh. She doesn't need me to pick her up anymore. You're right. She and I are not from the same world. We never had any intersection before. And probably one tea in the future. Jiang Cheng wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Chong's expression, he had to hold back. Countdown, 161 days. After a night of interrogation and investigation, the police chief submitted a report to the chief advisor. The chief advisor glanced at the document and furrowed his brow. The interrogation report contained nothing of value. The arrested Latin man and the bald, bearded individual were outlaws with no connection to the region in question. The deceased curly-haired black man was also a typical citizen of that country. As for Lu Jian, he was merely a tool used to smear the reputation of the region. A traitor who had long since betrayed his own country. Such a person seemingly had no ties to the special forces of the region. The only connection was that Lu Jian had once cooked for Professor Yang Buwei. Beyond that, there were no useful leads to be found. The small man driving the RV also provided no valuable information. He merely stated that the person who asked him to drive was a small-time thug from the local street gang. Although both the police chief and the chief advisor firmly believed that the bank robbery was related to the rescue of Professor Yang Buwei and that it was definitely the work of the special forces. Without evidence, everything was just talk. Chapter 126. The chief advisor's analysis. Should we show this to the president? The police chief asked. The chief advisor shook his head. The president is already stressed. He has one headache after another. He was diagnosed with pneumonia yesterday and is currently hospitalized. It's best not to burden him with this report that has no good news. The chief advisor continued, you should keep following up on the investigation. See if there are any suspicious leads. The police chief replied, according to the surveillance footage, there was another woman who escaped. However, she is also a white woman. So she probably won't provide any valuable information. Additionally, there's something suspicious. At the time of the bank robbery, many traffic accidents occurred at intersections, causing significant congestion. These accidents were all linked to a local gang leader. The small man driving the RV is also connected to that street. But with just this information, we can't make any arrests. At most, we can ask him to assist with the investigation. If he doesn't say anything, we're at a dead end. The police chief said regretfully. The chief advisor waved his hand. First, continue the investigation and notify me of any progress. I feel the region is acting unusually. They are undertaking some large projects, and with so many activities, there must be many secrets. The police chief shrugged. That's not my task. It should be the responsibility of the investigation bureau. Meanwhile, the morning news on television was broadcasting. Dear viewers, according to the Ministry of Construction's requirements, the national construction industry is being consolidated and is about to embark on a grand engineering project. This is an unprecedented achievement, the first of its kind in history. This project has gathered 56 million construction workers, 2 million pieces of machinery, 1,000 tunnel boring machines, and 10 million transport vehicles. It is reported that this is just the first phase of the project, and more personnel and equipment will be through in the subsequent construction. As for the specific tasks and progress of this project, we will continue to monitor it closely. Once this news broke, it caused a nationwide stir. Various rumors began to circulate wildly. Online, the news quickly topped the trending topics. The discussions were lively, with all sorts of speculations. User A. Wow? Is this going to lead to mass steel production? Are we returning to that era again? User B. That era wasn't too bad. At least people's thoughts were simple. User C. What do you mean by simple? That's regression. I think this time they are mobilizing national efforts to build large-scale equipment, like a particle collider, to uncover the secrets of the universe. User D. The person above is right. The largest radio telescope was built with national efforts. If we create a particle collider this time, we will lead the world in exploring the universe. User E. I just want to ask, if we're not building houses, will housing prices drop? User F. The person above is overthinking it. Housing prices are no longer important. The capital is relocating, and we will also need to move. It seems that all major cities are being relocated inward. How's is 1 TB worth anything? Sell quickly. User G, why do I feel like this is a defense initiative? Is it because aliens are coming and we need to build fortifications? User H, it's not aliens, it's zombies that are coming. There should be a virus outbreak, and a biohazard crisis is about to start. User I, have you all gone crazy from gaming? There are no zombies. This is a major project benefiting the nation and the people. We should trust our country and follow its lead. It 1 TB wrong. User J, the person above is right. Trust the country, follow its lead. The country will not harm our interests. At a press conference, a Western journalist asked, "Excuse me, spokesperson, what exactly is your country doing?" In the past couple of weeks, there have been many significant actions taken. Is it that your country possesses something that others do not? If so, isn't that rather selfish? Why can't the information be shared? For the first time, the spokesperson hesitated. The journalist had guessed correctly. The country is indeed undertaking a grand project, and it possesses confidential information that other countries do not have. However, for the sake of humanity's survival, the country cannot disclose this information publicly at this time. Everything will only be announced when the highest mobilization order is given. The spokesperson organized their thoughts and said, "I can now inform you that we are carrying out a monumental project that benefits all of humanity. Currently, we are excavating a tunnel that is 10,000 miles long, in which we will construct the world's largest particle collider." The audience erupted in excitement. This was the first announcement regarding this project. Reporters eagerly raised their hands, but the spokesperson waved them off, saying, "I know everyone is eager to know the details about the particle collider. We will announce the full details to the world in a week. So, please be patient for now." The leader of a certain country, undergoing a medical examination, watched the overwhelming news coverage about a neighboring country building a particle collider and gestured for the chief advisor to come over. However, the chief advisor cautiously kept his distance, aware that the pneumonia could be contagious and not daring to get too close. "Why is that neighboring country constructing a particle collider right now?" the leader asked. The chief advisor, appearing quite knowledgeable, replied, "According to my analysis, the people of that neighboring country have two reasons for doing this. First, their domestic economy has stagnated, with a recent growth rate that is quite low. To stimulate the economy, they have initiated such a massive project to boost economic growth." The leader paused. "What is their economic growth rate?" The chief advisor responded, "Around 6%. The leader continued, "What about us?" The chief advisor hesitated, finally saying, "We might be in negative territory this year. However, we are a developed country, so growth is naturally slower." The leader remarked, "I feel like you're trying to fool me. What is the second reason?" The chief advisor perked up, saying, "The second reason is that the neighboring country wants to use the construction of the particle collider to undermine us." The leader looked confused. "How does their building a particle collider concern us?" The chief advisor explained, "If they build the largest particle collider in the world, as the leading nation, we would obviously be unwilling to fall behind. Thus we would also construct an even larger particle collider. They want us to think this way and act accordingly, which would ultimately weaken our economy." The leader shot him a glance. That neighboring country built the longest high-speed railway in the world, while we Haven T even constructed a kilometer of high-speed rail. Are they building railways to undermine our economy too? Chapter 127. The angry crowd in a small county town. Lu Jian's parents stepped out to buy groceries. "Boss, how much is the bok choy per pound?" Lu Jian's mother inquired. $5. The boss replied in a rather unfriendly tone. Nearby, a girl exclaimed, "Didn't you just say $2? Why the price hike?" The boss shrugged. $2 for others, but for people like them, it's $5. Lu Jian's father wanted to say something, but his mother quickly pulled him away to buy from a different vendor. "Boss, did these two elders offend you?" the girl asked curiously. The boss contemptuously replied, "They didn't, but their son not only offended me, but also offended you and all the people of the neighboring country." The girl suddenly understood. "So they are the parents of that traitor?" The boss nodded. The girl's previously sympathetic gaze turned to one of disdain. People like that, having such a son, how can they even face the world? "If I were them, I would just die." The last sentence was said loudly, causing Lu Jian's parents, who had just left, to tremble slightly. Having a traitor in the family brings trouble to all its members. People can be bad and scrupulous merchants or delinquent youths, but they must never be traitors. That is the bottom line. Those who cross this line, the girl believes, deserve to be condemned. Feeling that words alone were not enough, the girl quietly picked up her phone and followed them, intending to secretly film the despicable parents. She was a streamer, though with few followers. She had been searching for compelling content to attract more viewers. Broadcasting the process of these traitorous parents being publicly shamed was sure to be a hit. Lu Jian's parents had long grown accustomed to such scornful looks. In the past, they would secretly shed tears, even feeling too ashamed to leave their home. But life must go on, and despite the humiliation, they had no choice but to venture out and face the judgmental stares and harsh words of others. After being rejected once again, they decided to go farther away, to a place where they wouldn't be recognized, to buy some groceries. On the bus, a young man stood up to offer them his seat. The girl rushed forward, streaming live, and shouted, "How can you offer your seat to people like this? Do you know who they are? They are the parents of that traitor." Lu Jian was well known in the county. Almost every household had heard of him, and people regarded him as the county's disgrace. That such a notorious traitor came from their county brought shame upon everyone there. And it wasn't just within the county. Even neighboring towns would respond with contempt upon hearing the county's name. "Oh, you're from that traitor's county, fellow townsman of a traitor." This remark had long made residents of the county hang their heads in shame when they traveled. Hearing the girl's words, the young man immediately sat back down, glaring at Lu Jian's parents with hostility. It wasn't just him. Everyone on the bus fixed their eyes on Lu Jian's parents, their gazes filled with disdain. The driver didn't start the bus, leaving it parked in silence, making it clear he had no intention of carrying such passengers. People simply cannot tolerate such disgraceful behavior. Under the collective stare of everyone on the bus, Lu Jian's parents could no longer bear the pressure and slowly stepped off the vehicle. The girl turned to her camera and declared, "This is so satisfying, so satisfying. This is what happens when you raise a traitorous son. Why don't you two just drop dead?" The young man shouted through the window at Lu Jian's parents, "I'll remember you. From now on, whenever I see you, I want to share a bus with you." The passengers on the bus erupted into a clamor of angry voices. More and more viewers joined the girl's live stream, leaving comments like, "Wow, finally seeing the family of a traitor in real life. Down with traitors. Strange. Shouldn't such people be executed? Giving birth to a monster and still having the nerve to live. Streamer, slap them for me. I heard that traitor is thriving abroad. If I ever get the chance to go overseas, I'll make sure to take him down. Down with traitors." Chapter 128. A martyr. Not a traitor. Attracted by the commotion, a crowd gathered by the roadside. Seeing Lu Jian's parents being scolded by the crowd stirred long-held memories among the people. They recalled how Lu Jian had cursed the ugly face of the regime on television right after his escape. The crowd began to loudly discuss and surround Lu Jian's parents, pointing fingers and accusing them. If it weren't for their old age, some might have rushed forward to take action. The scene was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Suddenly, a flagship vehicle from a prominent brand arrived. This type of car is iconic and carries special significance. Even the county mayor wouldn't ride in such a high-end vehicle. In front of this car was an older version of the same brand, with a license plate number of 58, clearly belonging to the county mayor. The two vehicles drove to the front of the crowd under everyone's gaze. The door of the flagship vehicle opened, and two individuals stepped out, a middle-aged man with many gray hairs but still relatively young, and a tall, upright young man. The front vehicle also opened, revealing the familiar figure of the county mayor. The crowd instantly quieted down, observing the mayor's fawning demeanor. It was clear that those who exited the flagship vehicle held a status far above his. Professor Yang Buwei quickly parted the crowd and approached Lu Jian's parents. Tears in his eyes as he said, "Are you Lu Jian's parents?" Lu Jian's parents lowered their heads in embarrassment. They felt they had lost all dignity. It had been years since they had faced such an onslaught. Today was particularly painful for them, especially knowing that this incident had caused a stir in the county, making them feel they had brought shame to their community. "Look, the mayor is coming out to deal with the traitor's parents," the female host said excitedly. In the live broadcast, fans began to express their outrage in the comments. Yang Buwei supported the elderly couple and turned to the mayor, shouting, "Is this how you treat the families of heroes?" The mayor was taken aback, and the crowd fell silent. Even the female host closed her mouth. Lu Jian's mother shook her head, saying, "We raised a son who brought shame upon us. We are sorry to the country and our fellow villagers." The mayor nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, they are the parents of the traitor Lu Jian." Xiaoyi was furious and shouted, "No matter what crime someone commits, their parents should not be punished. Moreover, Lu Jian is not an irredeemable villain. He is just a child who went astray. Now, he has proven his patriotic fervor with his own blood." Xiaoyi took out a citizenship certificate from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Lu Jian's parents, saying, "You have raised an outstanding son. On behalf of the country, I officially declare Lu Jian a citizen of our nation and posthumously honor him as a national hero." Xiaoyi then turned and glared at the mayor and the surrounding crowd, stating, "Anyone who dares to insult the family of a martyr will be arrested for insulting the martyr." Seeing the bewildered crowd, Professor Yang Buwei stepped forward and said, "My name is Yang Buwei. I am a researcher who helped bring back Lu Jian at the cost of his life. I can attest that Lu Jian deserves the title of martyr." The crowd erupted in a commotion, as some recognized Professor Yang Buwei. Since it was proven by Professor Yang Buwei, it indicates that everything is true. The scene fell into silence. The girl held her phone and recorded, but couldn't utter a word. She felt overwhelmed with guilt. Suddenly, she thought of something, rushed to the vegetable stall, bought all the bok choy, and ran back to hand it to Lu Jian's parents, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is my apology." The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom have a simple mindset. If you make a mistake, you must correct it. Since the state has acknowledged Lu Jian's identity, they were in the wrong and needed to amend it. When Lu Jian's parents returned home, they found their doorstep piled high with various items: vegetables, fruits, clothes, and shoes. Even the broken doors and windows had been repaired. Along the way, neighbors who had heard the news spontaneously stood at their doorsteps, smiling at Lu Jian's parents, causing them to shed tears of happiness. Although Lu Jian had died, he died for a cause, and his death was honorable. While they felt sorrow, there was also a sense of pride and dignity. Chapter 129. The mayor's stability is shaken. Bianjing City. Mayor Ji took a document from his secretary and opened it, as per his usual habit. He instinctively skipped the introductory part and began reading from the middle. This was a habit he had developed over the years. No matter how significant the red-headed document was, the beginning was always filled with clichés and empty talk, commonplace phrases. The real content was usually at the end of the document. Only if the document was particularly serious would he return to the beginning to carefully consider each word. This was a method and secret of governance, and it did not contradict his desire for stability. However, when he reached the end of this document, he found himself bewildered. He had to look back to find the starting point of the document's specific content. Upon searching back to the beginning, he realized that this red-headed document was completely different from previous ones. It contained no clichés or empty talk. The first sentence stated, "According to the proposal of the National Mobilization Expert Group, the order is issued by the subordinate relocation team to reduce the workforce by 50% at all levels." After reading the entire document, Mayor Ji felt a shock. He knew that the state was implementing a capital relocation plan, and the task was urgent. Moreover, besides the Central Plains, Central China, South China, and North China regions, other cities were also to begin relocating. However, Bianjing City was in the Central Plains and was not included in these relocation plans. Therefore, he did not feel a strong sense of urgency. Yet, this red-headed document greatly impacted him because it required a 50% reduction in personnel across all departments from top to bottom. This was a complete upheaval in the bureaucratic landscape. Moreover, the document provided detailed requirements for the reductions, with precise targets. Regardless of the department, all leaders below the top position were to be streamlined, while frontline staff would be retained to half of the total number. At the same time, it was stipulated that higher-level supervisory departments are strictly prohibited from streamlining personnel to lower-level departments, and transfers to frontline positions are also forbidden. This is a direct sweep of the deputy positions. Take the municipal level as an example. In Bianjing City, there is one mayor, 7 deputy mayors, plus the office director, labor union, political advisory committee, representatives of the national committee, and a host of other positions, totaling dozens of officials. Now, it's required to retain only one mayor and one assistant, with all others to be streamlined, awaiting further instructions. These deputy mayors, who have worked hard to climb the ranks, are suddenly dismissed. Instead, the frontline employees who are directly doing the work are all retained. Mayor Ji is visibly stressed. This directive contradicts his principle of stability. Although there are 7 deputy mayors, each with their own background, Mayor Ji has prioritized stability and managed to keep the team in Bianjing City harmonious. The economy has steadily improved, and all industries have developed smoothly without any major disruptions. Mayor Ji has received a lot of praise for this. However, this directive has left him shocked. It has essentially removed almost all officials except for the top leader. What is the government trying to achieve? He quickly called the provincial office to seek help from his former superior. But his old leader's response terrified him. "Don't ask me what to do, because I am also on standby." Mayor Ji's heart raced. Just 6 months ago, his old leader was preparing to promote him to a deputy position in the province, getting him ready for a higher role. But for some reason, it didn't happen. If he had gone to the province, wouldn't he have been dismissed and sent home too? If his old leader was being scrutinized, how could he escape? Yet, the content of this directive makes it difficult for him to maintain stability. This is a massive upheaval. Feeling uneasy, Mayor Ji glanced at the date on the document, which indicated a 1-week time frame. He decided to wait and see for stability's sake. Such a radical reform plan is unlikely to last long and will probably be retracted. This is based on Mayor Ji's experience. Taking 2 small steps in reform is certainly inappropriate, but taking 2 large steps is clearly unsuitable as well. This directive is not merely about the scale of the steps, but represents a complete upheaval. The government also demands stability and should not create such a significant disturbance. Streamlining half of the national institutional staff, especially targeting leadership positions while retaining frontline employees, is highly unusual. It surely can't last long. Furthermore, to prevent the streamlined middle-level officials from displacing frontline employees, the directive explicitly states that the list of streamlined personnel must be reported layer by layer, with higher-ups sending people down for verification. Any instances of fraud will result in immediate dismissal. This makes Mayor G break out in a cold sweat. Is the National Mobilization Expert Team really so decisive? Chapter 130. The rumors spread by Xiao Yi almost simultaneously. Every city and county received this directive. A large-scale restructuring of national institutions has begun. To accomplish such a significant infrastructure project and to mobilize the population of 1.4 billion people effectively and efficiently, the existing large and bloated institutions cannot suffice. It is necessary to operate with the precision, efficiency, and vigor akin to wartime organizations. The simpler the structure, the higher the efficiency, and the faster the orders will be issued. Responsibilities will also be clearer, eliminating the issues of blame shifting, disputes, and internal conflicts. Because there will only be one leader. To take on a leadership role, one must have a heart willing to bear responsibility and an awareness of accountability. Completing such a massive project requires departments that can operate smoothly at various levels. As for the officials who have been streamlined, after the nationwide mobilization order is issued, they will all rush to the front lines of construction, taking on greater responsibilities in infrastructure work. The drastic changes in the nation are already being reflected across various social levels. The most discussed topics among people now include relocating the capital, grand tunnel construction projects, streamlining personnel in various agencies, and significant adjustments to school curricula. Various rumors are circulating widely, especially unofficial ones. Among them, 3 versions are particularly prevalent. One suggests that a major war is imminent, with the nation preparing to reclaim its territory and ignite conflict. Another claims that aliens are set to attack Earth and that the nation is making all-out defensive preparations. The third states that the nation is building a massive urban agglomeration that will become a country within a country, elevating the economy to new heights and catching up with a certain country next year. There are even more versions circulating. At the command center, Nie Xihua expressed concern, saying, "Xiao Yi, I feel that people are very restless right now. Everyone is speculating wildly. Shouldn't we investigate those rumors?" Yao Yao scoffed, "Investigate? Humph. Those rumors were actually spread by Xiao Yi. Are we supposed to have him investigate himself?" Nie Xihua was taken aback. "Why?" Xiao Yi replied, "Rumors aren't necessarily a bad thing. Properly utilizing them can soften the impact and panic that our upcoming mobilization order may cause among the public. This is what Yao Yao's great-grandfather taught me." Xiao Yi winked at Nie Xihua. "Don't forget, Yao Yao's great-grandfather was a military strategist who was undefeated in his youth. What he said is the essence of wisdom." Nie Xihua suddenly understood. Xiao Yi looked out at the new building, which is already 11 stories high, being constructed at a pace of nearly 1 floor per day. The entire building has reached its peak, and internal renovations are currently underway. According to estimates, in another half-month, equipment will start to be relocated for testing. In 20 days, the command center will fully relocate. The core institutions of the nation will operate within this building. Out of the 10 groups, all except the already disbanded Origin group will move in. The Origin team was merged into the military group, responsible for analyzing the collected organizational samples and establishing a gene sequence database. They hoped to find weaknesses or characteristics of the Starry Sky armor beast from within. Although all the activities seemed busy and chaotic, they were actually organized and orderly. This was not the achievement of any individual, but rather the result of all participants maintaining a strong sense of involvement and dedication. Thanks to the readers. User 40370222. User 11003238. Emotion Guchu Yao. Hehehehe. For the inspiration capsules. Thanks to the readers. User 50098661. OPN. User 730000112. User 166200643. Yao Nian. Yu Yi. Wen Yu Hai Tang. Yu Min. User 450318894. User 127503666 for the urging symbols. Also, thanks to all the readers for the mountain climbing invitations, mooncakes, and likes. During this time, there have been many trivial matters, and the updates have been somewhat scattered, but normalcy will resume after the holiday. Wishing everyone a happy holiday. Additionally, if anyone thinks it's necessary to create a group, please leave a comment below. If there's interest, we can give it a try. Chapter 131. The Escaping Elites Hangzhou Airport. The most bustling airport in the region is now even busier. A piece of inside information has spread widely among the elite, and it has substantial credibility. This news has had a significant impact, causing international flights to other countries to be fully booked. The number of people traveling abroad now exceeds that of the previous days, and the demographic is broader. Particularly, many celebrities and top tycoons are fleeing, with an escape rate reaching 50%. This insider information reportedly came from the National Mobilization Headquarters, indicating that the recent recall of overseas students is not an isolated event, but rather a precursor to even stricter control measures. After this recall, a severe travel ban will be implemented within 7 days, and the borders will be closed. All international ports, whether maritime, aerial, or land borders, will be shut down. Domestically, a series of significant actions will be taken to strictly control various industries. This news was conveyed with certainty and came from a very high level, making it highly credible. Therefore, once it spread, it quickly caused a stir among the elite. A large number of wealthy individuals and elites began to flee, with the entertainment industry being particularly affected. Hangzhou Airport has almost turned into a stage for stars, as many celebrities with some background have rushed to leave the country for various reasons. Fans had already heard the news, and many gathered at the airport, hoping for a close encounter with the stars. A tall celebrity wearing a cap hurriedly walked with his head down, closely followed by a large group of assistants. He is a top-tier star in the country, known as one of the 5 returnees, boasting millions or even over 100 million fans. Unlike the other 4, he is a citizen of a different nation but of the same ethnic heritage. Although his career has mostly been in a certain country, he has never considered himself a citizen of that country at heart. If it weren't for the opportunity to make a lot of money there, he wouldn't have come at all. Lu Zilong is Lu Zilong. A fan recognized their idol and shouted excitedly, rushing over. Other fans also crowded around, creating a very lively scene. Several assistants quickly protected him, keeping the fans at bay. Lu Zilong disdainfully said, "What is this? I can't escape from these people anywhere." The manager quietly replied, "Xiao Long, don't let others hear you. These fans are indeed annoying, but the money you earn comes from their support. So, you should maintain some face." Lu Zilong impatiently said, "We're leaving soon. Do we still need to deal with these people?" The manager responded, "This country can't just close its doors forever. Sooner or later, it will open up, and we will still need to come back to earn money from these fans. So, we should handle this properly." Hearing the manager's words, Lu Zilong reluctantly took off his mask. His previously disdainful expression instantly turned into a smile as he greeted the fans. One fan excitedly asked, "Lu Zilong, are you leaving us too?" Lu Zilong perfunctorily smiled, "I won't leave you. I just need to return to my home country to handle some visa issues. I won't give up on you. I love you all." His handsome face combined with such words immediately elicited screams from the fans. "Lu Zilong, we love you. You must come back. Don't forget us. I love you, Lu Zilong." The fans expressed their feelings frantically. Lu Zilong turned his face away, looking annoyed, and said, "These people are really bothersome. Think of a way to shake them off." The manager quickly replied, "Don't be anxious. It's because of these fans that we can have a steady income. Just pretend to sign some autographs. I have some photos here for you to share." Lu Zilong irritably said, "It's really annoying. I'll post 10 photos and then leave." After saying that, Lu Zilong turned to face the fans, putting on a smile again. "I love you all too." He took out signed photos to distribute, but at that moment, an entertainment reporter squeezed in and asked, "Mr. Lu Zilong, as a citizen of your home country, do you plan not to return this time? Are you, like others, preparing to escape from this country?" Lu Zilong frowned and replied, "Although I hold citizenship from my home country, at heart, I am a citizen of this country." The reporter pressed on, "If that's the case, why not stay and face the difficulties together with the people of this country, instead of choosing to escape with those so-called elites?" Lu Zilong couldn't answer. The reporter continued, "If you were asked to give up your citizenship and join this country, would you be willing to stay?" Chapter 132. True elites are those who contribute. Lu Zilong became angry. "I am a citizen of my home country. How could I possibly join this country? My home country is a developed nation." The reporter hurriedly followed up, "Are you not planning to return?" The agent quickly tugged at Lu Zilong's sleeve, and Lu Zilong, not bothering to sign autographs anymore, turned and left. The reporter continued to chase after him, asking, "Are you really going to flee from the Great Zhou Kingdom? What about the fans who love you?" Before Lu Zilong could respond, several fans grabbed the reporter's sleeve, saying, "You cannot damage our idol's image, you unscrupulous reporter. He said he would come back." The reporter felt somewhat awkward. He had just learned that Lu Zilong had already sold off his properties and assets within the Great Zhou Kingdom the day before, and all his assets had been transferred out. He had long been prepared not to return. However, the fans were not listening to him at all. Several young girls even started to physically confront the reporter, shouting, "You can't smear Lu Zilong's name. Get lost, you unscrupulous reporter." It wasn't until the security arrived that the reporter managed to escape. Yet, both the reporter and the fans were disappointed to find that during the commotion, Lu Zilong had quietly slipped away. At the command center, Nie Sihua handed Xiao Yi a document, pointing at Lu Zilong's image on the television, saying, "There have been many elites from various sectors escaping these days, especially today, which has reached a peak. Tickets to a certain country are not only not discounted, but have also risen by 50%, yet they are still hard to come by. These escapees are all elite individuals. Shouldn't we impose some restrictions? If this continues, we will lose many talents." Nie Sihua said with concern. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. "Do you know? The escape of these elites is all because of me. Yao has mentioned to you that many of the rumors circulating in the market were spread by me, especially those with significant weight, They were also spread by me. Seeing Nie Sihua's puzzled expression, Xiao Yi explained, in times of peace, who are the easiest to become elites? Nie Sihua thought for a moment and replied, it should be those who dare to think and act, those with ideas and means. Xiao Yi nodded, you're partially correct. In peaceful times, elites are those with means, and those who will stop at nothing. The shrewd and calculating individuals tend to succeed the most in peaceful times. However, we are now in a time of war. Those who engage in cunning schemes are the most likely to cause trouble. In wartime, what is needed is dedication and self-sacrifice, which are precisely what these social elites lack. Thus, such elites not only cannot help us, but will greatly hinder our progress. The so-called elites of peaceful times, except for those with a sense of social responsibility, are just major obstacles to our actions. We do not need these so-called elites from peaceful times. Therefore, I spread these rumors to eliminate these false elites and retain the true elites who have social responsibility. The more of these false elites that leave, the better. After speaking, Xiao Yi glanced at Nie Sihua. You are also an elite. Given your situation, would you leave your homeland? Nie Sihua locked eyes with Xiao Yi. Her heart suddenly stirred, and her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course, I would not. I dream of becoming a citizen of the great Zhou kingdom, to strive together with its people. This has been the dream of my great-grandfather, myself, and our entire family. Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up and said, you are the elite I need. Nie Sihua felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, secretly guessing what Xiao Yi meant by need. Was he hinting at something? Xiao Yi, unaware of Nie Sihua's thoughts, looked at the hurried figure of Lu Zilong on the big screen and disdainfully said, an elite like that, full of affectation, should stay far away. What we want are true men with iron will and integrity. Nie Sihua remained silent. Xiao Yi continued, when a society begins to indulge in extravagance, such pretty boy stars will emerge. This is also the most dangerous time. Fortunately, people still admire heroes. The inherent bravery in men remains. When the highest mobilization order is given, people will truly idolize those like Gao Daqiang. Those who dare to sacrifice themselves are the ones worth admiring. Suddenly, Nie Sihua asked, what about you? Are you a true man? Xiao Yi was taken aback, looking down into her eyes and asked, what do you think? Nie Sihua gazed into Xiao Yi's clear eyes, captivated, her heart racing. After a while, she murmured, I feel that you are. Xiao Yi reached out to pat Nie Sihua's head and said, you've been fooled. I'm just an ordinary man. After that, he turned to leave but saw Yao Yao at the door, glaring at him with an angry expression, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Curious, Xiao Yi asked, who upset you? Yao Yao shot him a fierce look and said, you. Lu Zilong pushed a reporter aside and hurried towards the security check area. Chapter 133. The plan to ignite the volcano is complete. Additional update. Xiao Yi scratched his head, confused about how he had angered such a formidable princess like Yao Yao. He had to change the topic. Is there something you need? Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him and said, Professor Lu wants you to go see him. He needs to talk to you about the plan to ignite the volcano. Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy and walked straight out. This was a significant matter weighing on his mind. Igniting the Elder Mountain volcano and extracting the mineral resources from the mantle, particularly enough osmium metal, was crucial. Without osmium alloy warheads, all resistance would be meaningless. Some experimental osmium-coated warheads had already been developed with excellent results. However, given the current reserves of osmium in the Great Zhou Kingdom, there was still a long way to go for large-scale utilization. Therefore, it was essential to extract as many rare minerals from the crust as possible. Only then could they be installed extensively in billions of mechs and countless defensive turrets on city walls. Seeing Xiao Yi leave, Yao Yao approached Nie Sihua with a wary expression and said, let me tell you, don't think you can take my place. This position of deputy is mine. You're only holding it temporarily. Nie Sihua, with a touch of femininity, adjusted her hair and replied, I'm not Xiao Yi's deputy. I am his assistant and confidant. Yao Yao glared at Nie Sihua and said, don't say I didn't warn you. Xiao Yi is not a good man. He's a jerk. He has an ex-girlfriend who he abandoned after a brief fling. Nie Sihua chuckled, you're talking about that waitress, right? You're even more naive than I thought. Hee. With a light laugh, Nie Sihua bypassed Yao Yao and quickly went after Xiao Yi. Yao Yao felt a bit frustrated. She seemed to detect a hint of disdain in Nie Sihua's laughter, but she couldn't understand where that disdain was coming from. She began to doubt her own judgment. That Chu Xiao really might not be a good person, and that annoying Nie Sihua seemed to have some information that she didn't know about. She turned her head to look behind her, surprised to find that both Xiao Yi and Nie Sihua had left, prompting her to hurry after them. When Lu Dingwen saw Xiao Yi enter, he clapped his hands excitedly and said, you're just in time. I've completed my plan, and we're currently conducting a simulation experiment. Lu Dingwen patted Gu Linsheng's shoulder and said, kid, bring out the model data you've built and show it to Xiao Yi. The decryption team's work, led by Gu Linsheng, had reached a critical stage, but Lu Dingwen insisted on having Gu Linsheng help him establish the model for triggering a volcanic eruption. Given Lu Dingwen's eccentric personality, Gu Linsheng complied. After 3 days and nights of design work, Gu Linsheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, finally completed the model for triggering the volcano. He handed a pile of data to Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi looked at the data and couldn't make sense of it. This was all specialized geological data, and as someone in biological sciences, how could he possibly understand it? Yao Yao hurried in and said to Lu Dingwen, "Uncle Lu, showing these things to Xiao Yi won't help. He's not a geologist. Don't treat him like he knows everything. He's just an ordinary person. Show him the animation instead." Lu Dingwen suddenly realized, "I completely forgot about that. All right, let's show the animation." The screen displayed an image, and Lu Dingwen began to explain. Our detonation plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to open a passage. In the animation, a plane dove vertically and dropped a piece of ammunition. This is a specially made bomb that can penetrate down through the current volcanic crater. According to calculations, it can directly break through the obstacles of the Gulao mountain volcanic crater, creating an outlet for the eruption. Lu Dingwen switched the scene, this time showing hundreds of deep wells drilled into the ground near the volcano. We will drill a circle of wells, 8 kilometers deep, 5 kilometers away from Gulao mountain, and then bury the lightest nuclear bombs in these wells. We will detonate the nuclear bombs simultaneously to create a downward shockwave. This shockwave will push the asthenosphere in the mantle toward the eruption channel. At the same time, we will use deep explosives to trigger the volcano. Thus, under the combined effect of the nuclear bombs, the abundant minerals from the semi-fluid asthenosphere will be brought to the surface during the volcanic eruption, Lu Dingwen said excitedly. Xiao Yi understood that the ideas had long been conceived. The key was in how to implement them. Therefore, simulating data with software has become very important. What does the simulation look like? Lu Dingwen clapped his hands. We have conducted hundreds of simulation experiments, achieving a success rate of up to 90%. Now, we just need nuclear devices. Can you obtain a few hundred of the lowest yield nuclear devices? Xiao Yi asked. What yield do you need? Lu Dingwen replied. Since we need to precisely control the speed of volcanic eruptions, the lower the yield, the better. If it can be around 10 tons, that would be ideal. We can use a continuous detonation method to control the flow direction and speed of the semi-fluid asthenosphere. If there is too much of this asthenosphere, it will block the volcanic vent. If there is too little, it won't erupt, so it must be accurate, precise. Chapter 134. The terrifying nuclear energy background of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Xiao Yi immediately thought of Professor Yang Buwei. As a top expert in supernuclear energy, Professor Yang Buwei is the most authoritative on these matters. Xiao Yi looked up at Nie Sihua and said, "Please invite Professor Yang Buwei here." Nie Sihua agreed and was about to get up, but Yao Yao rushed out first, saying, "I will go invite Professor Yang Buwei." Before Nie Sihua could react, Yao Yao had already run out. Nie Sihua felt a bit frustrated. She turned around and gave Xiao Yi a resentful look, making him feel as if he had committed a grave mistake. Fortunately, Xiao Yi remembered that there were others to invite. "Miss Nie, please help me invite Deputy Commander Qian Linsen and nuclear expert Professor Guo Changxing." Nie Sihua then became excited. She stood up elegantly and walked out, but suddenly turned back at the door and said to Xiao Yi, "Don't call me Miss Nie, it's too formal. You can call me Sihua or Cici." Lu Dingwen and Gu Linsheng, the 2 bookworms, noticed the tension between the 2 women, which was somehow linked to Xiao Yi. Gu Linsheng laughed and said, "Advisor Xiao, it seems your relationship is quite special." Lu Dingwen gave Gu Linsheng a light smack on the head. "What's special? They are just a couple." "No, that's wrong. It should be called mutual affection." Xiao Yi waved his hand. "Don't say that. Such an outstanding girl wouldn't possibly be interested in us bookworms." This remark struck a chord with Lu Dingwen and Gu Linsheng, and both looked somewhat downcast. It is said that a person's intelligence quotient combined with emotional quotient is a fixed number. High IQ corresponds to low EQ, and vice versa. As for those with high IQ and high EQ, they are likely aliens. Both Gu Linsheng and Lu Dingwen belong to the group with exceptionally high IQs, which means they are quite lacking in emotional intelligence. In terms of relationships, they have had little success, remaining single to this day, and neither has had a complete romantic experience. Finding a considerate girlfriend like those depicted in shows about scientists is almost impossible. Xiao Yi's words touched their inner pain. Scientists also need love and a passionate romance. However, achieving this desire is too difficult. At most, they might find a woman to settle down with for a lifetime. Qian Linsen arrived the fastest. As soon as he entered the room, he broke the awkward silence by saying, "Are we about to trigger a volcano?" This instantly excited Lu Dingwen. Bookworms are like that. Once they enter their topic, everything else, women, family, and posterity, becomes unimportant. "Yes, old Qian. Do you want to see a volcano that can be controlled at will?" Professors Yang Buwei and Guo Changxing also walked in and, hearing Lu Dingwen's words, excitedly said, "I've always wanted to see a volcano erupt, but it's too dangerous, so I've never gone." Lu Dingwen glanced at Yang Buwei and said angrily, I heard you got citizenship from that country. I thought about going there to find you and give you a beating. Professor Yang Buwei didn't mind and sat down next to Lu Dingwen, saying, You love your country, and I love mine too. It's just that we express it differently. Qian Linson remarked, Professor Lu is patriotic, while Professor Yang is patriotically indirect. Both are patriotic, with the same purpose. Lu Dingwen shot a glare at Qian Linson, saying, It's easy for you to say. If I didn't know he also has a sincere heart for our great nation, I wouldn't even bother talking to him. Qian Linson and Professor Yang exchanged smiles. They had heard of Lu Dingwen's reputation and took his words lightly. Xiao Yi said, Professors Gua and Yang, you are both experts in nuclear energy. One studies nuclear weapons, and the other studies the utilization of nuclear energy. Now, to trigger a volcano, we need to apply external pressure from the crust to the asthenosphere in the mantle, squeezing the resources in the mantle and then erupting them through the volcano. This requires a nuclear device with minimal yield for sustained effect. Guo Changxing thought for a moment and said, We have developed a type of nuclear device that can trigger continuous explosions, but the yield is a bit large, several thousand tons. However, we can try to adjust it. The minimum yield can reach several dozen tons, but it will take some time. No, several dozen tons is too much. Ideally, around 10 tons would be best. Lu Dingwen replied. Guo Changxing frowned. The research on nuclear devices in their country had been focused on large yields and large-scale applications, and they hadn't really studied devices with minimal yields. Professor Yang Buwei said, I have information on a type of low-yield nuclear device from that country called the W-54 Special Nuclear Landmine. It can be buried underground and detonated remotely. Lu Dingwen immediately jumped up, saying, Yes, that's it. That's the best. Yang Buwei, give me a few tens of thousands to play with. Everyone was taken aback. Such a thing, and he casually asked for tens of thousands. Lu Dingwen truly was a tough character. However, Guo Changxing said nonchalantly, As long as Professor Yang can provide detailed information, in 2 months, I can give you 50,000. Xiao Yi asked in surprise, Is it really that impressive? Guo Changxing smiled confidently. The potential of our nation's foundational strength, especially in nuclear mobilization, is far beyond what you can imagine. Professor Yang Buwei expressed some concern, saying, But doing so would cause tremendous damage to the local environment. Nuclear contamination could last for decades or even hundreds of years. We may become the sinners of history. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. This order will be personally signed by me, and I will personally press the detonation button. This sin shall be borne by me. You just need to focus on your research. Group 362165705, or search for the Infrastructure Era Group. Recruiting administrators, conditions, have time, true book lovers, like this book, positive attitude. Those who have previously donated for updates will be given priority. Group password, true book lover. Chapter 135. Our great Zhou Kingdom is ready to fight, although Xiao Yi is also a researcher. He has not yet reached the level of a scientist. As a special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Team, his task is to ensure that all groups abandon distractions and focus on research and implementing their ideas. As for the responsibilities and consequences, he will bear them. Lu Dingwen slammed the table. All right, it's settled then. Old Gua, let us produce a few thousand nuclear mines in half a month. And then we'll all go to Gulao Mountain to watch fireworks. Guo Changxing nodded. As long as the data is in hand, I can get you 1,000 nuclear mines in half a month. Suddenly, Zhao Taizhu hurried over and said, Xiao Yi, something big has happened. What is it? Xiao Yi asked, somewhat surprised. Given Zhao Taizhu's character, such urgency could only be due to the enemies pressing forward. Zhao Taizhu said, Just now, we received intelligence from the front that reconnaissance aircraft from a certain country crossed over the island, attempting to spy on our territory. Meanwhile, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew over our eastern seas, trying to gather information about our situation. At the same time, a spy satellite changed its course and arrived over the capital of Chu, likely filming our movements. Qian Linson frowned and said, This country seems to want to use the island as a cover to probe our recent actions. Their intentions are not good, and they are testing our bottom line. Speaking of the island, it is a sore spot for the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. On the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a movement to separate from it is erupting. This is all due to historical reasons. As the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom cannot manage this territory, this country is challenging our bottom line, Xiao Yi. We should strike back hard and drive this reconnaissance aircraft away, Zhao Taizhu said. Xiao Yi replied, By the time our aircraft arrive, the reconnaissance aircraft will likely have already left. The Star Beasts are coming. If they are friends, we should welcome them. If they are not, we must draw a clear line. Therefore, we need to make good use of this incident to distinguish between friends and foes. How do we do that? Zhao Taizhu asked. Both nervous and excited, knowing that whatever idea Xiao Yi comes up with will surely be satisfying. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. I want to make sure that the reconnaissance aircraft from that country can never enter the airspace over the island again. At the press conference, The spokesperson faced a crowded room of reporters from various countries and stated clearly, according to the directives of the National Mobilization Expert Team, from this moment on, our great Zhou Kingdom will fully take control of all airspace. Any infringement of our airspace will be dealt with according to international law. The room erupted in an uproar among the reporters. Everyone who is familiar with the national situation of the Great Zhou State knows what this statement implies. Due to historical reasons, certain areas of the Great Zhou State have jurisdictional disputes, especially concerning islands, whose airspace is not under the control of the Great Zhou State. Just now, the spokesperson's simple remark has asserted this disputed airspace as part of the Great Zhou State's jurisdiction, which is bound to escalate tensions between the Great Zhou State and another country. This marks another upgrade in tension following the last aircraft carrier standoff. Keen journalists quickly raised their hands to ask questions. The spokesperson pointed to a blonde female journalist, who stood up and posed a series of questions. Does this mean that the airspace over the islands also belongs to the Great Zhou State? If another country enters the airspace over the islands, how should the Great Zhou State respond? If forced removal is necessary, could that lead to friction or even localized warfare? The spokesperson replied resolutely. First, the islands are an inseparable part of the Great Zhou State's territory. The airspace above the islands has always belonged to the Great Zhou State. It is only natural for the Great Zhou State to reclaim jurisdiction over the airspace, and this is beyond dispute. As for whether it will lead to localized warfare, that decision is not in the hands of the Great Zhou State, but in the hands of other nations. If anyone dares to infringe upon our territory and airspace, the Great Zhou State will not hesitate to fight. This statement was made with unwavering conviction, especially the last sentence. The Great Zhou State will not hesitate to fight, which once again stirred up a commotion. The spokesperson continued, Here, I have another announcement. According to the first official directive of the Great Zhou State's nationwide mobilization, starting today, if any residents of the islands wish to formally apply for citizenship in the Great Zhou State and become official citizens, we will fully open the process, handling all procedures as quickly as possible. The time frame is 1 month. True patriots, it is time to consider returning to the embrace of the motherland. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate now, you will regret it for a lifetime. The journalists erupted into another wave of noise, as the first official directive of the nationwide mobilization expert team was indeed shocking. This aims to forcibly separate the residents of the islands amid the escalating standoff between the Great Zhou State and another country, welcoming patriotic island residents into the Great Zhou State. Since those who are patriotic have left, the next actions of the Great Zhou State's people will be very intriguing. Clearly, abandoning the islands is not an option. Ultimately, there is only one possibility: military recovery. A journalist from the islands suddenly stood up. Despicable. The people of the Great Zhou State are despicable. You are trying to forcibly divide our island nation. I protest. The scene was filled with uproar. This was an open call for division. The spokesperson's expression turned cold. Seize him and initiate prosecution. Those who attempt to divide the motherland will face severe punishment. The next chapter will be updated later. Chapter 136. The full simulation mecha simulator internal testing has begun, specially added for the reader Beiji. The scene was chaotic, as several police officers rushed in to subdue the journalist, restoring order. The spokesperson coldly looked at the journalist being taken away and stated, Anyone who attempts to divide the Great Zhou State will not succeed. At night, Xiao Yi returned to his residence. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a message suddenly appeared on his phone. You have been invited to participate in the internal testing of the game Hurricane. The testing time is set for tonight at 11 o'clock p.m. Xiao Yi sat up abruptly. The internal testing of Hurricane had finally begun, which meant that the mecha simulation had reached a 90 accuracy level, and all the data for the Star Beast had been fully integrated into the program. This was a groundbreaking day, marking the true beginning of a nationwide counterattack against the Star Beasts. Xiao Yi glanced around the room and noticed a large box that had been delivered. Upon opening the box, he found a simulator resembling a mecha. Checking the time, it was already 10:50 p.m. In just 10 minutes, the Hurricane software would go live. Xiao Yi was determined to witness this historic moment. He turned on his computer, connected to the internet, and linked the simulator's data cable to the computer. After downloading the Hurricane program, he took a moment to assess the mecha simulator. The simulator he was using was the highest fidelity model, capable of performing realistic actions such as flipping, jumping, and running. There were 3 types of mecha simulators. One was full simulation, which was the model Xiao Yi currently owned. Another was a visual full simulation simulator that used a helmet in combination with a controller, and the third was a mouse and keyboard combination similar to electronic sports. Due to the high requirements and complex manufacturing process of the full simulation simulator, it was difficult to popularize quickly. The second type, the visual full simulation simulator, was easier to spread and would serve as the primary simulator for future promotion. The mouse and keyboard electronic sports simulator was merely a transitional tool. It would still be useful in the initial month, but would eventually be completely replaced. When the time came, Xiao Yi logged into the Hurricane program and filled in his nickname and information as required. After some thought, he chose the nickname Bug Killer and entered the interface. Before him appeared a mecha that looked exactly like the one Zhang Xiaolong had used. The only option available to him was the color of the mecha. There were no other choices. As soon as he entered the game, he saw a mecha with the nickname Big Bull Approach, and its walking style felt very familiar to Xiao Yi. Wow, you must be Zhao Taizhu, Xiao Yi remarked. Zhao Taizhu chuckled, you must be Xiao Yi. The two exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Before them was a training ground, where the training activities included running, jumping, leaping, squatting, crawling, standing shooting, and moving shooting. The effect of this full simulation simulator was excellent. With one leap, Xiao Yi felt as if he was airborne, and the heavy impact upon landing provided him with an exhilarating sense of mechanical control. He successfully completed all assessment tasks, as he was already very familiar with this mecha in his mind. After just a bit of familiarization, Xiao Yi had basically mastered the mecha. He performed several jumps in succession and executed a high-difficulty hovering shooting maneuver. After completing all the assessment tasks in the training ground, Xiao Yi said to Zhao Taizhu, who was still struggling to grasp the basics, I'll go ahead. Stepping out of the training ground, he entered the arena. Opposite him stood an ugly six-legged starry armored beast. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, the beast suddenly charged towards him. Just as Xiao Yi raised his weapon, he had a sudden thought, put away the heavy machine gun, and drew out a standard military knife. The starry armored beast lunged at him, and Xiao Yi raised his shield with his left hand to block, supporting himself with his right leg and lunging forward with his left. This was the first move of the standard 3 techniques that had deeply ingrained itself in Xiao Yi's bones. Next came the second move. He stepped forward with his right leg, stabbing the military knife into the soft spot just below the beast's forehead. For the third move, he pulled the knife sideways, breaking through the beast's defenses, and then fired a grenade. Boom! The six-legged starry armored beast collapsed with a loud thud, convulsed a few times, and died. Zhao Taizhu, who had just come out of the training ground, stared in shock for a long time before saying, Xiao Yi, if all the starry armored beasts are this weak, I feel there's no need to build a massive iron wall. Xiao Yi pointed to the arena and said, you should give it a try first. Skeptical, Zhao Taizhu stepped in and began to fight against a six-legged starry armored beast. Soon, his cries of distress echoed through the arena, and Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing he could do. Zhao Taizhu, who didn't understand the standard 3 techniques, was utterly powerless against the agile starry armored beast. Having exhausted his bullets and grenades, he still couldn't break through the beast's shell. Losing his combat capability, Zhao Taizhu was brutally torn apart by the beast. Today, the author received a generous reward from a reader, which is the highest reward received so far. This chapter is specially dedicated to the reader. As for other updates, due to personal matters during this holiday, they will be supplemented gradually. Starting from the 10th, regular updates will resume at 7 a.m. For those who want to join the group, you can do so now. Chapter 137, Gathering of Elites. As Zhao Taizhu emerged from the revival point, he saw Xiao Yi effortlessly take down another starry armored beast. He looked at Xiao Yi as if he were a monster. Wow, are you a hidden hero? How are you so strong? The armored beasts I can't defeat. You take down so easily. Tell me, what's your secret? Xiao Yi demonstrated the standard 3 techniques once more for Zhao Taizhu, saying, this is the standard 3 techniques, a culmination of countless efforts and experiences. As long as you practice well, you can handle ordinary starry armored beasts. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Taizhu received a training task to learn and master the standard 3 techniques. Upon completion, he would receive a medal as a reward. Xiao Yi glanced at the key points of the standard 3 techniques and couldn't help but admire Zhang Xiaolong's insight and efficiency. He had fully grasped the essence and key points of the techniques and had detailed them in a foolproof tutorial. As long as one practiced diligently according to these points, they would master the standard 3 techniques, laying a foundation for future confrontations with starry armored beasts. Although Xiao Yi was very interested in the software, he still logged off before midnight because there were more challenging tasks awaiting him tomorrow. Tomorrow marked the 20th day since he received messages from the second universe, which was also a critical milestone. Therefore, it was necessary to hold another group discussion. Despite his excited mind, Xiao Yi forced himself to calm down and concentrate on falling asleep. Countdown, 160 days. Today, the command center was particularly lively, as most members of various teams had arrived. It was already the 20th day, and the nationwide expert team needed to summarize recent work. Additionally, today was the first day that the Air Force officially declared sovereignty over the island airspace. On this day, hundreds of various aircraft were scheduled to fly over the island. The purpose of this action was twofold. First, to compel the fence-sitters on the island to make a quick decision. The nation would welcome all patriots from the island, but would absolutely reject separatists. By applying pressure, Xiao Yi aimed to force the hesitant individuals to make a final decision. Once patriots were identified, the country would open its doors to welcome them. As for the separatists or fence-sitters, they could be left to their fate. The nation's construction of a steel wall was intended to save humanity, but it was definitely not meant to save those treasonous individuals and separatists. Nor would it save those who harbor hostility towards the nation. The nation was not a sanctuary and would not accept those unworthy of acceptance. The second purpose was to convey a message to the outside world. The nation was absolutely not the same as before. It was now qualified to say no to those who opposed it. The nation aimed to demonstrate its strength to the world and lay a solid foundation for the upcoming declaration of the highest mobilization order. Once the highest mobilization order was issued, it would undoubtedly cause a global stir and provoke some petty individuals. Showcasing the nation's military might and determination was meant to deter these petty figures from taking rash actions, which would be beneficial for the ongoing infrastructure projects. Fang Weijing walked over, his hair white, but his spirit high. He was accompanied by Qian Linsun and Xiao Yi. After the commander and deputy commander took their seats, Xiao Yi sat down to the right of Fang Weijing, while Yao Yao sat behind him. Nie Sihua had initially wanted to sit behind Xiao Yi, but was pushed aside by Yao Yao and had no choice but to return to her position in the Hurricane team. Soon, all 10 teams were present. Xiao Yi scanned the room. It was filled with elites, gathering the top experts and leaders from various industries across the nation. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, an elder pushed the door open, smiled at everyone, and took a seat in the corner. Yao Yao wanted to say something, but was silenced by the elder's gaze. Meanwhile, Nie Sihua obediently sat beside the elder, poured him a cup of tea, and received a smile of appreciation in return. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said, "Now, the meeting officially begins. First, let's invite each department to report on their work progress, with each group having 10 minutes to speak. The meeting will conclude in 2 hours. And if there are any individual issues, we will hold a separate meeting for further discussion. Now, I invite the Hurricane Group to present." Wang Xinglin stood up energetically and said excitedly, "I am Wang Xinglin, the leader of the Hurricane Group. We have successfully exceeded our procurement goals. In another 10 days, our main procurement materials will be transported back home. Additionally, we still have 500 billion in foreign currency, which we plan to use in 2 countries to customize a batch of fully realistic mecha simulators for the Tide Group. Well, since this simulation software bears our Hurricane Group's name, we should contribute a bit more to it, right?" Wang Xinglin had completely transformed. After 20 days of training, his eloquence and expression skills had significantly improved. Laughter filled the conference room. Although it was a high-level meeting, the atmosphere remained relaxed. Only such a sunny and positive emotion can lead to better and higher efficiency. Chapter 138. Group Work Report. The Hurricane Group's task was nearing completion, so their speaking time was brief. Wang Xinglin concluded, "The Hurricane Group's operations are largely completed, so we can issue the highest mobilization order without any obstacles." The conference room erupted in applause. The achievements of the Hurricane Group were evident, and the applause was heartfelt. The next to stand up and report was the renamed Biological Group. Originally called the Origin Group, their initial task was to find the origin point. However, their current task is to establish a genetic sequence database for the starry armored beasts, using the star beast tissues discovered at the origin point for genetic analysis and database establishment. Their work may seem easy now, but once the starry armored beasts explode in numbers, their task will become particularly daunting. The information transmitted from the second universe regarding the genes of the starry armored beasts is alarmingly scarce. Xiao Yi could roughly guess the reason. After the outbreak of the star beasts, the public's focus shifted entirely to resisting them, making it difficult to carry out the work of establishing a genetic database for the starry armored beasts. Once a starry armored beast dies, it is usually consumed by other starry armored beasts, leaving almost no remains. Moreover, the number of starry armored beasts increases geometrically after an outbreak, and by the time people realize the situation, they have already proliferated. Additionally, the starry armored beasts are extraterrestrial biological species with no connection to Earth species. The genetic sequences of various organisms on Earth have no relation to those of the starry armored beasts. Establishing a genetic database for them requires a long time, and the data volume is vast. The information transmitted through particle colliders is limited, making it impossible to integrate the genetic database data. Therefore, establishing the genetic sequence database essentially means starting from scratch. The organizational samples we have are quite unique, and their genes are completely different from those of Earth's organisms. Therefore, we are currently making every effort to establish a gene database. However, we need a supercomputer to assist us, and we hope the expert team can fulfill this requirement as soon as possible, said biologist Wang Lin somewhat cautiously. Qian Linsun waved his hand and said, "How about we set up a supercomputer for you? Our supercomputer is due for an upgrade anyway." Gu Linxing interjected, "The Taihu Light has already been upgraded, and it uses entirely domestically produced chips. Although its performance still doesn't match the leading foreign ships, we have a sufficient quantity. Next year, the supercomputer rankings will surely see Taihu Light reclaim the top spot. 5 years ago, when the Taihu Light supercomputer was first launched, it took the #1 spot in the global supercomputer rankings. However, the core chips were sourced from leading foreign manufacturers. The following year, restrictions were placed on exporting the highest performance chips to our country to curb its economic growth. As a result, our supercomputer rankings fell to 3rd or 4th place that year. This incident deeply affected the high-level leadership, prompting the government to issue several policies to strongly support domestic chip development. After years of research efforts, domestically produced chips have finally been developed. Although they still cannot match the performance of the leading foreign chips, supercomputers rely not only on the computational power of individual chips, but also on the aggregation of quantity and optimized combinations. This upgrade of the Taihu Light supercomputer fully utilizes domestically produced chips. If performance is lacking, we'll overwhelm them with quantity. This reflects the attitude of our people. First, we are determined. Wang Lin frowned, noting that relocating the Taihu Light as a whole would be somewhat difficult and time-consuming. Xiao Yi smiled, saying, "While the supercomputer cannot be moved, you can relocate. The Taihu Light is within the fortified area, and without heavy equipment, you can focus on your research there." Wang Lin smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Right. How did I forget that? Ha ha, I was confused." Laughter filled the conference room once again. The third report came from the military team, led by Luo Yaoyang. Luo had just flown in from an aircraft carrier, but he was still in good spirits. He stood up and said, "Our aircraft carrier group has completed its escort mission and is on the way back. We have now received orders to turn around and head towards the island waters to monitor our airspace comprehensively, ensuring that no other countries are allowed to intrude upon our territory. As for the mech warrior team, I am currently preparing and will assist the new team leader in completing the mission," said Luo Yaoyang. Chapter 139. Concerns of Forced Demolition. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, exchanging a glance with the elder, then briefly conversing with Feng Weizheng and Qin Linsen before saying, "Team leader Luo, there is no new team leader. Although you are a naval expert, military matters are interconnected, and we do not have time to acclimate a new leader. I hereby officially announce that you will continue to serve as the leader of the military team. You need to start assembling 1 billion mech warriors. This is an era where everyone is a soldier, and you will be the leader." Luo Yaoyang felt a surge of emotions and stood up suddenly, declaring, "I, Luo Yaoyang, will not fail the trust of the expert team." Xiao Yi sighed suddenly. After your aircraft carrier group's mission is completed, almost all the ships will be dismantled and turned into steel. You must lead the naval soldiers to transition and become mech warriors. Luo Yaoyang's expression darkened. The ships were the home of the naval soldiers. Now, their home would be dismantled, and the soldiers' hearts must be in great pain. However, no matter how painful it is, they must hold on. For the sake of everyone, sacrificing personal homes is a sacrifice that the soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom have long been prepared for. Zhao Hongyi had just stood up when Xiao Yi stopped him. "The storm team will stay behind for a small meeting later. We all went through last night's tests, and from my perspective, the simulation level exceeded 98. The difference is almost imperceptible. However, our first batch of users will definitely have some suggestions. So report on that during the small meeting." Zhao Taizhu chuckled, "I have plenty of opinions. You better be ready." Zhao Hongyi crossed his arms and smiled. "Good. Having opinions is a good thing. If there are no opinions, then we really have a problem." 20 fighter jets approached the airspace over the island, and 2 planes took off urgently from the island to intercept them. In the airspace over the island, 20 jets faced off against the 2 planes. The pilot of the island's aircraft timidly said, "This is the airspace of the island. You have already infringed upon it. Please leave immediately." The leader of the Great Zhou Air Force Squadron, Lin Fan, said disdainfully, "There is no airspace of the island. This is the airspace of the Great Zhou Kingdom. If you love your country, you can accompany us. If you betray your country, I will kill you." The 20 J-20s quickly changed into an attack formation. The island's pilot immediately backed down. It is important to note that the J-20 is a 5th-generation fighter, while they were flying only a 3rd-generation fighter, not even a 4th-generation one. Faced with such powerful military aircraft from the Great Zhou Kingdom, he had no choice but to retreat. Especially with the news from the ground that the 3 carrier group from Devil's Bay had just returned and was approaching the island's waters. It indicated that the Great Zhou Kingdom had its eyes on the island. He believed that with the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom, all they needed to conquer the island was just an excuse. He did not want to serve as an excuse for an attack by the Great Zhou Kingdom. So, he wisely turned around to leave, but his wingman was even quicker, already changing course and flying back to base. They had no idea that the Great Zhou Kingdom was not really looking to fight this time, because the Starry Sky mech beasts were about to arrive. Recovering the island was currently meaningless. Their actions only served to divide the island's people. Patriots would be welcomed back home, while the separatists could fend for themselves. At the command center, Professor Yuan Ping, the leader of the Green Team, stood up and slowly said, "Our Green Team is currently engaged in housing renovations and grain field planning. We have canceled a large number of economic crop planting plans and switched to staple food. The rooftops of the houses will be fitted with a layer of soil to transform them into urban vegetable gardens and orchards. Soilless cultivation technology is also being vigorously promoted. The only problem now is that some individual homeowners are not cooperating with our renovations, and we lack effective means to deal with these stubborn individuals. Yes, our relocation efforts have also encountered such difficulties." The leader of the education group, Chio Darren, said that to relocate the Ministry of Education to a certain city, we need a place that can accommodate it. We have identified a site intended for the ministry's renovation. However, due to one or two uncooperative households, progress has been stalled for a long time. Xiao Yi slowly said, "Some of these uncooperative households are inherently greedy. However, the vast majority can still distinguish right from wrong when it comes to major issues. In 6 days, the highest mobilization order will be announced. By then, I believe that most of the uncooperative households will yield. So, you should continue your efforts. If they still refuse to cooperate after the highest mobilization order is issued, we will proceed with forced demolition." Xiao Yi stated firmly. Chio Darren and Yuan Ping felt a sense of relief. "Advisor Xiao, you mentioned forced demolition. So let's go ahead with it." Xiao Yi smiled. "Yes, that is what I said. For those who are unreasonable, they need to be taught a lesson. You just carry on. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Xiao Yi didn't realize how much trouble and difficulty this statement would bring him. The next speaker was Yi Wanqing from the Particle Collider Group. As soon as she began to speak, everyone's interest was piqued. Yi Wanqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "The energy issue for the Particle Collider can finally be resolved." Chapter 140. The Microcosmic Big Bang. Yi Wanqing continued. Thanks to Professor Yang Buwei, who just returned to the country. After a full day of in-depth discussions, we are confident that we can successfully develop supernuclear energy within 100 days, which will provide the Particle Collider with continuous energy for over an hour. Qian Linson raised an eyebrow. An hour? How long is the interval before it can provide energy for another hour? As the top expert in quantum physics in the country, Qian Linson was very concerned about this particle collider. The operation of the collider can create a state akin to a Big Bang in the microcosmic world, which has significant implications for the study of time and space theories. According to the information Xiao Yi received, even if humanity can withstand the attacks from the extraterrestrial beings and counterattack to eliminate them all, it would be futile. The lair of these extraterrestrial beings located deep in the universe has not been destroyed, and they could return at any moment, possibly in an even stronger form. Humanity on Earth will never know peace. Furthermore, no one knows what kind of civilization these extraterrestrial beings represent, or whether they might launch attacks through other parallel universes. Their technology might traverse time and space tunnels, continuously attacking. The first universe carries not only the hopes of humanity in this universe, but also the hopes of humanity's revival in other universes. The particle collider is the spark for the continuation of human life. Researching the generation of the universe from the microcosmic Big Bang, studying the relationship between time and space, and exploring the forms and formation of wormholes. All of these need to start from the microcosmic Big Bang, created by the particle collider. After the battle against the celestial armored beasts, there is still much for humanity to do, relying heavily on the successful research of the Hadron Collider. Once the collider is completed, Qian Linson's main focus will shift to the Hadron team for systematic research. Therefore, he is very attentive to the research outcomes of the collider. Yi Wanqing glanced at Professor Yang Buwei, who immediately understood and said, "In theory, we can continuously provide sufficient energy for the Hadron Collider, as the supernuclear energy plan can fully achieve this." Qian Linson keenly caught the implication in Yang Buwei's words. "In theory? Are there any technical obstacles?" Yi Wanqing responded. "Deputy Team Leader Qian, you are an expert in quantum theory, and certainly know that during the experiments with the Hadron Collider, two extremes will emerge, extremely low temperatures and extremely high temperatures. Throughout the collider's operational trajectory, it maintains an extremely low temperature, even lower than that of outer space. However, at the moment of collision, temperatures can exceed 100,000 times that of the sun. This greatly affects overall heat dissipation." Professor Yang Buwei interjected. "Supernuclear energy can also generate a large amount of heat, which needs to be dissipated quickly. Therefore, after each high-speed particle collision, it takes several hours for cooling. This is the biggest obstacle to the operation of the Hadron Collider." Qian Linson suddenly understood, but he confidently said, "All technical difficulties are not real problems. The real challenge lies in theory. There has not yet been substantial progress in quantum theory research." After saying this, Qian Linson sighed. Although the world's top talents are analyzing and validating the theoretical information coming from Xiao Yi's mind, scientific research cannot be rushed. The slow progress of the 5,000-year Zhou civilization illustrates this point well. Breakthroughs in technology often stall at bottlenecks for a long time, and once they are overcome, they lead to leaps forward. The first industrial revolution was just like this. The invention of the steam engine rapidly propelled the development of global technology in a short time. Qianlinsen sensed that they are currently at a bottleneck, and once it is broken, it will bring about another significant leap in technological advancement. However, breakthroughs require accumulation. Impatience will not yield results. Xiaoyi said, "We'll take it step by step." I believe in the saying that there are always more solutions than difficulties. When we encounter challenges, we will solve them and continue moving forward. This battle against the celestial armored beasts is a protracted one. We are prepared for a long fight. Time is on our side. The leader of the relocation team is currently vacant, with specific duties being shared by Xiao, Yi, and Qianlinsen. Yao Yao has made a lot of efforts in this area, but compared to the current progress, the actions of the relocation team still seem too small. Feng Wei was saying, "Xiao Yi, you should focus on the overall situation. I think it's time to find someone to take over the relocation team." Qianlinsen asked, "Does team leader Feng have a suitable candidate?" Feng Weijing shook his head. This person needs to have grassroots work experience, a broad perspective, the ability to coordinate and manage, and must have the courage, at least half of what Xiaoyi has. Xiaoyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected to be seen as so courageous in Feng Weijing's eyes. Zhao Taizhu sighed. That's going to be difficult. To be honest, even I, a rough person, admire Xiao Yi's courage. He dares to do things that I wouldn't even dare to think about. Chapter 141. The self-sacrifice of Chudu. Xiao Yi felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, and Yi Wanqing smiled and said, "That's youth for you. There aren't so many worries." Xiaoyi coughed. "Well, let us get to the point. The organization is looking for a name for a relocation group leader. Those interested can leave a comment below." Yao Yao said, "The relocation work has been completed to some extent, but because most of the construction teams have gone to the Steel City Wall construction site, there is a serious shortage of construction workers and machinery. The various departments relocating to Chudu are struggling to find suitable office spaces. This is currently the biggest obstacle." Xiao Yi said, "I plan to mobilize the people of Chudu to leave their homes and relocate to other cities, vacating Chudu for the various departments of the state." Feng Weijing sighed. "Sai, why is it Chudu again? During the last global disaster, Chudu suffered the most, with a complete lockdown for 4 months. And the people of Chudu made great sacrifices. This time, asking them to leave their homes is indeed a headache. The relocation work is very difficult." Xiao Yi shook his head. "If this order were issued in other cities, I would actually find it more difficult. In contrast, Chudu has more potential." "Why?" several people asked in unison. Xiao Yi explained, "It's precisely because of the last disaster that the people of Chudu are united like never before. Many touching events took place, and it was a spiritual baptism for them. Once a nationwide mobilization order is issued, those who have previously made sacrifices will quickly decide to contribute again." Xiao Yi continued, "I once participated in a survey about ordinary people's attitudes towards charity. This survey focused on donations to children in mountainous areas who had dropped out of school. The results showed that those who had previously donated to help these children were much more willing to donate again. In contrast, those who had never donated, even if they were good people, might not necessarily donate. There are many similar experiments. Once people give, they are willing to give again," Xiao Yi concluded. Nie Sihua chuckled. "It seems to be the same in sales. People who buy clothes often tend to buy again when they see new ones, while those who are reluctant to spend on clothes might not buy even if they see something they like. It's the same principle." Laughter echoed again in the venue. Xiao Yi said, "Therefore, I believe that the people of Chudu will eagerly contribute again, and it will be easier to mobilize them than in other cities." An elderly man stood up and said, "The geographical location of Chudu is unique. It is about 800 kilometers from most of our coastal lines. In ancient times, it was a hub connecting 9 provinces. The Steel City walls built with Chudu as the center essentially encompass most of the affluent areas of our country. Moving the capital to Chudu is also the best choice. However, this will be a hardship for the people of Chudu. Xiao Yi, you must handle the aftermath well." Xiao Yi stood up and nodded. He had studied and worked in Chudu, so he had feelings for the city. Yao Yao said, "Even if the people of Chudu move out, we still lack construction workers because many buildings need to be renovated." The leader of the construction team, Shenlin, stood up to report, "Our core team has already been assembled. We just need the 5 billion construction workers that consultant Xiao promised me. We urgently need construction workers." Xiao Yi smiled slightly. "Don't worry, just wait a few more days. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, I will add 700 million workers nationwide. Just wait a little longer. However, Yao Yao, you should issue a call to retired construction workers. Anyone who can still work should be gathered back to help out for now." The decryption team member Gu Linxing said, "Our team has basically completed its work. We are now cooperating with the Frenzy team to run the hurricane simulation software while assisting the biology team in building a supercomputer. Our work report is finished. This was the simplest statement so far. Xiaoyi suddenly remembered something and said, Gu Linsheng, you need to reanalyze all the data. I have a feeling that something has not been decrypted yet. It seems we have overlooked something. Gu Linsheng nodded and sat down. The last to report was the education team. Xiao Darren said, our construction-related education has been ongoing for some time, but the results are not ideal. Most people are still quite resistant. It's hard for many to understand why students from prestigious universities should learn how to build houses and steel city walls. Feng Wei waved his hand. That's not a problem. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, everything will be fine. Xiao Darren sighed. It's still a matter of time. Time is tight. Learning even one more day means we can start construction one day earlier. I'm so anxious that I've lost quite a bit of hair. Xiaoyi said, the key issue is still public opinion. Let's have the publicity department issue a notice. Major media outlets like television, advertisements, and news should focus on promoting national construction. Especially documentaries like Great National Machinery should be shown to students to inspire admiration and pride for construction workers and shift their mindset. Chapter 142, an era where everyone is a soldier. Xiao Darren slapped his thigh. This is a good idea. I will arrange it immediately. The meeting ended early, and members of each group hurriedly left, while the Frenzy team waited for a small meeting to begin, where they would receive feedback from the first batch of testers. In Chudu, in an old house over 30 years old, a woman nearing 50 slowly walked out. Her hair was neatly styled, and her clothes were clean and tidy. Although she was older, her posture remained upright. Her name was Zhao Moran, a quiet and reserved woman. Just as she stepped out, a community worker approached her and said, Sister Zhao, you must have received the notice about our relocation drive. Our Xiangyang community has always been a model of civility. Now the government is urging us to move to the suburbs, and not only have they allocated us houses that are twice the size, but each household is also receiving millions in relocation fees. By all accounts, the government has treated us fairly. Sister Zhao, you are an educated person and you understand the bigger picture. When will you sign the relocation agreement? I can help you find a moving company to ensure everything is transported safely. Zhao Moran walked quietly, showing no intention of stopping. The worker, feeling anxious, quickly stepped in front of her and said, Sister Zhao, this is the government's call. You have always been responsive to the government's initiatives. Why are you hesitating this time? Zhao Moran paused and quietly replied, I won't move. After saying that, she sidestepped the obstructing community worker and continued her silent walk. The worker, named Xiao Sun, a recent university graduate, panicked and shouted at Zhao Moran, Sister Zhao, if you don't move, you are not being patriotic. Zhao Moran turned around, looked at Xiao Sun calmly, and said softly, I am a citizen of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and I love my country. However, I will not move. Xiao Sun wanted to say more, but was pulled back by a colleague who said, Don't say anything more. You don't know her well. She is known for her strong opinions and ideas. And she is a highly educated person. If she says she won't move, there is nothing you can say that will change her mind. Xiao Sun frowned and said, You know, the director just called me. The government has issued an order that if people refuse to relocate, they will be forcibly moved. In serious cases, they could even be arrested for obstructing government operations. The colleague looked at Zhao Moran's slowly receding figure and shook his head, saying, Sister Zhao won't change her mind, even if it means forced relocation. Curious, Xiao Sun asked. I thought she seemed very reasonable. Why is she so stubborn about this matter? The colleague propped his chin in thought and replied, It seems to be related to her family, but I don't know the specifics. However, the director has been here for a long time. He should have some insight. Xiao Sun turned and said, I need to ask the director how such an elegant woman like Zhao Moran can be so obstinate. At the command headquarters, a meeting of the Guangqiao group was underway. Zhao Hongyi said, The hurricane simulation software is currently undergoing closed testing, and we have only invited those who are aware of the project to participate. We urgently need everyone's feedback. We plan to conduct a semi-public test within 10 days and officially launch it within a month. We also require all manufacturers with production capabilities to transition immediately and produce a large number of fully immersive simulators. However, based on current production capacity, we definitely cannot reach 1 billion units. Even having a few million off the line would be the absolute limit, Zhao Hongyi said regretfully. Now, please share your valuable opinions. Zhao Hongyi took out paper and pen, ready to take notes. Feng Wei was the first to speak, saying, This simulator brings me back to my youth. It truly feels powerful, fast, and allows me to do whatever I want. Is it really that easy to operate a mech? Xiaoyi said. The initial design of this mech was modified from a walking aid for the disabled in a certain parallel universe. After being militarized, it became a personal assistance combat system. Therefore, from the very beginning of its design, human operation was fully considered. Feng Wei chuckled. Don't underestimate me just because I'm old. I can still fight. I've decided to have a custom mech made for me. I want to go kill some pests too. Everyone laughed. Zhao Hongyi patted his chest and said, no problem. I have a test mech here that you can try out first. Zhao Hongyi turned to Xiao Yi and asked, Consultant Xiao, you mentioned there are many issues. I'm all ears. Zhao Taizhu added, I think it's fine. Wearing a mech is really cool. But one thing, are the pests really that difficult to deal with? I practiced the standard 3 moves for 2 hours and didn't succeed even once. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, for you as a soldier, it's certainly not a problem. But we need to train 1 billion mech warriors. Do you know what that means? It means that aside from the elderly, children, and disabled individuals, basically everyone in the country will have to wear mechs to fight. Chapter 143. Candidate for the relocation team leader. It's not a big deal to have young men practice the standard 3 moves and other operating manuals. It's like playing a game. However, we also have many women and older men. Many of them have never played games in their lives. Do you think it's feasible to have them engage in such tedious simulation training? Xiao Yi asked. Zhao Hongyi was taken aback. Their focus had been on the realism of the Hurricane software, neglecting user experience. This was also one of the reasons why their previously developed Homeland game failed. Too much emphasis on realism and not enough on player experience. Xiao Yi continued. Look at a simple game like Tetris. Such a simple game can captivate people for hours. Why? Because of the reward system. Humans are creatures that need rewards to stay motivated. And rewards don't have to be tangible. Just a ranking is enough. Rankings can include personal performance rankings, which encourage individuals to continuously challenge their own records. There's also group ranking, which ranks players among each other. That is one aspect. Another suggestion is interaction. There was once a very boring game that became a nationwide sensation. Everyone here who is a bit older has played it. Farm Thief. It's such a simple game. Yet it swept the nation. Why? Because of friend interaction. We can draw on some advantages of online games, but we don't necessarily have to follow their rules. I suggest removing the naming process. Everyone should appear in the game with their real names, turning this game into an online communication platform. Then, we can set up several rankings, including national ranking, provincial ranking, district ranking, community ranking, street ranking, company ranking, friend ranking, and so on. Let us integrate mech operation into everyday life. Zhao Taizhu chuckled. In the future, when we meet, we won't be asking if you've eaten. We'll definitely be asking what your ranking is today. I've moved up 3 places today. Zhao Hongyi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, this is indeed our major oversight. We have been focused on research and neglected the user experience. We will improve this system immediately. However, Zhao Hongyi hesitated and added, the ranking system won't be able to go live anytime soon. It will probably take at least 2 months. While the development workload isn't heavy, the data collection is quite complex. Xiao Yi smiled and said, don't just think about development. Why not use what's already available? Zhao Hongyi was taken aback. Are you referring to the one known as Penguin? Won't his asking price be too high? Xiao Yi replied calmly, asking price? It's time to see whether his intentions are genuine or not. Fang Weizheng spoke calmly. Having made so much profit, it's time to give back to society. I'll call him. Since the last face-to-face meeting with the elder, Fang Weizheng had developed a new perspective. He needed to be a protective shield for Xiao Yi. He would bear as much as possible of anything that could endanger Xiao Yi's reputation. The figure known as Penguin Ma is a prominent individual in the state. Demanding such core data from him could potentially lead to social unrest. Therefore, he felt it was his responsibility to take on this societal obligation. Will Penguin Ma willingly provide the data, or will he haggle? The choice is in the hands of readers. Please leave comments below, and I will decide Penguin Ma's attitude based on everyone's opinions. After the meeting concluded, the elder stayed behind. Seeing that only a few key figures remained in the conference room, he finally said, regarding the choice of the relocation team leader, I have a recommendation. Xiao Yi looked at the elder in confusion, not understanding why such a recommendation needed to be approached with such caution. The elder noticed the doubts in everyone's hearts and explained, because this person is very special. And precisely because of that, there is a lot of controversy surrounding him. Those who love him deeply, while those who hate him despise him greatly. With a single order, he can close down factories employing hundreds of thousands of people. But with another order, he can revive struggling companies, with several even becoming world-class enterprises. His name is Lu Buyuan, name provided by reader Leo. And he was once one of my most capable aides. Due to health reasons, he had to retire early. However, I've heard that he has recovered well. It's time for him to come back and get to work. Qian Linson and the others showed expressions of realization. Lu Buyuan is a well-known reformer. But he has also offended many people. His reputation is polarized among the public. Those who benefited from him are grateful, while those who were harmed criticize him vehemently. Some say it's because he didn't take care of his own image that Lu Buyuan had to resign due to health reasons. In the political arena of the state, reputation is extremely important. Those who do not cherish their reputation cannot go far. Chapter 144. The challenge of relocation. However, Being overly protective of one's reputation can lead to hesitation. The strong-willed Lu Buiyuan could not master the art of moderation, which ultimately led to his quiet exit. Regardless of whether he resigned due to health reasons or other factors, one thing everyone agrees on is that this guy is a true man. I concur. In extraordinary times, we need extraordinary people, said Xiao Yi. Fang Weijing agreed, saying, in peaceful times, we need stability and caution. But now, in wartime, what we need is decisiveness and courage. I am glad to find someone whose courage is on par with Xiao Yi to take on this role. Qian Linson added, I have met this person once, and I like him. The elder looked at Xiao Yi and said, the decision is up to you. I am just providing a reference. Also Xiao Yi, it's best if you invite him personally. Xiao Yi straightened his back, understood. The elder suddenly broke into a childlike smile. Don't say I didn't warn you. This guy is quite tough. You might find yourself at a disadvantage. Moreover, when he loses his temper, he dares to scold anyone. If you really invite him, be prepared to be scolded at any time. Fang Weijing and Qian Linson both laughed. We are quite curious to see how Xiao Yi handles being scolded. It should be quite a spectacle. Ha ha. Qian Linson added, I already find it very amusing. Xiao Yi touched his nose, only to realize that his popularity was surprisingly low, with so many people waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In Chu City, Xiangyang Community, Xiao Sun hurriedly walked into the director's office, shouting at Director Zhang Ming. Director Zhang, that Zhao Moran just one tea signed the agreement. What should we do? He gulped down the tea in the cup on the desk, and Zhang Ming helplessly tapped the table. That's my cup. Xiao Sun smiled apologetically and asked, why one tea Zhao Moran move? Director Zhang shook his head. He is a good-tempered person, which is a habit developed over many years of community work. Those who work in the community deal with trivial matters, small issues, and everyday annoyances. Those with a bad temper or those who act hastily have gradually left. Only he has remained in this position for decades. It is precisely this kind of meticulous personality that enables one to do this job well. Someone once joked that even if the room were on fire, he would first brew a pot of tea before leaving. Such a person might seem ineffective in other roles, but within the community, he has received widespread praise. There was once a couple who frequently argued, disturbing the peace of their neighbors. When Director Zhang went to mediate, he didn't force them to reconcile. He simply held a stainless steel teacup, nodding in agreement after the man spoke, and then doing the same after the woman cried out her grievances. It wasn't until the couple grew tired from arguing that Director Zhang finally said his first words, it's getting late. It's time to cook. The couple then felt embarrassed and began to prepare dinner, even inviting Director Zhang to join. He didn't refuse and shared a meal with them. From then on, whenever the couple argued, Director Zhang would still hold his teacup, stand between them, and ask, what's for dinner tonight? The couple would smile at each other, and the argument would cease. The people here are very familiar with him and regard him as the best confidant. It can be said that Director Zhang is almost intimately familiar with every family situation. However, Director Zhang Ming put down his cup and sighed at Xiao Sun, saying, if you ask others, I can definitely tell you the reasons. The one from the small supermarket refuses to sign the agreement because she thinks the money is too little. After all, she has a storefront to maintain. The one on the top floor is just stubborn. If things don't go his way, he won't move. The one in the bungalow is a tough nut. He can't stand seeing others do well. He loves doing things that harm others without benefiting himself. These are easy to discuss, and I have ways to persuade them. But this Zhao Moran, I really don't know the reason. Xiao Sun said suspiciously. Zhao Moran is a highly educated person. How could she make such a mistake? This is about supporting national construction. Director Zhang filled his teacup and said, the more educated a person is, the heavier their thoughts tend to be, and the less willing they are to share. You can't get anything out of her. Look at Zhao Moran. Her demeanor is calm and elegant. When have you ever seen her say more than 2 sentences? It's always just a nod, and that's it. Xiao Sun nodded. I also feel she is different. Director, why do you think she isn't married? I heard she is an old maid. Director Zhang thought for a moment and said, I remember she was a great beauty back in the day, and many pursued her. But she has always been proud and aloof. However, it seems she did date someone once, a soldier, but I don't know what happened afterward. Chapter 145. The Story of Autumn Chill. Xiao Sun stood up. No, Director Zhang, I must convince her. We can't let her delay the relocation progress. I need to find out why she is unwilling to move. Director Zhang stood up and said, you, a young lad, won't be able to find out. I'll handle it. The two walked to Zhao Moran's door, and just as they were about to knock, the door opened, revealing a once stunning face that now looked faded. Clearly, their footsteps had alerted the vigilant Zhao Moran. Zhao Moran looked up at Zhang Ming and Xiao Sun and said lightly, I won't move. Xiao Sun was excited and wanted to say something. But Zhang Ming pulled him back and smiled. Miss Zhao, we are not here to persuade you to move. We are just here on behalf of the community to check on you. Zhao Moran replied indifferently. I appreciate your concern. You may leave now. Xiao Sun was so angry he wanted to jump, but Director Zhang didn't feel awkward at all. This was very common in community work. He maintained a calm smile and asked, Miss Zhao, want you invite us in to sit for a while? Director Zhang consistently addressed Zhao Moran as Miss Zhao, which was part of his meticulous approach to work. Therefore, Zhao Moran had no reason to refuse him. She leisurely turned around and slowly made way for them. Director Zhang and Xiao Sun followed her inside. This was Xiao Sun's first time entering this room, and it was very clean and well-organized. It was clear that Zhao Moran was a well-educated woman. In one corner of the living room, there were some certificates and miscellaneous items piled up. This was the only slightly cluttered spot in the whole room, suggesting that the owner didn't particularly care about this area's contents. Director Zhang sat down and smiled. Miss Zhao, if there is anything you're dissatisfied with, just let us know. Zhang Ming, you know me well, and I will do my best to help you. Do you think there is a problem with the relocation compensation or that you're not satisfied with the new place? Zhao Moran shook her head slightly. I'm not dissatisfied, I just don't want to move. Even someone as patient as Zhang Ming found himself at a loss with Zhao Moran. This woman sat there quietly, appearing delicate and weak. Yet no one could change her mind. Why don't you want to move? Can you give me a reason? Zhang Ming continued to ask. Zhao Moran turned to look at Director Zhang, her eyes conveying an unwavering message. I will not move. You all can leave now. Zhang Ming sighed. Since the host had issued the eviction order, they felt awkward staying any longer. He stood up, wanting to say something, but then heard Xiao Sun exclaim in surprise. Director Zhang looked over to see Xiao Sun examining a certificate he had found among the clutter. Don't touch that. Let us go. Director Zhang pulled Xiao Sun away. Xiao Sun stepped out, still a bit dazed. I think Zhao Moran wants to get more money. Scholars are shy and find it hard to say it out loud. Zhang Ming murmured as he exited. Xiao Sun shook his head. No, she doesn't lack money. Zhang Ming was taken aback. How do you know? Xiao Sun replied. Did you see the decorations in her home? Don't underestimate those small decorations. They're all genuine, each worth tens of thousands. Especially that painting hanging in the middle. It's by a famous artist and is worth at least $1 million. Zhang Ming patted Xiao Sun's head. Have you gone mad thinking about money? A painting worth $1 million? I think it's just a fake. Xiao Sun shook his head again. Director, it must be real. Zhang Ming looked at Xiao Sun curiously, as Xiao Sun had never contradicted him before. Do you understand calligraphy? Xiao Sun quickly shook his head. I don't, and I don't have the money for that. But Zhao Moran wouldn't hang a fake. Zhang Ming glanced at Xiao Sun. You make it sound like you know a lot. Xiao Sun said mysteriously. I know who Zhao Moran is. She wouldn't hang a fake. Who could she be, if not just Miss Zhao? Suddenly, Xiao Sun stopped and grabbed Director Zhang, walking back while saying, Director, I think I know why she doesn't want to relocate. Zhang Ming, confused, followed Xiao Sun back to Zhao Moran's house. As they walked, Xiao Sun said, I just saw a certificate. It was Zhao Moran's award certificate. Wow, she is suddenly looking back. What is suddenly looking back? Director Zhang was puzzled. Xiao Sun explained. Zhao Moran is a very famous online female writer, and suddenly looking back is her pen name. Her online articles are very popular, with delicate and sincere emotions. Reading her books touches the heart. Unfortunately, all the love stories she writes have no resolution, which is quite regrettable. Seeing Director Zhang and Xiao Sun return, Zhao Moran remained calm, not asking any questions, just silently watching them, leaving Director Zhang feeling somewhat at a loss. Xiao Sun said, I know why you don't want to relocate. Zhao Moran's eyes suddenly brightened for a moment, but then she returned to her calm demeanor. Xiao Sun continued, You're waiting for the autumn cool. Director Zhang Ming patted Xiao Sun, saying, What autumn cool? It's summer now, autumn is still far away. Zhao Moran suddenly trembled a bit. She looked at Xiao Sun and gently said, So, you've read my book. Chapter 146, A Love That Is Hard to Understand. Additional update, especially for the reader Beiji. Zhang Ming was baffled. He stared at Xiao Sun and quietly asked, What autumn cool? Xiao Sun replied softly, Autumn Cool is the name of the male protagonist in her novel. The male and female leads fall in love, but one day, the male lead disappears and never returns, while the female lead stays in the same place, waiting silently. I suspect this is her true story. Zhao Moran slowly sat down, as if her thoughts had suddenly been unlocked, with memories and longing flooding into her mind. That year, Zhao Moran had just turned 20, tall and graceful, with an outstanding temperament. Many pursued her, yet she had never been moved. Until one day, she encountered some troublemakers on the bus, and a tall young man chased them away and escorted her home. She thought it was just a fleeting encounter, and they would never meet again. Although she felt something for the boy, she never expressed it. But the following year, in the same season, the young man appeared again on the bus, in the same place and the same seat, facing the same troublemakers. He drove them away once more and escorted her home again. This time, they began to keep in touch and fell in love. That's right. I am waiting for the autumn cool, Zhao Moran said softly. I know everything you do is for the country, But this time, I hope the country can let me have him. If I move away, I will never be able to wait for the autumn cool again. Xiao Sun sat down beside Zhao Mo Ran, saying, I've read that story. But if you're waiting for that autumn cool, you could reach out to him. With how advanced communication is now, finding someone shouldn't be too hard, right? Zhang Ming added, I may not have many skills, but I do have some connections when it comes to finding people. Just tell me, what is his name? Where does he live? Where is he from? Zhao Mo Ran sighed softly. He never told me his name, and I never asked. I call him Autumn Cool in my heart because that was the season when I met him. Zhang Ming was taken aback. In a relationship, not knowing his name is quite something, isn't it? Zhao Mo Ran replied. As long as our hearts are connected, the name isn't important. Zhang Ming shook his head. He couldn't understand the thoughts of cultured people, especially those of a woman who writes. More than 30 years ago, he said he was going to carry out a mission, promising he would return the following autumn and would propose to me. His words were filled with deep emotions. Very touching. At that moment, both Xiao Sun and Zhang Ming forgot her age, as if a youthful maiden brimming with springtime feelings sat before them. However, more than 30 years had passed, and he never came back. I know he must have been delayed. He doesn't know my name, nor my contact information. The only thing he knows is where I live. I can't move. If I do, I will never see him again, and I will have completely lost him. Tears slowly flowed down Zhao Moran's face. You can go, but I won't move. Zhang Ming shook his head. He had never seen anyone so infatuated and persistent. I think he must have his own life by now and has probably forgotten you, Zhang Ming said. Although this was not a pleasant thing to say, he felt it was the most likely scenario. Zhao Moran resolutely shook her head. No, you don't understand our feelings. No. The repeated phrase clearly showed her confidence in this autumn chill. How about I find someone to draw a portrait of him and search for it online? The internet is so developed now. Maybe we can find him, Zhang Ming suggested. Suddenly, Zhao Moran burst into tears, leaving Zhang Ming and Xiao Sun at a loss for words. After a moment, she sobbed. It's been so long that I can't even remember what he looks like. But if he appears, I will recognize him. Zhang Ming was completely speechless. He truly did not understand this kind of love. Love was about living life together, having children, and dealing with daily necessities. How could it be so complicated? Not remembering his appearance, but still having feelings for him. What kind of emotion was that? On the way back to the community, Director Zhang Ming and Xiao Sun couldn't help but sigh. Although they understood the reason why Zhao Moran wouldn't relocate, they felt utterly helpless. How could they find a man who had been missing for over 30 years without knowing his name, phone number, or even his appearance? The Xianyang community, which had always been a model of civility, was about to be disrupted by this inexplicable autumn chill. This relocation task was extremely urgent, and they felt immense pressure. As soon as they entered the office, Zhang Ming received a call from superiors demanding that everyone sign the agreement by the end of the day. Moreover, there was only one day for the relocation, and most buildings would be demolished the following morning. A message spread across the country. The previously silent night school had suddenly reopened, and it started overnight, offering courses on basic infrastructure. This training task adopted the most distinctive method of the Great Zhou Kingdom, requiring each unit to assign half of their staff to participate in the night school training. The effectiveness and number of participants were linked to bonuses. People grumbled. No one understood why, in this day and age, such a one-size-fits-all training was still necessary. However, when it came to bonuses, there were no small matters. So, even though 99% of the participants were forced to attend, the overall learning effect was quite good. Generally, the units sent their most junior and least important employees for training, unaware that this training would rapidly elevate their status within the organization, transforming them from the least significant to the most important individuals. This is a change of the times that ordinary people hardly notice. Just like the transition from rural to urban residency in the past. Many rural residents spent a lot of money and sought countless connections to change their household registration to urban status. However, it seemed that overnight, urban residency became worthless, while rural residency became extremely precious. Now, people find it impossible to revert back to rural residency. It's similar to the nationality of a once great kingdom, where many so-called elite individuals immigrated to obtain other countries' nationalities. But soon they realized that the nationality of their homeland was the most desirable. Once they sought to return as citizens of that kingdom, it was simply impossible. The unpredictability of life is striking. With a countdown of 159 days, a small meeting was held at the command center. The purpose of this meeting was to establish a global animal gene bank in the Shenanjia area. According to decrypted information, a certain creature only targets animals, not plants or microorganisms. So the established global animal gene bank is specifically for animals. A mysterious organization was quickly formed, led by Zhao Taizhu, with the main task of collecting various animals and transporting them to the newly established gene bank located in the Shenong primitive forest. To maintain the animals' authenticity, Zhao Taizhu and his team were busy capturing wild animals globally. During the meeting, Xiao Yi's phone suddenly rang. This phone rarely rings. But when it does, it's always for something important. Xiao Yi stood up and stepped outside to answer. This is Xiao Yi. At this moment, Xiao Yi's tone was confident and steady, exuding the aura of a person in power. In reality, this so-called aura of authority is merely strong self-confidence. The authority's aura, separate from their position, holds no value. However, Xiao Yi was different. His confidence stemmed from himself, not his position. You have a package to sign for. Came a familiar voice on the line. Xiao Yi felt a sense of relief. This was a coded message from Zhao Shi, the deputy leader of the Dragon Special Forces. This time, they had performed exceptionally well in rescuing Professor Yang Buwei. However, due to Zhao Shi's identity being sensitive, they could only communicate via phone. I promised Zhang Haofeng that he could be readmitted as a citizen of the kingdom, change his name, and start anew. Xiao Yi replied without hesitation, no problem. He is on today's flight. As far as I know, our special police are ready to detain him as soon as he lands. Given his crimes, he should face the death penalty, Zhao Shi continued. Xiao Yi responded, the one being detained is Zhang Haofeng. The one facing execution is Zhang Haofeng. But the one reborn will be someone else. Zhao Shi was pleased with Xiao Yi's response and said, Zhang Haofeng brought back an important item, the ashes of Lu Jian. Lu Jian wishes to be buried in his homeland. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. I will arrange that. Xiao Yi suddenly fell silent for a moment and slowly said, Can you do me a favor? Please go ahead, Zhao Shi replied. Xiao Yi continued, I'm asking you as an ordinary person, not in my current capacity. Are you still willing? Please go ahead. Zhao Shi's tone was resolute. Help me eliminate Tong Tianyu and Du Zuan. It is because of their treacherous actions that Professor Yang Buwei fell into distress, leading to Lu Jian's quest for redemption. After a moment of silence on the phone, Zhao Shi finally said, In half a year, they will meet their end. Can't you wait? Xiao Yi snorted coldly. No, I want them dead now. Such people must die, and the sooner, the better. Traitors cannot wait until old age to face consequences. That would render justice meaningless. The earlier they are dealt with, the more meaningful it is. Chapter 148. The cautious mayor loses composure. Another silence followed before Zhao Shi's voice came through slowly. This could cause international disputes. Aren't you concerned? Xiao Yi replied. That's why I'm asking for your help as an ordinary individual. Without hesitation, Zhao Shi responded cheerfully. I'm starting to like you. But you're too late. Just 2 hours ago, Tong Tianyu and Du Zuan died from a drug overdose. Xiao Yi was stunned, but the call had already ended. He sighed inwardly with relief, aware that his personal request to Zhao Shi had crossed many boundaries. Those who achieve great things must endure humiliation, weigh pros and cons, and exercise restraint. Yet Xiao Yi, a passionate youth, found it hard to tolerate such scum living on. He was willing to make mistakes to see them eliminated. Fortunately, Zhao Shi had acted first, sparing Xiao Yi from error. Zhao Shi was indeed an exceptional talent. Xiao Yi then summoned Zhao Taizhu, gave a few instructions, and sent him off hastily. Zhao Taizhu was the right person for such tasks. Next, he called for Yao Yao and said, arrange a funeral for Lu Jian. Make it grand. Though the state cannot officially honor him yet, I won't allow someone who sacrificed for the country to be buried modestly. Give him the most elaborate civilian funeral. Yao Yao nodded and left promptly. Returning to the conference room, where discussions on establishing a global animal gene bank had just concluded, Xiao Yi found the biology team, led by Wang Lin, departing in a hurry. Qian Linsen, noticing Xiao Yi's agitated expression, quickly asked, Has something happened? Xiao Yi replied, The ashes of Lu Jian, once a traitor and now a hero who saved lives, have returned. After a moment of silence, Qian Linsen said, Xiao Yi, given your unique position, you cannot attend the funeral. Once the steel barrier is completed, I will accompany you to pay respects at his grave. Xiao Yi nodded, I understand. In Bianjing City, Mayor Ji frowned over the documents before him. Shortly after the nationwide directive to streamline government agencies, a new order had arrived. This one was even more drastic, demanding the demolition of all shantytowns in the city with a strict deadline for relocation. The displaced residents would be moved into several newly developed, unsold properties, with living space capped at 20 square meters per person, a significant decline in quality of life. This presents a significant challenge for Mayor Ji, who has always sought stability. In the past, urban renewal projects received substantial support. Who are the wealthiest individuals now? Of course, it's those who own houses slated for demolition. Demolition means large sums of cash and replacement housing. However, this time, the situation is different. Firstly, compensation is no longer provided by the central government, but rather, local authorities are required to handle it. Secondly, the timeline is extremely short, only a week. If we calculate the time, it's merely 2 days later than the requirement for streamlining government agencies. The downsizing of staff in government units is somewhat manageable. After all, once an order is issued, it must be executed. But the targets for demolition are ordinary citizens. And those living in the urban renewal areas are essentially the most common people in the city, the least constrained, and there are no means to enforce compliance. Completing the demolition in such a short time frame feels impossible. Mayor G is sweating profusely. How can he ensure stability under these circumstances? This is bound to cause unrest. In a tranquil nursing home, a group of elderly individuals is taking a stroll. Unlike other nursing homes, the residents here have all made significant contributions to the country. Many were once prominent figures in their fields. Therefore, when the helicopter carrying Xiao Yi lands, the elderly merely glance over before returning to their activities. Some play chess. Others drink tea, some tend to flowers, and some walk their dogs. Notably, upon seeing a young person disembark from the helicopter, their interest wanes even further. Xiao Yi feels unusually nervous, reminiscent of his last encounter with the elderly. The person he is here to meet was once his idol. However, time changes everything. And even heroes grow old. Lu Buiyuan is tending to the soil, and a patch of chives he planted is sprouting fresh shoots. Xiao Yi approaches Lu Buiyuan, his eyes slightly moist as he looks at the elderly man before him. Lu Buiyuan has aged. His hair is gray, his face haggard, and his spirit seems diminished. Heroes indeed have their twilight years. Mr. Lu, I am Xiao Yi. He introduces himself, pushing aside his own feelings of sorrow. Heroes abhor this kind of sentimentality. Lu Buiyuan slowly lifts his head, his dim eyes scanning Xiao Yi. Advisor Xiao? For some reason, Xiao Yi perceives a glimmer in the elderly man's eyes. Though he can't be sure if it's just his imagination. He nods. I am Xiao Yi from the National Mobilization Expert Team, here to invite you out of retirement, Mr. Lu. In that moment, Xiao Yi realizes it's not an illusion. He truly sees that spark. Lu Buiyuan's previously aged visage suddenly transforms, as if he has regained 20 years of youth, and there's a hint of tears in his eyes. Does the country still remember me? Xiao Yi replies. The country has always remembered you. The recommendation made by you is why I'm here to personally invite you. Lu Buiyuan tosses aside the small shovel in his hand. I want to have authority over personnel decisions. Xiao Yi responds, no problem. You are the leader of the relocation team, and you have complete autonomy within the group. Lu Buiyuan laughed heartily, gave Xiao Yi a hard pat on the shoulder, and walked away with determination. When he saw Xiao Yi still standing there in a daze, he shouted, Kid, what are you standing there for? Let's go? Xiao Yi asked in surprise, we're leaving just like this? Aren't we taking anything? What do we need to take? Hurry up, I'm eager to get going. Lu Buiyuan hurried along, shouting to the helicopter pilot, start the aircraft quickly. If you're slow, you're fired. Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. It turns out that heroes are not afraid of aging, but of retirement. Time won't destroy heroes, but retirement will. Suddenly, Lu Buiyuan stopped and turned to shout at the group of elderly men. I'm coming out of retirement. If you still want to stir things up, come with me now. The star beasts are coming. Let's take them down. A shocking scene unfolded as an elderly man, who had been sitting in a wheelchair and was being pushed by a beautiful nurse, suddenly stood up. He started walking unsteadily, then began to stride forward, and eventually even started jogging. An old man walking his dog unexpectedly kicked the dog hard and turned to follow. Two elderly men playing chess flipped the board, and without even changing out of their pajamas, they rushed out. By the time the helicopter took off, it was completely filled with elderly men. There were 9 of them in total. This group of elderly men laughed heartily, shaking off the frail image Xiao Yi had first seen, and displayed a vigorous spirit as they commanded the situation. In the afternoon, a news report aired. The moment Mayor Ji saw the news, his desire for stability finally shattered. It was like the steady teacup he held falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Because in the news, the once reform-minded Lu Buiyuan had come out of retirement again, and he was the leader of the relocation team, his own boss. Mayor Ji finally understood that seeking stability was utterly futile. The world had changed, the situation had changed, and the rumors seemed to be true. Humanity was truly facing a major upheaval. If they continued to seek stability, humanity would face extinction. But seeking stability was his #1 belief. Changing beliefs was incredibly difficult. At the airport, Zhang Haofeng slowly walked out holding a package. He stepped out of the cabin and took a deep breath of air. This was the scent of his homeland. He couldn't help but shout, Motherland, unworthy son. Zhang Haofeng has returned. After saying that, he knelt down and kissed the ground. Countless memories and sudden awakenings flooded back. He had finally returned. The nightmare would no longer exist. Several police officers waited silently nearby, with journalists taking photos. An excited female reporter said, the influence of our great nation is increasing day by day. Now, another notorious wanted criminal has voluntarily surrendered. This is Zhang Haofeng, the gang leader known as Scar, who once ruled the underworld. Under the powerful deterrence of the motherland, he has no choice but to face justice. This is a great relief for the people. For such a rogue and bully, even the death penalty is too lenient. Suddenly, the female reporter was violently bumped into by a robust figure. The female journalist was visibly shaken. She wanted to say something, But upon seeing Zhao Tieju's imposing figure and fierce gaze, she could only hold back and dared not speak. Zhao Taiju spat, "If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. Mind your words, little girl." The journalist, Yang Shuiying, a name provided by a reader, was a well-known reporter, and being treated this way by Zhao Taiju made her feel infuriated. Just as she was about to say something, Zhao Taiju raised his fist. "I don't hit women, but I don't mind breaking that rule for a loudmouth." Yang Shuiying's face turned red with anger. She couldn't understand how she could encounter such an unreasonable brute here. The opportunity to report had come from her own hard work in applying for it, and she was the only female journalist present at the airport. "You just wait. I will expose your ugly face completely," Yang Shuiying said angrily. Zhao Taiju turned to look at the beautiful journalist and sneered. "Go ahead and try to expose me." He walked up to Zhang Haofeng, took the package from his hands, and said softly, "Brother, sorry to trouble you to cooperate." Then he pushed Zhang Haofeng towards a police car parked nearby. Yang Shuiying was momentarily stunned and quickly jumped into her interview vehicle. As the only reporter from her station with interview rights, she didn't want to lose her target just like that. Chapter 150, Offending a Woman. The consequences are severe. After watching Zhang Haofeng being taken to prison and locked up in a special cell, Yang Shuiying returned to her station. She pulled up the recorded video, found the clip where she was bumped into by Zhao Taiju, swiftly edited the video, added some fierce commentary, and submitted it to the station. She hoped to make it onto the evening news. People like him, who bully others with power, should be exposed. This is the duty of a qualified journalist. That night, Yang Shuiying turned on the station's news channel, only to find that today's report was missing the segment featuring Zhao Taiju. Furious, she called the station director, but he simply said, "It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to the station tomorrow." Yang Shuiying recalled Zhao Tieju's disdainful smile and his words, "Go ahead and try to expose me." It seemed the station had been threatened by this villain, who clearly had significant connections. Thinking of this, Yang Shuiying couldn't sleep. She opened her computer and began searching for information about Zhao Taiju. She didn't know his name, but with the internet being so developed, finding someone wasn't difficult, especially since she had the video of him. After a long search, she found many photos of Zhao Taiju, but no information about him. However, Yang Shuiying felt very excited, believing she had found a major news story, because this despicable man clearly wasn't simple. Every photo of him was related to high-ranking officials in the country. He obviously held a position as a guard for an important figure in the nation. Although this person held a prominent position, it was not a reason to act with impunity. The higher the position, the greater the sense of social responsibility one should have. Scoundrels like this man should be exposed and reported. Yang Shuiying began to formulate a report in her mind, confident that once her report aired, this uncouth individual would be left in disgrace. Humph, this is the consequence of offending a woman, she thought maliciously, unable to suppress a laugh. The frustrations she endured throughout the day found release in her imagination. Countdown, 158 days. Chudu, Xiangyang Community. A convoy of construction vehicles entered the shanty town. The demolition work had begun. Xiao Sun and director Zhang Ming arrived early. There was no choice, as a few stubborn households refused to move. They had to persuade them before the demolition started. Fortunately, after great effort, the stubborn households finally signed the agreement. Xiao Sun and director Zhang Ming, along with the entire community, rushed to move everything out before the construction team arrived. Looking at the exhausted Xiao Sun, director Zhang Ming sighed in relief. "I'm exhausted, but it's good that we finally completed the task." Xiao Sun wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled, though he felt a nagging unease in his heart. It seemed like he had overlooked something. "Director, did everyone sign the agreement?" Xiao Sun asked anxiously. Director Zhang Ming was taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh no, someone is missing." Xiao Sun jolted awake. Indeed, someone was missing, the quiet Zhao Moran. The other stubborn households were just trying to negotiate for more benefits, which made them the most vocal. However, Zhao Moran had been very quiet from the beginning, which caused everyone to forget her presence. Now that the construction team had arrived, with the cooperation of the police and security, the demolition had begun. It was said that this had received permission from the expert mobilization team, and those who insisted on not moving would face resolute demolition. Xiao Sun took off running, and director Zhang Ming, disregarding his own fatigue, followed closely behind toward the four-story building where Zhao Moran was located. As they approached the building, they saw a massive demolition machine roaring as it began its work on the structure. In the chaos, Xiao Sun could not see Zhao Moran at all. He found the team leader and shouted at the building, "Stop the demolition, there are people inside." The team leader shook his head. The police and security have searched. There's no one there. Just then, director Zhang Ming let out a startled cry, pointing at the rooftop of the fourth floor, trembling as he said, "Zhao, Zhao, Zhao? Young lady." Amidst the dust, on the rooftop of the fourth floor stood a quiet girl. Despite facing the enormous and powerful demolition machine, she remained calm, gazing peacefully into the distance. as if she would stand there until the autumn chill she longed for arrived. Xiao Sun quickly took out his phone to capture the moment. He felt deep sympathy for Zhao Moran and absolute disdain for the person who issued the demolition order. He needed to document this evidence, as it was his most powerful weapon in protesting against the demolition. The demolition machine operator did not see anyone on the rooftop and continued to violently tear down the building's supports. The team leader turned pale and quickly ordered the demolition machine to stop. The machine halted, but the support beam could no longer hold up. It suddenly snapped. The rooftop of the 4-story building collapsed, and the spot where Zhao Moran stood also crumbled, with a massive cloud of dust obscuring her presence. Chapter 151. The foolish demolition order. Yang Shuang hurried to the studio, found the director, and questioned, "Director, why aren't we broadcasting all the footage?" The director, somewhat displeased, replied, "This is an order from above. We can only air the footage related to Zhang Haofeng. Everything else is off limits." "Why?" Yang Shuang had already prepared herself for this, but still pressed for clarity. "It involves state secrets," the director stated. Yang Shuang scoffed dismissively, saying, "That's a well-crafted excuse. Utterly unassailable. I just don't understand. That guy is at most a security team leader. What state secrets could there be? I see it as protecting one's own, abusing power." Yang Shuang said angrily, "We journalists are called the kings without crowns. Why? It's because we uphold justice and truth. This security team leader is arrogant and maliciously attacking reporters, which tramples on press freedom." The director glanced at Yang Shuang and said, "Yang Shuang, if you still hold that view, you can skip today's interrogation and verdict. I'll send someone else." Yang Shuang was taken aback. She did not expect the usually tolerant and just director to pressure her. She would not let go of the report on Zhang Haofeng, but she also wouldn't overlook exposing this lawless security team leader. Changing her expression, she forced a smile and said, "Director, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your decision. Well, I'll take my leave now. The interrogation is about to start." This interrogation of Zhang Haofeng was special. It would proceed with the principle of handling special cases specially and would be conducted with the shortest and most efficient process from interrogation to verdict. If all went well, a verdict might be reached today. Given Zhang Haofeng's crimes, the death penalty was inevitable, even if he voluntarily surrendered. Therefore, it was likely that the death penalty would be executed today. This was a great event that would please the public, and she would never give up this report. The director waved her off. "Go ahead." The director actually liked the passionate Yang Shuang. She had once served as a war correspondent, reporting from the front line in southern Europe amidst the chaos of conflict, and was a star reporter in the studio. However, the person Yang Shuang was reporting on had a special identity, and the highest levels had specifically instructed not to disclose any information about him. Any footage featuring him had to be cut, let alone reports attacking him. Yang Shuang got into the interview vehicle and instructed the driver to hurry to the interrogation site, while she opened her phone and sent out the content she had painstakingly edited yesterday. Soon, her video received many likes, and public opinion began to spread online. At the same time, a video emerged from Chengdu, showing a quiet woman falling alongside a collapsing building amidst the roar of demolition machinery, disappearing without a trace. In the command center of Chengdu, Lu Bowen stormed in, grabbing Xiao Yi by the collar with anger. "Was the order for forced demolition given by you?" Xiao Yi sighed, knowing that this moment had come. He had seen the video immediately and was engulfed by deep guilt upon seeing the woman who was lost. The people in the command center had always respected Xiao Yi, so no one said anything to him. However, Xiao Yi wished someone would scold him harshly. If one makes a mistake, they should face the consequences. Now, Lu Bowen's reprimand was something he had to endure. "It was me," Xiao Yi replied. "Do you know what the common people hate the most? It's these indiscriminate orders. The public is reasonable, as long as we tell them the truth and explain the rationale. They will understand us. But forced demolitions have pushed the people to oppose us." Lu Bowen angrily pointed at Xiao Yi, scolding him. "If you were my subordinate, I would have dismissed you long ago. What we need are leaders who think critically, not those who issue blanket orders without consideration." "Xiao Yi, I am very disappointed in you." Qian Linson and Fang Weijing initially thought it would be satisfying to see Xiao Yi being reprimanded, but now they realized they were wrong. They had watched Xiao Yi grow step by step, and seeing him being scolded felt like they were being scolded themselves. Fang Weijing remembered his responsibility. He needed to protect Xiao Yi from being destroyed by external criticism. He quickly said, "Lu, I am the team leader. The responsibility lies with me. You can scold me." Lu Bowen angrily replied, "What good does scolding you do when someone has been harmed?" "Xiao Yi, what do you think we should do?" Xiao Yi responded, "The car has already arrived. I will personally go to the hospital to visit. I hope my apology will still be timely." Lu Bowen's expression softened slightly. "All right. I will see how you apologize. If it's not sincere and doesn't satisfy me, I will scold you whenever I see you." Chapter 152. Searching for autumn coolness. When Xiao Sun played the video, he also revealed Zhao Moran's identity and recounted the tragic love story. In an instant, online criticism erupted, and the reputation of the National Mobilization Expert Group faced its first severe test. Netizen A. I thought the National Mobilization Expert Group was different from those corrupt officials in the past, but it seems they are just a bunch of people who think with their backsides. Netizen B. Where is Chiuyang? I hope to see her appear. Netizen C. Forced demolition. Forced demolition. Here comes forced demolition again. Do we, the vulnerable common people, have no right to survival? Netizen D. What a ridiculous expert group. They seem more like a group of so-called experts. They should resign in shame. Netizen E. I hope nothing happens to Mo Ran. I really like her books, especially the one with Chiuyang. I can't believe this story is true. Tears welled up, and the heart ached. Netizens commented, who issued the demolition order? They should step down. Xiaoyi scrolled through the comments on his phone, and his once vibrant face lost its glow, filled with self-reproach. Yao Yao felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. She bit her lip and said, these netizens don't understand the truth. They don't know how dangerous things are right now. If our construction can start a day earlier, it could save thousands of lives. Xiaoyi remained silent, continuing to browse through the comments. Xiaoyi, should I block these videos and comments? I just blocked a video about Brother Zhao Taiju today and deleted all the reposted content. It's a hassle. But it can be done, Yao Yao suggested. Xiaoyi looked up and asked, if you delete the comments and videos, can you really silence people? Yao Yao was taken aback. Xiaoyi continued, even if you use extreme measures to silence them, can you silence their hearts? He lowered his head again to look at the comments and said, this is different from Zhao Taiju's matter. That was a state secret, but I made a mistake. Yao Yao felt a deep pain in her heart. Seeing Xiaoyi upset made her even sadder. What should we do then? She asked. Xiaoyi raised his head, already having made up his mind. Yao Yao, help me with two things. First, find that Chiuyang. Second, arrange a nationwide television live broadcast. I want to apologize to the people of the nation. Yao Yao shook her head vigorously. No way. Your current status is special. You are almost equivalent to a national-level important figure. Have you ever seen someone at your level apologize to the whole country? It will affect your image. Xiaoyi had already made his decision. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures. Since it hasn't been done before, let it start with me. His words moved Yao Yao. A man who dares to take responsibility is a true man. The lumbar spine is fractured. He will never stand again. Multiple organ damage. If he receives stable care, he should be able to survive, the doctor said calmly. Having seen life and death, the doctor's heart was already calm. However, to Xiaoyi, it felt like a thunderbolt. Can I see her? Xiaoyi asked. The doctor wanted to refuse, but thinking of Xiaoyi's status and the circumstances of the situation, he sighed and said, 5 minutes. Entering the ICU, Xiaoyi took Zhao Moran's hand and softly said, hello, I'm Xiaoyi. This demolition order was issued by me, and I apologize to you. Although weak, Zhao Moran remained graceful and said, it's not your fault. I'm not against relocation. I just wanted to wait for him. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and replied, I will help you find him. As soon as he exited the ward, Yao Yao approached and said, Xiaoyi, there's too little information to work with. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi said, actually, there are clues. Sitting in the car, he said, use military resources. I must find this person. Upon entering the command center, Xiaoyi stated, this Chiuyang is a soldier. He has been seen near the Xiangyang community in Chudu for 2 consecutive years, indicating that there must be a reason he needs to come here during his leave. Yao Yao shook her head and said, I had someone check the information on the soldiers from Chudu, but there's no one similar. Moreover, Zhao Mo Ran has been looking for this person for decades, so when I mentioned it, the military personnel already knew. They had searched before, but found no one who fit the criteria. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, based on what I said, we should filter nationwide. First, over 30 years ago, the only urgent mission we had was the self-defense counterattack against the southern region. We should focus on checking those who were injured or disabled in that battle. I believe their feelings are genuine. People from that era were much more pure and devoted than those today. If he doesn't appear, there's only one possibility. He is unable to come. Therefore, we should primarily focus on those who were killed or who have memory loss or dementia. Yao Yao thought for a moment and said, could it be that he is disabled and fears delaying Zhao Mo Ran? Xiaoyi turned to look at Yao Yao and asked, if we were deeply in love, and I was waiting for you, but you became disabled and didn't want to hold me back, what would you do? Yao Yao's face turned red, and a voice inside her shouted not to Yusuf, just you. What's wrong? Xiaoyi looked at Yao Yao, whose face had turned crimson. Don't take it seriously. I'm just using it as an example. Yao Yao was angry. Who took it seriously? Get to the point. Xiaoyi continued, if we loved each other, and I was waiting for you while you were disabled, not wanting to delay me, what would you do? Yao Yao thought for a moment and said, I would write you a letter, saying I was forced to marry by my family, and let you go find a new life. Xiaoyi nodded and said, if I truly cared about you, I would hope you could let go of me and wish you well, rather than waiting alone in solitude. So this autumn chill. Either he has passed away, or he is unable to express his feelings. Yao Yao understood, shocked by Xiao Yi's reasoning and analytical skills. Perhaps that was why he could become the commander of humanity in other universes. I will narrow down the search right away. This way, the target will be much more precise. In a military district sanatorium, a thin man lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time without blinking. A nurse walked in and said to the man, "Zhu Yilong, it's time for your reading. What book do you want to hear? War and Peace? The Flowers at the Foot of the Mountain? Oh, I see. You prefer the book." Looking back suddenly, right? The man, who had been completely still, suddenly twitched his fingers. "I knew you liked Totem's Waiting. All right, I'll read it to you." The nurse picked up a book and sat down by the bed. "Zhu Yilong, I just don't understand why a big man like you enjoys reading romantic novels." The nurse continued to chat, as this was also a form of therapy. Since the man had entered the hospital, she had heard that he was a hero, having achieved a special merit, 2 second-class merits, and 1 third-class merit in the battle over 30 years ago. When the ceasefire was announced, he stood up too excitedly from the trench, only to be hit in the head by a sniper. Although he survived, he was almost in a vegetative state. "What a pity. You probably won't be able to see the book's sudden glance back anymore," the nurse murmured. The man's hand moved slightly. "I know what you want to ask." The nurse continued as if chatting. "I think she died. She fell from upstairs. It's all due to that terrible forced demolition." Suddenly, the man began to convulse, struggling as his face contorted in pain. The nurse panicked and quickly pressed the call button. A doctor came over and administered an injection, which finally calmed the man down. The nurse touched the man's forehead and asked, "What's wrong? Are you hoping that sudden glance back is okay?" "Don't worry, I just watched the video. It said she was injured but fine." The man was still under the effects of the medication, but it was clear he had relaxed a lot. His previously tense body now loosened. Suddenly, the head nurse rushed in and asked, "Xiaowan, does this patient have any special circumstances?" Without hesitation, the nurse raised the book in her hand and said, "He really loves sudden glance back. It's the one from today's video." The head nurse was shocked and immediately ran out, realizing he must be Qiu Yang. The nurse didn't catch everything, but when she understood, tears suddenly streamed down her face. It turned out that the protagonist of the love story that had touched countless hearts was right in front of her. While watching the video introduction, she had been wondering who that gentle woman was waiting for. Who was his Qiu Yang, the male lead of this tragic love story? She never expected the male lead had been lying here all along. A helicopter landed at the military rehabilitation hospital. Xiaoyi stepped out of the helicopter, pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair was Zhao Moran, still in a dangerous condition. Although it was risky, Xiaoyi knew Zhao Moran was eager to see Zhu Yilong. He conveyed the message to Zhao Moran, and sure enough, she insisted on coming. Yao Yao also arrived, continuously filming as per the instructions of Commander Fong Weijing. They needed to capture this moment and release it online at the right time to improve Xiao Yi's image. So Yao Yao kept filming. As the wheelchair slowly moved in, Zhao Moran's usually gentle body suddenly trembled. She took one look and knew, even if she couldn't remember his appearance, she recognized that this man was her Qiu Yang. "So, your name is Zhu Yilong," Zhao Moran murmured. To the nurse's surprise, upon hearing Zhao Moran's refined yet excited voice, the man's previously lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with life. His hand lifted, and his gaze turned toward Zhao Moran, letting out an indistinct whimper. Zhao Moran reached out and held his hand. The man's grip tightened fiercely. Refusing to let go for a long time, Zhao Moran turned to look at Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, thank you for helping me find him. I wish I had met you sooner. Now, let's have a moment alone." Xiao Yi nodded and took everyone else out. Zhao Moran pushed her wheelchair tightly against the head of the bed and rested her head against Zhu Yilong's face, remaining completely still. Thanks to the friends who inspired this work: Lan Sha, Rinjian Shirgu, Huigaru, KS, Fengxin Buxia, Yutans, Fuqin Si, Zhang Youhu, Hu Xing, user 428322954, Movie Box, Lu Ziang, Xia Wuzhe, Sunshine Guy, Hugging Chang'e to roast the Jade Rabbit, Zhan Shendian's, Sangong Feng Xin Li Xin, Idle, urging updates, Lazy, user 1056633539, Yu Cheng, Wen Yu Haitang, Yu Yi, user 334655595, Duh, Don't Panic, Small Scene, user 961976162, Yi Shuxing, and other friends for their inspiration capsules and support. Special thanks to Bao Bao to Rin for the generous rewards, and Sunshine Guy and Leo for the encouragement to update. The support from all friends has motivated the author. Today, there will be an additional update. Please wait a moment. Chapter 154. Please bury us together outside the door. Time passed slowly. The head nurse said anxiously that the patient's body was very weak, having been bedridden for so many years, with many organs already failing. "We don't know how he has managed to hold on. He cannot handle any stimulation. It is very harmful to his health." Yao Yao also felt anxious. As Zhao Moran was the same, She had just come down from the operating table and could not handle any stimulation either. Xiaoyi, should we go in and take a look? Xiaoyi looked through the glass and saw the two people cuddled together, their faces showing calmness and satisfaction, as if they were enjoying every moment. He glanced at the time. They had maintained this position for a long time. Suddenly, he felt uneasy and pushed the door open, hurriedly walking in. After taking a look, he stood still. The head nurse rushed over and checked the pulse, suddenly looking dumbfounded. The two had passed away in each other's embrace. On the bed lay a piece of paper with the words, "Please bury us together, never to be separated again." At the command center, Feng Wei was rarely seen smashing a cup. He pointed at Yao Yao and shouted, "How could you let Xiao Yi take that Zhao Moran to meet that man? Don't you know how dangerous this is for Zhao Moran? Zhao Moran's death would be a huge blow to Xiao Yi's reputation. Do you realize that? If this were peacetime, once it spreads online, no matter how capable Xiao Yi is, his future would be ruined for life. You're pushing Xiao Yi into the fire. Why couldn't you wait a little longer? Wait until the highest mobilization order is issued, when people's attention has shifted, then let them meet. Even if something happens, the impact would be minimized. Now we are very passive. All of our previous efforts will be affected, making our future work very difficult. Have you thought about this?" Yao Yao was stunned. She indeed had not considered so much. Xiao Yi was the core figure of the National Mobilization Expert Team. If he faced negative impacts, it would affect the entire mobilization plan. Although these were all Xiao Yi's insistences, if she had kept the information about finding Zhu Yilong from Xiao Yi, they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. As long as a person is alive, there is room for maneuvering. Once a person dies, everything changes. She really made a mistake. She pushed things in a worse direction. She thought of her great-grandfather. Perhaps only he could help Xiao Yi now. The president's chief of staff handed a document to the president, saying, "Mr. President, based on recent research reports, we have concluded that a certain country is frantically procuring resources globally. The so-called financial storm is not caused by external entities, but is planned by that country." The president was taken aback. What does that country want to do? Hoard resources to start a war? With their strength, recovering islands is more than sufficient. Do they really need to acquire resources globally? Tell me honestly, are they planning to start a third world war? The chief of staff shook his head. It's not that simple. We have spent a great deal to obtain information from high-ranking officials of that country. Extraterrestrial beings are about to invade Earth. The president laughed heartily. Did you really need to go through so much effort to dig this up? I saw it on social media a long time ago. It sounded so convincing. And you still treat such foolish rumors as treasures? You even made a report about it? The chief of staff wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, This is different. What's on social media is not the same as our system's reports." Seeing the president about to explode, the chief of staff quickly took out his phone and opened a video for the president to see. "Mr. President, this was filmed over 10 days ago. Do you remember? A plane carrying nuclear weapons from that country crashed into the territory of a certain island nation in the South Pacific, and the nuclear weapon was detonated. I now suspect that it was not an accident, but a deliberate plan." The president looked at the phone with skepticism. On the screen, an unknown creature crawled out from the ground and swallowed a sheep whole. "Where did this come from?" the president asked suspiciously. "This was captured by our hidden spy cameras in that island nation. This image is classified. Only our military high-ranking officials have seen it. Even the military of that island nation is unaware," the chief of staff replied. If Xiaoyi were here, he would surely be shocked because the creature in the video was completely different from his understanding of known species. In Xiaoyi's knowledge, there were only two large types of creatures, the six-legged starry sky creature and the four-winged starry sky creature. As for the subdivisions, they were no different from these two major types. However, the creature in the video was entirely different, with a more complex structure and more legs. Wow, there really are alien crawlers? The president gasped. The military's video materials cannot be fake. Suddenly, the president realized, slamming the table, damn that country. How selfish they are. Secretly hoarding resources to build defensive structures, sacrificing the interests of the whole world for their own country. The president stood up and shouted, "I want to go to the United Nations to accuse them." The chief of staff wiped the sweat. "Mr. President, what should we do?" The president yelled. "If that country can do such immoral things, why can't we? Transmit my orders, mobilize all forces, and gather the world's resources to our country. We will also build a steel wall and see whose is more solid," the leader stated. "This is to compensate for the previous stage. And later we will try to write more." Chapter 155. The strategy of our country in the emergency conference room. The elites gathered. As the world's leading nation, although the leader is somewhat outrageous and capricious, the elites from various sectors are very astute and capable. This is the reason our country has maintained its position at the top for a long time. However, under the relentless pressure from another rising power, our country is facing a crisis in its position for the first time in 70 or 80 years. This has caused great concern among the elites. Nevertheless, so far, Our strength remains the only superpower in the world today. To prevent the rise of this other nation, various containment plans are being implemented. Initially, they were also struggling to cope, but recently, they have stopped paying attention. No matter how we threaten them with tariffs, it has failed to catch their attention. And they have even reduced tariffs to zero. They are presenting a welcoming stance for products from any country to enter their market. Initially, our economic elites speculated that this might be a special tactic used by them to surpass us, responding to our increasingly conservative market with an extremely open one, thereby reducing our influence globally and establishing their own major power image to gradually replace us. However, after listening to the introduction from the chief advisor, it became clear that they possess information that other countries do not. Extraterrestrial beings are about to invade Earth, and they are mobilizing the entire nation to build defensive structures. The chief advisor stated, based on our analysis of their leadership, they would not make such significant arrangements without solid evidence. The purpose of gathering you, the most elite individuals, is to discuss countermeasures. The crowd erupted in chaos, and an elderly man stood up angrily, saying, they possess such information but do not share it with the world. This clearly sacrifices the interests of the entire world. They are selfish and self-serving. I suggest we take them to the United Nations and accuse them. We must mobilize the power of the world to force them to disclose all information. Elon Musk, an expert in aerospace and industry, was also present at the meeting. He remained silent and did not exhibit the same agitation as others. Instead, he was deep in thought, frowning. Yes, I agree. We must expose their conspiracy and let the world see their true nature, another man of African descent added. Soros, a financial expert, also attended the meeting. He had been feeling quite unlucky lately. The fund he managed missed a great opportunity to short oil futures, initially planning to create financial panic in oil-rich countries during the oil price drop, but ended up facing strong resistance from those nations, resulting in no gains. After being mistakenly identified as the mastermind behind the short selling of the currency of a certain country, he faced severe retaliation from them and missed the chance to profit from the plummeting iron ore prices. Over the past couple of days, he has been reflecting on where the problem lies. Now, upon hearing the introduction from the chief advisor, he suddenly understands that it was all the work of certain individuals from a neighboring country behind the scenes. The president noticed Soros and felt some admiration for his judgment, as he, too, comes from a business background and is quite interested in Soros' almost inhumane financial tactics. Soros, what do you think? The president interrupted the angry shouts of others and asked. Soros, realizing he had been called out by the president, replied, I have had a few encounters with individuals from that neighboring country, especially 20 years ago when I was winning all over the world. But I lost some money there. Though it wasn't much, it was still a humiliation. Later, I made a fortune in crude oil futures with one of their companies. However, I know that my victory was only because the national level of that country did not intervene. Everyone listened quietly as Soros shared the lesser-known secrets of financial warfare. Whenever decisions are made at the national level in that country, they are always well thought out and meticulously planned. Since this time it involves the national level, it must be quite complicated, Soros said. An elderly man immediately shouted, so we need to expose their conspiracy. The president tapped the table. Don't interrupt. Listen to Soros' analysis. Although he loved to interject, he despised it when others did the same. The elderly man lowered his head and stopped speaking. Soros continued. We need to analyze the objectives of that country. Since extraterrestrial beings are about to invade the world, and they have always presented themselves as peacekeepers, why aren't they informing other countries about this? Many nodded silently, as this was also a question they were pondering. Soros speculated. Because the resources to fend off the invasion of extraterrestrial beings are insufficient to protect the entire world. That is why they are keeping it secret and collecting resources globally. Moreover, if this information were to leak, it would cause widespread panic and significantly delay their plans. Therefore, they are quietly gathering resources worldwide. What we need to do is prepare sufficient resources before the truth is known to the world. Chapter 156. Elon's difficult choice. The president slammed the table. Well said. Exactly what I was thinking. We need to accuse that country of their selfish actions at the United Nations, but not now. We will do it after we have collected enough resources. Soros agreed. Exactly. This way, we have enough resources prepared and can morally criticize them, killing two birds with one stone. The head of the Joint Reserve System asked. We've already fallen behind by a week or two. Is it still feasible? A smug smile appeared at the corner of Soros' mouth. We are the world's leading power. Nearly 90% of international trade uses our currency for settlement. As long as we loosen the pace of printing money, we can say that the world's resources belong to us. They need a month to prepare resources, while we only need a week. The head of the Joint Reserve System looked at the official and said, as long as you spread a few messages from the Joint Reserve System, everything will be within reach. The president slammed the table. Yes. From now on, you will listen to me. If I tell you to lower interest rates, you lower them. If I tell you to inject liquidity, you do it. I announce the issuance of high-interest government bonds and simultaneously accelerate the issuance of currency, aiming to gather resources from around the world before the global economy collapses. The chief of staff asked, Mr. President, should we inform our allies? The president snorted. Once we have sufficient resources, we will naturally inform them. We can't say anything now, otherwise, the kangaroo nation will sell us iron ore. Everyone here, keep it strictly confidential and prevent any leaks. Elon quietly stood up and walked out with the crowd, his heart beginning to struggle intensely. It turned out that the invitation from Xiao Yi had deeper implications. Should he participate in the construction of the great nation or stay to contribute to his own country? Who is more reliable? The countdown is at 157 days. Public opinion online is overwhelmingly attacking the National Mobilization Expert Group and Xiao Yi. Keyboard warriors are easily incited and misled before understanding the truth of the matter. The flood of criticisms online has dampened the previously excited atmosphere of the command center, making it feel heavy and somber. The death of one woman unexpectedly caused such a big stir. In fact, a careful analysis would reveal that Xiao Yi merely touched off a trigger. During this time, since the establishment of the national mobilization, many orders have been issued in the great nation, causing severe disruptions across various industries. Real estate projects have halted, enterprises have cut more than half of their staff. All schools above junior high are adding construction courses, construction workers are being relocated, and there are bizarre projects like building a massive steel wall. A large number of social elites are fleeing overseas, students abroad are being recalled, and overseas citizens are being summoned. Each of these orders, which would normally cause unrest on their own, have been concentrated in this period, naturally causing public anxiety and controversy. However, due to the special identity of the National Mobilization Expert Group, coupled with the urgent atmosphere of a brewing storm, these anxieties and criticisms have been temporarily suppressed. Yet, these public discussions will not disappear. They exist in people's hearts, just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Due to confidentiality reasons, the highest mobilization order has not yet been released, leading to rampant rumors. Social emotions are brewing and increasing. The incident involving Zhao Moran became a fuse, instantly igniting all the discontent. In fact, even without the Zhao Moran incident, other events would eventually trigger these emotions. This puts the national mobilization under tremendous pressure. Xiao Yi, my great-grandfather wants to see you, Yao Yao said, looking at Xiao Yi's weary face with some concern. As he faced the overwhelming criticism online, even with a strong heart, Xiao Yi found it hard to bear. Upon hearing Yao Yao's words, his eyes lit up. Indeed, the elder was a seasoned revolutionary who must have weathered such storms before. Perhaps he could provide some guidance. Unfortunately, as they entered the Chu Capital Hotel, they ran into Chu Xiaoxiao again. Chu Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, cold-blooded killer, clearly having seen the comments online. Yao Yao caught this remark and turned to glare at Chu Xiaoxiao, genuinely furious this time. You are an accomplice too. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly added upon noticing Yao Yao's stare. Some women, in a fit of impulse, become foolish, and Chu Xiaoxiao was evidently one of them. Yao Yao understood completely now. This woman was slandering Xiao Yi. To Xiao Yi, Chu Xiaoxiao was like a bothersome fly, annoying, but too much trouble to swat away. He couldn't be bothered to deal with her, and chose to ignore her presence. But Yao Yao was different. She couldn't tolerate such disgusting behavior. She suddenly thought of a good way to handle the situation and felt a surge of happiness. She wanted Chu Xiaoxiao to realize that slandering Xiao Yi was a grave offense. Once inside the room, Xiao Yi sat across from the elder. The elder looked at him and smiled. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Xiao Yi nodded. I couldn't sleep. A wrong decision affects not just one person's life, but the entire situation. I was too hasty and overconfident. The elder remained silent, pouring a cup of tea for Xiao Yi, then turned to Yao Yao and said, You can go out. I need to talk to Xiao Yi alone. Yao Yao was reluctant, but had to pout and leave upon seeing the elder's insistence. What do you plan to do about it? Once Yao Yao had left, the elder asked. Xiao Yi sighed. I plan to apologize on television to express my regret. A man should take responsibility for his actions. The elder did not comment, but asked casually, Have you ever seen a national-level figure apologize for their decisions? Xiao Yi was taken aback and shook his head. No? Is it because they have never made wrong decisions? The elder inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head again. Our country has made many mistakes too. The elder continued. Everyone makes mistakes. It's only natural to correct them. But at the national level, it cannot be done this way because the implications are too vast and the connections too numerous. Let me give you an example. If you become friends with someone from Hangzhou and invite them over, treating them to a meal with your entire month's income, you might think nothing of it because good friends should be generous. But if you visit them, should they spend their entire month's income on you? Poor people often believe they are sincere friends because they can give everything they have. They mistakenly think others should do the same. But they are wrong. The reason they can give everything is that their everything is very little. The wealthy cannot give everything. not because they lack friends or sincerity, but because their everything is too vast for them to afford. If you were still just a small researcher, then apologizing would be no problem. You could go ahead. But you are not alone now. You represent the entire mobilization expert team. If you are wrong, then everyone is wrong. And the impact you have on the mobilization expert team is fatal. Xiaoyi lowered his head, unsure of what to say. You can apologize, but not now. I will give you an opportunity to apologize, the elder said. Xiaoyi asked when. The elder replied, I have considered this. When the highest mobilization order is issued, you better be present. If you want to apologize, do it then. Xiaoyi understood that the elder was protecting himself. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, who would care about the life of a woman? When humanity faces a crisis for survival, who would still worry about the demolitions? However, this meant Xiaoyi was evading responsibility. He felt uneasy. Seeing Xiaoyi's expression, the elder knew he had not convinced him. He sighed and said, Do you know why I wanted Yao to leave? Xiaoyi shook his head. The elder continued, Because I want to tell you a secret that only I know. Xiaoyi was startled. The elder said, It is the secret of Guixiang that you have always wanted to know. Xiaoyi quieted down and listened intently. During the war, I was injured, and the main force left me to recuperate at an ordinary farmer's home. The mistress of that house was named Guixiang. The elder slowly recounted, his tone flat, as if calm waters flowed. But Xiaoyi could sense the surging emotions within the elder. Every meal, I was able to eat my fill, so my body recovered quickly. When I was about to leave, I discovered that her 2 children were eating guanyin soil. You probably haven't seen it. It is a type of fine, flour-like soil that can be eaten but has no nutrition and is hard to pass. Seeing the 2 skinny, bony children, I made a resolution. As long as Guixiang made any request, I would do my utmost to fulfill it. I told Guixiang this and said that this promise would be valid long-term. I regarded this as my belief, a belief to uphold for a lifetime. Xiaoyi's heart suddenly became uneasy. What happened later? The elder paused. As I was leaving the village, I saw a villager who had betrayed me bringing troops towards the village. I knew they were coming for me. I wanted to go back and warn Guixiang and her children, but I knew that if I entered the village, I wouldn't be able to come out alive. Just healed. I couldn't take Guixiang's family to escape. I hid in a corner, silently watching as the troops surrounded the village and found Guixiang and her 2 children. I then watched helplessly as they were executed. I remained hidden outside the village until the troops left, and I didn't dare to come out. Not even to collect the bodies. Because as long as I appeared, I would be captured too, and the promise I made to Guixiang would never be fulfilled. I feel guilty for my weakness and selfishness. However, this is the only right choice. I also want to apologize to Guixiang, but I can't. I haven't even told anyone this story. Perhaps, in another universe, you are the only exception. Xiaoyi then understood that as soon as he mentioned the name Guixiang, he could gain the old man's complete trust, because this was the deepest and most guilty secret in his heart, as well as the most sincere commitment. It's easy to say, but it would damage my image and could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. I have important responsibilities and cannot have such a blemish. This is not beneficial for the country. Everyone makes mistakes, but it doesn't need to be spoken out loud. Because, not saying it is more difficult than saying it. Not speaking up is true responsibility. You are the same. Things that are not beneficial for the country cannot be done. Even if it means bearing the torment of conscience for a lifetime, one must carry it alone. As a man, there are some things that cannot be said or done. It seems that Zhao Mo Rant's storyline has become a toxic point. The author just wants to say, this is the price of youth. This is not a mindless, feel-good story where the protagonist easily overcomes all challenges. The main character will encounter setbacks, face difficulties, and gradually grow. Everyone is welcome to provide feedback so that the author can avoid these toxic points in the future and make the story better and more engaging. A friendly reminder for those who love this book and wish to support it. Please finish reading chapter 165 by the 25th of this month. As it relates to the survival of the book, it's also fine to support it after chapter 165. After all, more readers will encourage the author to write with more detail and confidence. Thank you. Chapter 158. Unrest in a certain country. A man, especially one with responsibility, must learn to remain silent. This is the second leadership quality Xiaoyi learned from the old man. The first is clarity in rewards and punishments, which is also a lifelong benefit for Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi stood up and said, I understand. I will go to their graves and light a stick of incense for them. I will bear the online public opinion alone. The old man suddenly smiled. Don't worry. Once the highest mobilization order is issued, people will understand your difficulties. Although you did act a bit hastily, this is the price of youth. My only concern now is how you will report back to Lu Bowen. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and said, I will bear the online public opinion. What does an additional criticism from Lu Lao matter? The old man nodded. You have matured a bit more. As Xiaoyi walked out of the Chudu hotel, he saw Yao Yao tiptoeing to look at something outside. Xiaoyi patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Yao Yao mischievously smiled and said, I'm helping you swat a fly. Xiao Yi felt a bit confused. Following Yao Yao's gaze, he saw a tall black man chatting with a girl. The girl seemed very engaged, constantly laughing exaggeratedly to match the black man's demeanor. It looked like the girl resembled Chu Xiao. Xiao Yi had no time to pay attention to this. He hurried towards the command center. Just now, he received the latest news that the stock market across the ocean had shown unusual fluctuations, and the Joint Reserve System had just announced an interest rate hike. The currency of a certain country surged overnight, leading to a rapid appreciation of its currency. This is somewhat unusual. Due to recent actions taken by another country, global crude oil futures and spot prices plummeted, and iron ore prices also fell, contributing to a weakening global economy. At this time, it would be expected to lower interest rates significantly to stimulate economic recovery. Yet this country has taken the opposite approach by raising interest rates, causing its currency to appreciate, which seems illogical. However, this country is known for its advanced financial system and would not act foolishly. Their actions are quite intriguing. Upon entering the command center, an individual was already waiting and greeted another, stating that the recent interest rate hike and tightening of monetary policy by this country is suspicious. While the financial strategy of the previous country may be for self-preservation, it lacks the resources to confront this country on a global scale. Although the previous country has no intention of opening its borders, it still needs to carefully assess the economic trends of the other country. Another individual joined the conversation, expressing that the recent actions of this country are highly irrational. Just yesterday, he had a bet with a colleague, predicting that this country would inject liquidity of 4 trillion, resulting in a significant devaluation of its currency. His colleague, however, claimed that he was thinking too small and predicted 6 trillion in liquidity. To their surprise, instead of injecting liquidity, the country raised interest rates, leading to an appreciation of its currency, which was unexpected. With a furrowed brow, the first individual questioned the rationale behind such an appreciation. The colleague explained that while a stronger currency increases purchasing power and attracts global resources, it could also deal a fatal blow to their own economy as exports would decline sharply. Reinvigorated, the first individual suggested closely monitoring the global market to see what this country is procuring. He called for another individual to retrieve the positions of all their cargo ships that had not yet returned and to share the locations of other ships as well. The screen was soon filled with numerous dots, each representing a cargo ship on its return journey. Most of these ships had entered the waters of the previous country, but some were still making their way back from various oceans. The first individual instructed to expedite the return of all cargo ships, especially those near the Americas, to jettison half their cargo and return. Suddenly, the colleague realized the concern. The first individual was worried about the possibility of this country intercepting their cargo ships. Taking a deep breath, the first individual expressed suspicion that this country had already received intelligence about their activities and was gathering global resources, which could lead to their ships being intercepted. Just then, another individual rushed in with alarming news. The last 2 supercargo ships transporting iron ore from a specific region had been intercepted by the naval fleet of this country. The situation was dire, as it involved 2 supercargo ships full of iron ore. The first individual slammed the table, confirming their fears that this country was indeed aware of their movements. They are also imitating our approach and are procuring supplies globally. Sikong Bey said, with the strength and global influence of that country, they have an easier time gathering resources than we do. Are we just going to watch them collect everything? Chapter 159. The Great Zhou Kingdom draws its sword. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said, originally, I did not want to intervene in their actions. However, they actually intercepted our cargo ship, which made me very angry. Xiao Yi looked at Niesi Hua and said, inform the crew of the intercepted cargo ship that if they can return with the ship after handing over the cargo, they should come back as soon as possible. If not, abandon the ship and take the nearest flight home. Losing the cargo is not important. We cannot lose people. They must return to their homeland. Niesi Hua bit her lip, and her gaze towards Xiao Yi was somewhat complex. Great achievements often come at the cost of countless sacrifices. After all, who among great achievers does not tread upon the bodies of many to accomplish their goals? But this Xiao Yi is somewhat special. He has a grand vision, yet cares for the survival of every individual. Like Zhao Mo Ran and the crew of the cargo ship. Is this Xiao Yi truly a great achiever, or is he too focused on the details? Nevertheless, she quite likes this flesh and blood version of Xiao Yi. Also inform other cargo ships that if any ships are intercepted, they should follow what I just said. People from the Great Zhou Kingdom must all return home without exception. Xiao Yi shot a glare at Niesi Hua and said, aren't you going yet? Niesi Hua was startled and quickly ran to the command center. However, as she ran, she scolded herself for being so obedient when facing Xiao Yi. Where did her pride go? News kept coming in, further confirming Xiao Yi's judgment. That country indeed knew the secrets of the Great Zhou Kingdom and was hoarding supplies. Moreover, they were preparing to build a similar steel defensive structure, just much smaller, capable of accommodating only over 300 million people. Clearly, they did not intend to accept citizens from other countries. Nie Sihua rushed in and said, Xiao Yi, the latest news is that we have 3 ships intercepted by their fleet on the eastern side of the island. Should I inform them to abandon the ship? Xiao Yi shook his head and said firmly, it's one thing for them to intercept our ships in their waters, but to do so at our doorstep is unacceptable. Go, call Luo Yaoyang over. It's time for us to draw our sword. Sikong Bei's eyes sharpened. He noticed that the current Xiao Yi was different from the gloomy one in the morning. He seemed more resolute. Wang Xinglin opened his mouth in shock, unable to speak, as he understood what Xiao Yi meant. Drawing the sword means taking military action. Xiao Yi picked up the phone and made a call to the highest level of the country. After hanging up, his expression grew even more serious. Luo Yaoyang hurriedly entered and, seeing Xiao Yi's serious demeanor, quickly said, Military team Luo Yaoyang reporting. Without wasting any time, Xiao Yi directly stated, on the eastern side of the island, their warships intercepted our cargo ship. What is the quickest military solution? Luo Yaoyang turned to pull up a map of the maritime area and said, the fastest option would be the Dongfeng 21D, which can directly and accurately destroy the enemy fleet. Next, fighter jets will carry anti-ship missiles or anti-ship helicopters for direct attacks. However, the anti-ship helicopters require ships to provide support from the sea. Xiao Yi said lightly, on our territory, how dare they intercept our cargo ships? You are the military team, and you have full command. Our requirement is simple. The cargo ships must return safely. For those who are uncooperative and insist on intercepting, destroy them. Sikong Bei felt a tightness in his heart. This is war. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Yi added, do it without hesitation. I have already obtained approval from the highest levels of the government. Luo Yaoyang suddenly stood at attention, an uncontrollable smile on his face. Yes. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. On the eastern side of the island. This area has always been outside the jurisdiction of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although it technically belongs to their maritime territory, due to historical reasons, the Great Zhou Kingdom has lacked control over this region. Therefore, certain foreign forces have been able to operate freely here. However, recently the Great Zhou Kingdom announced sovereignty over these waters and has taken control of all airspace above the island. At this moment, those foreign forces chose to detain the Great Zhou Kingdom's cargo ships in this area, clearly underestimating the resolve of the Great Zhou Kingdom. On the sea, 2 warships were escorting several cargo ships from the Great Zhou Kingdom, preparing to head across the ocean. However, they were currently in a stalemate due to the resistance from the cargo ship's crew. Suddenly, the situation changed as the foreign warships became flustered because radar indicated that a large number of aircraft and ships were approaching. What's the panic? This is a time of peace. I don't believe the Great Zhou Kingdom would dare to take military action, especially in this area that is not under their jurisdiction. Their ships wouldn't come here, the captain said, though he felt uncertain himself and couldn't let his unease show to the crew. Damn it. Who gave the order to detain civilian cargo ships? Aren't we asking for trouble? The captain muttered under his breath. Missiles. Quick, evade. The radar operator suddenly shouted in terror. On the radar screen, a fast-moving dot was heading their way. Seeing its speed, it was clear this was a real missile, not an aircraft. Chapter 160. Anti-ship missiles incoming. Quickly launch intercept missiles, and the ship must move at full speed to escape the attack. The captain shouted in panic, cursing the person who issued the detention order 100 times in his mind. It was these people who had stirred up a hornet's nest. He cursed the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom countless times. Damn them, they actually launched missiles. Don't they fear starting a war? Is it worth it for a few cargo ships? 2 intercept missiles quickly launched toward the incoming missile in an attempt to intercept it. However, the captain had little hope. Based on the speed, the incoming missile was likely from the Dongfeng series, and the intercept missiles were practically powerless against it. He could only hope that the Great Zhou Kingdom was merely trying to scare them and did not truly intend to destroy their ships. After all, they were only following orders to intercept a few cargo ships, and the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom were known for their principle of courtesy before aggression. They hadn't even issued a warning, which was not typical of their style. Seeing the fleet's hasty retreat, they barely paid attention to the cargo ships. The crew members on the cargo ships shouted excitedly, "The foreign devils are running away. It must be our great nation coming to rescue us. Long live our nation. Set sail, we're going home." The previously stationary cargo ships now started their engines, heading towards the deep water dock of their homeland. It was high time to give a good beating to those unruly foreign forces. What so-called world police? Just a bunch of rogues acting on their whims. The excited captain of the cargo ship gazed at the distant sky, where several black dots were rapidly approaching. These must be the planes sent for rescue. Meanwhile, a few planes took off from the nearby island, seemingly intending to intercept the incoming aircraft. However, upon realizing their numbers, these planes wisely chose to circle back and land. The so-called airspace of the island had ceased to exist 3 days ago. The planes from their homeland had long regarded the island as a regular area, able to enter and exit at will. The island's leaders, who had previously boasted loudly about fighting to the bitter end and inciting traitors to sever ties with their homeland, suddenly shrank back upon witnessing the momentum of their forces. They no longer shouted about airspace or blood battles, instead adopting a different tone, speaking of continuity and unity. However, the arrival of missiles shocked the entire island. Although they calculated that the target of the missile was not the island but a fleet from a certain major power, it was the first time missiles had flown over the island, a blatant act of contempt that disregarded the island's people entirely. The island's leaders wanted to issue a strong protest statement, but upon hearing that the missile was aimed at the fleet of the world's leading power, they wisely kept silent. Their homeland dared to strike at even the fleets of the major power. What could they, as mere vassals, do? On the sea, the ships of the major power were revving their engines, desperately fleeing. There was no choice. If hit, their medium-sized vessels would be no match for the powerful anti-ship missiles, which would destroy them instantly. In the sky, a bright spot was approaching at high speed, and all various anti-missile defenses on the ship began to activate, creating a cacophony of sounds. But everyone knew that interception was impossible. Some missiles could be intercepted, but the chances against this particular type were extremely low. The captain's heart sank, and he shouted, "Abandon ship." Boom. Just as everyone was busy jumping overboard, a massive warhead struck. The captain closed his eyes, knowing it was the end. Such precise targeting meant that the ship was doomed, and so were the people aboard. 1 second later, although the captain felt the ship violently shaking, he did not hear any explosion. He opened his eyes in shock, although the scene before him was in chaos. With the hit area seemingly turned inside out, revealing its internal structure, there had been no explosion. That was close. It was a dud. "Let's quickly check the power system for any damage," the captain said, still shaken. Good news came. Although the power system was damaged, it was still operational. "What are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. This is no place for anyone. The people here have gone mad," the captain shouted. The warship began to sail eastward. If they stayed any longer, it would truly be madness. Another warship was moving even faster, already at full speed. This left the captain feeling quite frustrated. What happened to helping each other? He thought. "Report. This is a missile without explosives. This is a warning from them." A soldier came to report. The captain finally sighed in relief. Although the situation was serious and they were on the brink of provoking a war, fortunately, it was not yet war. If the two largest countries in the world went to war, it would truly be the end of the world. Chapter 161. Retaliation from the Other Side. Special update to thank a reader. At the command center, Xiao Yi looked at the news from a certain country and found no mention of the missile launch. It seemed they had completely blocked the information. "Xiao Yi, they have still detained dozens of our cargo ships. What should we do?" Niesihua said, somewhat angrily. The current situation was already very clear. They must have learned about the secret resource collection. Unlike others, their methods were more ruthless. The reason for the information blackout and resource collection was that they had little say in the world. Many important resources were controlled by Western powers. Once the news leaked, it would greatly affect their resource collection and preparations. This had been verified in countless parallel universes. Therefore, after learning from experiences in other universes, they adopted this method. First, collect resources, then announce a supreme mobilization order and release this news to the world. By that time, Western countries would no longer be able to interfere with their preparations. Moreover, they would not go to extremes. Once they had sufficient resources, they would stop collecting. The defensive structures they built could accommodate 2 billion people. And besides their own population of 1 billion, they would also accept 600 million people from other ethnic groups. This was their contribution to maintaining diversity. However, the approach of another country was different. According to their usual methods, once a crisis approached, they would engage in a predatory collection of resources worldwide, hoarding everything for themselves. As long as they could monopolize, they would give nothing to other countries. This has happened countless times in history. The mindset of prioritizing their own interests is deeply ingrained in them. For their own benefit, they are willing to go to war against the entire world. This is something they often do. CC, how long will it take for our cargo ship to enter our protected area? Xiao Yi already had a strategy in mind. Anyone who dares to touch the ships of our nation will pay a heavy price. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. If one offends me, I will retaliate. You respect me a foot, I will respect you a mile. You stab me, I will demand blood in return. This is Xiao Yi's principle. They must pay for their actions. Niesihua said, Team Leader Luo has dispatched fleets to escort our vessels across the oceans. After a day, the cargo ships will be protected. Xiao Yi nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Suddenly, an elder walked in, smiled at Xiao Yi, and asked, "Have you made a decision?" Xiao Yi was taken aback. Seeing the elder's gaze, he realized that his thoughts had already been seen through, and he smiled. "Yes, I have decided." Niesihua, Sikong Bei, and Wang Xinglin were all puzzled, feeling that the elder and Xiao Yi were speaking in riddles. Fortunately, Xiao Yi did not keep them guessing. He looked at everyone and said, "Gather the group leaders for a 10-minute video conference. The agenda is to issue the highest mobilization order in advance." Sikong Bei was startled, but soon understood Xiao Yi's intention. This was a plan for a harsh retaliation against the actions taken against their cargo ships. Once the highest mobilization order was issued, it would be followed by the announcement of a beast attack. This signified that their plans to secretly gather global resources would be exposed. It was the best revenge plan against them. While they did not wish to engage in power struggles with other countries, it did not mean they were willing to endure humiliation. It was time to draw the sword. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's phone rang sharply. Few people knew his current number. Not even his parents. Those who could dial this number were not ordinary individuals. He looked at the caller ID. It was a call from them. A rare smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face. The person had finally called him. It seemed he had come to a realization. The execution chamber was a special place, rarely used. However, once it was activated, it meant someone was to be executed. Yang Shuiying was somewhat shocked by today's trial. The defendant, Zhang Haofeng, did not contest the facts of his crime, and the entire process was simplified. From the end of the trial to the verdict, it took only 1 day. There was no delay from the verdict to the execution. Once the verdict was completed and his identity confirmed, preparations were made to carry out the death sentence. It felt as though Zhang Haofeng had rushed back from abroad to meet his fate. With Yang Shuiying's years of experience as a reporter, she sensed there was something amiss. The execution platform was ready, and as the injection was administered, Zhang Haofeng's head tilted, as if he had fallen into a state of sleep. A few minutes later, the forensic expert carefully examined the situation and then announced that the perpetrator, Zhang Haofeng, was already dead. The entire execution process was over. Other reporters hurried to leave, rushing back to write their reports and news articles. Only Yang Shuiying was filled with confusion. She couldn't figure out what this hasty execution truly represented. When she saw Zhang Haofeng being placed into a body bag and prepared for removal, Yang Shuiying noticed a familiar figure, none other than the mysterious person whose name she didn't know, the guard of the prominent individual. It was strange for this man to appear here. Chapter 162. The difficult female reporter, 5th update today. The content she posted online had not been widely shared before it was deleted. Moreover, Yang Shuiying had attempted several times to resend the video, but it was deleted each time. She was even warned by the platform that if she published similar content again, her account would be suspended. This made Yang Shuiying even more convinced that this man had a powerful background and was controlling everything behind the scenes. As a reporter, she believed it was her duty to expose such individuals. Now, seeing this person's figure again here, combined with the strange aspects of this interrogation, she believed she had found a clue to a criminal organization. This man was certainly backed by a vast dark network, and he himself must be a lawless criminal. She quietly went outside, sent others away, and parked her car at the execution chamber door, waiting. Soon, a black SUV drove out, and the driver was none other than that man. Yang Shuiying quietly followed him. This time, Zhao Taizhu was caught off guard. He had been careless. He originally thought that this scheme of deception would be easy. It was an operation known to very few, where Zhang Haofeng was injected with a fake death serum, creating the illusion through media exposure that he was dead. Then, Zhang Haofeng was to be moved to a quiet little village for a couple of months, with a plastic surgeon arranged to help him remove the scar on his face. When the nationwide infrastructure project began, Zhang Haofeng would then assume a new identity and reintegrate into society to start a normal life. Zhao Taizhu believed this plan was flawless, which is why he operated it himself, trying to keep it from more people's knowledge. This operation should not raise suspicions. However, just as he was settling Zhang Haofeng and preparing to return, he spotted the highly alert reporter, Yang Shuiying. This infuriated Zhao Taizhu. Arranging for Zhang Haofeng to stay here had already cost him considerable effort. Now, if he had to change locations, it would be troublesome. Most importantly, he had to figure out how to deal with this woman. He wasn't part of a criminal organization that could simply eliminate her. Moreover, he couldn't lock this woman away in prison, isolating her from the world. What a headache. Yang Shuiying was very excited. She had just realized that the person who had come out of the car was Zhang Haofeng. Yang Shuiying firmly believed that this was an outrageous corruption case. Someone had actually bribed judges, executioners, prison guards, medical examiners, and a whole host of people to create the illusion that Zhang Haofeng had been executed. In reality, they had quietly sent him here to hide away. This was a bombshell, a case that could cause a nationwide stir. Yang Shuiying had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Her perseverance had finally paid off as she had found a lead on a major story. She took out her camera, ready to start taking pictures. Suddenly, a pair of iron-like hands covered her mouth, while another hand wrapped around her waist like a chicken being picked up, dragging her into Zhang Haofeng's house. Zhang Haofeng was taken aback, looking at Zhao Taizhu, who had come and gone, and then at the captured Yang Shuiying. He sighed and said, "Brother Zhao, is it time to change locations?" Yang Shuiying was extremely nervous. Her mind racing with 1,000 images, each one depicting her dying in various horrific ways. Now that she had fallen into the hands of this powerful figure, she felt there was no way out. She could only hope that this brute would give her a quick end, to kill her outright, and spare her from any indignities. Zhao Taizhu released Yang Shuiying, pushing her down onto a chair. Just as she was about to scream, Zhao Taizhu shot her a glare, and she immediately fell silent. In front of her were two burly men. One was the notorious death row inmate Zhang Haofeng, and the other was a powerful criminal with connections strong enough to bribe judges. How could a small woman like her escape? She felt for her phone in her pocket, wanting to call the police, but Zhao Taizhu had noticed her movement. He swiftly picked her up and searched her, finding a phone and a recording device before tossing her back onto the chair. Yang Shuiying felt humiliated but didn't dare protest. She trembled nervously. Don't say a word. Or else. Zhao Taizhu made a fierce gesture, and Yang Shuiying was genuinely frightened. Although she was a fearless journalist, unafraid to expose anyone's misdeeds, she was still a female journalist. What did female journalists fear the most? Thugs. And one of these two men was the most notorious thug in the region. She regretted it deeply. If only she could have another chance, she would definitely bring a bodyguard with her. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and picked up the phone to call Xiao Yi. I've messed up. A female journalist followed me. What should I do? Xiao Yi was taken aback. What? You? A national level guard? Let a female journalist slip through? I bet she's quite attractive, right? Xiao Yi was in a good mood. The missile launch earlier had released a lot of pent-up frustration. So he teased Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu glanced at Yang Shuiying and honestly replied, yeah, she is pretty good looking. He immediately realized, oh no, Xiao Yi, I didn't. How could I? Thanks to the book Friends. Willing to be a Buddha in the secular world for the inspiring capsule. Inspiration is overflowing. Thanks to book Friends. User 7637288282. User 182483327. Stir-fried pork, feather sigh, and willing to be a Buddha in the secular world for the motivation to update. And thanks to other book friends for their climbing invitations and likes. Tomorrow will be chapter 165. Dear book friends, it's best not to hoard books. If you must, please read tomorrow's content before doing so. Writing is not easy, thank you. By the way, please click to urge updates. Let the author know you are still here. Chapter 163. Someone is kidnapping me. Xiao Yi didn't wait for him to explain and said directly, you handle it as you see fit. If she makes any demands, let me know. After saying that, Xiao Yi hung up. Zhao Taizhu felt very aggrieved. From Xiao Yi's tone, it seemed he thought he was negligent because of a woman's beauty, which was simply not true. He angrily walked up to the female reporter. Looking at her trembling in fear, Zhao Taizhu felt at a loss for how to proceed. What's your name? Which media outlet are you from? Yang Shuiying timidly said. Yang Shuiying, from the television station. Zhao Taizhu's eyebrows twitched. Yang Shuiying, the one who reported on the war? Yang Shuiying didn't expect Zhao Taizhu to know her. She nodded. She wasn't afraid of the bullets flying on the battlefield, but she was genuinely scared of the two imposing and fierce-looking men in front of her. Zhao Taizhu looked at Yang Shuiying, scratching his head in frustration, thinking that dealing with this woman was really troublesome. You tell me, how should I handle you? Kill you or bury you? Zhao Taizhu decided to scare this woman thoroughly, so she wouldn't dare to report this incident. Yang Shuiying felt a buzz in her head. She thought she wouldn't be able to escape this time. These two men clearly wouldn't let her go. She steeled her heart and suddenly stood up, shouting loudly, don't think that if you kill me, your conspiracy will succeed. Don't think your actions are secretive. There are no walls that don't let the wind through in this world. I can find your flaws, and others will too in the future. Zhao Taizhu laughed. In a few days, no one will care about this matter anymore. Even if they do find out, it won't cause any trouble. Only you are giving me a headache. Yang Shuiying was a bit confused. If she were killed, what would there be to worry about? Old Scar. This woman is yours now. Lock her up for a few days. After a while, the world will undergo tremendous changes, and by then, no one will care about your matter. You can let her go then. Zhao Taizhu wanted to shift the responsibility. No. Yang Shuiying screamed in terror. Zhang Haofeng wasn't a fool either. This woman was too troublesome, and he didn't want to provoke her. He quickly said, Zhuzi, don't. If she runs away, you won't be able to explain it. Zhao Taizhu irritably waved his hand. Just tie her up in the room. Where can she escape to? Zhang Haofeng shook his head. She's a woman. She needs to eat, drink, and take care of other needs. What will you do if she needs to go to the bathroom? Besides, I'm a big man. I can't stand the temptation of living in the same room with a beauty. Zhao Taizhu was taken aback. This was indeed a troublesome issue. Yang Shuiying looked at him nervously. Although neither of the two men were good people, she still preferred to be detained by Zhao Taizhu. That Zhang Haofeng was just too dangerous. Zhao Taizhu squatted down and stared at Yang Shuiying, asking, why are you following us? Yang Shuiying decided to be bold, stating with righteous indignation, you are deceiving everyone by bribing government officials to help this scoundrel escape justice. I'm a journalist. Of course. I need to expose your vile actions. Zhao Taizhu shook his head and replied, sometimes, what you see isn't the truth. What you think is justice may not actually be true justice. Do you understand? Yang Shuiying displayed a look of disdain, clearly convinced that Zhao Taizhu was just making excuses. Zhao Taizhu looked at her, shook his head, and wore a frustrated expression. Zhang Haofeng suggested, Zhu Tu, why not take her with you? After a few days when things settle down, just let her go. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head irritably and said, damn it, I guess that's the only way. As he spoke, he grabbed Yang Shuiying and almost carried her to the car, handcuffing her to it. Behave yourself on the way. If you dare make a sound, I'll hand you over to Lao Ba. He is 100 times more ruthless with women than I am. Zhao Taizhu threatened fiercely. In his heart, Zhao Taizhu thought, it seems being a villain isn't as easy as it looks. The car sped off, racing directly to the headquarters building. Yang Shuiying was stunned. Zhao Taizhu was so audacious that he brought her to the most central place in the region. She knew this area was now the most critical location in the nation, where important figures frequently came and went. Was Zhao Taizhu not afraid of his crimes being exposed? Zhao Taizhu got out of the car, grabbed her hand, and said, follow me, don't wander off. For the next few days, wherever I go, you go. You're not allowed any contact with the outside world. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu led Yang Shuiying toward the entrance. Upon seeing him, the two guards at the door immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yang Shuiying quickly shouted to the guards, help me. He is a bad guy. He has kidnapped me. Please save me. The two guards exchanged glances, then looked straight ahead as if they hadn't seen or heard anything. Zhao Taizhu pushed Yang Shuiying a bit harder, feeling utterly humiliated. Yang Shuiying groaned in pain. Zhao Taizhu had been too forceful. Zhao Taizhu froze for a moment and quickly said, behave yourself and don't make a scene. It's embarrassing. Yang Shuiying glared at him and retorted, I don't know who you are, but don't think that because you have power, you can do whatever you want. Those guards might not act, but there are plenty of people here who want to just stand by and watch you kidnap me. Zhao Taizhu shook his head. It was truly impossible to reason with this woman. Just then, Yang Shuiying spotted a young, vibrant girl approaching and shouted, help. This person has kidnapped me. Chapter 164. An important day has arrived. The girl was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed her brows and walked over. She approached the flustered Zhao Taizhu. Yang Shuiying felt a glimmer of hope and quickly said, he kidnapped me. Arrest him. He is a bad guy, a lawless villain. The girl looked at Zhao Taizhu with curiosity and asked, is this the reporter? Zhao Taizhu helplessly nodded. The girl smiled and said, he is quite good looking. After that, she prepared to leave. This left Yang Shuiying dumbfounded. What kind of place was this, and why was everyone ignoring the crimes of this scoundrel? Zhao Taizhu hurriedly said, Yao Yao, help me call the TV station and tell them we need to requisition this Yang Shuiying for a few days. Yao Yao turned around with a smile and said, sure, requisitioning for a lifetime is fine too. With that, she walked away. Yang Shuiying was completely bewildered. What was happening in this world? This man had kidnapped her, and yet no one seemed to care. Zhao Taizhu slightly loosened his grip on Yang Shuiying's hand and said, Reporter Yang, there are many leaders here, so please refrain from speaking out of turn. Don't worry, I just need you to stay here for a few days, and I'll let you go after that. Yang Shuiying was stunned. This burly man knew there were leaders around and still dared to bring her here. Did he feel invincible? Suddenly, Yang Shuiying's heart raced as she spotted someone who could never collude with a bad person, an individual she could only see on television. A national-level expert. She quickly shouted, Old Fong, help me. This bad guy has kidnapped me. The person approaching was none other than the prominent national expert, Fong Weijing. Fong Weijing was taken aback, turned his head, and upon seeing Zhao Taizhu, immediately understood the situation. He smiled and walked over, addressing Zhao Taizhu. So this is the reporter you brought back? Yang Shuiying was left completely astonished. It seemed that even old Fong knew about her kidnapping. What was going on? Zhao Taizhu nodded helplessly. Fong Weijing smiled at Yang Shuiying. Since you've come in by chance, you should get to know our Zhao Taizhu better. He is a good guy. Zhao Taizhu was utterly dumbfounded. Even the big shot Fong Weijing was joking about him. This was truly embarrassing. However, Yang Shuiying had calmed down completely. She realized she must have misunderstood the situation. Still, she wanted to know what was really going on. The sensitivity of her profession allowed her to sense that there might be a huge secret hidden here. She looked at her hand, still held by Zhao Taizhu, and blushed. Let go of me. Zhao Taizhu was taken aback. I can't do that. Yang Shuiying said, I want to run away. I think I've misunderstood you. Let us find a place where you can explain everything to me. Only then did Zhao Taizhu release Yang Shuiying's hand and said, all right. I'll take you to my office. Countdown, 156 days. Chuda University. In the classroom, the professor held a notebook and announced, Lin Dashan, Lu Xiaofei, Wang Bing. You three have outstanding academic performance, and you are the only 3 students who have met the standards in this assessment. So this time, You will be exceptionally promoted to special trainee engineers and will head to the front lines of infrastructure. Congratulations. Although the professor said congratulations, his expression showed no signs of joy. After all, a distinguished graduate student in bioengineering was now becoming a trainee engineer in construction, which seemed like a significant step backward. The classmates also let out a burst of mockery, as this situation was too amusing. A promising scientist was now reduced to a construction worker. It was akin to a Formula One driver falling to the level of participating in a go-kart race. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a regression. The three of them walked onto the stage under the peculiar gazes of the students. Liu Xiaofei nervously asked, "Do you think we are foolish? Why abandon a good graduate program to become a trainee construction engineer?" Lin Dashan, however, confidently replied, "I believe in Xiao Yi. What he said is definitely right. And have you noticed? The whole country is playing a big game, and if we want to achieve something, we must seize the opportunity. During this time, studying construction knowledge diligently will surely lead to great accomplishments." Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker went off. "Attention everyone, attention everyone. We have received a notice from the National Mobilization Expert Group. At 1800 hours tonight, important information will be released. All faculty and students are required to listen on time." Lin Dashan clenched his fist excitedly. "It's coming. It's coming. I can feel it. Today may be the most important turning point in our lives." Chapter 165, Tonight. National Mobilization. Liu Xiaofei and Wang Bing were also encouraged, and as they went up to receive their certificates, they were filled with hope for the future. They didn't know that construction workers, especially frontline engineers, would become the most respected professions, just like the medical staff who bravely faced disasters and earned people's admiration. On the construction front, Wang Chong halted his work while surveying the terrain with his co-workers. In the distance, a long line of excavators suddenly stopped working, and the operators leaned out to listen intently. "Attention, everyone. At 1800 hours tonight, the country will release the most important news. Please make sure to listen on time." In Bianjing City, Mayor Ji opened the window and quietly listened to the broadcast. "Attention, all departments. At 1800 hours tonight, the country will release important news. All personnel must listen on time." In Xiangyang Community, Xiao Sun and Director Zhang Ming held a loudspeaker, calling out to each building, "Residents, at 1800 hours tonight, the country will release important news. Please make sure to listen on time." On that day, various units, enterprises, communities, schools, and factories across the Great Zhou Kingdom began broadcasting the same message wherever there were people. A sense of an impending storm filled everyone's hearts. For the young, it was a feeling they had never experienced before. But for the older, retired individuals, it was both familiar and strange, reminiscent of the urgent mobilization before a war. This was a call from the nation, one that only came in the most critical times. During the Great Disaster, the capital of Chu issued a call for all citizens to stay at home. However, this time is different. It is a nationwide call, more urgent and dangerous than during the disaster. This day will be recorded in history. A plane landed on the runway, and Elon Musk stepped off the aircraft and got into the car that Xiao Yi had sent to pick him up. "Have you made your decision?" Xiao Yi asked directly without any pleasantries. Elon was silent for a moment and replied, "It's a difficult decision. Our country is also undertaking similar construction." Elon observed Xiao Yi and noticed that he was not surprised. It was clear that the Great Zhou Kingdom was already aware of the developments in the other nation. "If I participate in your construction, I will become a defector to that country. This is a significant test for me," Elon continued. Xiao Yi said calmly, "Actually, your timing is just right. Because if you wait any longer, it will be very unfavorable for you." Xiao Yi's words were hard to decipher, but Elon understood the implication. He had learned from his assistant at the Gigafactory that the Great Zhou Kingdom would issue a nationwide order that night. He could guess what kind of order it would be. If he naturalized in the Great Zhou Kingdom before the order was issued, it would be seen as a noble act, a sign of his foresight. But if he did so after the order, it would be perceived as being forced and opportunistic. Although there were no changes at the highest level, his reputation and image would suffer greatly in the eyes of the people at the grassroots level. "What do you want me to do?" Elon asked, already aware that the alien threat was imminent, but he was still unclear about his role. It seemed that building steel walls was not his forte. Xiao Yi turned to face Elon and said word by word, "Your task is related to the survival of all humanity. Take a look at this." Xiao Yi pointed to the large screen in front of them, displaying a battle scene controlled by Zhang Xiaolong in a mech suit. "In 5 months, we will produce 1 billion mech suits. This will be humanity's most effective means of combating the alien beasts," Xiao Yi stated. If anyone else had heard such a daunting task, they would surely be taken aback. However, Elon was not overly surprised. After all, he was a person who had created countless miracles. He furrowed his brow and took out his computer to begin calculations. Xiao Yi remained silent as they continued on their way. The vehicle came to a stop, and Xiao Yi led Elon into the headquarters of the mobilization expert team. "You are the first foreigner to enter this place," he said. A guard approached, checked Elon, and then allowed him entry. Niesihua walked over briskly and greeted Elon. Xiao Yi introduced her, saying, "This is my assistant, Miss Niesihua. She will assist you in your work." Niesihua extended her hand and said, "Please. The conference room is ready. The relevant experts are already in place." Elon walked a few steps with a serious expression, and suddenly, his demeanor changed dramatically as he saw the real mech warriors. Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Outyan each controlled a mech as they approached, standing in front of Xiao Yi and Elon. Elon reached out and couldn't help but touch the mech, carefully examining every detail and craftsmanship. Chapter 166. Always be cautious. Xiao Yi remained patient, simply waiting. After a while, Elon turned around and said to Xiao Yi, "I need more information." Xiao Yi nodded and led Elon into the conference room. There was no small talk. After briefly introducing Elon, Xiao Yi stated, "The purpose of gathering everyone here today is simple, to expedite the mass production of mechs." Elon replied, "Completing 1 billion mechs in 5 months means I only have 1 month for adjustments. After that, I have 4 months to produce 1 billion mechs, which means we need to roll out nearly 10 million mechs a day. My super factory produces no more than 1,000 cars a day. The difficulty of building mechs is comparable to that of building cars. This means we would need factories on the scale of 10,000 super factories." Elon spread his hands. "Do you have that?" Xiao Yi answered, "We have 3 million factories above a certain scale nationwide, along with tens of millions of small factories." Elon shook his head. "The quality of small factories cannot be guaranteed. How many of these scaled factories can be converted into mech manufacturing facilities?" Xiao Yi replied, "To ensure the basic needs of our population, at most 1 million factories can be transformed." Elon calculated for a moment and said, "I have no confidence, as this is unprecedented. However, I will do my best." After the meeting, Elon stopped Xiao Yi and asked, "Xiao Yi, I have a question for you. Will you really accept 600 million people from other countries?" Xiao Yi nodded. "Our nation is not exclusionary. We have 56 ethnic groups, many of which were once foreign or even enemies, but they have all integrated into our country. Moreover, our nation has never been selfish." Elon nodded. "I agree to join your nation. However, I hope my family can also obtain citizenship." Xiao Yi smiled, of course. As Elon walked out, Xiao Yi's smile faded, and he frowned slightly. After arranging matters with Elon, Niesihua entered Xiao Yi's office and asked, "Xiao Yi, I don't understand why we must naturalize Elon. There's an old saying, those who are not of our kind will have different intentions. Is he really trustworthy after naturalization?" Xiao Yi did not answer directly but asked, "Do you know about his Mars colonization plan?" Niesihua nodded. "I've only seen Mars colonization in science fiction, but it seems he is the only one making it a reality." Xiao Yi explained, "While a certain country can only send landing probes to Mars, Elon is able to genuinely begin implementing a colonization plan, and it's a commercial plan, not a national-level initiative. What does he rely on? Details. His greatest ability is simplifying production processes and comprehensively coordinating all project progress. A person who can defeat all traditional car manufacturers with new energy vehicles should not be underestimated. Therefore, we need to make full use of his strengths." Xiao Yi walked up to Niesihua and said, "Do you know why I assigned you to assist him?" Niesihua tilted her head playfully and replied, "Because I'm excellent, of course." Xiao Yi smiled slightly and said, "That's true, but not entirely. I hope you can learn his essence. From his performance today, I can see that he is still hesitant. So, you must do whatever it takes to learn from him. Once he leaves, we can fully implement his established plan without losing our progress." Niesihua hesitated a bit because Xiao Yi's insistence on doing whatever it takes made her uncomfortable. "He won't let me learn from him, will he?" she asked hesitantly. Xiao Yi replied, "That's why I'm sending you, not someone from engineering or software. This way, he won't be wary of you. Your language skills are good, which allows for seamless communication, and that's very important." Xiao Yi stood up and said, "We, as citizens of the Great Zhou Kingdom, have a heart that is eager to learn and inclusive. As long as it's something good, we can learn from it, rather than being narrow-minded and thinking too highly of ourselves while rejecting others' excellence. Observe this guy closely. Your task is quite challenging." Niesihua was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, she paused and said, "Xiao Yi, there's something strange." Xiao Yi turned around and asked, "What is it?" Niesihua said, "When I took Elon to visit the mech group earlier, he saw the images of the starry sky armor beasts on the wall and mentioned that it looked different from what he had seen. At the time, I didn't pay much attention. I thought it was just his imagination. But now that I think about it, the word he used was not about imagined images, but rather that it was different from what he had actually seen." Xiao Yi was taken aback. He grasped Niesihua's shoulders and said, "This information is very important. It seems this guy has data that we are unaware of. Come, let's go find him." Chapter 167. The whole world is waiting when faced with Xiao Yi's inquiry. Elon seemed surprised, as he thought the Great Zhou Kingdom already had information about the starry sky armor beasts. He asked with some confusion, "Is there a problem?" I remember you guys dropped a small-yield nuclear weapon in the Sheep Kingdom, right? Xiaoyi replied, actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The only two types of data and images we have about the star beasts are the six-legged starry sky armor beast and the four-winged starry sky flying armor beast. It seems you have information about a third type of starry sky armor beast? Elon was shocked and asked suspiciously, did you not destroy that armor beast? Didn't you see what it looked like? Xiaoyi began to formulate a thought, but needed verification from Elon. Did they obtain video footage? Do you have it? Don't you have it? If not, why would you drop the nuclear bomb? Elon asked. Xiaoyi explained, our sources of information are quite complex. They are transmitted to us in data form from other parallel universes. We have no images or video information. If you have any, that data is very important to us. Elon hesitated for a moment, then took out a phone and said, this is a top secret of a certain country. Just revealing it to you already constitutes a breach of confidentiality. Xiaoyi smiled faintly and replied, you are now a citizen of Dezhou. And being a citizen of Dezhou is far superior to being a national of that country or the one with the maple leaf. I can't explain everything clearly to you right now, but please remember, while Dezhou needs you, you need Dezhou even more. Elon felt a wave of emotions rise within him. This statement struck a chord with him. Although he had great fame and influence in that country, many of his ideas and concepts could not be realized because they required the long-term and sustained support of state power. For instance, projects like brain-machine interface, Mars colonization, and solar energy initiatives all needed substantial funding and long-term investment to yield benefits. For an ordinary person, these dreams would remain just dreams. However, Elon continuously secured funding and breakthroughs through his genius ideas and charm, which kept him moving forward. Yet, with state power backing him, his achievements would far surpass what he had now. Unfortunately, due to systemic issues, neither that country nor the one with the maple leaf could provide him with long-term support. Every 4 years, the government would change, often canceling many plans set by the previous administration. Elon's ideas were too advanced and too costly, making them the easiest to scrap. Only a stable and continuous regime like Dezhou could allow him to fully showcase his talents. He opened his phone, pulled up a video, and handed it to Xiaoyi. On the screen, a multi-legged creature emerged from the ground and swallowed a sheep in one gulp. The video was clear enough to see the creature's features, although it looked entirely different from the six-legged armored beast and the four-winged flying armored beast. It was immediately recognizable as a member of the same species as the starry armored beasts. Xiaoyi felt a rush of excitement. He finally understood why the biological samples of the starry armored beast extracted on-site were completely different from what he had in mind. There wasn't just one or two types of starry armored beasts, but at least 3, and possibly even more. This information had never been obtained by other universes. It was exclusive to this one. This news was incredibly precious. To naturalize Elon and unexpectedly gain such insight was something Xiaoyi had not anticipated. Xiaoyi stood up, patted Elon's shoulder, and said, in 2 hours, you will witness the strength of Dezhou's people. I believe by then, you will know that your choice was the right one. As the time approached 6 p.m., the once bustling city suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The lively urban square was empty, with not a single person around. Even the security guards had gathered around the television, waiting quietly. In the bar, the loud music had stopped, and the few patrons' gazes were fixed on the screen. Those who were originally eager to leave work now remained, quietly staring at their computer screens. Waiting. The buses have stopped, and even the subways have come to a halt. This phenomenon has only happened once before, during the days of a major catastrophe. However, this time is different. That time was forced, while this time is voluntary. Something significant is happening, and it concerns the fate of the entire nation, which is a consensus among all, because the nation has never made such an important announcement. It is something that requires everyone to stop what they are doing and quietly listen. Only matters of great importance to the fate of the people would warrant such an announcement. Recently, there have been many rumors circulating, especially regarding an alien invasion, which have been overwhelming. Many believe it, but even more do not. Now, an official statement is about to be released, and all the mysteries will soon be unveiled. The people are waiting. The nation is waiting. The world is also waiting. Elites from various countries around the globe are quietly awaiting this extraordinary announcement. Chapter 168. The political capital that was wasted. The leader of a certain nation has already learned what the other nation intends to do, and he angrily smashed a teacup. He knows this is retaliation for their seizure of cargo ships from the other nation. He did not expect that the people of that nation would be so hysterical as to disclose such important news for free. If he had this information in his hands, he could leverage it to acquire enough resources and political capital, especially political capital, which is even more crucial for him. The survival of humanity is important, but his position as president is even more so. Initially, he planned to gather a large amount of resources, extort a few allies, and then share some information with them. This way, he could secure their unwavering support and win over the hearts of his own people as well. But now, everything is ruined. Such valuable political capital is about to be revealed to the world by the other nation's people without being utilized at all. The people of that nation are a bunch of fools. Don't they realize how much resources this information could bring? Foolish. The president smashed a few more cups. He checked the time. The press conference was approaching, so he took a deep breath and sat down, preparing to listen to this globally significant announcement. There was no other choice. He also wanted to gather more information from the people of that nation. However, before that, he had one more thing to do. In another nation, the prime minister, along with a group of aides, was intently watching the news on television. He sensed something unusual in the recent international situation, especially with the frequent actions of the other nation, while the activities of the first nation have also been quite significant lately. It was clear that these two countries had grasped something they had not previously known. The phone rang. The prime minister glanced at it. This was his exclusive line, available to very few. He picked up the phone, and the voice of the president of the first nation came through. We are allies, and some information should be shared. We have captured a video that shows extraterrestrial beings. As far as I know, these extraterrestrial beings are about to pose a global threat. The prime minister of the northern country is not foolish. He quickly realizes that there are indeed secrets being kept from him. Observing that the central nation is about to announce something, they preemptively reveal this secret in an attempt to win over the northern country. He feels disgusted. This is not something allies should do. True allies should inform each other as soon as they receive news, allowing time for preparation. Rather than disclosing information just before the central nation makes its announcement, when the news is about to lose its value. The northern country is clearly only for its own people, not for the world. This kind of behavior has also occurred with several other nations, such as the island nation, the lion country, the sheep nation, and the kangaroo country. Without exception, after hanging up the phone, the leaders of these countries harshly criticized the president of the northern country. However, everyone's attention remained fixed on the screen, as only the information from the central nation was deemed the most reliable and detailed. The leaders of these nations understood that although they all opposed the central nation and harbor animosity towards its people, they also recognized that it is the most trustworthy country. The eyes of the world are focused on the central nation. In the command center of the capital, Xiao Yi donned the unique emblematic attire of the central nation, a Zhongshan suit. Yao Yao had just tidied up Xiao Yi's clothing, but Nie Hua, still feeling uneasy, came over to check again. Her careful demeanor made Xiao Yi shake his head. I'm just making an appearance, saying a few words. Is it really necessary to make it so serious? Xiao Yi sighed. Yes, yes. Yao Yao and Nie Hua replied in unison, but upon hearing each other's words, they shot each other a fierce glare. An elder walked over, glanced at Xiao Yi, and calmly inquired, Are you nervous? Xiao Yi took a deep breath and replied, To say I'm not nervous would be a lie, but what I feel more is a heavy sense of responsibility and mission. The elder smiled and nodded. Good. Having a sense of responsibility and mission will prevent mistakes. Let us go. The elder stepped out first. Yao Yao wanted to assist, but was stopped by Xiao Yi. He followed closely behind the elder, standing tall and straight. Although everyone in the command center was aware of the upcoming announcement, each person still paused, filled with excitement, watching the two slowly walk towards the press room. No matter where they were, people who had been walking immediately stopped and turned to watch them advance. The nationwide mobilization is finally about to begin. This also means that all work can be carried out with full force and enthusiasm. Outside Zhao Tieju's office, Yang Shuiying already knew all the inside information. Seeing Xiao Yi and the elder approaching, she instinctively reached for her camera, but realized she had nothing in her hands. She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Taiju, wanting her phone back, but after a moment's thought, she decided against it. Chapter 169. The highest mobilization order is released. Seeing the elder and Xiao Yi walk past, Zhao Taiju whispered in her ear, after tonight's press conference, I will send you back. However, it's best not to report on what happens here. Yang Shuiying glared at Zhao Taiju again and said, What? Do you want me to leave? No way. I'm staying here, and I'm going to demand compensation for my losses. Zhao Taiju scratched his head, thinking, This woman is really annoying. What do you want me to compensate? Just say it, and as long as I have it, I'll give it to you. He felt a bit guilty for his negligence that had caused Yang Shuiying to get involved in this matter, and for keeping her here for 2 days, which was indeed hard to justify. Yang Shuiying stated, I want to be a part of this place. Don't you have dedicated reporters? I want to be one of them. Zhao Taiju shivered a bit and said, Wow, you're really asking for a lot. Fine, you can stay if you want. With that, Zhao Taiju turned and left. This woman is good looking, but too much trouble. It's better to keep my distance. At 6 o'clock sharp, the time had come. Everyone's gaze turned to the television screen. This was the moment with the highest viewership in history. Even in countries shrouded in darkness, many people set their alarms, waking up in the middle of the night to turn on the television, fixated on the screen. These individuals were elites from various nations, the wisest and most knowledgeable among them. It didn't matter if they couldn't understand the language, as every station had real-time translation for the live broadcast. Sensitive individuals sensed that this event was different. All signs indicated that this incident was not just about the nation in question, but rather a matter concerning all of humanity. The whole world held its breath, waiting for the press conference to begin. An elderly man slowly walked out and stood at the table without a speech in hand. Beside the podium stood Xiao Yi, Feng Weizheng, and Qian Linsen. Further back were Liu Bowen, Luo Yaoyang, and other leaders of various mobilization groups. This time, the elderly man took on the role of spokesperson himself, as this was a speech that carried immense responsibility, and the speaker would bear significant pressure and scrutiny. To protect the expert mobilization team and to lessen potential criticism towards the highest levels of the government, the elderly man took on this role. He slowly glanced at the crowd of reporters before him, preparing to speak. He appeared different from the usual elderly persona. The kindness, tolerance, and smiles that usually adorned his face were absent, replaced by solemnity and determination. Everyone, please stand. Let the national anthem play. The reporters were taken by surprise, but still stood up. Even the most stubborn reporter from a certain country was moved by the atmosphere and found himself rising involuntarily. As the anthem played, the elderly man sang along, and all the citizens of the nation began to sing this deeply ingrained song together. Whether they were at home or abroad, all citizens of the nation sang along. At that moment, it seemed that all patriots around the globe shared a united heart, collectively singing this national anthem deep within their souls. In schools, companies, bars, the military, construction sites, squares, sports fields, streets in foreign lands, and even in prisons, a common song is being sung. Everyone can clearly feel that, at this moment, the hearts of the people are connected. Even enemies, divorced couples, and rivals in the political arena feel each other's patriotic spirit at this moment. As the song concludes, an elder begins to speak. Over 80 years ago, in the midst of suffering, this song was born. 70 years ago, it was sung nationwide for the first time. Now, as we sing this song together, it carries special significance. Because the people of our nation and the world are facing the most serious crisis in history. We can only survive by joining hands. Perhaps your life will undergo significant changes. Perhaps you will have to make great sacrifices. Perhaps many will give their lives. But all of this is worth it. Because only when every citizen contributes can we achieve victory for humanity. On behalf of the government and the National Mobilization Expert Team, I hereby officially issue the highest mobilization order to the people. From this moment on, our nation will enter a state of emergency, with everyone awaiting the call of our homeland. Chapter 170. At this moment, the nation enters an era of infrastructure development, especially for supporters. Although there was some psychological preparation, the world fell silent for a second upon hearing this news. Nationwide unemployment, the highest mobilization order, the world facing the gravest crisis, and the country entering a state of emergency. What exactly has happened? Has war broken out? Even a war wouldn't cause such a huge stir. People around the world fell into silence, their minds seemingly frozen. The journalists on the scene appeared to be in a state of shock, filled with questions but unsure where to start. After a brief silence, reporters began to raise their hands, each with a multitude of questions to ask. However, the elder turned and stepped down from the podium. Xiao Yi nodded slightly to the elder and slowly walked up to the podium, looking out at the crowd before him. At Chudu University, Lin Dashan, Lu Xiaofei, and Wang Bing, who had already packed their bags, were lamenting when they suddenly saw Xiao Yi appear on the television, a platform typically reserved for national-level figures, leaving them stunned. Lin Dashan pinched himself hard, realizing he wasn't dreaming. Xiao Yi, his bunkmate, had truly become a significant national figure. Lu Xiaofei slapped his face to confirm he wasn't hallucinating, then hugged Wang Bing excitedly, saying, "What did I tell you?" Listening to Xiao Yi was the right choice. Wang Bing trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's real." Thankfully we listened to Xiao Yi. Tomorrow, we will definitely make our mark. At Xiao Yi's home, his parents stared at him on the television for a long time without speaking. Finally, Xiao Yi's mother, puzzled, said, "That handsome young man on TV looks just like our Xiao Yi." Xiao Yi's father slammed the table and said, "What do you mean by exactly the same? It's clearly Xiao Yi. How is it possible that Xiao Yi has become a national figure?" Xiao Yi's mother said in disbelief. Xiao Yi's father, being more rational, suddenly realized many things. "Don't you remember? The last time he came back, he was different. He even brought attendants with him." In Gao Daqiang's home, his daughter suddenly pointed at Xiao Yi on the television and said, "That's the big brother I've seen before." His wife looked at Gao Daqiang with love in her eyes. "Did he bring you back?" Gao Daqiang nodded. "So, the world has become this dangerous. I need to recover quickly. Even the most united nation can have its traitors." In a hotel room, a man of African descent lay on the bed, embracing Chu Xiaoxiao, one hand holding the remote control while the other roamed around Chu Xiaoxiao's body. "What is wrong with the TV? Why is it showing the same scene?" The man, Unable to understand the local language, asked impatiently. Chu Xiaoxiao replied in a foreign language. This is what people hate about this country. Dear, when will you take me away? I don't want to stay in this poor and broken place. The man was taken aback and hesitated. It seems that this country is richer than ours. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. As long as you have money, that's all that matters. She felt like she was dreaming. A prince from an African country suddenly started pursuing her, showering her with designer clothes and diamond rings. After knowing each other for just one day, he proposed to her, and she happily accepted. She was already envisioning herself as a queen in Africa. Fortunately, she didn't end up with Xiao Yi. Otherwise, how would she have the chance to become an African queen? All right, we'll leave tomorrow, the man said with a strange expression. Chu Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Yi on the television and was instantly stunned. She jumped off the bed, stared at the TV, and felt a surge of anger. How could this Xiao Yi have risen to such a high position? This makes me very uncomfortable. Turning to the man on the bed, she said angrily, Dear, we are leaving tonight. Xiao Yi stepped onto the stage and slowly began to speak. His first words silenced all discussions. I have some unfortunate news. In 160 days, extraterrestrial beings will invade the Earth, and humanity will face the danger of extinction. I am Xiao Yi, a special advisor to the National Mobilization Expert Group. The purpose of our group is to lead humanity in combating the alien beasts and protecting our home. We will build a steel wall, 10,000 miles long and 150 meters high, to fend off the alien beasts' attacks. We will also construct 100,000 mecha factories to produce 1 billion mechas, assembling 1 billion mecha warriors to fight against the celestial beasts. Additionally, we will build a particle collider 5,000 kilometers long to explore the mysteries of the universe and find fundamental solutions to the crisis. The 1.4 billion people of this nation will jointly undertake the arduous responsibility of resisting the alien beasts and safeguarding humanity. I hereby announce that from this moment, the nation enters an era of infrastructure development. Starting today, there is a competition for the title of King of Gifts organized by Tomato, aiming to gather donations from all book friends. To be honest, the author feels a bit reluctant about this, but the body is honest. Well, the author knows that winning is unlikely, but at least it shouldn't be too embarrassing. So, dear readers, please use the money you earn from reading to give some support. If there are over 20 donations today, regardless of the amount, the author will add an extra chapter. If there are any unexpected surprises, there will be 2 extra chapters. Writing is not easy, so I'm putting my pride aside and asking for support. Chapter 171. Joining the Great Zhou Kingdom is the best decision of your life. Thank you for your donations. Elon, who was watching the mobilization order being announced, glanced at the excited crowd around him and then at the viewership report, feeling a complex mix of emotions. This nearly 100 viewership rate was incredibly shocking to him, as it truly made him realize the Great Zhou Kingdom's ability to mobilize its entire population. This was something unimaginable in another country. Even a curfew declared by the president would face opposition from many dissenters, independents, religious figures, or young people, who would find ways to express their disagreement and resist the orders. The highest viewership for national affairs broadcasts barely reaches 20. In contrast, the peak viewership is seen during the finales of popular dramas or major sporting events, which can reach up to half of the population. Only entertainment matters to people in that country. Beyond that, nothing could simultaneously engage the nerves of the entire nation. Elon recalled a conversation he had just had with Xiao Yi. Half an hour before the mobilization order was announced, Xiao Yi took 5 minutes to talk with Elon. Xiao Yi introduced the upcoming release, stating, this mobilization order will achieve a viewership rate of over 99, and the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom will be among the first to watch it. Do you know what this means? Without waiting for Elon to respond, Xiao Yi continued, this means that in the Great Zhou Kingdom, there can truly be a unified response and a collective spirit. No other country can achieve this. Elon, feeling somewhat resistant, replied, this is not something to be proud of. It is the result of administration and coercion. It is the outcome of people giving up their freedom. In that country, people cherish their freedom more. Xiao Yi gave a sarcastic smile and said, there has never been absolute freedom in this world. Absolute freedom is often accompanied by violent oppression. Moreover, only by sacrificing a small portion of freedom can greater true freedom be achieved. Seeing Elon's skepticism, Xiao Yi pulled up a video and said, do you remember when the great disaster occurred? In our Great Zhou Kingdom, a provincial capital suddenly reported dozens of cases. If it were in another country, it would have been nearly uncontrollable, quickly turning into a disaster. However, in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the entire city was still engaged in normal activities in the morning, and with a single command, millions of citizens returned home to await checks within an hour. It's important to note that there were no police with guns forcing them to go home. They all did so voluntarily. This is the greatness of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Because the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom know that their freedoms are currently restricted, they will soon have true freedom. losing short-term freedom in exchange for long-term freedom. In the video, at 4 in the afternoon, the entire city quickly transformed from bustling activity to a deserted state. The vast city seemed to have pressed a pause button. Such efficiency is nearly miraculous. The events that followed are likely known to you as well. Within 3 days, the entire city's population underwent testing, identifying all infected individuals and isolating them. A week later, the city returned to normal. The people enjoyed their freedom once again. This would be a miracle in other countries, but in the Great Zhou Kingdom, it is simply a normal occurrence and something that is taken for granted. This is the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom and the reason why it has developed from a poor and backward nation to one that commands global attention in just over 30 years. Xiao Yi looked at Elon and asked, what would happen if this occurred in another country? Elon had no response. The disaster was most severe and widespread there. The government's orders were effectively meaningless. Young people ignored stay-at-home orders, openly held parties, and outbreaks of infection occurred frequently. Only the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom can combat the celestial beasts. Choosing to join the Great Zhou nationality will be the best and most correct decision of your life, Xiao Yi said as he prepared to leave. Reflecting on these words now, Elon felt a surge of emotions. It seemed that the Great Zhou Kingdom was inhumane for ordering the entire population to stay home and undergo testing. However, this was precisely where the humanity of the Great Zhou people lies, achieving the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. With minimal sacrifice, they gained maximum freedom. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom are indeed different from those in other countries. The spirit of self-sacrifice is deeply ingrained in their souls, which is how a great nation is formed. While other nations may celebrate individual heroism, leading to a narrative filled with lone heroes in comics and films, the Great Zhou people value self-sacrifice and possess strong self-discipline to safeguard the nation's greatest interests, resulting in true collective heroes. Perhaps he really should devote himself wholeheartedly to the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, before coming here, he had been specifically instructed by the president of another country to not forget his roots and to bring back the most critical secrets of the Great Zhou Kingdom. As a citizen of that country, he felt he should help the nearly 400 million people there escape danger. Thank you all for your support. This book has climbed to the 13th position. Special thanks to the generous supporter who provided 3 great certifications. It's truly impressive. Other readers have also been very supportive. I will express detailed thanks when I have time later. No more words, there's another chapter coming. Let us continue writing. Chapter 172, I will no longer seek stability, second update. Thanks to readers, a reporter raised his hand and asked, is the Great Zhou Kingdom too selfish? Xiao Yi glanced at the reporter and replied, just now, we have sent detailed information to governments around the world. It contains all the relevant data. At the same time, we have opened 600 million slots for the whole world. As long as there are individuals who genuinely wish to join the people of our nation in combating the star beasts, we are willing to work together. Without waiting for the reporters to ask again, Xiao Yi abruptly waved his hand. However, our nation is not a refugee shelter. We have only 600 million slots. And those who wish to enter our country to participate in the fight against the star beasts must abide by all the laws of our nation. Additionally, we have a selection process. Only those who pass our strict screening will be qualified to enter our territory to participate in the construction and the fight against the star beasts. A reporter from a distant country, who had attended press conferences for over 30 years, felt somewhat dazed. He remembered that over 20 years ago, many people from our nation were desperately trying to cross the borders and illegally migrate to other countries. At that time, when he was covering stories in our nation, there were always people trying to contact him secretly, hoping he could help them leave the country and never return. Now, the tides have turned, and it is the people from other nations who are eager to enter ours. This is a significant change, and it has occurred in just over 20 years. Xiao Yi did not answer many questions because there were simply too many to address. Tonight, the impact on these journalists was immense, and they had received an overwhelming amount of information, leaving them with a lot of questions. This was not the time for answers. It would be best to wait until they had time to digest everything and regain their composure before addressing their inquiries. Xiao Yi nodded towards Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen, composed, walked up to the podium, scanned the audience, and then said, I am Lu Bowen, the leader of the National Mobilization Expert Relocation Team. I am responsible for the relocation of the capital and the internal migration of the people. Tonight, I am issuing a call to retired construction workers and engineers nationwide. The main construction forces are currently building the Great Steel Wall, but our relocation and internal migration also require a large number of construction workers. Therefore, the nation needs you veterans to return to service. Although I, Lu Bowen, am over 70, I can still contribute. How about you? Can you still engage in a great cause? Retired construction workers from across the nation, former bricklayers from rural areas, the nation needs you. If you still wish to achieve something significant, please report to your community or village committee promptly. You are the most needed talents for the nation. You are the heroes of this special era. Liu Bowen's words stirred up waves of reaction. In the remote mountains, several elderly men suddenly stood up and shouted at the television. Chief, we can still work. In the city, a man in his 60s, holding a cup of goji berry tea and looking frail, suddenly dropped the cup, his demeanor changing to one of vitality. He shouted, "Honey, where's my work uniform? I need to report. I can still do it. I am still useful." His partner rushed out in a panic, saying, "No, you can't. Your body can't handle it." The children also advised, "Dad, you are over 60, with high blood pressure and heart problems. How can you do heavy work?" The man shrugged off the objections of his partner and children, saying, "Nonsense. My illness came from idleness at home. My homeland is calling me. I still have a purpose. Didn't I hear the old leader say that I am the hero of this era?" In Beijing City, Mayor Ji suddenly stood up, his hands trembling so much that tea spilled everywhere. He finally understood that humanity had reached its most dangerous moment. It was time to seek stability, damn it. But now is not the time for stability. It is time for action, a time for total mobilization. He smashed his cup and picked up the phone, saying, "All personnel. Meeting in the office in 5 minutes. Those who are late or do not attend will be directly dismissed. Stability, stability, to hell with it. Today, the list for personnel reduction must be out, and the relocation order for the entire city must be implemented by tonight, completed by tomorrow. Even if there are accidents and I lose my position, it must be done." Moreover, he needed to make a significant decision. As an important city within the Great Iron Wall, Beijing must make room for the relocated people. He needed to complete a series of plans before the total mobilization expert team issued their orders. He wanted to lighten the load for the expert team, allowing them to focus on major national issues while he took care of what he needed to do to genuinely assist them. As if sensing Mayor Ji's determination, all personnel quickly gathered in the meeting room. Everyone had stayed in the office to watch the highest mobilization order. With everyone present, Mayor Ji wasted no time with pleasantries and directly stated, "Notify everyone that the housing standards for the entire city will be reassessed, with a maximum of 20 square meters per person. Any excess must be cleared out. Those who refuse to comply will be expelled from Beijing City. We do not need selfish individuals here." One of his aides quickly stood up and said, "Mayor, be cautious. This could lead to unrest." For the first time, Mayor Ji swore publicly, "Cautious my foot, I will no longer seek stability." This night was destined to be sleepless. Wang Chong and his co-workers were stirred by Liu Bowen's words. "You are the heroes of this era." They felt a surge of pride, realizing how great and extraordinary their work truly was. Once at the bottom of the social hierarchy, construction workers now had reasons to be proud. In wartime, soldiers are the most respected. In times of construction, workers are the most respected. On the flood front, soldiers are the most respected. During major disasters, doctors are the most respected. In the era of nationwide infrastructure, construction workers have become the most respected. Every effort is worth it. Wang Chong stood taller than ever, his head held higher, because he was a respected construction worker, and even more so, a highly regarded frontline construction engineer. His previous insecurities vanished in an instant. Suddenly, he had an idea. Now, he was qualified to pursue Zhong Qianzizu. In front of the Black Palace in a certain country, the president is unusually preparing to hold a press conference at such an early hour. Despite the fact that news from a certain country was just released at dawn, the alarming reports of an extraterrestrial invasion have already spread, particularly among the elite. Nearly everyone has heard this news. People are feeling very anxious and are eager to know what actions their country is taking. Therefore, the president must quickly come forward to reassure the public. Never before has a press conference been held so early in front of the White House. The president has never felt so passive. In the distance, faint sounds of protest can be heard, reflecting the public's dissatisfaction with the president. Thus, the president must turn the situation around. Looking around, he begins to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all aware of the news released by the other country. We have established a response team and developed a plan immediately. This is the efficiency of our nation, better and more effective than that of the other country." However, boos can be heard from the crowd, clearly indicating disagreement. Without showing any signs of embarrassment, the president continues, "We will build a steel wall in the central region capable of accommodating 300 million people. Just now, this series of plans has been finalized. I believe that the strength of our steel wall will surpass that of the other country. We have ample food supplies and advanced weaponry. And we will also construct 100 million mech warriors. We will make our nation great again." A reporter asks, "Isn't our country planning to assist others? Or, like the other country, accept residents from other nations into the steel wall?" The president waves his hand dismissively. "No need. The other country accepted residents from other nations for the sake of diversity. Our nation is already a melting pot of various ethnicities. We have people from all backgrounds, and they all consider themselves part of this nation. We can protect our greatness while maintaining our diversity. I see no reason to accept residents from other countries." This statement sends shockwaves around the world, especially among former allies. They are left to ponder their status in the eyes of this nation. Are they allies or merely disposable tools? Suddenly, the president shifts his tone. I strongly condemn the actions of the other country's people. They received news about the impending extraterrestrial invasion a month ago, yet selfishly kept it secret, quietly stockpiling resources and building defenses. This is an extremely selfish act. As a responsible major power, we condemn such behavior. At this point, to capture the audience's attention, he pauses until all eyes are on him before continuing. We will initiate a motion at the United Nations to condemn the other country and propose its expulsion from the UN. A nation so selfish and self-serving does not deserve to be part of the United Nations. The president's strategy is quite clever for many reasons, especially due to the significant disasters and the poor response from his government, which has drawn much criticism. In this situation, they find themselves in a passive position, with the possibility of being abandoned by their allies at any moment. Therefore, he needs to reverse the situation and shift everyone's focus onto a common enemy, turning passivity into initiative. If there is no enemy, one must be created. The target of this strategy is the major nation, which serves as an ideal objective. By redirecting attention towards this nation, he can change his unfavorable position and gain enough political capital, while also regaining the support of allies. This tactic is very sharp, but it is effective. The reporters erupted in excitement. The United Nations has never had a record of removing a sovereign nation, especially one that is a permanent member of the Security Council. The president's remarks caused an uproar. Reporters hurriedly sent this news back to their headquarters, eager to break the story before anyone else. Soon, the news exploded online. The president was very pleased with this outcome, confidently stating that they are the world's leading power, and their strength is not something a newly emerging nation can compare with. Moreover, they possess information that this other nation has never had access to. He had just confirmed with the intelligence agency that this nation had fully disclosed all its data, so he was not worried about it at all. He was confident that what this nation could achieve, he could certainly accomplish as well. The president pressed a button, and a high-definition screen beside him displayed an image of an ugly creature leaping out of the ground and swallowing a sheep. This is the information that only they possess. This is an extraterrestrial creature. With their strength, they will surely be able to eliminate these creatures. Following their lead is the only correct choice. The president was animated, and the reporters were frantically taking pictures. Upon returning to the main conference room, Xiaoyi was infuriated by the news brought by Yao Yao. The citizens of the major nation had selflessly shared all their data, hoping to help other countries save themselves. Unexpectedly, the other nation had stabbed them in the back, attacking them to save face. Such malicious behavior made Xiaoyi realize the true meaning behind the message from another universe, the reason why only the people of the major nation can save humanity. Indeed, when everything became public, the Western countries did not think about the safety of humanity or about building together to resist common threats. Instead, they sought to shift blame, divert conflicts, and gain political capital. The Western nations, indeed, cannot be trusted. However, this tactic from the other nation was very sharp, quickly changing the direction of public opinion and creating an unsettling atmosphere. A verbal battle began online. The internet users around the world are now collectively attacking a certain nation. Users from a neighboring country say, despicable people from that nation, since extraterrestrial beings are arriving. Why didn't they inform the world in advance? Selfish people from that nation, they truly have ulterior motives. Users from another country comment, that nation cannot be the savior. During the World War, it was our country that saved the world. This time, only we can save the world. Users from yet another country express their anger. Those people secretly bought our iron ore. This is the most despicable act. We call upon all citizens to boycott their products. Users from a smaller nation lament. Our country is so weak, we were secretly hit by a nuclear weapon from that nation and couldn't fight back. I want to acquire citizenship from a more powerful country. I support the proposal to expel that nation from international organizations. We don't need selfish people. Users from the targeted nation respond, a bunch of fools. We are saving all of humanity. Do you know that you only know how to fight among yourselves and don't understand unity? An elderly man walks into the conference room and sits beside a young leader. After the recent press conference, the old man looks a bit weary. Did you hear the speech from the leader of that powerful country? He asks. The young leader nods. The old man continues, this is politics. Never underestimate the malice of others. The extraterrestrial threat is terrifying, but the more frightening aspect is humanity's inherent flaws, especially the selfishness of a small group of so-called elites. In the face of politics, even the survival of humanity must give way to their interests. The old man stands up. I'm tired. The next matter should be handled by you young people. Remember, you are not fighting alone. Behind you stands the support of billions. We endured much harder times, and we can bear this trial even more. Watching the elderly man walk back slowly, the young leader suddenly feels a tremendous sense of responsibility. The elder is aging. It is time for the young to take on the burden. He gathers all team members to prepare for a meeting, ignited with fighting spirit. Since a powerful country wants to confront them, they will confront back. Even if the entire world stands against them, they are willing to fight. Countless universes have validated that humanity's hope does not lie in other countries, but in their own people. The young leader's responsibility is to safeguard this hope until the very end. People from that nation are confident in their ability to fight against others, against fate, and against extraterrestrial beings. In a community, a director walks with a stirring heart. As the storm approaches, he finally understands why the National Mobilization Expert Group wants to demolish and renovate the slums. They need to accommodate more people into the capital. For the greater good of the nation, they must forcibly relocate those who refuse to move. He initially opposed forced relocations, but now harbors immense hatred for those stubborn residents. In the next phase of their demolition plan, some old neighborhoods are also set to be torn down. This old neighborhood has produced several notable figures, including a famous comedian who has made a lot of money. His name is Liu Zhibiao, and he lives in the neighborhood across the street. Liu Zhibiao is the most stubborn person in the area. He has demanded a compensation amount 10 times greater than what others have asked for, taking advantage of his fame. Therefore, Director Zhang Ming has been unable to persuade him to sign the agreement. Today, with the highest mobilization order issued, Zhang Ming brought Xiao Sun along, determined to convince him to sign the demolition agreement on the same day the order was announced. It is believed that Liu Zhibiao, being a public figure, understands the significance of this matter. Before entering the community, they saw Liu Zhibiao carrying 2 large suitcases, loading them into a car. Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy. It seemed they had come at the right time. Liu Zhibiao was already preparing to move. Liu, are you getting ready to leave? Zhang Ming asked with a smile. Liu Zhibiao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded, saying, yes, responding to the call of the country, I'm moving. Zhang Ming quickly took out the agreement and said, then let's get the agreement signed quickly. I will help you negotiate for a higher compensation. Zhang Ming waved his hand. No rush. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. A charming woman leaned out of the car, playfully saying, Liu, hurry up. The plane is about to take off. Zhang Ming was stunned. Where could they be flying to at this time? Moreover, if he left, how would the agreement be signed? Xiao Sun quickly interjected, holding a pen to stop Liu Zhibiao, saying, Liu, are you going on a business trip? Then you should sign quickly to avoid delaying national matters. The charming woman scoffed. What national matters? We are about to go abroad. At this time, who would be foolish enough to stay in the country? Liu Zhibiao waved his hand. Don't talk, let us go. He hurriedly stowed his luggage and rushed to the driver's seat, starting the car and sticking his head out, saying, Director Zhang, we'll sign the agreement later. We have urgent matters to attend to. We're leaving. Zhang Ming was taken aback and quickly rushed in front of the car to block their way, saying, Liu, you are a public figure. You should set an example for others and actively respond to the country's call. If you don't sign, how can the houses be demolished? This will delay important matters. Liu Zhibiao impatiently stuck his head out and said, the house is mine. How could I possibly demolish it for this little money? Besides, the demolition is a matter for the country. Any delays are also the country's concern. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Sun angrily retorted, Liu Zhibiao, you are also a citizen. It's one thing not to fight alongside the people, but how can you obstruct the progress of the country? The woman leaned out and coldly laughed. Who says we are citizens? Our family Liu Zhibiao has long since immigrated. Step aside. Don't delay us from getting to the airport. And our house cannot be touched. Otherwise, it would be an international dispute. I'll take you to the international court. Watching the car drive away, Xiao Sun angrily smashed a brick, but unfortunately missed. Director, what should we do? Xiao Sun asked in frustration. Zhang Ming looked at Liu Zhibiao's departing car and turned toward Liu Zhibiao's house, saying, if you dare to run, I dare to move. Zhang Ming looked at Xiao Sun and said, notify the colleagues still at work to gather here. Wei moved his home. Xiao Sun quickly stopped him, Director Zhang. This isn't good. Something bad is going to happen. Zhang Ming turned his neck defiantly. If something happens, I'll take the blame. Xiao Sun looked at Zhang Ming in surprise, wondering if this was still the calm and good-natured Director Zhang he knew. Zhang Ming kicked Xiao Sun lightly. Aren't you going yet? Xiao Sun scratched his head. Director, why have you changed so much? Where did your good temper go? Zhang Ming glared. Good temper is for good people. Do I need to be nice to a traitor? Xiao Sun muttered in grievance. But I'm not a traitor. At the international airport, many masked individuals appeared, fully armed. As soon as the highest mobilization order was issued, the astute elites immediately sensed danger. Since extraterrestrial beings were about to invade Earth, they believed they should hide in the safest place. What mobilization order? That was something only the lower class would fight for. Where is the safest place in the world? Of course, it's the technologically advanced and militarily strong country. Thus, after the highest mobilization order was announced, all flights to that country were quickly sold out. Those still observing in their homeland quickly chose to flee. The highest mobilization order served as a litmus test, swiftly and effectively revealing whether a person's heart was patriotic or treacherous. Lu Jibiao, after hurriedly boarding the plane with his girlfriend, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I didn't expect this to happen. I said we should have gone abroad long ago. Next to him was a small celebrity who nodded in agreement. Yeah, staying in the homeland at this time is foolish. That country is the strongest and safest in my mind. A business elite in the back row expressed some frustration. Damn it, I was a bit slow. I still have half of my assets not transferred abroad. Now it's cheap for those poor folks back home. At that moment, a blonde flight attendant walked in, glanced at the panicking passengers from their homeland, and contemptuously said, "Just received the latest notice. That country is refusing entry to foreign nationals. Anyone without their nationality must disembark immediately." However, to the flight attendant's surprise, 90% of the people on the plane pulled out passports from that country. These so-called elites had already obtained citizenship long ago. According to the laws of their homeland, acquiring foreign nationality automatically rescinds their original nationality. However, the country lacked effective means to check whether these individuals held foreign citizenship, so although they had long been citizens of that country, they had never used those passports and had continued to operate under their original nationality. This was their first time using them. The flight attendant looked at the group of traitorous elites, her disdain even more evident. Those who didn't love their own country, once in that country, were merely parasites. Those who were forced off the plane didn't leave. They immediately purchased tickets to other developed nations. In their hearts, any developed country is considered safer than the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chapter 176, expelled from the international organization. Although the night schools in each city started a bit later, they still opened. Unlike the previously laid-back attendees, the listeners now were very serious, opening their notebooks early in preparation for class. The teacher also changed from a previously indifferent attitude to one of great seriousness in teaching. At this moment, the hearts of all the people in the Great Zhou Kingdom were converging towards one direction. The television news broadcast information about the alien armored beasts and informed the public about the possible scenarios following the upcoming outbreak of these creatures in more than 150 days. People then realized that the country had long been making preparations in advance. It was a rare opportunity for them to receive this training. As the entire nation faced unemployment, they would be among the first group to officially start working. Compared to those anxious individuals in other units, they were no longer an insignificant group. They had now transformed into the most important people of the new era. This scene was unfolding in various cities. At the command center, the group leaders had gathered. Feng Wei looked up at Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, you lead the meeting." Xiao Yi nodded, stood up, and said, "Today, the highest mobilization order has been issued. With the issuance of this order, our work is about to enter the most intense and busiest phase. Each group must clearly understand its responsibilities. Now, nothing can stop our progress." Xiao Yi pointed behind him. Just now, the entire nation has entered a state of unemployment. However, some work cannot stop, and certain industries must be prioritized. The following industries need to continue operations. First, those essential to basic livelihoods must not cease. This includes the production of water, electricity, gas, communication, and essential food supplies like rice, flour, oil, and tea. Enterprises outside the steel walls must gradually relocate to the interior. Additionally, the military industry and construction sector must resume work rapidly. Xiao Yi looked towards Qiu Derun, the leader of the education group, and asked, "Group Leader Qiu, is there any issue with the training of new construction workers?" Qiu Derun replied, "Report, Consultant Xiao. We are currently conducting basic training for the first batch of 50 million personnel transitioning from other industries. The training lasts 1 week. After a week, they will head to the front lines to begin internships. At the same time, we are launching the second batch of training, which is tentatively set for 100 million people. We aim to produce 100 million transition workers each week to become construction workers." Shenlin raised his hand and said, "Consultant Xiao, we are currently in the preliminary preparation stage. We are excavating the foundation for the collider and the 10,000-mile steel wall, which will take a month. After 1 month, I will need at least 300 million skilled workers to join the construction efforts. More will be needed later. I am concerned about the effectiveness of workers trained in such a short time." Qiu Derun immediately responded, "Group Leader Shen, rest assured. We will employ a training method that combines theory with practical experience. After 1 month, we will definitely train at least 300 million workers who will be able to complete the work normally under the guidance of experienced construction workers. Most importantly, the news from various night schools tonight indicates that the participants in the training are highly motivated and extremely serious. With such efficiency, they will surely become qualified construction workers quickly." However, Shenlin still feels somewhat uneasy. "Team Leader Qiu, it's not that I'm being difficult. 3 new workers may not be able to match the proficiency of 1 experienced worker. I still have my concerns." The meeting momentarily stagnated. Qian Linsen turned to Xiao Yi. This issue is quite tricky. If we had a 3-month internship period, we could certainly train 6 to 700 million construction workers. But that is not feasible right now. The initial adjustment period is the most challenging, seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, especially since he had originally guaranteed to supply over 400 million construction workers. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled. 1 month? That's enough. Team leader Shun, don't worry. Within a month, as I promised, I will deliver 400 million, including at least 100 million skilled workers. Fang Weijing chuckled and said, Xiao Yi, stop teasing us. Aside from these 300 million new workers, where are you going to find another 100 million construction workers? And skilled ones at that. Xiao Yi pressed a button, and a world map appeared on the projection. He waved a laser pointer over 10 countries on the map: Pakistan, Thailand, Cambodia, and 7 African countries. I plan to provide these countries with an entry quota of 100 million people, provided they have construction skills and are young adults. Shunlin clapped his hands. Excellent. This is the skilled talent we need. Xiao Yi continued. Moreover, our transferred workers will continuously undergo training, and eventually, our construction workforce will reach 700 million. Of course, there may be various issues during the initial adjustment phase, but these can all be overcome. Xiao Yi looked towards the relocation team leader, Lu Bowen, and was about to ask when Yao Yao hurried in, quietly speaking to Fang Weizheng, Qian Linsen, and Xiao Yi. Latest news, just now. 10 developed countries jointly submitted a request to the United Nations to revoke our permanent membership status. They also proposed to remove our UN membership and expel us from the organization. Chapter 177. The plot to abolish the veto power of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although Yao Yao's voice was low, most people in the meeting heard her. Lu Bowen slammed the table. These bastards, how could they destroy the bridge after crossing it? Instead of uniting to deal with extraterrestrial beings, they are fighting among themselves. Yi Wanqing was even more furious. They are detaining our personnel without our consent, and we haven't even settled the score with them yet. Now they want to kick us out of the UN. This is outrageous. What should we do, Xiao Yi? Gu Linqing and Shun Lin, both inexperienced, involuntarily looked at Xiao Yi. In their hearts, they had unconsciously come to regard him as the backbone of this world. They were willing to follow Xiao Yi's arrangements, trust him, and have faith in him. Xiao Yi glanced at Luo Yaoyang, then at Lu Bowen, and finally at Fang Weizheng, saying, we must take this matter seriously. First, we need to arrange for a strong diplomat to mediate at the United Nations, and secondly, we must prepare for the possibility of withdrawing from the organization. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Yi slowly said, the first message transmitted from other universes reminds us that to save all humanity, we can only rely on the people of the Great Zhou. The existence of the United Nations is merely a formality. It lacks real power and cannot unite the hearts of people worldwide. Moreover, it is easily controlled by certain developed nations. The bloody lessons from the previous universe tell us that placing hope in global cooperation is a delusion. While we will strive for cooperation from around the world, we must also be prepared to sever all ties with other countries. Perhaps only the solitary Great Zhou can save all humanity, Xiao Yi said gravely. Lu Bowen was the first to speak. As for the diplomat, I recommend Yuan Shun, the name provided by book friend Qin Yuan Wei Liao. A reminder, those who wish to provide names should submit them under my message. Submissions elsewhere are generally not attended to. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Yuan Shin? Is that the spokesperson who saluted Gao Dechang at the press conference? Yes, I think that's excellent. In extraordinary times, we do not need too many diplomatic skills. We need a resolute diplomat. Fang Wei nodded. I agree. Qian Linsen also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi said to Yao Yao, immediately inform Yuan Shun to report to the National Mobilization Expert Group and prepare to fly to the United Nations to express our stance to the world. In a conference room at the United Nations, representatives from 10 developed countries were discussing plans to deal with the Great Zhou. A representative from a certain country said, I am specially commissioned by the president of my country. We will use all means to remove the Great Zhou from the organization. The Great Zhou is too selfish, possessing such important information but failing to notify the world in a timely manner, instead hoarding resources secretly. The United Nations must unite to take action. Relying solely on the Great Zhou to resist the Star Beasts is impossible. As one of the 5 permanent members, the representative from another country expressed his concerns. Although we 10 countries have jointly submitted an application, once we reach the formal meeting, it will be vetoed by the Great Zhou. We must find a way to bypass this veto system. The representative from the aforementioned country immediately said, over the years, we have submitted dozens of proposals to eliminate the veto power, but ironically, each time it has been vetoed by the Great Zhou. This time, we must unite and amend the United Nations Charter to abolish the Great Zhou's veto power. The representative from another country shook his head. The United Nations Charter cannot be changed. As long as the Great Zhou uses its veto power, we cannot make amendments. However, I do have an idea. The representative from the aforementioned country became interested and quickly asked, "What should we do?" The representative replied, "According to the charter, abstentions and non-voting are not considered vetoes. As long as we prevent the Great Zhou's representatives from entering the venue or voting, we can amend the charter and abolish the veto power." The representative from another country hesitated. "Isn't that a bit despicable? We are all major world powers. Won't this invite criticism?" The representative from a certain country laughed and said, "In this world, strength is what matters. Whoever dares to defy us, we will sanction them. The suggestion from the kangaroo nation is good, and I support it. We will handle the matter of intercepting the representative from the great nation. Who is the rotating chair? Hurry up and announce our proposal, and let us start the voting as quickly as possible. The sooner we can expel the great nation from the organization, the more at ease we will be." Representatives from several developed countries exchanged glances. Although they were developed nations, they were relatively small in size and had far less international influence compared to the aforementioned country. The representative from this country noticed their expressions and coldly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that your peace is maintained by us, and it is our warships and bases around the world that protect you. Now, let's raise our hands for a vote. Those who support my proposal, please raise your hands." The representative from this country was the first to raise his hand, followed by the representatives from the Kangaroo Nation and the Maple Leaf Nation. The Lion Nation hesitated for a moment, but also raised his hand. The representatives from the two major European powers lowered their heads and remained silent. Looking at the other countries, the Boot Nation raised its hand, and soon all the other nations followed suit. Only the two major European powers remained in the room, under the gaze of 8 pairs of eyes. They finally succumbed to the pressure and raised their hands as well. Very well, it passes unanimously. Now, let us take action to revoke the great nation's veto power and restore fairness to the world, the representative from this country said excitedly. The representatives from the two major European powers exchanged knowing glances. They felt that the world was not becoming fairer, but rather that the only force daring to resist the influence of this country had been crushed by their own hands. The world had fallen into the hands of this one nation. Chapter 178. Unified Distribution of Housing in the Command Center. The meeting continued. Although being expelled from the organization was a significant matter, it was not the end of the world. From the very beginning, the great nation had not expected to rely on other countries to accomplish this great feat, Yuanqing said. In fact, we do not need to disclose this news, nor should we share it unreservedly with all countries. We can quietly complete our own defensive works. This incident reminds us that good deeds do not always receive good returns. I have some of the latest research results on quantum theory, and I have decided not to share them externally. Yang Buwei turned to look at Yuanqing, took her hand, and said, "Don't be impulsive. From my experience, I know that the foolish actions of those developed Western countries are driven by a small group of politicians. Having lived in this country for many years, I deeply understand the roots of its inherent flaws." Professor Yang Buwei sighed and said, "The politicians here form a large group with no bottom line, and the so-called happy education has produced generations of a vast number of ordinary people with little knowledge. These ordinary people can easily be incited by politicians, leading to many incomprehensible actions. During the Great Disaster, it was just like this. As one of the most developed countries in the world, it suffered the most severe disaster and the highest death toll, all because they had a president focused solely on political interests and a public lacking the ability to discern right from wrong. However, in the scientific community, there are many elite individuals and smart people. What we need to do is not to work behind closed doors, but to collaborate with these individuals. Science knows no borders, and this benefits everyone." Yuanqing glanced at Yang Buwei, and unable to resist the earnest gaze from him, she nodded. "All right. I will only disclose my information to the scientific community." After speaking, she realized that her hand was being held by Professor Yang Buwei, and she quickly pulled it back. Her face slightly flushed. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed. Xiaoyi suddenly smiled. "Why don't we invite these elites over? There are two kinds of so-called smart people in the world. One type thinks they are smart, and they are currently on various international flights, desperately escaping to other developed countries. However, there is another type of truly smart people who are trying to find ways to enter our great country. Right, Deputy Leader Qian?" Qian Linson laughed heartily. "Exactly. Just now, I received calls from more than 10 top international experts in quantum theory. They weren't discussing academic matters with me, nor were they talking about celestial beasts. Can you guess what they were asking me?" Without waiting for others to respond, Qian Linson chuckled. "They were asking me how to obtain the nationality of our great country. They are actively seeking to naturalize here. However, I didn't agree to them. I'll introduce them to you later, and you can squeeze them for everything they've got before letting them in." Yuanqing nodded happily. Ha ha. Laughter echoed in the conference room, easing the tense and anxious atmosphere significantly. Xiaoyi looked at Lu Bowen and asked, "Old Lu, could you report on the work of the relocation team?" Lu Bowen glanced at Xiaoyi. His perception of Xiao Yi hadn't changed much, but his responsibilities compelled him to respect Xiao Yi's work. Didn't Team Leader Chiu just mention integrating teaching with theory? Coincidentally, we are currently working on the renovation of the old city within the Iron City Wall area. We need a large number of interns, and your students can intern at our construction site while learning theory. Chiu Darren clapped his thigh. No problem. Lu Bowen continued. I have another request, and I hope both leaders and consultant Xiao can approve it. Xiao Yi nodded. Please go ahead. He still held deep admiration for Lu Bowen. As a person who has pioneered a new situation, he deserved Xiao Yi's respect. Lu Bowen's words shocked nearly half of the people present. I announced the cancellation of privatization and the transition to complete public ownership. Resources will be allocated and distributed uniformly by the state, especially regarding housing. Everyone will have strict limits on living space. And excess housing will be nationalized and arranged for distribution by the state. A man stood up and shouted, This is a regression in history. It is extremely inhumane, and it is taking the country backward. I remember Team Leader Lu, you were once a pioneer of reform, breaking the iron rice bowl in one fell swoop. Why are you now advocating for nationalization? I oppose it. Xiao Yi glanced at the man and recognized him as Wu Jiao, the deputy leader of the military group's strategic materials team, an expert in resource preparation who had been transferred from the Army Logistics Department. Lu Bowen cast a quick glance at Wu Jiao but remained silent, turning his attention to Xiao Yi, clearly wanting to see how Xiao Yi would evaluate the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi said, This suggestion does have its merits. However, we cannot nationalize everything all at once. I propose that the relocation team leader, Lu Bowen, takes the lead and first nationalizes residential properties. Each person will be allocated housing based on need, and any excess properties will be nationalized. The state will distribute them uniformly, ensuring that the relocated residents have their own homes. At the same time, unnecessary units and business premises should also be nationalized, transformed into residential housing. Lu Bowen scoffed, You're too timid and cautious, more so than this old man. Consultant Xiao, what do you think is an appropriate area for each person's allocation? Xiao Yi replied irritably, That's the responsibility of you, the relocation team leader. Of course, you need to make the decision. Otherwise, why would I have gone through all the trouble to bring you out of the sanatorium? Lu Bowen paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. Good, that's the spirit. This is more to my taste. Interesting. A group of people couldn't help but chuckle. But only Wu Jiao's expression was somewhat grim, clearly displeased that his opinion had not been taken into account. Chapter 179. The Awakening of the Small Citizens Countdown, 155 days. This day was destined to be filled with unease. Lu Haoran, who operated a night market business, woke up early but found himself at a loss for what to do. Usually, at this time, he would go to the vegetable market to buy ingredients for the day and start preparing. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he would head out to set up his stall, usually selling until midnight before starting to pack up. However, he had received a notice yesterday that the entire nation was on standby, awaiting unified arrangements from the state. Although it felt unusual, Lu Haoran was law-abiding. So he just sat there in a daze after waking up. Old Lu, I saw Aunt Yang causing a stir in the community. You should hurry over too. If we take a day off, that's one less day's income, and the state won't compensate us. If we make a fuss, we might get some benefits, his wife shouted. Lu Haoran was a man who feared his wife. Even though he was reluctant and thought his wife's ideas were misguided, he couldn't ignore her fierce expression and obediently went. At the community entrance, a large crowd had gathered, arguing about something. Director Zhang, you can't just tell us to stop working like that. We have to eat, right? You can't just leave us idle like this. You need to give us a way to survive. If we don't set up stalls, how will we support ourselves? Aunt Yang, who also ran a snack business, shouted loudly from a distance. Lu Haoran was an honest man. In situations like this, he usually preferred to walk away. However, today he also wanted to hear what the community had to say, so he joined the crowd. Director Zhang, please share your thoughts on who supports us. We need to work. We can't just sit idle. Another person, Old Ma, who also ran a night market business, was stirring up the crowd. Lu Haoran looked at these people, all small business owners like himself. Business people are used to being busy and can't stand idleness. During the last major disaster, it was the same. Everyone was suddenly idle, and many felt unwell, as if they were about to get sick. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they were allowed to resume takeout services, and a few months later, everything returned to normal. But this time was different. They were being told to stop operations entirely and wait for reassignment. This completely dashed their hopes. Director Zhang, I only know how to make snacks. I can't do anything else. I think it's better if you don't arrange for me to be reassigned. Just let us set up stalls. After all, people need to eat. Aunt Yang continued to shout, drawing cheers from others. Director Zhang stepped forward, looked at the crowd, and sighed, saying, Fellow neighbors, this is the government's order. We are in a special period, and everyone must respond to the country's call. Please return home and wait patiently for the government's arrangements. Aunt Yang's loud voice rang out again. Director Zhang, we can't feel at ease. Yes, we can't feel at ease. We need to earn money to feed our families. Lu Haoran felt a bit uneasy. He thought it was wrong to cause such a ruckus and that everyone should respond to the government's call. However, doing nothing like this wasn't a solution either. He had heard that supermarkets, hospitals, power companies, water supply, and gas services were all operational. And other organizations had started to divert personnel, with many people participating in construction training. Only they, the individual business owners without any organization, felt like abandoned children, with no direction. Suddenly, Xiao Sun ran out and handed a document to Director Zhang. Zhang glanced at it and excitedly said, "Everyone, please be quiet. The government has not forgotten you. They have assigned you work, which is to cook at construction sites. Those willing to go can sign up now." Director Zhang, what is the salary? How far is it from home? Aunt Yang's loud voice started shouting again. Yes, about the salary, we don't ask for too much. But it should be at least comparable to what we earn from our businesses, right? Ideally, it should be close to home, no more than a 10-minute bike ride. Old Ma, who loved to stir things up, immediately chimed in. Director Zhang, feeling a bit frustrated, replied, "Neighbors, the government hasn't mentioned anything about salaries. We are in a special period, and I believe that as long as everyone responds to the government's call, you will not be treated unfairly. As for the location, we are right in the center of the city, and the nearest construction site is about 800 kilometers away." What? That far away? And they haven't even mentioned the pay? Who would go? No way, Aunt Yang shouted, then said, "Fine, I'll just set up my stall. I don't believe anyone would dare to take my snack stall away. Together, we are strong, we need to eat, and the government can't possibly stop us." Old Ma rallied the crowd. The crowd responded in agreement, knowing that Director Zhang was a good-tempered person and not afraid of his anger. Lu Haoran felt that the crowd's actions were a bit inappropriate, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Ming was in a state of urgency, saying to his neighbors, "Please don't go against the national call. I'm begging you all. Let's cooperate with the nation's appeal and go support the frontline construction sites." However, no one paid attention to Zhang Ming. They hurriedly prepared to leave, with some even bringing out food carts. Xiao Sun looked at Director Zhang, feeling anxious but unsure of what to do. Chapter 180. The time has come when the nation needs us suddenly. Zhang Ming rushed into the community office, grabbed a rarely used megaphone, and came out, pulling Aunt Yang aside. He raised the megaphone and shouted, "Neighbors, listen to me. Have you forgotten how people from other sectors acted when the nation needed them? During the Great Disaster, those healthcare workers rushed against the tide from all over the country to support us here. Did they ask how much the country would pay them? When the floods hit Baijiu Bay and breached the dike, the soldiers who jumped into the water to block the gap, did they ask about their wages? Aunt Yang, wasn't that your hometown?" Aunt Yang stopped and lowered her head. "During the earthquake, Lao Ma, I remember you were ready to deliver food to the rescuers. But you were stopped because it was too dangerous. You even cried, saying it was a pity you weren't a soldier, otherwise you would have responded to the call and helped with the disaster relief." Lao Ma's face turned awkward and unpleasant. "You couldn't go for flood relief because you're not soldiers. You couldn't go for disaster relief because you're not healthcare workers. You couldn't go for earthquake rescue because you're not rescuers. But now, when the motherland needs you, you shrink back. Ask yourselves, do you deserve the help from those who once risked their lives for us? Now, the nation needs a large number of chefs. This is your chance to repay the country and those who have selflessly helped us. How can you hesitate?" Director Zhang shouted with a choked voice, "Neighbors, I, Zhang Ming, an ordinary person, am begging you here." At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. He felt he had done a poor job. In such a critical moment for the nation, he couldn't persuade these neighbors. He felt like a failure. Lu Haoran suddenly felt a surge of passion within him. Director Zhang's words struck a chord in his heart. They had once believed they had a passion for their country, but now they found no way to serve. Now, when the motherland needed them, they were still looking for excuses and bargaining. Were they still the people of the great nation? "Director Zhang, I volunteer. Send me to the most difficult place. I will not embarrass you." Lu Haoran stepped forward and helped him up. "And I won't ask for compensation. Count me in." This scene was happening simultaneously in various places across the nation. When he returned home, his wife asked, "Did you get any results? Did the community provide any compensation for us?" Lu Haoran hurriedly packed his clothes into a suitcase and said, "I'm going to work as a chef at the frontline construction site. How much is the salary?" His wife seemed a bit happy, obviously thinking that this time he could get more money from the government. Lu Haoran replied, "It's voluntary." His wife's expression instantly changed. She grabbed Lu Haoran and said, "You can't go." Lu Haoran muttered, "The country needs us. It's time for us to give back." His wife waved her hand, "I don't care. If it's about serving the country, let others do it. Why should we be so foolish? Quickly put your clothes back. This time, no matter what, I won't let you go. With so many people in the country, they don't need you." Lu Haoran clenched his jaw and after a while said, "I am also a citizen. This time, I must go." His wife, hands on her hips, angrily pointed at him. You can't go. What do you mean by giving back to the country? The country is so rich, does it need your contribution? Besides, has the government given you a single penny? Our money is earned through hard work, not given by the government. If anyone should go, it should be those who are on government payroll. Liu Haoran snatched the clothes from his wife's hands. I have already signed up. This is a time of crisis. My contribution is needed. My strength may be insignificant alone. But if there are thousands of people like me, that becomes a great force. This time, I am determined to go. His wife was furious. She kicked him hard and pointed at his nose, scolding, Don't preach to me. I don't have that kind of awareness. If you go, who will cook for me? You can't go. Liu Haoran suggested. How about you come with me? Absolutely not. I won't go, and I won't allow you to go either. His wife glared at him. Liu Haoran ignored her. He realized now that the woman he had been with for so many years had such a low level of awareness. The country had never issued a full mobilization order before. Now that the highest mobilization order had been issued, it indicated that the country was at a critical moment of survival. Anyone still discussing personal interests at this time was undoubtedly selfish. And the wife he had shared a bed with for so many years turned out to be such a person with low awareness. The mobilization order was like a mirror, exposing the ugly sides of many people. He finished packing his luggage and prepared to leave. Chapter 181. We are also the most beautiful resistors. His wife was furious. She had never seen Liu Haoran defy her before, and this was absolutely intolerable. Her mother had always told her before marriage that once married, to deal with men, one must be tough, otherwise, one would lose their position at home. Once a woman loses her position, it becomes the greatest tragedy. She slapped Liu Haoran hard across the face, leaving 5 red finger marks. Liu Haoran, this family is under my control. If I say you can't go, then you can't go. Liu Haoran covered his face and looked at his wife. At that moment, he realized how ugly she really was. Not only was she physically unattractive, but her heart was even uglier. He had lived with such an ugly person for so many years, it was truly a waste of his eyes. Liu Haoran walked out with his suitcase, eager to leave without a moment's delay. His wife grasped his arm again, and when she realized she couldn't hold him back, she simply sat down on the ground, firmly clutching his clothes. Liu Haoran turned around, glaring at her coldly, and said word by word, I don't hit women, but today, I have to. With a sharp sound, his wife was left completely stunned, covering her face as she looked at Liu Haoran in disbelief. She couldn't understand why this usually meek man dared to hit her, and it hurt so much. Liu Haoran left without looking back. The bus was waiting for him. An hour later, the bus carrying Liu Haoran and a group of old neighbors drove against the flow of the massive traffic heading towards the capital. He felt like he had become one of those beautiful fighters against the current that he had seen on TV during the last major disaster. The most admirable healthcare workers had rushed against the tide to the areas most severely affected by the pandemic. They were called the most beautiful fighters against the current. Now, with a sincere heart to give back, they were heading against the tide towards the frontline construction sites that needed them the most. They were also the most beautiful fighters against the current. On the bus, everyone felt their hearts racing with excitement, filled with dreams about their future work. National Chronicle of the Great Zhou, Day 155 of the countdown. 1 million catering workers were heading to various construction sites, becoming part of the construction army. On the same day, the country transported 15 million passengers, breaking the record for the spring travel period. People working, doing business, or studying abroad were all on their way back to their hometowns. The world had undergone such tremendous changes during this dangerous time. Everyone was thinking about one thing, returning home to spend this perilous moment with their loved ones. On this day, the Great Zhou issued a recall order for all citizens abroad. Those who did not return within a month would have their nationality canceled and be refused entry. At the same time, the Great Zhou announced a border closure, prohibiting all exports and barring foreign nationals from entering. Additionally, a deportation order was issued, requiring foreign nationals within the Great Zhou to leave within a month, with those who failed to comply facing forced expulsion. On the same day, the newly appointed United Nations representative from the Great Zhou, Yuan Shun, was blocked at the airport and unable to enter the country. Day 154 of the countdown saw the first batch of 50 million personnel transitioning to new roles start to engage in a practical internship and teaching model at various construction sites. On this day, the National Mobilization Expert Group announced the latest state-level merit medals, which included first, second, and third-class merit medals for national mobilization, as well as an honorary medal. On the same day, the first department to relocate the capital officially completed its move, led by Minister Chiu Darren of the Ministry of Education, finishing 4 days ahead of schedule. The entire Ministry of Education was awarded the collective third-class merit medal for national mobilization, becoming the first group to receive this honor. Also awarded were the newly renamed Gao Daqiang. On the same day, Yuan Shun, the newly appointed United Nations representative from the Great Zhou, remained stuck at the airport, unable to obtain a visa. The Great Zhou issued a formal protest regarding this situation. On the same day, over 16 million passengers were transported nationwide, once again breaking a historical record. The countdown stands at 153 days. At the airport, a certain individual anxiously paced back and forth. Today marks the day for the official vote. Due to pressure from a certain country, the United Nations unusually and efficiently accepted a resolution initiated by 10 developed countries, calling for amendments to the UN Charter to abolish the veto power clause. If this resolution passes, the future UN will become virtually ineffective, serving merely as a spokesperson for the developed countries. These countries control the economic arteries of the world, with countless nations dependent on them. Any country daring to speak out is sanctioned for various reasons, losing its influence as a result. The veto power held by certain countries is crucial. They consistently advocate for the smaller nations that refuse to be oppressed by larger powers. However, if the veto power is abolished and voting is based solely on numbers, the UN would lose its purpose and devolve into a tool for certain developed nations to manage others. Chapter 182. No way out thus. It is essential to thwart the plans of a certain country. The individual has already reported the situation to the National Mobilization Expert Team, but diplomatic exchanges have not yielded the desired results. Various excuses have been used to delay the entry of the newly appointed representative to the UN from a certain country. Among the most ridiculous reasons given was that the representative's passport was soiled and the text was illegible, even though it was actually a customs officer who accidentally spilled coffee on it, perhaps even intentionally. In any case, the representative is currently stuck at the airport and cannot enter. Protests from their government have been ineffective. Such occurrences are common. Previously, a representative from another country was also denied entry, which allowed for a resolution to be passed unnoticed. Today, similar events unfold, eliciting only cold laughter. It is indeed baffling for a leading global power to act in such a petty manner. However, such behavior is understandable, as since the Great Disaster, the status of this leading global power has become increasingly precarious, and their decline is evident. Another country is rapidly closing the gap, prompting the former to carefully strategize against it. Even when faced with external threats, they do not forget to undermine this rising power. An ordinary-looking man from the aforementioned country approached and seemingly bumped into the representative. The individual felt something slip into his pocket and, upon inspection, found a note with a single word, restroom. He understood that actions were being initiated domestically. He slowly made his way to the restroom, where the middle-aged man had just entered. Inside the restroom, he glanced at the man, who discreetly pointed to the third stall. Yuanshan walked into the compartment without making a sound and closed the door. Inside stood a man who looked very similar to him in both stature and appearance. The man quickly exchanged clothes with Yuanshan and then applied some makeup on him. 2 minutes later, Yuanshan walked out, keeping his head down as he made his way to the waiting area and found a seat. This was a spot he frequented. A few undercover agents glanced at Yuanshan but noticed nothing unusual. In the restroom, the real Yuanshan emerged, having changed into a different outfit and applied makeup, altering his appearance slightly. He hurried to the exit and handed over his passport. Now, he was no longer a citizen of his home country but had transformed into a citizen of another nation. He smoothly exited the passageway, and a vehicle stopped in front of him. Getting quickly, the meeting is about to start. Zhao Shi still wore a harmless expression, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. His mission was to get Yuan Shun to the United Nations headquarters as quickly as possible to participate in the upcoming vote. Once inside, the vehicle sped away. Buckle up. They will notice us soon, Zhao Shi said nervously. Although he had participated in many special operations, this one made him particularly anxious. This operation was crucial for the people of the world and for his country's standing at the United Nations. But what truly made him tense was that this time, he was up against an entire nation with advanced technology and formidable intelligence agencies. The impersonator of Yuan Shun would soon be exposed. With the powerful intelligence network and analytical capabilities of that nation, they would quickly lock onto their vehicle. He had to get Yuan Shun to the UN headquarters before they were discovered. Suddenly, a loud roar of engines filled the sky, and Zhao Shi looked up to see a helicopter from that nation. As expected, they had caught on to something and had tracked their location, sending a helicopter for surveillance. Black SUV ahead. You have illegally entered our territory, violating our laws. Shut off your engine, pull over, and await inspection, the helicopter announced. Zhao Shi shot a cold glance upward and then slammed on the accelerator, the engine roaring as the vehicle shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Shi's driving skills were impressive, weaving through the convoy like a flash. Sirens began to wail, and police cars started to surround them. There were at least dozens of police vehicles chasing from behind, while those ahead created a barrier, laying down speed bumps to trap them in a pincer movement. Zhao Shi coldly assessed the situation ahead, suddenly yanking the steering wheel to the side, the vehicle darting across the central divider onto the opposite lane. And he continued to drive at full speed. In an instant, they burst through the encirclement. A high-speed chase unfolded on the highways of that nation. The conference is only a few minutes away, and Zhao Shi suddenly jerked the steering wheel, sending the car off the overpass and onto the ground. After a loud screech of tires, Zhao Shi managed to find a small gap. However, the helicopter pilot above sneered. As there was no road left in front of Zhao Shi, the encircling police cars had blocked all his escape routes. With a screech, the sound of hard braking echoed, and Zhao Shi helplessly stopped the car. He was surrounded. There was no way out. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, the meeting had begun. The representative from a certain country started speaking, discussing the importance and necessity of amending the charter of the organization. However, the seat for the representative from another country remained empty. Chapter 183. Exiting the organization? In the command center of another country, Xiaoyi hung up the phone, his face darkening as he said, "The neighboring country has put forward several conditions. Otherwise, they will only abstain from voting instead of vetoing." Fang Weijing's expression was equally grim. What conditions? This vote, due to the absence of a key representative, could only be nullified by the veto from the neighboring country, which was one of the permanent members of the organization and held veto power. Therefore, Xiaoyi contacted the president of that country. However, the counterpart proposed conditions that were impossible to agree to. They demanded half of our steel and energy, and they wanted us to provide them with 1 billion in mechas and 1 billion construction workers to help build defensive walls. They also requested a large supply of food. Xiaoyi scoffed, noting they also wanted our assistance in constructing a particle collider and supporting their defense. Fang Weijing frowned. This doesn't feel like negotiation. It seems more like a disguised refusal. Yao Yao approached with an intelligence report. According to the latest information, developed countries have agreed to help the neighboring country build a steel wall. If they are unwilling to build it themselves, they can reserve a spot for 1 billion in the steel wall in Europe. Qian Linson remarked. We have also reserved a spot for them. Xiao Yi sneered. They aren't willing to relocate their entire nation to our country. On one hand, they are European, and a national relocation would be a massive undertaking with significant cultural differences. On the other hand, their pride is at stake. They used to be the big brother while we were the little brother. But now the situation has reversed, and they are lagging behind us in every aspect, which naturally makes them uncomfortable. Lao Yaoyang added. Another reason is their military strength. They trust in their own capabilities. And with Western countries agreeing to provide material support to build the steel wall, they are more willing to accept that. What should we do now? Yao Yao asked. Xiao Yi replied. If the key representative can make it, that would be best. If not, we must be prepared to exit the organization. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Exiting the organization would come at a high cost. Xiao Yi stood up and declared, even without the organization, we can still build our steel wall. But without us, the organization will face disaster. These words reignited everyone's spirits. In a certain country, fully armed special police and officers surrounded the off-road vehicle. Amid the police's shouted commands, the car door opened. A seemingly harmless middle-aged man raised his hands high and slowly stepped out, wearing an expression of shock. Don't shoot. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Several officers rushed forward, pinning Zhao Shi to the ground, while others approached the vehicle, opened the door, and aimed their weapons inside, shouting, "Come out." To the officer's surprise, there was no one in the back seat, only a wooden mannequin dressed in Yuanshan's clothes. Meanwhile, under Fang Shihong's protection, Yuanshan arrived at the front of the United Nations headquarters building. The security personnel attempted to intercept them, but Yuanshan revealed his identity. According to the UN Charter, the headquarters does not belong to any specific nation or any country in the world. The police from that certain country had no jurisdiction there. They could only watch helplessly as Fang Shihong escorted Yuanshan into the building. In the UN conference room, the representative from that certain country concluded his remarks and announced, I propose we proceed to the vote. After speaking, he glanced at the empty seat of the Great Zhou delegation, a smirk of satisfaction playing on his lips. With the rotating chair's approval, the voting process began. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, an East Asian figure, hurriedly adjusting his attire, was escorted into the room by security personnel at the entrance. It was Yuanshan, the newly appointed representative of the Great Zhou to the United Nations. He was there to cast his veto in the meeting, single-handedly blocking the resolution to amend the UN Charter. The faces of the 15 council members darkened as they watched Yuanshan enter, a wave of profound disappointment washing over them. It seemed this vote would once again be in vain. The muscles in the face of the representative from that certain country twitched slightly. He discreetly signaled to a security guard, who nodded in response. Only then did the representative relax slightly, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Yuanshan with a faint, mocking smile. Acknowledgements to the readers and supporters for their contributions and encouragement. There are also other book friends who climb mountains and give likes and rewards. You are the motivation for the author to write. Thank you all. As long as it's possible, I will release more updates. Chapter 184. United Nations Resolution passed. Yuan Shun hurried to his vacant seat, glancing at the clock on the screen. realizing he had 10 seconds left to vote. That was enough. Just 1 second was all he needed to crush the malicious proposals from certain Western nations against the Great Zhou Kingdom. Other countries were observing Yuan Qin's every move. They had all pressed the approval button, while the representative from the certain nation didn't press anything, clearly intending to abstain from this vote. Yuan Qin decisively pressed the opposing vote. Although the number of votes was small, it was enough to overturn this conspiracy because the Great Zhou Kingdom was one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council and held veto power. However, there was no response on the screen. Yuan Qin looked up at the representative from the certain nation and saw the smug smile on his face. He instantly understood that since they couldn't win openly, they resorted to dirty tricks. They were using such despicable means to obstruct the voting of the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was simply laughable. Yuan Qin pressed a few more times, but still no response. He lowered his head, lifted the table, and saw the severed wires underneath. Yuan Qin suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and shouted, "Mr. Chairman, there is a problem with our voting button. We, the Great Zhou Kingdom, are exercising our veto power and casting an opposing vote. Please announce that this resolution has not passed." The rotating chairman glanced at the time. There were only 2 seconds left until the voting deadline. He felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to do. Nearby, a reporter from a television station was filming, and staff from the Great Zhou Kingdom's embassy were also recording evidence. The rotating chairman wanted to announce the result, but hesitated when he saw the dark expression on the representative from the certain nation. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry, could you please repeat what you just said? I didn't hear you." Just as Yuan Qin was about to say it again, the countdown hit 0. The rotating chairman immediately stood up and said, "Voting is over. According to the voting results, there are 13 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. I announce." Yuan Qin stood up angrily and said, "Mr. Chairman, I protest. We, the Great Zhou Kingdom, voted against it. According to the UN Charter, we have veto power. This resolution cannot pass." Although the rotating chairman felt his face burning, he still gritted his teeth and said, "We only respect the facts. The previous results." Yuan Qin interrupted him. "The fact is that we, the Great Zhou Kingdom, voted against it. This resolution cannot pass." The rotating chairman awkwardly said, "The data I see shows 13 votes in favor and 2 abstentions." Yuan Qin shouted, "We have evidence. We have video footage from the scene. Due to the sabotage of the voting machine before the deadline, we expressed our opposition verbally. This is an indisputable fact." The rotating chairman was at a loss for words. The representative from the certain nation sneered, "Please, Great Zhou Kingdom representative, see clearly. What the screen shows is the objective fact. 13 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. Which counts as an abstention. This resolution is passed." Yuan Qin sternly remarked, "Is the United Nations a gathering place for clowns? Such poor tactics. And the United Nations actually ignores them? Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Great Zhou Nation, I insist on our principles and request the announcement of the rejection of this resolution." Everyone turned their attention to the rotating chairman, as the decision now rested entirely in his hands. The rotating chairman was a representative from a small country in Latin America, and it was their turn to preside. He began to sweat. Morally speaking, the Great Zhou Nation had indeed voted against, which meant the resolution should not pass. However, the country they looked up to was a towering presence, and it had allied with 10 developed nations to initiate the vote. Offending that country could spell disaster for them. In a private conversation earlier, the representative from that country had said that if the resolution passed smoothly, they would offer 10 million slots to accept people from their nation. This was a substantial number. Their nation was weak and lacked the capability to build defensive structures. Aligning with that country was almost their only choice. The rotating chairman wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the representative from that country again. If he declared the resolution passed, it would be a real disgrace, not just for himself, but for the entire nation. At that moment, he noticed the representative from that country subtly raising 2 fingers. He immediately understood the implication. The 10 million slots were raised to 20 million. Given that their entire population was just over 25 million, this meant that, after accounting for the elderly, sick, and disabled, nearly everyone could find refuge within the defensive structures of that country. This was essentially a means of preserving their entire nation. In the face of national interests, personal pride meant nothing. He quickly stated, "We only respect objective facts." After the voting period ended, the results were 13 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. I hereby announce that the resolution to amend the United Nations Charter submitted by that country is approved. Chapter 185. The Great Zhou Nation withdraws from the United Nations. Yuan Qin's expression turned extremely grim. He stood up again and turned to the rotating chairman and the observing Secretary General of the United Nations, saying, "In that case, the United Nations is no longer worthy of the trust of the Great Zhou Nation. An organization that ignores the voices of the weak and distorts truth without boundaries is unnecessary for the Great Zhou Nation. I hereby declare, on behalf of the Great Zhou Nation, that we are withdrawing from the United Nations, effective immediately. The hall erupted in astonishment. Even the representative from that country looked somewhat surprised. The people of the Great Zhou nation displayed such boldness. This segment of video was posted online, instantly causing an uproar, with comments exceeding 1 million and views surpassing 100 million within an hour, and the numbers continue to grow rapidly. The comments from netizens were diverse and peculiar. Wow. Without the Great Zhou nation, is it still the United Nations? What that country did is truly unscrupulous. What a disgrace. I announce that I am withdrawing from this universe. I truly feel ashamed to coexist on the same planet with this group of people. It's utterly ridiculous. I'm just a bystander. And now that I can't even get soy sauce, has trade with the great nation been shut down? The sorrow of humanity is palpable at this moment. The organization has been nailed to the pillar of shame, cutting the wires of the voting machines. Whose brilliant idea was that? Even if you cause a computer crash, it would have more technical merit than this. People from the great nation, support our withdrawal from the organization. Go away, Western countries, we don't need you. It seems I can no longer buy that fruit-branded phone and will have to settle for domestic options. It feels great. I am a netizen from Tanzania, and I represent Tanzania in announcing our withdrawal from the organization. We are prepared to form a true coalition with the great nation. Welcome, everyone, to join us. Looking at the myriad of comments, Xiao Yi turned off his phone. The withdrawal from the organization was already part of Xiao Yi's plan. In other universes, especially in those nearby, the great nation has almost completely withdrawn from the organization. It was just a matter of time. In the second universe, another Xiao Yi was working tirelessly to consolidate global forces to build a series of interlocking steel wall defenses, but had to abandon the plan 100 days before the major outbreak. The Xiao Yi from that universe had to scale down the originally designed 10,000-mile steel wall plan by more than 10 times. This directly led to them being overwhelmed by the endless starry sky creatures after only 3 months of defense. Xiao Yi, have you seen the latest video? Nie Sihua rushed in, asking anxiously. Xiao Yi was taken aback. What video? Nie Sihua handed his phone to Xiao Yi and said, look. Someone captured footage of the starry sky creatures. Xiao Yi was startled and opened the video. It was a clip from a video call. The footage showed a man fishing in a small boat while video chatting with a friend. Suddenly, a reptilian creature leapt out of the water and bit the man. The video cut off, leaving nothing visible. Though it was just a brief and unclear clip, it was discernible that this creature bore the same physical characteristics as the starry sky creatures captured in videos from another place. So, the origin point went into the sea. No wonder it couldn't be found. Xiao Yi looked at Nie Sihua and urged him to find the location and time of the filming. As he tapped the screen, ready to return the phone to Nie Sihua, the screen inadvertently switched to the main image. To his surprise, the main image displayed a selfie of Xiao Yi and Nie Sihua. Xiao Yi was stunned and said, "You used my photo as the background, infringing on my portrait rights." Nie Sihua's face turned red as he snatched back the phone and hurried away. This is significant news. There was no information about the origin point going underwater from other universes. Xiao Yi estimated that it could survive underwater, which explained its concealment and why it couldn't be located. The ocean depths are home to a multitude of marine creatures, which are all food for the starry sky creatures. This is also a major reason why, once they erupt, their numbers can be astonishing. If we can quickly locate the site where this photo was taken and use a nuclear strike, we might be able to delay the massive outbreak of the star beasts again. However, Xiao Yi was not optimistic. According to calculations from other universes, the star beasts in this time frame have completely concealed themselves and will not emerge until the time of a massive outbreak. Not long after, Nie Sihua returned, her face still slightly flushed. She said, "I found out that this video was taken 10 days ago in the Caribbean Sea." Luo Yaoyang and Zhao Taizhu hurried in, saying, "This must be the origin point. Should we go there again?" Xiao Yi shook his head. According to news from other universes, the origin point can move, and it moves at a considerable speed. In the sea, it moves even faster. Just then, Xiao Yi realized he had seemingly said the same thing before. He quickly understood that this was the reason for quantum entanglement, which had transmitted events from other universes into his mind. It felt like a dream, as if he had once dreamed of the exact same scene. Chapter 186. The secret of the origin point. Such scenes must have occurred in other universes and left a deep impression on that universe's Xiao Yi, allowing the current Xiao Yi to receive the information transmitted through quantum entanglement. In the mental image, biologist Wang Lin would rush in at this moment. Sure enough, when Xiao Yi turned his head, he saw the biological expert Wang Lin hurriedly entering, and at that moment, it perfectly coincided with Xiao Yi's dream. Xiao Yi blurted out, "I understand now, the origin point is the mother worm. After it lands on Earth, it grows rapidly and consumes a large amount of food to prepare for reproduction. Once it has accumulated enough food, it burrows underground to hibernate, while also laying eggs. It should produce tens of thousands, even millions of eggs. Once the larvae mature, The starry armored beasts will begin to erupt massively. This is the secret of the origin point. This information did not require Xiao Yi to recall or deliberately think. It came out naturally. This is the greatest marvel of quantum entanglement, and the fundamental reason behind the visual reproduction phenomenon that science has never been able to explain. Although it is unknown which universe transmitted this information, it clearly conveyed what needed to be communicated. This is also the reason why each universe passes messages to the next universe's Xiao Yi. Only Xiao Yi can receive important messages from other universes through this mysterious phenomenon. Wang Lin was taken aback and said, if we calculate this way, we cannot detect its location at all. We can no longer prevent the massive outbreak of the starry armored beasts. Xiao Yi stood up and said firmly, since we cannot delay it, we must face it calmly. After the others left, Xiao Yi looked at Nie Sihua and asked, how's it going with Elon? Nie Sihua sat beside Xiao Yi and said, I have learned a lot from him these past few days. His work is meticulous, and he can provide suggestions for every step, making everything extremely refined. On the surface, it seemed he had not made any plans for the overall situation, but the improvements made in small details resulted in astonishing effects on the larger picture. Xiao Yi said, you must grasp the essence. If one day he leaves, I hope the general direction remains unchanged. It should always maintain the state it had when he was here. 1 billion mechas is an extremely vast number and a daunting task. By the way, has his family been brought over? Nie Sihua shook her head. He said his family is still hesitant and resistant. He is working on it. Xiao Yi shook his head. That's an excuse. He is still uncertain. Perhaps he wants to see which country has better defenses before deciding whether to stay here or go somewhere else. Nie Sihua nodded. I feel he is wary of me. As if he fears I might learn something. Just act a bit naive to throw him off. Xiao Yi chuckled. Nie Sihua rolled her eyes at Xiao Yi.